In a world ravaged by rampant infections and incessant natural disasters, Cheng Ye has become a border inspector for Xingfu. Every survivor aspiring to join Xingfu must undergo meticulous questioning and examination to prevent infected beings from infiltrating. However, Cheng Ye soon discovers that these infections are entirely different from his preconceived notions. Here, there exist the deathly whispering tentacles that can resurrect the dead, the deadly dandelion that can infect over 2 kilometers in an instant, the fiery sunflower that emits biological disintegration rays capable of melting everything, and a laughing mandrake that grows stronger through laughter. What? Am I expected to inspect these monsters? Fortunately, Cheng Ye has acquired a unique civilization collector. As long as the creatures exhibit sufficient compatibility, he can replicate their intelligence, items, skills, attributes, abilities, and facilities. Even in the event of failure, he can accumulate action points to provide materials for upgrading tools, equipment, and shelters. Wait, how is it possible to find a partner here? Cheng Ye was taken aback as the Lady of the City Lord appeared before him. Chapter 1. Xingfu, your ideal refuge in the Wasteland. In July, the peak of summer, the sun blazed fiercely. The asphalt road curled into scales under the oppressive heat, with thick, menacing vines embedded in every crack. The man wielded a dagger, strenuously severing the obstructive vines as he followed the directional signs along the roadside. Xingfu, your ideal refuge in the Wasteland. Xingfu, the hope for the next human epic. Xingfu, where food and energy are abundant. Xingfu, where everyone receives respect. Xing. As he progressed, the slogans on the roadside signs became increasingly dense, nailed to crooked utility poles, sprayed on the crumbling walls of banks, and even etched onto the weathered surfaces of shop signs. Like some enchanting incantation, despite his exhaustion, the man suddenly felt an invigorating energy surge within him, and even his trembling legs seemed to spring with newfound lightness that he navigated several turns guided by the signs, the city's shadow receding like a tide as the blinding sunlight poured down, casting a boundary that separated the ruins behind him from the illuminated path ahead. Despite the exaggerated descriptions of Xingfu broadcasted, the man could not help but gasp in awe upon witnessing the scene before him. The first sight that greeted him was the legendary Great Wall of Happiness. According to the broadcasts, this enormous wall stood approximately 30 meters high and extended over 10 kilometers, forming a colossal living area of at least 10 square kilometers. However, reality suggested it was much more than that, for the shape of the wall was an irregular oval. Given the population density of the Wasteland's nomadic settlements, it could accommodate at least 1 million inhabitants. In front of the wall lay the isolation buffer zone, a common feature of every shelter city. What set Xingfu apart was that its isolation area mirrored the Great Wall, stretching around 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide, equally organized and vast. Though most of its interior consisted of old buildings preserved from the bygone era, with remnants of shattered pedestrian streets meandering through, the inspection station at the forefront of the isolation zone emanated a chilling sense of authority. Divided by neat iron mesh, the inspection station consisted of 3 sections: preliminary screening, isolation observation, and resident documentation. In the screening area, survivors passed through the large metal gates at the forefront, entering isolation cages placed on conveyor belts, which transported them to different inspection windows for disease checks. Upon successful screening and confirmation of health, survivors could proceed to the rear area to complete their resident registration. Those with uncertainties were required to move to the central observation area, where they would spend 3 days in canvas tents. You have entered the Xingfu alert zone. Please proceed along the yellow marked line for quarantine. Intruders will be dealt with lethally. As he approached the isolation zone, the style of the roadside signs underwent a noticeable transformation. The man nervously swallowed, hoisting his backpack and continuing forward until he seamlessly blended into the queue. Please queue orderly, do not crowd, and enter the isolation cage as a family unit for inspection. The raspy electronic synthesized voice echoed overhead in the screening area. While 8 fortress-like sentry towers loomed like beasts, their walls adorned with speakers. Relentlessly repeating the directives, survivors bowed their heads, silently shuffling forward, moving in an orderly fashion under the watchful gaze of heavy machine guns. However, upon entering the isolation cage, survivors had a chance to select their inspector. From 1 to 8, 8 rusted conveyor belts extended side by side, corresponding to inspectors of varying ages and genders. The man's gaze flickered as he feigned indifference while scanning the windows, soon locking onto Inspector number 8, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Despite all inspectors wearing masks, the skin on their necks easily revealed that Inspector number 8 was the youngest. Thus, it should be the easiest to pass his inspection. Name? Edmund Lake. Where do you hail from? Sac Federation City. Before the man, Inspector number 8 unfurled a map, searching for a while before expressing surprise. Oh? That's nearly 3,000 kilometers from Xingfu-Cheng. How did you manage to arrive? I took a freight train, a car, a short boat ride, and then trekked 300 kilometers to reach Xingfu-Cheng. Well, that sounds quite arduous. Do you see the first thermometer on the table before you? Please pick it up, point at your forehead, press down, and tell me the reading. Understood. Each isolation cage contained a small square table with 3 testing devices. Following the inspector's instructions, Edmund picked up the thermometer and soon saw 2 numbers displayed on the LCD screen. 47.02. Sir, this thermometer seems to be malfunctioning. How could my temperature possibly be 47 degrees? Is that so? Inspector number 8 leaned forward in confusion, confirming the number before indicating. It appears the device is indeed faulty, but not to worry, we will proceed directly to the questioning phase. Once you pass the tests, you can move on to complete your residency registration. That sounds wonderful. Please proceed, sir. Between Sac Federation City and Xingfu-Cheng, which segment did you traverse by water? Should be the Linjiang tributary? Edmund strained to recall there was a massive outbreak of infected in Yun City, and I had to circumvent that section by water. Exact date? June 15th. You remember that quite clearly? Of course, that day was the founding day of Xingfu-Cheng, and I listened to the celebratory broadcast for a full 3 hours. Recalling the solemn chimes and the cheers from the crowd that resonated through the static, a look of profound satisfaction spread across Edmund's face. Evidently, throughout his long journey, the broadcast from Xingfu-Cheng had provided him with an abundance of happiness. Well, do you recall the disaster reports following the founding day broadcast? There was such a segment. Edmund's smile froze, his pupils contracting sharply in the shadows. I have no recollection. Perhaps it was broadcast too late? Of course, you wouldn't remember. The metallic surface emitted a grating sound as Inspector number 8 pulled open a drawer and retrieved several photographs. In the images, the river resembled a murky serpent, spilling out of its banks and inundating vast stretches of wilderness. On June 14th, the Linjiang tributary experienced a sudden flash flood at dawn. The water level surged 7 meters, and all the drifting bodies were caught beneath the broken bridge 30 kilometers outside Yun City, and your water route journey was delayed by a full 24 hours. What? As if a special button had been pressed, Edmund suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion draining of color, his features twisting into a ghastly, crumpled visage akin to a fungus that had been soaked for days. Flash flood. Broken bridge. Edmund's pupils dilated abruptly, his jaw slackening as it dropped toward his chest, and then 3 grayish-purple tentacles violently erupted from his throat, covered in suckers, before the foremost tendril could emerge from the crevice of the iron cage. A small crimson suddenly illuminated on the forehead. Boom! The 7.62 millimeters caliber bullet exhibited remarkable exorcism capabilities. As it tore through the tendril, it simultaneously obliterated half of the head. Edmund's upper body was propelled backward, revealing writhing tumor-like flesh at the nape of his neck. Strangely, the remaining half of his face still bore a grotesque grin, and from his shattered throat emerged a continuous shriek. False. Happiness. False. Codename: Wang Yu Chusho, infection progress. Phase 2, terminated by trainee Inspector Cheng Ye in cooperation with the watchtower. Upon seeing the Yo gesture from the watchtower window, Cheng Ye sighed and pressed the communicator to report. Soon, a response echoed through the communicator. Acknowledged. The cleanup team will arrive in 3 minutes. Inspector, please maintain site stability. Site stability? After ending the communication, Cheng Ye suppressed the rising nausea and surveyed the vicinity. The other 7 survivors on the conveyor belts seemed remarkably unperturbed by the gruesome scene. Upon hearing the gunfire, they merely glanced over, devoid of any shock at Edmund's tragic demise or the tendriled AS for the other 7 inspectors. Their calmness was almost unsettling, with no one turning their heads at the sound of the gunshot. If one were to speak of stability at the scene, perhaps only he, the inspector who had traversed here merely 2 months ago, truly required it. Chapter 2. The Iron Rice Bowl, Civilization Collector. I wished for a stable job, but I never said it had to be in a wasteland. How did I end up here? At the age of 26, during a graduation party, Cheng Ye, under the encouragement of friends, half-jokingly expressed a desire to find a high-paying, stable Iron Rice Bowl job. To his astonishment, he awoke to find himself in a wasteland shelter known as Xingfucheng. His predecessor's father was an inspector in Xingfucheng and tragically perished during an external mission. According to protocol, having lived in the inner city since childhood, the original owner was compelled to step beyond the high walls and inherit his father's profession in the quarantine zone. But within just a single day, he succumbed to overwhelming fear and took his own life. That be why the time Cheng Ye regained consciousness, he had become the 3rd-generation heir to this inspector identity. Fortunately, being an inspector indeed qualifies as an Iron Rice Bowl, as long as one avoids the perils of external missions during the 3-month probationary period. The sacrifice rate remains relatively low. In another half-month, I will be sent on an external mission. I must quickly acclimatize to this scene. Watching as Edmund ceased to convulse, Cheng Ye let out a heavy sigh, finally suppressing the nausea roiling within. Moreover, activate. Raising his hand to grasp the star-shaped pendant at his chest, a fleeting vision appeared before him, projecting an ethereal interface visible only to him. Civilization Collector Current Activation Progress, 97.4. The interface flickered with a soft blue glow, gently swaying like ocean waves, easing Cheng Ye's previously anxious demeanor. This pendant was one of the legacies left by his predecessor's father. Regrettably, the original owner, too frightened to notice, had overlooked this secret. It was only when Cheng Ye rummaged through the belongings that he accidentally knocked it onto the power strip, discovering that it could absorb electrical energy and activate this mysterious interface. That I hope this thing proves useful once activated. Otherwise, I will be in dire straits. Cheng Ye silently prayed. For someone who has experienced a surge of knowledge in modern times, engaging in conversation at the front gate is not particularly challenging, but facing infected beings with real weapons leaves him feeling quite unsteady. After all, the infected in this world are not the typical zombies one might encounter in American blockbusters, merely relying on blood and screams to fill the scene. They possess some combat effectiveness only when they swarm, and a solitary one could easily be dispatched by an adult in this wasteland. Even the most ordinary source of infection, like the recently beheaded tendril, can resurrect a deceased human. As long as no one declares the grim reality of deceased, these infected corpses can walk, talk, and live among humans until the infection within accumulates sufficient strength to trigger a second large-scale outbreak. As for the more potent sources of infection, such as the dandelion, upon death, they instantly release spores that can blanket an area of 2 kilometers. Any human inhaling even a minuscule amount of spores will become a new infected entity. In contrast to this intensity, if given a choice, Cheng Ye would prefer a more straightforward golden finger, such as 100-fold rewards or sign-in bonuses for divine powers, Oregon. At the very least, something like a 2-world portal or an infinite upgrade system. Yet, reality is harsh. The so-called Civilization Collector, with its plain 5-character name, seems far from extraordinary. Speaking of simplicity, footsteps approach from a distance. 4 cleanup team members, their upper bodies bare, seem to require a description of the term. Lacking protective gear or weapons, they carried only a body bag, a shovel, and a containment box for the infected source. As they chatted jovially, they first opened the iron cage and swiftly dispatched the still twitching Edmund with the shovel, then directly grabbed the suction cup-covered tendril, with their bare hands, carelessly stuffing it into the containment box. Once the containment was complete, while the remaining 3 cleared the isolation cage, the lead member turned and smiled, saying, "Inspector Cheng, the specific contribution point. Rewards will remain the same and will be credited to your personal account once the infection phase is determined. Thank you, gentlemen. Please allow me to treat the brothers to drinks." Cheng Ye nodded gently, then retrieved 2 bottle caps from his pocket and tossed them over. The man received them, his smile growing broader, though he still replied, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. Flynn, let's not stand on ceremony between us. Just make sure to expedite the cleanup next time. Count on me. I'll be there at the very first moment, ensuring no delay for the inspector." Flynn clapped his chest, unfazed by the bloodstains from Edmund adhering to his torso. The rawness and simplicity of the moment made Cheng Ye's eyelids twitch. It took him a while to regain his composure. The following half-day saw a significant drop in survivors opting for conveyor belt number 8, perhaps influenced by Edmund's fate. For half an hour, no one approached, prompting Cheng Ye to clear his desk and clock out early. What does it mean to have an iron rice bowl? As an inspector, although he could never return to the inner city, he gained numerous privileges in return. Compared to inheriting his father's profession, working casually, leaving early, and accepting bribes. Ahem, these could only be considered appetizers. Due to handling an infected source, as he passed through the inspection station, Cheng Ye diligently reported his health status. In mere minutes, he garnered a newfound respect from the station chief, Ding Yishan. Impressive, this Cheng Ye. Quite reminiscent of his father, efficient, decisive, and adept at employing intellect to resolve issues. Indeed, the most crucial aspect is adhering to our regulations. Alas, his combat aptitude is rather lacking, and his courage is mediocre. I wonder if he will survive his first external mission, sighed Deputy Chief Aline, shaking his head. He was responsible for combat training, and among all the recruits he had trained, Cheng Ye's performance ranked as the most dismal at times. Helene felt as though Cheng Ye belonged to a bygone era, as he would even flinch at the sound of gunfire. With such poor combat aptitude, isn't Liubi providing him with special training? Ding Yishan furrowed his brow, displeased with Helene's attitude. How many times must I remind you? We need to extend more tolerance to newcomers. Therefore, you will inform Liubi that before his first external mission, Cheng Ye is entitled to a daily quota of 100 training bullets, charged to the inspection stations. Public expenditure. Understood, Helene immediately acquiesced, but upon turning away, he couldn't suppress a sneer, a flicker of undisguised disdain in his eyes. The station was divided into two factions. Ever since Inspector Qinglong perished during an external mission, the eastern faction had lost a key player and was now waning in strength. Ding Yishan seemed to have lost his senses, resorting to desperate measures by attempting to support this inexperienced lad, Cheng Ye. With his meager talents, even if granted 100 bullets, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Thus, Helene felt no inclination to intervene. It is, after all, a public expense, so why not utilize it? Does the high-rise of Xingfu Cheng really lack this bit of ammunition? Passing through the quarantine zone, I entered the buffer zone. The narrow streets were flanked by dilapidated residential buildings, teeming with the pedestrian crowds of displaced persons and transformed shopping malls serving as temporary shelters that in stark contrast to the vibrant and neon-lit inner city. This area retained the semblance of a bygone era, yet it evoked a profound sense of familiarity and warmth within Cheng Ye. After traversing several alleys, Cheng Ye wiped his nose and returned to his home amid this wasteland. The Chuyang Electronic Factory staff community, despite its unimpressive name, was one of the genuine luxurious residences within the buffer zone. With an expansive living space of 12 square meters per person, it allowed Cheng Ye to exercise comfortably within his room, avoiding the cramped conditions faced by ordinary residents of the buffer zone, who often found themselves huddled in spaces barely the size of a bathroom, risking head injuries at night. At the entrance of the staff community stood 3 shops: Dong Shu Convenience Store, Da Ro Cafeteria, and Resource Trading Station. The first 2 were personal shops, while the latter was one of the official stores in the buffer zone, tasked with the collection and sale of rare resources. Dong Shu, I'll take 2 packs of nutrient paste and a pack of maltose candy, Cheng Ye called out as he entered the convenience store. Also, my defense communicator is out of battery. I won't be going home for a while. Could you charge it for me? Sure, it's the flood season anyway, so we're not charging for electricity for now. Xingfu Cheng boasted a hydroelectric station that provided power. With the summer flood season upon them, electricity was abundant, and the higher-ups had generously decided to waive the electricity fees temporarily. Cheng Ye pulled out his communicator, resembling a large mobile phone, connecting it to the power strip, and discreetly removed a pendant, tucking it into the socket while pressing it down with the communicator. The pendant had been dormant for over 2 months, requiring 2,000 kilowatts of electricity to activate, a feat only Xingfu Cheng could manage. Other shelters would likely take a year and a half to gather such a sum.to avoid detection of excessive electricity consumption. Cheng Ye was particularly cautious. After initially charging it at home, he had resorted to cleverly using the convenience store as an excuse to charge his communicator, thereby stealing power for the pendant. The convenience store's wiring was mostly 2.5 square millimeters, delivering about 2 kilowatts per hour. Quite efficient. Now, with only 50 kilowatts remaining needed for activation, charging at home tonight should meet the activation requirements by morning. Here you go, 2 packs of nutrient paste, 1 pack of candy. You could just give me 3 Xingfu coins, Dong Shu said. Dong Shu was an old soldier in Xingfu Cheng, approximately 55 years old. Having injured his right arm and unable to hold a weapon, he opted for retirement. That won't do. The lowest price outside is 5 coins. Even if you're familiar with my father, you still need to earn your due, Cheng Ye replied, accepting the nutrient paste that resembled blood plasma, twisting open the cap to drink, while retrieving the payment. Xingfu coins served as the circulating currency in Xingfu Cheng, utilized for meals, housing, and other daily necessities. Unlike the scarce contribution points, Cheng Ye inherited nearly 5,000 coins when his father passed, more than sufficient for his lavish expenditures. Furthermore, as a check officer, his monthly salary was 500 coins. He could scarcely spend it all alone. In Chapter 3, the flame of ambition ignites gene disparities. This nutrient paste is essentially devoid of nutrition. It merely fills the stomach, that if you consume it daily, you'll inevitably develop deficiencies, Dong Shu remarked, shaking his head as he took Cheng Ye's 5 coins and settled down on a small stool opposite him. Your father left you quite a fortune, and now that you're a check officer, why bother to compete with yourself? The Duro cafeteria next door smells delightful. Duro cafeteria? Cheng Ye shivered, unpleasant memories flashing through his mind. When he first arrived, he had indeed been lured by that name. But upon seeing the menu, he hastily fled without a moment's hesitation. Duro was the affectionate term residence of Xingfu Cheng used for Xiaochang. A plateful of Duro sandwiched between candy was rumored to be crunchy and bursting with juice. Yet Cheng Ye resolved to avoid it as much as possible before facing any life-threatening situations. He would refrain from consuming it entirely if he could. To supplement his protein intake, the nutrient paste extracted from plant proteins had a lower absorption efficiency, but it was not entirely without alternatives. I'm not accustomed to it. This is better. Indeed. After all, you grew up in the inner city, where the most inferior option was synthetic meat. Dong Shu raised an eyebrow, watching Cheng Ye crunch the candy with a hint of nostalgia. When you first arrived here, you seemed desperate for survival. Yet now, just 2 months in, you've begun to resemble your father. It's the environment that forces one to adapt. There's no other choice. My father was also driven by necessity back then. Cheng Ye shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant. Since entering this world and familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he had never forgotten to maintain his facade, refusing to reveal any weakness even to those familiar to him. In this cannibalistic wasteland, one could never predict whether the next person to strike would be someone close by. The two engaged in light conversation as the sun gradually dipped lower in the sky. When the last sliver of sunlight was swallowed by the horizon, Cheng Ye's communicator vibrated unexpectedly. Lu Bai, let's meet at the usual place. There's a surprise. Big Brother Bai is calling me. I must take my leave, Dong Shu. Take care. Securing the pendant around his neck, Cheng Ye hastened away, crossing 2 blocks to the main road and boarding the only bus in the buffer zone. This line connected the eastern and western ends, traversing the entire buffer zone. Being an electric vehicle, the bus operated free of charge during the flood season, and the passenger flow was considerable. After boarding at the electronic factory staff community stop, Cheng Ye disembarked at the training ground stop. He stepped off the bus. The air was thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder, and the training ground, resembling a greenhouse for vegetables, was aglow with lights in the distance. Not far from the bus stop, a rugged man clad in a tactical vest, resembling an iron tower, waved him over. Cheng Ye couldn't help but smile. If there was anyone he could trust in Xingfu Cheng, it would be the imposing Big Brother by Lu Bai before him. As comrades who had shared life and death together during their last mission, Cheng Long had fought fiercely to ensure Lu Bai's escape, entrusting his only son to this rough fellow. I haven't even mentioned today's surprise yet, and you're already grinning from ear to ear? Lu Bai remarked, slightly puzzled as they bumped heads. Has someone tipped you off? Ah, I don't know. I'm not sure why I'm smiling. Lu Bai smacked his lips, pulling out a small half bag of dark jerky from his pocket, waving it in front of Cheng Ye. This is synthetic meat that slipped out from the inner city. Knowing you're not fond of to row, I specifically got this for you. Don't be modest. I certainly don't want to return and tell old Cheng that his son starved to death. Thanks, brother Bai. Cheng Ye accepted the jerky without hesitation. Such goodwill could always be repaid, but if he were unfortunate enough to perish outside, it would be as if Cheng Long had covered the bill. Swiftly taking a piece of jerky, he placed it in his mouth and chewed slowly, tasting a hint of beef flavor that was barely discernible. Although labeled as meat, synthetic meat was primarily plant protein, merely seasoned with a touch of beef powder. The wealthy in the inner city would never consume such fare, but in the buffer zone, it was regarded as a delicacy. Additionally, starting today, during your time on duty, you'll receive 100 free rounds of ammunition each day. What? Why? Don't be surprised. It's a directive from Old Ding. The gang from Hailing has been growing increasingly brazen, demanding bribes from survivors in exchange for their release. Old Ding is furious and seems ready to take serious action during the next operation. It might lead to many casualties. Mentioning the conflict between the two factions, Lu Bai's expression grew solemn. Aside from their mutual interest in protecting the rights of Czech officers, the two factions rarely cooperated, as they were usually embroiled in conflict. This situation was precisely what the higher-ups in Xing Fucheng were pleased to witness. After all, the authority of the inspection station held some weight, and should only one voice remain, managing affairs would inevitably become troublesome. Now it is satisfactory. Led by Ding Yishan, the Easterners and the Westerners, spearheaded by Hailing, are locked in an unyielding struggle. A mere utterance from the higher-ups could be treated by both factions as an edict from a bygone era. Raising the external duty standards, wouldn't that spell disaster for me? Cheng Ye's complexion turned pale. The ordinary external duty tasks were already perilous enough. If the standards were elevated, he would inevitably be embroiled in the factional conflicts. Rest assured, I will ensure your survival, and you will certainly outlive others. This promise, while seemingly warm-hearted, only served to diminish the scant sense of security Cheng Ye harbored within. Consequently, upon entering the training grounds, he swiftly entered a state of intense concentration. Draw the gun, fire, shoot. 100 rounds of ammunition were rapidly expended. Compared to earlier periods, Cheng Ye had made significant progress in the handgun shooting at a distance of 25 meters, achieving a rapid fire score of 10 rounds with a bullet. Hole spread of approximately 15 centimeters, reaching a level of 6 to 8 rings. Such performance, in modern times, would be considered commendable, qualifying him as an amateur proficient marksman. Yet in the Wasteland, it merely elicited Lu Bai's remark of not bad. You are quite intelligent. Your learning ability far surpasses that of others, allowing you to quickly mimic my stance and achieve about 50 to 60% proficiency. However, shooting does not demand great intelligence. Rather, being a bit foolish is more conducive to success. For instance, regarding the recoil management, you instinctively anticipate the trajectory of the bullets. But this fool. Lu Bai suddenly drew his handgun and fired off 10 rounds in rapid succession. I only focus on exerting all my strength into the gunstock at the moment the trigger is pulled, embedding the recoil into the ground like tamping soil. Cheng Ye fixated on the bullet holes on the target, his pupils constricted. The spread of 10 bullets was no more than 5 centimeters, essentially achieving a perfect score. In modern standards, this would undoubtedly qualify for the Olympics. Yet, despite having emulated his stance and shooting technique, the disparity remained vast. Do you know why Lao Ding never assigns significant tasks to the clever folks over there? Lu Bai lowered his voice. 2 months ago, in the old city, 3 young lads were all taken down by a tentacled monster that sprayed acid. That creature did not adhere to the experience they had documented. It developed its own offensive tactics. He then abruptly tore open his tactical vest, revealing a gruesome claw mark on his chest. And this scar? I took it for your father. At the time, we all calculated that the infected would not hear gunfire, but that son of a gun had keen ears that, you think the rules of this wasteland are made for those who can formulate equations? What must I do? Forget about technique. Do not overthink. Memorize the sensation of the recoil through muscle memory, which is 1,000 times more valuable than trying to remember the trajectory with your mind. It sounds simple, yet is challenging to execute. Cheng Ye nodded, somewhat dazed. He was uncertain whether he could ever grasp Lu Bai's approach. However, he understood one thing. Until he completed an external duty task and overcame his fear of the wasteland, he could not afford to abandon his reason and transform into a mindless brute. His only support lay in his intellect. Training concludes. We shall now proceed to close-quarters combat. The sounds of strikes erupted as Cheng Ye attacked, while Lu Bai defended. Burning with an inner fury, Cheng Ye unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet regrettably, he could not even breach Lu Bai's defenses. Were it not for the fear of damaging his own pride, Cheng Ye suspected that Lu Bai could easily handle all his assaults with just one hand. This accursed brute, this damned wasteland. Soon, Cheng Ye was gasping for breath, utterly spent, and only then did Lu Bai shout for a halt. Progress is evident. I can feel your anger. Indeed, let that fury guide your movements in battle instead of useless reason. Treat me as your adversary, claw at me, obliterate me, and only then can you elevate your prowess. The theory of brute strength applies universally. Cheng Ye refrained from retorting. In truth, he had long realized the genetic disparity between modern individuals and those of the wasteland. The former excel in intellect and social interactions, while the latter thrive in combat, engaging intimately with the infected. For instance, he could extract information from survivors in the quarantine zone within 2 months, whereas Lu Bai, after over a decade, still fell short of proficiency. To bridge the genetic gap, one must rely on hard work, relentless effort. Today's training concludes. Rest well tonight. I will excuse you from the morning shift tomorrow. Casual leave-taking is one of the perks of a stable job. Lu Bai resided further east in the fertilizer factory's employee quarters. The two parted ways at the bus station, boarding buses heading in opposite directions. As the scenery outside the window swiftly retreated, Cheng Ye felt the unnamed fire within his chest continuing to blaze, growing ever more intense. That feeling of helplessness, akin to having only one hand, constantly ignited his imagination. What if the infected possessed combat prowess akin to Lu Bai? Would he surrender without a fight? No, I must survive. I long to return home, and I shall not perish namelessly in this wasteland. I seek strength. I desire strength. I must become stronger. Countless voices clamored within Cheng Ye's heart, compelling him to tightly grasp the pendant hanging from his neck. After tonight, the collector would be activated. A useless trinket. If it has brought me to the wasteland, it better serve some purpose. Chapter 4. Apprentice Collector. The night deepened, gradually enveloping the wasteland. Cheng Ye returned to the employee quarters, ascending the stairwell to the 5th floor of the cylindrical building. He unlocked the anti-theft door at the end of the corridor. The small room, barely over 10 square meters, contained only a modest bed and a small desk. All the superfluous clutter had been cleared away after he familiarized himself with the situation, including tokens of affection from his past in the inner city and a half-box of love letters in a wasteland where survival is a challenge. Sentimental attachments were clearly out of place. Inserting the pendant into the charging socket, Cheng Ye made his way to the communal restroom on the 5th floor and inserted his card to draw water. The young man in the mirror appeared slender, his complexion somewhat pallid. With sharp features, he would be considered somewhat handsome by modern standards. However, in the wasteland, a physique and appearance like Lu Bai's represented the true ideal. Fresh water gushed from the pipes, slightly yellowed due to upstream flooding. Nevertheless, with free electricity, limited water supply, and work that ensured his meals, the broadcasts from the happiness city were not entirely deceptive. It was indeed more fortunate than many refuge cities, of course. This assumes that there is no large-scale influx of infected individuals. The 30-meter-high walls could repel all assaults, safeguarding the core residents of Happiness City. However, ordinary residents living in the buffer zone would suffer the consequences. Currently, entering the inner city requires a contribution point total of 1,000. As an inspector, Cheng Ye had accumulated merely 19 points after 2 months of work. For an ordinary person to amass such points would require winning the lottery or discovering a scarce resource. Otherwise, even a lifetime of diligent labor would still leave a considerable gap. Moreover, even if an inspector accumulates enough contribution points, they cannot enter the inner city, leaving Cheng Ye with a lingering sense of crisis. If a tide of infected were to surge forth, the buffer zone would be insufficient to withstand it. How would he escape? Where would he flee? Perhaps the seasoned inspectors have secret refuges outside the quarantine zone. But as a newcomer, he possessed neither resources nor capabilities to seek out a place to construct a sanctuary. The big brother might have options, but by then he would also need to safeguard his family. Would he still be able to look after himself? After cleaning himself, Cheng Ye returned to his room, his mind swirling with thoughts. Lying on his bed, unable to find sleep, it was not until the dawn light began to creep through the curtains that he suddenly sprang up and rushed to the power strip. Touching the pendant, the panel illuminated. Current activation progress, 99.8. Only a mere 0.2 remained. Cheng Ye decided to sit on the ground, checking the pendant periodically to see if the progress had changed. The progress accumulated over the past 2 months did not seem lengthy to him, yet in this very moment, he felt a sense of urgency akin to being consumed by flames. Fortunately, the 0.2, equivalent to 4 units of electricity, was fully charged before the dawn broke. At last, it's sufficient. As this thought surged forth, Cheng Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a look of disbelief. Had the pendant vanished? The moment the charging concluded, it seemed as though the pendant within the power strip had become invisible, abruptly disappearing from sight. However, before Cheng Ye could entertain a second thought, a blinding blue light flashed before him. The panel he had seen countless times finally underwent a transformation, displaying lines of textual information. Civilization Collector charging complete, automatically activated. Welcome, Civilization Collector. Cheng Ye, your current level is Level 1 Apprentice. The Civilization Collector is now in sensing mode. The Collector may open or close this panel by merely concentrating on it. The Civilization Collector has activated functions corresponding to your level. Please consult the panel using your thoughts. Wishing you a pleasant experience. I am but an apprentice inspector, and the Civilization Collector is also at the apprentice level. This implies that the Civilization Collector possesses the potential for upgrades, allowing for the acquisition of additional functions. His gaze skimmed over the text. After 2 months of mental preparation, he was not taken aback. He quickly adapted to controlling the panel with his thoughts, summoning it repeatedly with ease. The current Level 1 Collector has but a single function, which aligns quite well with my primary duties. Cheng Ye's eyes flitted over the sole function displayed on the panel. LV1. Current charge value. 2 halves after usage, energy replenishment will occur. Target. Living beings. Conditions. Consent from the living being required. Activation. Range determined by compatibility. Current activation range. Information, 10 compatibility, LV1. Items, 30 compatibility, LV1. Skills, 50 compatibility, LV1. Skills, 100 compatibility, LV2. Success rate, 50 success rate at the same level, halved with each level increase. Action points are returned upon failure. Note, all processes involve equivalent replication. Success or failure does not affect the subject. One can obtain information, items, skills. Cheng Ye's thoughts instantly became lively, suppressing his inner excitement. Gaining consent from living beings was not a daunting task. Survivors willing to step into isolation cages would exhibit some degree of compatibility. With proper guidance, while achieving 100 might be challenging, reaching 50 seemed highly attainable for Cheng Ye. However, while information and items were easily comprehensible, the nature of skills remained ambiguous. Would shooting abilities like those of Dabij qualify as a skill? What about the extraordinary individuals rumored to possess abilities without being tainted by the infection? Cheng Ye couldn't help but daydream that if such powers could be acquired, his chances of survival in the forthcoming field tasks would undoubtedly increase significantly. Alas, the success rate is not high. Even at the same level, it stands at merely 50%. Furthermore, at my current level, each charge allows for only 2 attempts. I must choose my subjects wisely. As for the action points awarded upon failure, I am uncertain of their purpose. And what about the charge value? How can it be replenished? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, and Cheng Ye's gaze brightened as he resolved to refrain from overthinking the meanings of these terms for now. Regardless of success or failure, he would soon grasp their implications through experimentation. Moreover, I must remain patient. During times like this, caution is paramount. Dabij has already secured my leave. If I hastily rush to work, others may find my behavior peculiar. Should I utilize the collector now and inadvertently expose any abnormalities, the likelihood of drawing unwanted attention would significantly increase. Cheng Ye repeatedly recited these thoughts, taking a considerable time to suppress his impulsiveness and return to studying the civilization collector. In this study, he uncovered a hidden feature. No, it should not be deemed a feature. Collector. Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV1 apprentice. Life level, 0, minimum standard not yet met. Skills, empty. At the current life level, a maximum of 3 skills can be equipped simultaneously. Not yet unlocked. Evaluation, a fragile apprentice collector. Your foremost task is not to gather civilization information, but to evade the predation of the indigenous beings as much as possible. With a life level below the minimum standard, an empty skill bar, and an evaluation warning of the threats posed by indigenous beings, the panel was rather simplistic yet effectively reflected Cheng Ye's current predicament. With my current capabilities, encountering infected beings in close combat would indeed be perilous. Confirming that no other functions were available, Cheng Ye shut down the collector and began to contemplate the direction of his next steps. Happiness City was a quintessential industrial sanctuary, renowned for producing firearms and ammunition that could be traded for precious food and technological resources from thousands of kilometers away. Living in this city, procuring a reliable firearm was not a daunting task for an inspector like Cheng Ye. For instance, Liu Bai's preferred weapon, the Yang 9mm combat pistol, could be purchased for merely 20 contribution points, an undeniable bargain. However, while firearms possessed immense power, their applicability was quite restricted, primarily effective in clearing infected waves, large-scale team operations, guarding city perimeters, and engaging in combat. Field tasks at the inspection station primarily revolved around deliveries, reconnaissance, and information gathering, typically executed by small teams of 2 to 4, with direct combat rarely occurring. Should one choose to fire a weapon within the city, the infected beings lurking among the ruins would immediately swarm like sharks sensing blood. Being surrounded would render mission failure trivial compared to the grave risk of losing one's life. Perhaps I will be fortunate enough to receive a delivery task, allowing me to avoid any encounters with infected beings. If assigned to other reconnaissance tasks, the optimal choice would be to eliminate obstructing infected beings using melee weapons, entering and exiting stealthily. Thus, the skills I seek should prioritize enhancing my close combat capabilities. With an average of 7 rings at a distance of 25 meters, he had nearly reached the minimum standard for fieldwork. However, in close combat, he still fell short, lacking not just skill, but also courage, experience, and adaptability. That if he could discover a skill to compensate for these deficiencies, the probability of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. With a firm resolution, Cheng Ye turned his gaze toward the window. Rain clouds, laden with leaden hues, were slowly rolling in from the horizon, and as the rain lines steadily advanced southward, Happiness City was already beginning to feel the effects. According to past patterns, before a true downpour arrived, survivors on the road would invariably quicken their pace. The inspection station would soon witness a surge in foot traffic. Chapter 5. The storm approaches, goals emerge. As per routine, lunch consisted of 2 packets of nutritional paste to replenish protein and carbohydrates, accompanied by a piece of maltose candy for a quick sugar boost. Liu Bai's synthetic jerky remained untouched by Cheng Ye, who intended to reserve it as strategic supplies for emergencies during outdoor duties. After finishing his meal, he stationed himself by the window, waiting until the rain subsided slightly before donning his raincoat and making his way toward the quarantine area. Perhaps the torrential downpour from neighboring Yuncheng was particularly alarming. Throughout the journey, workers were seen hurriedly erecting flood prevention structures, making the already narrow alleyways appear even more frantic and chaotic. Under a temporary rain shelter by the roadside, a group of newcomers to Xingfucheng huddled together, anxiously gazing at the dark clouds swirling on the horizon. For them, damp resident identification cards could not secure a place to stay. They needed to find employment in a race against time before the deluge arrived. Inspector Cheng, your designated window today is still number 8. The morning crowd was quite substantial, but it seems the afternoon influx is even greater. Should any urgent situations arise that require assistance, feel free to call for support from the station. Understood. Cheng Ye nodded, donning a mask to obscure his identity as he strode forward. just standing in the corridor leading to the front area. He could observe the dense throng of individuals pressing against the conveyor belt. There were at least 700 or 800 people. The heavy rain was one factor, but the infection wave from Yuncheng also played a significant role. Some survivors were compelled to leave, and naturally, Xingfucheng was the best evacuation option nearby. The No. 8 window has opened. Survivors are to queue in an orderly manner to enter the quarantine cage. As Cheng Ye took his seat at the inspection table, a loudspeaker from the watchtower sounded at the opportune moment. After all, it was a secure position. Despite the overwhelming number of survivors waiting outside, the No. 8 window remained unoccupied. With the other 7 conveyor belts stirring slightly, the isolation cage was soon pushed before Cheng Ye. Inside the cage were 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man, a common household arrangement in the Wasteland. Names? Zhu Tian, Yunzi, Yundu. At first glance, these seem to be fabricated names. Cheng Ye feigned writing them down while secretly accessing the panel. The blue screen flickered slightly, and immediately, the information of the 3 individuals appeared. Zhou Tian, 42, searchable range, intelligence, items. Yunzi, 55, searchable range, intelligence, items, skills. Yunduo, 18. Searchable range, intelligence. Just by asking for their names, the cooperation rate reached 55. Cheng Ye was taken aback. He had assumed that the cooperation rate required these individuals to speak the truth. Yet he found the logic behind this metric to be far more ambiguous than he had anticipated. Shall I search? Cheng Ye hesitated for a moment, deciding not to squander valuable opportunities on these 3. Based on his observations over the past few days, he concluded that the strengths of household combinations could be roughly categorized into the following tiers: 1 man and 2 women, 1 man with multiple women, 1 woman with multiple men, lone wolf, 1 man and 1 woman, 1 man and 1 woman with children. The current trio was at the lowest tier. Even surviving in the buffer zone by manual labor would be a challenge, making it unnecessary to waste opportunities on them. However, given Yun Duo's low cooperation rate, Cheng Ye raised his head, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Yun Duo, do you see the first thermometer on the table in front of you? Please pick it up, point at your forehead, press down, and then tell me the reading. Upon being called, Yun Duo displayed a flicker of surprise, but obediently picked up the thermometer. Sir, the value is 36.9. Very well. Now, please take the second thermometer. Point it at your chest, press down, and inform me of the reading. The value is 117. And the third? 16, as Cheng Ye requested. Yun Duo continuously reported the readings, and the cooperation rate on the panel gradually increased. By the time all 3 instruments were measured, it had risen from 18 to 44. This change provided Cheng Ye with a preliminary understanding of the logic behind the cooperation rate. All right, the 3 of you may proceed to the back to complete your resident formalities. Huh? Zhou Tian couldn't help but express surprise. Is there a problem? Sir, you haven't asked us where we came from, if there were any dangers, or if we were infected. I already know. You came from Yincheng, encountered dangers on the way, but had no direct contact with infected entities. Zhou Tian's throat bobbed as his expression shifted. Yun Duo and Yunzi also gasped slightly, their gazes toward Cheng Ye changing. The first rule in the Xingfucheng Resident Handbook is to never doubt the professionalism of official personnel. A trainee inspector who could secure a window within just over a month did not merely rely on the goodwill left by Cheng Long or Liu Bai's favor. Cheng Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table, scanning the muddy footprints left by the 3 individuals in the quarantine cage. With the relentless rain, the provincial and county roads leading from Yuncheng had collapsed weeks prior, leaving only an abandoned rural path known to the survivors of Yuncheng as a viable route. The black sandy soil clinging to the soles of your shoes is characteristic of the unique rock debris from that rural path. Upon closer inspection, the mud stains on the inner sides of the 2 women's raincoats were splattered chaotically rather than dragged or scraped, indicating a hurried escape from danger rather than signs of combat. Furthermore, the rapid trembling of their knees did not align with the physical toll of a long trek. Rather, it mirrored the behavior of refugees fleeing from Yuncheng, a remnant of acute terror. Therefore, do not question why I am not conducting further inspections. Since the physical data appears normal, proceed to handle your resident identification documents. Do not linger here and waste my time, Cheng Ye said impatiently, causing the 3 to shrink back and depart, wary of asking further questions. Are all inspectors in Cheng this professional? They were astonished that he had not asked anything, yet seemed to know everything, leaving them with an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if stripped bare with no secrets left to hide. Next, the conveyor belt continued to operate, and another household of 1 man and 2 women was brought to the isolation cage. This time, Cheng Ye was even quicker, concluding the verification of their cooperation rate in just over 10 seconds and opting to allow them to pass. In truth, there are very few infected entities bold enough to brazenly enter the inspection station of Cheng. This is not like the inspection stations of smaller shelters, where there is neither sufficient intelligence support nor instrumental assistance for judgment, relying solely on human assessment. Thermometers, pulse monitors, respiratory frequency meters. As long as the individual's movements are clear and all 3 physiological indicators are normal, the probability of them being infected entities is negligible. Of course, there are those with deeply latent infections, but the higher-ups in Cheng do not expect the inspectors in the quarantine area to identify them. The massive buffer belts and secure high walls will keep all threats at bay from the inner city. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The queue at the entrance showed no signs of diminishing due to the opening of window number 8. Rather, the throng grew denser as time progressed. Cheng Ye had already processed 71 individuals, but had yet to find a target worth pursuing. This was an inevitable outcome. As the number of survivors increased, the less capable segment of the population would only be amplified. Moreover, the uncertainty of the 8 conveyor belts would further decrease the likelihood of drawing strong individuals. Based on the performance of the recent survivors, it was highly likely that they were all at the bottom of the food chain, much like Cheng Ye himself. With so many people today, patience was essential. Cheng Ye did not wish to be overly optimistic about skills, only to find that the 3 skill slots of the individuals were as empty as his own. Even if he wasted both opportunities on strong individuals, it would still be better than drawing from these commoners. Before long, another hour had elapsed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, startling Cheng Ye into turning instinctively. Within the isolation cage of conveyor belt number 4, a pair of individuals undergoing inspection had their heads blown off by a guard. Immediately afterward, the tentacles Cheng Ye had seen just yesterday emerged from the throats of the 2, revealing yet another deeply latent form of the deadly whispering tentacle. The peculiar infection that harbors the obsessions of humanity has made its way to Xiao a gathering place where, in just over a month, it can hatch hundreds of tentacles, potentially causing widespread calamity. Fortunately, within the vast wasteland, few individuals exhibit any obsession with Xiao. In a certain sense, the frequent emergence of the Wang Yu tentacles serves as an acknowledgement of the strength and influence of the shelter. Cheng Ye sighed softly, soon casting aside his faint trepidation. Following the tragedy that erupted in the number 4 quarantine zone, those fortunate enough to witness a head explosion, yet still dare to enter the iron cage of isolation, possess a certain fortitude. As the quality of survivors rapidly improved, at the end of the number 8 conveyor belt, a man and a woman stood in the cage awaiting transport, prompting Cheng Ye to quickly regain his composure. However, at that moment, a sudden argument nearby drew his attention. Upon turning to look, he was taken aback. Had the Wasteland monarchs, a man and a woman accompanied by a child, finally arrived? Chapter 6, The Golden Legend, Abundant Harvest. On the number 7 conveyor belt, Prosecutor Garcia of the West faction bellowed angrily, slamming his hand on the table. A family of paupers, lacking everything. Cheng is not a sanctuary for beggars. You parasites who come for welfare should be damned and sent to hell. The man in the isolation cage exhibited a fleeting expression of embarrassment and anger, while the woman behind him pulled the child, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, closer into her embrace. They had heard on the radio that Cheng did not charge an entrance fee. But now, Garcia had made it abundantly clear that this family of 3 needed to present something of value from each member to gain entry. Otherwise, they would be unceremoniously expelled, losing their chance to pass through the checkpoint forever. Sir, please grant me a moment, the man said, silence enveloping them for a few seconds as he licked the blood from his cracked lips. We absolutely will not be parasites. I am strong enough to carry bricks and unload cargo. Once we earn the entrance fee, we will pay it immediately. Immediately? Every time, it's immediately. Do you know how many times I hear those 2 words daily? Garcia scoffed. Am I that easily deceived? Either present something of value now, 1 item per person, or take your immediates and go feed the infected in the ruins. Cheng Ye was taken aback by the disgusting demeanor of the West faction. How had Xiang Fucheng, which was flourishing, devolved into a version reminiscent of a dying dynasty? With inspectors demanding a toll at the entrance? Listening intently, he concluded that his estranged father, Cheng Long, was undoubtedly a core figure of the East faction. Otherwise, the balance between the two factions would not have been shattered so drastically upon his death. Should he take a gamble? Cheng Ye squinted, his gaze wandering within the cage, discreetly assessing the family. It is not surprising that Garcia is being so obstinate. The man was tall, at least 185 centimeters, and beneath his tattered coarse shirt, his biceps bulged like rocks. His forearms were veined and knotted, with calluses on his knuckles, indicating formidable combat abilities, far beyond those of mere luck-driven refugees. The woman, although slightly frail, possessed strikingly bright eyes, akin to flickering flames. Her arms, wrapped around the child, were taut with muscle, revealing a complex emotional state yet devoid of any unnecessary tremors, indicative of strong mental resilience. As for the child's grimy face, it may not have been healthy, but surviving in the wasteland at such a young age was nothing short of remarkable. I shall take the risk. You two wait by the main entrance. I need to resolve some issues, so do not rush. Cheng Ye rose, first arranging for the man and woman who had just been brought in to return to the entrance. He then hurriedly approached the number 7 conveyor belt. Garcia, I will take this family for 3 contribution points. You wish to? As Cheng Ye instructed the family to leave, Garcia had already begun to take notice. Hearing his statement now, the narrow eyes behind the mask glimmered with curiosity. You believe you can extract more than 3 contribution points from this pauper? Oh, so you wish to raise the price? Cheng Ye chuckled coldly, tapping the table. Listen, do not attempt to play games with me. If you enjoy making things difficult for the East faction, I can arrange for Big B to keep you company after work. Are you trying to intimidate me with Big B? Garcia snorted, extending his right hand. 5 contribution points. They are yours. Deal. Cheng Ye had no desire to engage in petty disputes here. If he possessed the strength of Liu Bi, he would certainly take pleasure in apprehending the scoundrel for a good thrashing, but leveraging another's power was best done wisely. Moreover, with external assignments approaching, he had little need for expenditures beyond necessary equipment. After confirming the number of Wang Yu tentacles from yesterday, he anticipated acquiring around 20 points, making a 5-point expenditure quite acceptable. Very well, I shall return them. Let them accompany you. With the unexpected gain, Garcia's demeanor softened considerably, no longer concerned about how much Cheng Ye could extract from the family. Collecting an entrance fee was ultimately an unpleasant task, and Cheng Ye mistakenly believed he was helping Garcia save face, lest this matter reach the higher echelons of Xiang Fucheng, where someone might face severe consequences. Once you exit, proceed to my number 8 conveyor belt. I will verify your identities. Cheng Ye instructed, returning to his inspection station to await their arrival. The old conveyor belt emitted a grating screech as it turned slowly, delivering the family within a minute. Perhaps it was the smoldering ember of anger still lingering within him. Or perhaps the prolonged wait for strength had worn thin. Cheng Ye felt inexplicably nervous. Listen closely. Everyone in this world has a purpose behind their actions. My intention in saving you is not an act of mercy. I have my own motives. There is no entrance fee required, only your honest cooperation in answering my questions. Do you understand? Cheng Ye took the initiative to assert control. The man nodded, his expression a mixture of complexity, and his gaze towards Cheng Ye flickered. Though he was a newcomer, he felt as though he had been caught in a whirlpool, yet he had no choice. Survival necessitated entry into Xiang Fucheng. Your names. Think carefully. I require your true names. Chu Yunfeng, Yu Qinghui, and the child, Chu Xuan. Truly a worthy selection. Cheng Ye observed the response sheet. After providing their names, Chu Yunfeng's cooperation score was a mere 9, with the others even lower, one at 5 and the other 0. The child seemed to have been taught nothing, showing no willingness to cooperate with the inspector. Fortunately, his primary focus was on Chu Yunfeng, and the cooperation levels of the others were of little concern. What is your gender? Chu Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. Did Xiang Fucheng have other genders? I ask, you answer. You need to comply. Do not attempt to question me. Do you understand? Cheng Ye reiterated the last 3 words. His tone sharpened. Male, female, male. Excellent. Ages? 34, 33, 6. Where do you hail from? Hong Chen. Where? Cheng Ye pulled out a map, rifling through it until he found the location. Do not play games with me. Hong Chen is nearly 20,000 kilometers from Xiangfucheng. Are you playing nautical monopoly in the Wasteland? Sir, this matter is indeed lengthy to explain, Chu Yunfeng replied, his expression pained, as if he had anticipated the inspector's inquiry. My wife and I are sailors from the Hong Cheng maritime fleet. We initially planned to trade in Xiangfucheng, but while navigating the sea, we encountered a peculiar type of infected entity that caused significant casualties among the crew, and in the ensuing chaos, we lost our way, drifting at sea for nearly a year. As he recounted that dark period, Chu Yunfeng's brows furrowed deeply. It was only last month that we landed near Yangcheng, learning that Xiangfucheng could accept refugees. We hastened here with all our strength. Good heavens! Are you trying to deceive me? Cheng Ye subtly shook his head. In modern ocean vessels, where resources are abundant, it is hardly conceivable that anyone could maintain a physique akin to Chu Yunfeng's during a prolonged voyage. Such rhetoric might deceive the unworldly inspectors from lesser regions. However, upon noticing that the compatibility on the panel continued to rise, reaching 31, Cheng Ye deemed these merely minor issues. As long as one is willing to cooperate with this inspector, what is a little white lie? Enough of your tale. Now, pick up the measuring instrument on the table and report to me the readings. Surely, you know how to use these tools? Yes. Zhu Zunfeng not that daisi sivin. Instantly realizing that Cheng Ye was hardly concerned with the words he had just uttered. This only added to the unease that already clouded his mind. Measurement, report. Cheng Ye lowered his gaze, feigning to record, while intently observing the fluctuating numbers on the panel. Finally, when Chu Yunfeng's compatibility reached 501, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, donning the mantle of an inspector, it was not difficult at all to gather 50 from an outsider survivor. Sir, please wait in the cage for a moment. I need to contemplate your story carefully. Cheng Ye replied, simultaneously activating the button for his very first retrieval. Retriever. Chu Yunfeng, current compatibility, 518, current retrieval scope, intelligence, items. Skills, retrieval target confirmed. Skills, LV1. Retrieving lines of text flashed before his eyes. After approximately 5 seconds, an opulent panel emerged that made Cheng Ye's eyes widen in astonishment. Chu Yunfeng, LV1 skills. Proficient swimming, beast instinct, night vision, basic mechanical repair, quick draw, basic force application, basic perception, basic medical aid, basic trap crafting, iron foot, basic wilderness survival, basic carpentry, basic camouflage, LV2 skills. Lock on, LV3 skills. Lock on, LV4 skills. Lock on. Cheng Ye nearly doubted his own eyes. And only after accounting did he dare to confirm that Chu Yunfeng possessed a staggering 13 level 1 skills. Even more astonishing was that this individual had level 2, level 3, and even level 4 skills that were currently unattainable. The skills displayed were indeed tenfold more formidable than the legendary Joel from The Last of Us. No, my friend, are you the protagonist in Happy City? Luck has burst forth into golden legends. Cheng Ye found himself in a bit of a quandary, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. 13 skills, truly a delightful dilemma. Which one to choose? Swimming, night vision, mechanical repair, medical aid, traps, iron foot, wilderness survival, carpentry, and camouflage, all of which are clearly not combat-oriented, thus can be dismissed as they offer little short-term benefit and limited assistance in the field. The remaining options, beast instinct, basic force application, basic perception, quick draw. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Ye focused his intent anew. The panel flickered, followed by an exhilarating success notification. Success, Civilization Collector has successfully recorded. Basic force application, LV1, success. A 50% success rate achieved on the first attempt, which sent waves of excitement coursing through Cheng Ye. There was another opportunity. He concentrated his intent once more. The panel flickered again. Failed. No. Success, Civilization Collector has successfully recorded. Beast Instinct, LV1. 2 consecutive successes, indeed. Waiting today was not in vain. Luck has surged. With 2 additional skills acquired, both of which are useful, what transformations might this bring? Cheng Ye's heart raced, and he took several deep breaths to quell the impulse to equip the skills immediately. Calm down. One must remain composed. Now is not the time to stand out. All right. You may proceed to the back to process your residency documentation. He pressed the button to unlock the isolation cage, and the door creaked open. Huh? Zhu Zunfeng, fill the... utterly unprepared for such an easy passage. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing Cheng Ye was not jesting, and promptly nodded in gratitude, leading his wife and child away. Hey, we will surely have another chance to meet. Watching Chu Yunfeng's figure disappear from view, Cheng Ye turned, his smile growing ever more pronounced. His 5 points were exceedingly advantageous. At his current level, he had no means to contend with Chu Yunfeng. Yet, one day, he would be able to gather all skills. And at that time, equipping 3 level 4 skills would surely allow him to thoroughly best Garcia. Chapter 7. The Learning Instinct, the Dominant Bee Brother. Power emerges from the cross of the legs. Strength emanates from the waist. Energy flows through the arms, and the force reaches the fists. Weapons are an extension of the body. They must be trained until they are as familiar as one's own limbs, with strength penetrating the blood, an intent unifying the whole being, in order to glimpse the profound unity of martial artists and their weaponry. In the training ground, Cheng Ye strode back and forth like the wind, reciting the incantations imparted by Liu Bai while swinging his knife in feigned strikes. Regrettably, the imposing techniques of Liu Bai, in his hands, felt more akin to chopping vegetables than wielding a weapon, soft and lacking in impactful force. Thud! The short knife struck the ironwood dummy, bouncing off to the side, leaving a barely perceptible dent. The bloodthirst and ferocity of modern individuals have long been dulled by civilizational education. Even to butcher a chicken requires hours of short video tutorials before one dares to act. Cheng Ye could not help but shake his head. If he were to rely solely on self-teaching, without reckless bravado, it would take him at least a year and a half to feel confident against a typical infected entity. Fortunately, he had other avenues. Cheng Ye sheathed his short knife and moved to a corner, intent on opening his panel. Collector, Cheng Ye, current rank, LV1 apprentice, life level, 0, skills, empty, equipable, beast instinct, basic force application, equip basic force application, intent flickered, buzz. Cheng Ye felt as though his mind had been struck fiercely by a hammer, stars dancing before his eyes, his temples throbbing. It felt as if invisible hands were prying open his skull, forcibly inserting a memory that was not his own. Chopping, stabbing, upward slashing. In the blurred ocean of consciousness, a dark-skinned man wielding a long knife continued to slash, his movements clumsy yet imbued with a raw, fierce energy. It seemed to last an instant, yet also stretched into months, years. When Cheng Ye finally regained his senses, the man before him had vanished, leaving only the short knife in his hand, slightly raised. Instinctively, Cheng Ye lightly waved the short knife. Although his movements remained stiff and awkward, the force exerted had undergone a remarkable transformation. From hips to the waist, to the arms, and then to the weapon. The line of force he had envisioned countless times was finally connected. With each swing of the knife, it felt as if he were taking strides in a run, gaining strength, growing more proficient. How marvelous, truly marvelous. This is how one wields force, not merely pressing down, but engaging the hips to drive the waist, lifting the arms from the waist, allowing the entire body to function as a lever, creating the sensation of a heavy blow descending. Liu Bai taught 3 moves in total: downward chop, stabbing thrust, and diagonal slash. Each strike was lethal from the outset. Cheng Ye had previously thought these moves lacked intensity, but now, infused with the muscle memory granted by his skills, they emanated a chilling intent to kill. Bang! The short knife struck the wooden dummy heavily, sparking slightly. Cheng Ye lowered his gaze to inspect. His pupils contracted in realization that this strike exceeded expectations, creating a 2-centimeter deep gash, already slightly surpassing the minimum standard required for frontline melee combat. Unfortunately, while the technique was sufficient, his physical attributes had become a shortcoming. If only he possessed the strength akin to Bee Brother, this strike could easily have reached 5 or even 6 centimeters in depth. After making this assessment, Cheng Ye began to experiment with another skill. However, before proceeding, he opted to remove basic force application from his skill list. The tide of muscle memory swiftly ebbed away, leaving the short blade that had once felt so familiar to him now awkward in his grip. The seamless transitions between the 3 sword techniques, along with the fluid motion and energy exertion, had vanished entirely. With a thud, he struck downwards, the blade connecting with a wooden training dummy. Cheng Ye carefully observed. Just as he had anticipated, the initial strike left only faint, almost imperceptible marks, whereas this blow had carved a noticeable gash, approximately 7 to 8 millimeters deep. If that were the case, the 3 skill slots were more than adequate for my preliminary endeavors. Cheng Ye nodded slightly, his heart brimming with joy. The assembly of skills not only imparted the experience of exertion, but also brought forth corresponding muscle memory. Upon uninstalling the skills, the muscle memory dissipated, yet the experience of exertion remained intact. To speak more plainly, equipping skills resembled receiving teachings from a master, granting one an instant elevation in both realm and inner strength. Once the skills were uninstalled, the inner strength was retracted, while the insights and understanding persisted. With sufficient comprehension already attained, he knew how to train and exert force, and could readily equip skills to identify any missteps in his practice. This was indeed more impressive than the hands-on instruction of a martial arts master. Cheng Ye reveled in his delight. Liu Bai, the brash warrior, was indeed a formidable combatant, yet his teaching skills were utterly abysmal. He would preach the merits of anger and then advocate for the abandonment of reason. It was solely due to his strong learning and mimicking abilities that the genetic disparities were not easily discerned. Wait a moment, am I not in a different soul? Logically, I should possess both the intellect of a modern individual and the combat prowess of a wasteland dweller. Cheng Ye pondered it, attributing the anomaly to the possibility that his predecessor's genetics were fundamentally incompatible with this era. Otherwise, Cheng Long would never have sent his son to be nurtured within the confines of the high walls, withholding even the slightest combat skills. He re-equipped the foundational exertion skills, and the familiar muscle memory returned. This time, Cheng Ye merely trembled slightly, seamlessly integrating all the muscle memory back into his body. It appeared that the initial equipping of skills required an utterly safe environment. After the first installation, subsequent re-equipping had a significantly lesser impact. Cheng Ye made a mental note of this and swiftly clicked to equip the beast instinct. Already prepared for the onslaught of memories, yet after a few moments, Cheng Ye found himself taken aback. Odd, why am I feeling nothing at all? Uninstalling and re-equipping yielded no discernible difference from before. Could it be a passive skill? Cheng Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the communicator lying nearby chimed. Liu Bai, I'm at the door, come out for a meal. To experience the changes brought by the skills, Cheng Ye had come directly to the training ground after clocking out, neglecting to eat. Initially engrossed in his swordplay, he hadn't felt any hunger, but now, upon glancing at the message, he suddenly realized he was ravenous, as though he hadn't eaten in days. This must be due to the newly acquired muscle memory, which had consumed considerable energy. He sheathed the training blade into its rack and hastily made his way to the exit, spotting Liu Bai in the distance, waving at him with a bag in hand. Brother B, have you struck it rich? Didn't you say you'd only bring me some nutritional paste? Cheng Ye took the bag and opened it, momentarily stunned. Inside were 2 complete bags of synthetic jerky and 3 palm-sized pieces of live bread. Although the bread bore some mold at the edges, in this wasteland era, even in the prosperous city, such delicacies were exceedingly rare. The jerky is compensation from Garcia. The bread is from Old Ding, Liu Bai replied curtly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ye noticed that Liu Bai's mood seemed rather off today. Despite forcing a smile, his eyes still bore a hint of gloom. What happened? Garcia is currently receiving emergency treatment after I had him suspended, Liu Bai stated flatly, as if recounting an event entirely unrelated to him, causing Cheng Ye's eyelids to twitch. Wait, you beat him to the point of needing emergency care, yet you sound as though you were the one assaulted? Why did you confront Garcia? Was it because I requested 5 contribution points from him? That's not entirely accurate, but it does have some relation to you. Liu Bai gently shook his head. The exchanges between inspectors are permitted within the rules. Yet that old fool insisted on causing trouble at the end of the workday, going around telling everyone that you, a mere child, were not yet mature, and using my name to threaten him. He even boasted that the Eastern faction was without capable members. It's utterly laughable. Not to mention that Brother Long once saved Garcia's father during a mission. Given the current hostilities between the Eastern and Western factions, he shouldn't have acted as a scapegoat. Did Old Ding instruct you to take action? Cheng Ye began to grasp the situation, his brows furrowing. What initially was a good mood, bolstered by an increase in strength, suddenly turned serene. Logically, this should have been a trivial matter, yet within the infighting between the factions, everyone became pawns of Ding Yishan and Harlan. The Eastern faction was at a disadvantage. Thus, Ding Yishan would naturally need to play a stronger card to regain the initiative. Let us not dwell on that. Eat your meal, and after you finish, hurry back to practice. No conspiracy is as critical as hard strength. Lu Bai waved his hand dismissively. The two squatted beside the bus stop, and Cheng Ye ate rapidly, finishing off the 2 bags of jerky in a few bites, followed by 2 pieces of the hard rye bread. Without sufficient energy replenishment, the body would only grow weaker with training. His appetite had grown considerably. It seemed that his recent training was indeed effective. Lu Bai was somewhat surprised. But even more astonishing was Cheng Ye's performance upon entering the training ground. Without delving into the shooting practice, which required time and a copious amount of ammunition to cultivate a marksman, yesterday, Cheng Ye had taken a role of the attacker in close combat while Lu Bai had defended. Today, they switched roles, with Lu Bai attacking and Cheng Ye defending. "I'm coming," Lu Bai shouted with vigor, though, in reality, only a fraction of his strength was behind his punch. Thud! The dull impact rang out as Cheng Ye met the blow with his elbow, leveraging his shoulder to drive his arm down like a whip. Good courage. Lu Bai's pupils constricted. He did not flinch or evade, instead meeting the force head-on with his forearm. Crack! Cheng Ye's fist struck Lu Bai's dark skin, leaving a faint red mark. Although Lu Bai's hardened bones absorbed much of the impact, the residual force still pricked into his ulnar nerve, delivering a sharp pain. Finally some strength. Lu Bai squinted slightly. Just days prior, Cheng Ye had struggled to breach his defenses, yet now he had managed to inflict some pain. This tremendous progress could not merely be described as surprising. It was astonishing. Get ready. I'm going serious now. While saying this, Lu Bai only increased his strength from 1 to 2 parts. Though it seemed a minor increment, it was a doubling of his power, instantly placing tremendous pressure on Cheng Ye. Brother B had been battling infected beings for over 20 years, racking up kills in the 5 digits. He was formidable. But today, I'm no weakling either. The techniques of chopping, smashing, and parrying, cultivated through foundational exertion, were now executed through his fists and arms. A feral aura emanated from Cheng Ye. Lu Bai felt a jolt of surprise, involuntarily increasing his strength incrementally. Crack! Cheng Ye was sent flying, crashing harshly against the wooden dummy, nearly expelling the jerky he had just consumed. By the heavens! Lu Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he darted over, quickly supporting Cheng Ye. Unbeknownst to him, the sensation he had just experienced was akin to facing a mutated beast, prompting him to inadvertently amplify his force to 40%. The power behind that punch was equivalent to what a common person would achieve in 20 years. How could Cheng Ye withstand it? Brother B, you must deduct money for this training. Cheng Ye coughed a couple of times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Only after suppressing the surge of blood within his chest was he able to force out a complaint. The recent blow delivered was nothing short of astonishing, leaving him with a sensation akin to being struck by a vehicle on a national highway, completely defenseless and propelled into the air. What techniques, what exertion, what primal instincts? No, it would be more accurate to say it was a state of primal mode. Cheng Ye reflected on his recent experience. Upon engaging, he seemed to enter a trance-like state, executing offense and defense not through contemplation, but entirely reliant on instinct and intuition. My, Lu Bai repeatedly expressed his apologies, yet his eyes sparkled with delight, devoid of the earlier gloom, and he remarked with glee, Brother Long has indeed deceived me once again. Your talent surpasses my own. Chapter 8. False Happiness, True Maturity. Talent? As Cheng Ye boarded the bus home, he rubbed his aching ribs, abdomen, arms, and thighs. Indeed, every part of him seemed to throb with pain. This was no talent. It was the result of my own sweat and relentless effort. A faint smile tugged at Cheng Ye's lips. Though arduous, he found joy in the struggle, compared to the monotony of stagnation. If a little pain could yield such improvement in strength, then what harm could come from enduring a bit more? Yet, he silently resolved to swiftly seek a skill that would enable rapid recovery of his physical state. Otherwise, even if his combat prowess increased, he would remain a fleeting man of strength, requiring half a day to recuperate after each bout. Moreover, becoming embroiled in the direct conflict between the eastern and western factions at such an early stage was decidedly disadvantageous for him. With this in mind, Cheng Ye felt a surge of resentment towards Garcia, a fool who, lacking foresight, was used as a pawn and insisted on dragging him into the spotlight. Now, after being beaten by Lu Bai, who would dare to come to his aid at the checkpoint, Who would risk their neck for him? Liu Bai stood backed by the entire eastern faction, led by Station Chief Ding Yishan. As for Deputy Chief Halin, would he dare to send someone to have Liu Bai admitted to the infirmary, or to suffer a fate akin to Garcia's? It was unthinkable. Such actions would only provide Ding Yishan with more leverage, enabling him to reclaim greater control. After all, while the Western faction was indeed formidable, it was not so powerful as to dominate the Eastern faction outright. As long as Ding Yishan remained chief, the Western faction could only advance gradually, laying the groundwork for Halin, never openly confronting the Eastern faction. Only when the two switched roles, Halin becoming chief and Ding Yishan the deputy, would the situation undergo a significant transformation. Why dwell on such matters? Brother B was correct. No scheme or trickery could rival the importance of hard power. If I had the ability to effortlessly subdue Garcia, today's incident would never have occurred. At this juncture, what mattered most to him was the upcoming field assignment in half a month. As long as he survived, there would be ample time to devise strategies for profit amidst the factional strife. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, casting aside the trivialities of factional conflict as he gazed out the bus window. The rain had indeed intensified, with noticeable pooling along the roadside. The buffer zone of Xingfu City, while expansive compared to other sanctuaries, had recently become overcrowded with an influx of survivors, surpassing its maximum capacity. Under the eaves of buildings lining the street, makeshift tents sprawled, crammed with countless weary faces, expressions vacant and devoid of hope for a brighter future, and utterly lacking any semblance of happiness. Happiness was but an illusion. Suddenly, Cheng Ye recalled how Edmund had murmured incessantly as he collapsed yesterday. Perhaps happiness existed within this shelter city, but it certainly would never belong to the lower-class residents. Only by desperately pushing their way inside the high walls of the inner city could they hope to experience a modicum of peace in these chaotic times. The bus soon began to slow, halting at a stop with 5 remaining until the electronics factory housing area. The middle-aged driver turned to the passengers, announcing, "I apologize, but due to flood control measures in the main urban area, we must close the bus route. Everyone will need to disembark here and walk the rest of the way." The doors opened, and Cheng Ye followed the others off the bus. Less than 100 meters from the bus stop, sandbags blocked the road, leaving only a narrow passage for entry and exit. 4 armed guards stood vigil on either side of the opening, accompanied by 2 staff members from the buffer zone. "Sir, due to the flood control measures, we must strictly regulate the flow of people. After 8 o'clock this evening, anyone entering the main urban area must present proof of residence within," one of the staff explained. So stringent? Cheng Ye was taken aback momentarily before understanding the rationale. The main urban area was constructed from 3 intersecting pedestrian streets from the old era, crammed with residences, complexes, shops, and all manner of establishments. And the drainage system was already woefully outdated. If refugees were allowed to flood indiscriminately, a serious deluge would render it impossible to clear the water. By controlling the influx in advance, they would be able to restore order swiftly in the event of flooding. When his turn arrived, Cheng Ye did not present his room key for verification. Instead, he directly retrieved his identification from the checkpoint. A circular badge bore the image of Xingfu City's massive wall on one side, and on the reverse, a large character for verification, embedded with a chip to confirm its authenticity. A distinguished individual from the checkpoint. The staff member received the badge and scanned it at the security terminal, immediately becoming exceedingly respectful upon receiving the confirmation. "Given the increasing rainfall in recent days, should you require any assistance, feel free to contact the Public Works Department via the security terminal. We are available for emergency services around the clock. Thank you for your hard work." Cheng Ye nodded lightly, accepting the badge and moving forward. His dark raincoat concealed much of his face, yet the fair skin exposed on his forehead elicited envious glances from the refugees huddled beneath their roadside tents. Within the inner city, social stratification was palpable, and the buffer zone was no different. Despite spanning only a few dozen kilometers, it was divided into outskirts, suburban areas, urban districts, and the main urban area. Cheng Ye, being so young and residing in the main urban area, could undoubtedly be considered a winner in life. As he traversed through the passageway, heading further into the main urban area, he noted the dilapidated buildings and aging pipelines, yet the streets appeared relatively free of standing water. Sandbags were piled in front of shops, with the tallest reaching nearly waist height, stuffed with shredded vines to fill the gaps. Every 400 to 500 meters, a foreman from the Public Works Department could be seen squatting beside the drainage ditches, either using a shovel to scrape out clumps of silt or directly using their hands to remove trash blocking the drains. A tin horn hung around the foreman's neck, hoarsely repeating slogans about clearing the drainage system, overcoming difficulties together, and welcoming a happy and beautiful life. This stark dissonance made Cheng Ye feel as though the world had truly gone mad. The technological advancements glimpsed in his previous life as memories, even a mere hint of them, could transform the buffer zone dramatically. Yet, the upper echelons chose to restrict the dissemination of technology, allowing the buffer zone to languish in antiquity, perpetually keeping its ordinary inhabitants teetering on the brink of starvation, warmth, and survival. Without stark contrasts, the desire to push one's way into the inner city would not arise. Cheng Ye observed the same numbness in the foreman's eyes. Clearly, for those resigned to mere existence, the more they understood the reality, the more they were engulfed by despair for the future. He quickly navigated through several peripheral streets toward the center of the main urban area, where foremen and work crews became more prevalent. Suddenly, Cheng Ye halted. At the end of the street corner, beneath the overhang of Tianyuan Mall, he spotted a vaguely familiar figure mingling among the temporary workers, diligently transporting sandbags to block potential water ingress at the mall. Not far off, a woman sheltered her child, huddled beneath a makeshift tent to escape the rain. What a true man! The large sandbags weighed at least 70 kilograms. Average workers, frail in stature, required 2 individuals to lift a single bag. Yet, Chu Yinfeng effortlessly hoisted one bag on each shoulder, appearing relaxed as if he had energy to spare. Unfortunately, in the buffer zone, a single person striving to support an entire family could scarcely survive on manual labor alone. Cheng Ye stood in the shadows at the street corner, observing the workers' toil for over 10 minutes. He waited until Chu Yinfeng went to the assembly point behind the mall to fetch new sandbags before approaching the foreman. The burly man, strong and imposing, was taken aback when he turned to find a young lad before him, his brow furrowed, ready to unleash a reprimand. However, in the next moment, upon noticing the spinning badge in Cheng Ye's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, that man is a refugee who just entered the city this afternoon. I saw he had some strength and was asking around for where to find a meal, so I brought him into work. He can handle the workload of 4 men, yet he is only compensated for 1. The foreman hesitated, discreetly assessing the relationship between Chu Yinfeng and Cheng Ye. One was a newly arrived refugee, while the other was a figure from the inspection station. If there was any connection between them, Chu Yinfeng would not have fallen to the point of laboring here. Realizing this, the foreman answered honestly, "My lord, you are aware of the labor regulations within the city. Regardless of how much work one can manage, compensation is based strictly on headcount. His strength increases his chances of being selected for work, which is fair. He should receive 4 shares. Cheng Ye waved his hand, adopting an unequivocal tone. "If there are any issues, let the people from the Labor Bureau come to me." "Understood." The foreman felt a cold sweat trickle down his neck and hastily nodded in agreement. However, even as he watched Cheng Ye depart, he dared not mention verifying the badge or recording identity information. How could he? The inspection station, as the apex institution of the power hierarchy in the buffer zone, firmly controlled personnel movement, material distribution, labor allocation, and external dispatch. Not to mention him, even a head of the Labor Bureau would be diminished in the presence of an inspector. To verify identity would be tantamount to courting disaster. As for how to explain the additional 3 shares, that was simple. It could be reported directly. After all, in the buffer zone, lying and embezzlement would not lead to death. But if an inspector were to place blame, it would undoubtedly lead to a thorough investigation, resulting in a cascade of executions. "Yuqing, my son, are you starving?" Chu Yinfeng opened his coat to reveal 5 bags of nutritional paste and 2 blocks of sugar. A faint smile finally breaking through the stern demeanor he had maintained since entering the city. The itinerant merchant we encountered earlier was not deceiving us. In this city of happiness, as long as one is willing to work, one can indeed earn a meal. But didn't he only give you 2 bags? How did the old boss give you so much? The lord remained composed, while the child, already famished, eagerly chewed on the sugar, savoring the taste. The families of other workers under the canopy could not help but lick their chapped lips. "I'm not sure. The boss only mentioned calculating compensation based on headcount when he called for me. Yet he just compensated me for 4 shares, claiming that my father has strength and does not shirk work, and he was quite pleased with that. Chu Yinfeng pondered, slightly perplexed. Typically, he would have been suspicious, wondering if there was some ulterior motive behind this. Yet, the events of the day had left his mind in disarray. This city, notorious for its desolation, displayed a stark contrast in its inhabitants. One inspector relentlessly demanded entrance fees, inciting a desire for violence within him, while another resembled a benevolent philanthropist from a bygone era, treating them with kindness, leaving him in disbelief. Furthermore, the second inspector had been stifling laughter throughout the encounter, deepening Chu Yunfeng's confusion as he tried to comprehend what had transpired. Upon entering the city, finding work was equally perplexing. Some foremen regarded him with disdain, preferring to employ a group of frail refugees who would merely waste time. Yet others, like the recent boss, treated him exceptionally well, allowing him to work without much discussion and ultimately paying him 4 shares. The stark contrast in attitudes made it difficult for Chu Yinfeng, who had long been wary in this desolate land, to adjust. Yinfeng, Yuqingwei, beckoned him closer, whispering, "I just saw a young man standing next to the boss." The boss seemed to hold him in high regard. "I wonder if there's a connection?" She emphasized the word him. Their unspoken understanding allowed Chu Yinfeng to immediately grasp whom she referred to. "Are you certain?" He was wearing a mask this afternoon. Almost certainly, while his face was obscured, his physique, mannerisms, and posture were unmistakably similar. There could be no mistaking such a multitude of distinctive characteristics, though it is somewhat strange. Strange in what way? Chu Yunfeng, that's... I felt he walked very much like you, that particular way of exerting force. I hadn't seen his face, but his resemblance was so striking. Yuqingwei stammered, unable to admit that it reminded her of the lean, youthful version of Chu Yinfeng she had known over a decade ago. "He resembles me?" Chu Yinfeng exclaimed, taken aback. "I didn't notice him while sitting there, but he suddenly helped me. Could there truly be a connection between us? I'm not sure if it was merely my imagination or the rain and night playing tricks." Yuqingwei offered, her explanation sounding increasingly dubious. Having traversed the wasteland for years without pause, their keen instincts as martial artists would not easily be fooled. Cheng Ye remained silent for a moment, then nodded and shook his head, ultimately handing Yuqingwei a still-warm bag of nutritional paste. "Drink this. Regardless of his motives, he has aided us twice. We owe him this kindness. In the future, I will seek opportunities to repay him tenfold." After a brief pause, he added, "For now, our priority is to find shelter before the impending downpour and secure stable work. Let's not overthink the rest." Chapter 9. Chi My Hand, The Hidden Gains from Skills. Dear residents of the City of Happiness, good morning. This is the morning radio of the City of Happiness, punctually accompanying you at 6 o'clock every day. I am your broadcaster today, Little Sun, hoping to deliver warmth and joy through the airwaves. First, let us turn our attention to the weather. Look outside. A playful rain is gently enveloping Shijian Province, Yun City, Yang City, and our City of Happiness in Chu City, among 9 other locations, all embraced by this sweet rain. However, the mischievous rainfall may have gone a bit overboard, as mountain floods could emerge like lurking infected beings at any moment. Those venturing outside should keep their eyes peeled and avoid being swept away to other provinces. Speaking of our neighbor, Yin City, good news. The infection surge there has finally come to an end. Unfortunately, Yue Shelter City has not been so fortunate, suffering great losses during the infection wave and now trembling in underground facilities. Little Sun sends them encouragement, hoping the gloom dissipates soon. Oh, and an important reminder. Some hydrophilic infected beings may be influenced by the rain and embark on spontaneous journeys. Brave warriors preparing to venture outside the City of Happiness should remain vigilant, lest they be frightened by these savage creatures. Next, news from neighboring provinces. Sha Province has recently experienced strange dense fog, where those who enter seem to fall into a cotton candy trap. Could it be that clouds are secretly hiding them? Hai Province has reported a new source of tentacle infections, reportedly reaching a length of 30 meters, a distant relative of the wailing tentacles. Ugh, that's simply revolting. The old radio crackled with an energetic female voice, a stark contrast to the desolate undertones of the wasteland. Amid the sound of rain, Uncle Dong lounged in a wrought-tan chair, swinging a fan while occasionally responding with curses, gasps, and curious murmurs to the radio's broadcasts. The thrice-weekly morning radio was one of the few forms of entertainment for the lower-class inhabitants of the buffer zone. Unlike the nightly broadcasts that adhered to a grim tone, laden with threats of death, the morning announcements from Little Sun always evoked a sense of comfort, as if the infected had transformed into friendly neighbors. However, the moments of joy are always so fleeting. In the blink of an eye, half an hour of news has passed, concluding the broadcast of tidbits from the various corners of the Wasteland. The closing remarks gently emanate from the radio speaker. All right, the director is urging us. So today's broadcast comes to an end. But before we conclude, let us have a final chat with our family members residing in Xingfucheng. Please do not be afraid of the changes. We have diligent guards who tirelessly patrol the city outskirts, minimizing the threat posed by the infected. We have established a real-time information-sharing network with over 20 surrounding shelters, enabling us to grasp all dynamic changes promptly. Of course, we also have the most professional inspectors who can keep all infected individuals outside the checkpoints, safeguarding the safety of every resident from its source. Rise and shine. Take the vitality that Little Sun brings you and embrace a day full of energy. Is that all? The sweet, clipped female voice fades away, replaced by a cacophony of static. Uncle Dong, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, curses under his breath and retrieves his right hand from his pocket. Damn, the torrential rain. Even Little Sun's radio time was shortened by 2 minutes, depriving him of the final sweet melody segment. He was just about to get started when it abruptly ended. Glancing at the digital clock on the wall, he sees the hands just grazing 6:31. Uncle Dong clicks his tongue, feeling the pain in his injured right arm intensifying in this humid weather. I need to earn more money and get the surgery done sooner. This cursed rainy day has likely resulted in little business. Yet, thinking of the exorbitant surgery costs, Uncle Dong reluctantly rises and slowly pulls up the shutter door. The rusty chain creaks, and the roll emits the sound of old gears grinding against each other. As a half-person high gap reveals itself, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerges. What the hell? Uncle Dong jumps back in fright. Having retired for many years, his courage has waned, and he instinctively steps back 2 paces. Bang! The iron door is held by a pair of hands, lifted from the outside, revealing a young man's sharp jawline beneath those crimson eyes. Xiao Cheng. Upon recognizing Cheng Ye, Uncle Dong visibly relaxes, though his heart continues to race. What brings you here so early? The words catch in his throat. It has only been a day since they last met, but Cheng Ye's appearance leaves Uncle Dong feeling somewhat dazed. His skin has grown increasingly pale, and the bluish veins beneath are visible, resembling swollen vines soaked in rain. His once flat physique now exhibits signs of muscular definition, particularly in the chest area, which is beginning to take on a hint of an inverted triangle shape. Moreover, with years of experience as a seasoned warrior, Uncle Dong notices that Cheng Ye's hands seem to have grown larger. This is a sign that can only be attributed to someone who has practiced martial arts for an extended period, indicating that his energy meridians have been opened, allowing him to wield weapons more effectively in close combat or unleash greater strength when unarmed. Uncle Dong, how much nutritional paste do you have left? I want all. Cheng Ye's voice is raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against rust. Uncle Dong furrows his brow, but ultimately refrains from asking questions, quickly emerging with a box of nutritional paste in his arms. There are 35 packets left. How much can you drink? Today it's on me. No answer. Cheng Ye has already extended his hands, greedily seizing 2 packets and squeezing them directly into his mouth. The white liquid flows down his chin, and his Adam's apple bobs up and down, producing a continuous gurgling sound. To be fair, the nutritional paste produced by Xingfucheng is not unpleasant to taste. It resembles a diluted version of soy milk, with a faint sweetness and grassy flavor. This is the only fortunate aspect of Cheng Ye's traversal through the Wasteland. The researchers in this desolate world, mercifully, have not concocted an unpalatable dark cuisine for the lower strata of humanity to supplement their energy, which could have incited rebellion due to the disparity in food quality. Consuming nutritional paste for an extended period, aside from causing one to lose some taste sensitivity, is significantly healthier than modern-day greasy takeout. 6 packets, 8 packets, 10 packets. Uncle Dong squints, observing as Cheng Ye devours the paste, and gradually, the pallor of his face begins to fade, replaced by a hint of color. The skin that was once wrinkled and pale now swiftly regains the healthy hue and luster of a normal person, especially his hands, which Uncle Dong watches intently, his gaze flickering with envy and a touch of jealousy. The Chi Mai hands are one of the most coveted talents for martial artists. The various mystical practices of the old era, hindered by the alteration of human genes, have never been able to flourish. After years in the Wasteland, as the genes reverted to their primitive wildness, they finally found a place to be utilized. Yet, despite practicing for a lifetime, Uncle Dong has not even scratched the surface. While Cheng Ye, at such a young age, has already grasped a hint of the essence. Truly, comparison breeds envy. Soon, after consuming the 18th packet of nutritional paste, Cheng Ye pauses, finally feeling the hunger within his abdomen diminish to a bearable level. Uncle Dong, before entering, Cheng Ye had prepared an explanation, but he was taken aback when Uncle Dong waved his hand dismissively. No need for explanations. Before departing, Along actually left you a vial of gene purification serum. You truly have the patience to wait until today to use it, maximizing its effect. Gene purification serum? What is that? Is it akin to Captain America's? The original owner had never encountered such upper-class items in the inner city, spending his days either in romantic pursuits or indulging in poetry, leading Cheng Ye to believe he was meant to become a trendy idol in the Wasteland. Since Uncle Dong provided an explanation, Cheng Ye maintained his composure, concealing his prepared narrative about consuming a special potion. However, he remained cautious, fearing that Uncle Dong might be fabricating a story to deceive him. Thus, he did not confirm the matter, instead smiling and shaking his head. Uncle Dong, you're joking? I have never heard of any strengthening serum. I was just too busy with work yesterday and didn't have time to eat, so I got a bit overly hungry. Not having heard of it is good. Just remember to eat on time in the future. Uncle Dong chuckled nonchalantly, pushing the remaining nutritional paste along with the box towards him. The expiration date is just 2 days away, so take it all. How much do I owe you? I said it's on me. Are you not going to give me this favor? Thank you, Uncle Dong. If you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to come to me. Cheng Ye patted his chest, making a grand promise, and walked out of the shop with the box. Uncle Dong had survived on the battlefield for over 20 years, and even in retirement, he managed to open a shop. This was no mere intelligence. It required a strong will and cunning. Investing a box of nutritional paste in me. Gaining my favor is just right, and I also need Uncle Dong to keep it a secret. Our interests do not conflict. After entering the room and shutting the door, Cheng Ye opened 10 more packets of nutritional paste, finally achieving a sense of fullness, dispelling the hunger that had lingered in his mind. He stepped into the public restroom, removed his shirt, and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The body before him no longer appeared as thin as before. Overnight, a layer of muscle had enveloped him. The lines, though not exaggerated, radiated a powerful beauty. Staring at his reflection, Cheng Ye found himself in unprecedented awe. This is terrifying. The enhancement brought about by this skill far exceeds my imagination. It is challenging to scientifically explain what has transpired. The foundational level 1 power application has not only imparted the technique of exerting force and muscle memory, but has also bestowed upon him a physical transformation that would have taken months of arduous training. Could it be that the muscle memory required for power application necessitates sufficient muscle support? If I later discover skills to enhance my physique, will I be able to achieve such immense improvements? Returning to his room, Cheng Ye found himself enveloped in a blissful dilemma. The sudden surge in strength significantly increased his chances of survival in upcoming field tasks. However, the conspicuous overnight transformation rendered it challenging for him to remain inconspicuous among the crowd. Beep, beep, beep. The defense communication device on the table chimed with a call request. Who could be calling me at such an early hour? Cheng Ye curiously glanced at the screen, only to be momentarily stunned. It was not Liu Bai, but a name he had never anticipated. Chapter 10, Swift Quarantine, East-West Faction Strife. The call request was from the station chief of the inspection station, Ding Yishan. Cheng Ye felt genuinely surprised. Since his arrival in the desolate world over 2 months ago, he had never encountered this enigmatic chief. According to the memories of the original host, he had only seen the chief once when he was leaving the inner city. At that time, Ding Yishan personally welcomed him and instructed everyone to treat him well, nurture him, and ensure that Cheng Long felt secure. What would he be calling me for? Cheng Ye instinctively began to think frantically while deftly pressing the answer button. Ah, Xiao Cheng, it's me, Chief Ding. I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep at this early hour. A genial voice came through the defense communication. Good morning, Chief Ding. Cheng Ye's tone lifted slightly as he moved to the window to gaze down at the street below. With just the right amount of laughter, he continued. It rained heavily last night, and I couldn't sleep in the latter half of the night. I thought I'd step outside to see if I could lend a hand. I just returned and am getting ready for work. Ah, you young people truly inherit your father's spirit, the model of diligence and perseverance for the future station. It seems you're the one destined for that role. A hearty laugh echoed from the other end of the defense communication. It's commendable for the young to endure hardships. It's a good thing. I was just contemplating how to broach this with you, and now it seems quite convenient. Whatever you say, Chief, I'm all ears. It is like this. Ding Yishan's pace slowed. His tone as gentle as the elderly gentleman Cheng Ye often encountered at the village entrance during his visits home. However, when it came to serious matters, his tone swiftly regained its authoritative edge. As a graduate from a prestigious institution, Cheng Ye's mind had long been trained to filter out extraneous information subconsciously. Summarizing the core points of Ding Yishan's 3-minute discourse boiled down to a few sentences. Garcia had been injured by Liu Bai and was in urgent care. The West faction was quite displeased, but had no grounds to speak given their prior mistakes. The West would undoubtedly target him, the novice inspection officer, in every aspect of his work and life. As the station chief and Cheng Long as comrade, I am removing you from the fray to let you avoid the storm. Chief, you always consider my needs so meticulously. I truly. Cheng Ye's voice quivered slightly. On the other end of the defense communication, the previously authoritative tone softened immediately. Xiao Cheng, I am truly sorry. Your father entrusted you to me, and I have failed to shield you from this turmoil. Rest assured, once the first field assignment concludes, I will bring you back. Let us see who dares to speak out then. Please don't say that. Their exchange continued for 2 minutes before the defense communication was disconnected. Cheng Ye, who had been on the verge of tears just moments ago, immediately concealed all expressions, his countenance growing serious. In just a few minutes, he had discerned that this Ding Yishan possessed an emotional intelligence that was not only sufficient to navigate the Wasteland, but could also thrive in the modern world with his exceptional skills in diplomacy and performance. Was it possible that Ding Yishan, like the original host, was an anachronistic individual with an unmutated gene, not inclined toward combat? However, moving me from the main quarantine post to the swift quarantine post, was it truly a method to shield me from danger? Cheng Ye could not help but smirk coldly. Currently, there were 3 inspection stations in the quarantine buffer zone. Apart from the main quarantine, there were also the southern and northern gates designated for swift quarantine. The former dealt with incoming survivors, whereas the latter 2 were exclusively for authorized personnel, such as reconnaissance officers on missions, sentinels clearing surrounding infected individuals, and licensed scavengers. At first glance, the risk appeared greater at the main gate due to the influx of survivors. After all, they hailed from various corners of the Wasteland, increasing the likelihood of encountering infected individuals. However, based on Cheng Ye's understanding and real-world observations, the reality was quite the opposite. Though the main quarantine faced external survivors, vagrants, and refugees, these subjects were confined within iron cages. Even if they were infected, their means of attack were severely limited. Furthermore, there was always a team of 8 armed personnel stationed behind each conveyor belt, ensuring the safety of the inspection officers. Should anything unusual occur, the subjects would be dealt with ruthlessly. Therefore, despite the higher probability of encountering infected individuals, the annual casualty rate remained below 5%. In contrast, the swift quarantine post bore an entirely different risk. There were no iron cages, nor were there armed personnel on watch. Inspection officers had to engage face-to-face with the subjects, conducting close searches. Even in the event of confirming an infection, only the patrolling guards could provide backup. Yet, the protection offered by these guards was more of a fallacy. With a minor adjustment from Ding Yishan, the guards who should have been there to support could easily find themselves leisurely enjoying a front-row seat to the struggle between him and the infected. While they might not be shot down before a victor was determined, should he become contaminated, he would undoubtedly receive a swift physical reprimand within seconds. The annual casualty rate at the swift quarantine post had never dipped below 30%. Not only novice inspection officers faced danger. Even seasoned first and second phase officers often met unfortunate ends due to negligence. Cheng Ye's thoughts raced as he quickly grasped the underlying reasons for these drastic shifts in circumstances. Since the establishment of the quarantine buffer zone in Xingfu City, the scale of the inspection station had expanded continuously, and now, including guards, staff, and sentinels, the personnel had surpassed 2,000. Yet, The number of inspection officers had remained stagnant at 150 since the beginning. Currently, there were only two pathways to becoming an inspection officer. First, through hereditary succession. Second, via election, wherein the station chief would select a candidate from among those who had made significant contributions to the station when an officer passed without heirs. This distorted and unreasonable system fundamentally determined that, at any given time, there could be considerable disparities in the quality of personnel between the East and West factions. For instance, before Qianlong's unexpected demise, his combat capability was rated at 10. After Cheng Ye took over, it plummeted to 1, yet he still occupied a position. Naturally, the overall strength of the East faction would significantly decrease. Moreover, as the West faction's new generation grew faster than that of the East, this would inevitably lead to the latter's gradual decline and loss of dominance over the inspection station. First, he instructed Brotherby to ensure Garcia was sent for urgent care. As long as Garcia remained alive, he would occupy a spot for the West faction, preventing any replenishment. Then, by sending me to the swift quarantine, he effectively silenced the West while paving the way for future East faction plans. Should anything unfortunate happen to me, with no heirs, he could promote a capable officer to fill the gap, thereby strengthening the East faction's overall capabilities. Ding Yishan, you crafty strategist. Your plan to kill two birds with one stone is truly insidious. A sense of urgency surged within Cheng Ye. The original host's actions in the inner city undoubtedly did not escape Ding Yishan's scrutiny. In his eyes, Cheng Ye's worth likely barely reached the minimum threshold of 3. In the East faction, any move made could easily place him in a passive position. While Garcia, though similarly young and unreliable in temperament, had spent 2 years honing his skills as an inspection officer, completing numerous field assignments, he had amassed rich survival and combat experiences. In the West faction, he would at least be rated a 5 or even a 6. While his presence might not significantly impact the situation, his absence would render many strategies cumbersome. Now, a minor card faces a major one, and should both cards explode as anticipated, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the East faction. As for Brother B, he likely wouldn't even reach the swift quarantine post in his lifetime. The role of a swift quarantine inspection officer is equally terrifying in terms of power and peril. As long as one perceives oneself as the infected entity, a swift blade can sever one's existence, and afterward, a mere reflection on the mistake suffices. Arrange for Liu Bai to proceed, and before long, heads will roll in abundance. To my dismay, the challenges of external duties have not yet subsided, and I am already compelled to be entangled in the conflict between the two factions. Ultimately, however, it is the innocent who suffer. Possessing a jewel makes one target. My own feeble strength renders me incapable of securing this iron rice bowl, thus making me vulnerable to the schemes of others. Were I to possess the prowess of Brother B, I would not fear the arduous struggles of factional disputes or the urgency of epidemic investigations. Had been last night, Cheng Ye might have hesitated or felt trepidation. Yet at this moment, the drizzle outside gently taps against the glass, and the dampness seeps through the crevices, carrying the earthy scent within. Inhaling the aroma of the soil, an inexplicable calm surged within him, gradually transforming into threads of resolve. The foundational training has bestowed upon him both experience and skill, allowing him to barely touch the threshold of external duties. However, constrained by the weakest link in the barrel theory, his capacity to inflict damage remains limited. Now, after a night has passed, as he runs his fingertips over the newly formed tendon lines on his forearm, Cheng Ye can distinctly sense the latent explosive power within his muscles. Everything has changed. The muscle groups, having undergone specialized training, have compensated for his weakest shortcoming, resulting in a significant enhancement of his overall strength. Although he remains worlds apart from a lethal weapon like Brother B, should he confront last night's assault with even 40% of his strength, he would not be sent reeling without the means to retaliate. Presently, there lies both peril and opportunity. If I can demonstrate my worth and reclaim my position at the table, I shall promptly secure my place as an inspector. Cheng Ye raised his right hand, slightly rotating it. The pendant plugged into the outlet flickered gently before suddenly revealing its outline in the palm of his hand. Having utilized 2 opportunities on Chu Yunfeng yesterday, a night of experimentation has afforded him a rough understanding of the charging rules for the collector. The civilization collector at level 1 requires 100 units of electricity for each point of charging value, a significant reduction for the previous demand of 2,000 units upon activation. More crucially, the manipulation of the physical pendant has undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, within a 10-meter radius, Cheng Ye can switch it between tangible and intangible states using merely his thoughts. Regardless of where the pendant is within that range, with a mere thought, it can instantaneously return to his palm. This alone simplifies the charging process. As long as the torrential rain persists and the power supply from the hydropower station remains abundant, even with a mere 25-square outlet, he can replenish nearly 50 units of electricity daily. In conversion, it would take only 2 to 3 days to accumulate another opportunity. Merely observing is insufficient. The equipment he had procured for the external mission must be prepared in advance. The limited contribution points at hand will surely be tight, but a brief exchange with Brother B could alleviate the immediate pressure. However, since Ding Yishan has arranged for me to go to the north-south inspection station, it must be anticipated that Brother B will lend his assistance. Cheng Ye's gaze flickered as he picked up the defense communicator and dialed Liu Bai's number. Chapter 11. Striving for Survival. Cheng Ye's Resolution. The clouds hung low, and shadows flitted by, as the sole residential community far from the main urban area. The chemical plant's residential district exudes a solitude that starkly contrasts with the buffer zone. For many, the rationale behind choosing to reside here is simple and direct: space. Unlike the cramped dormitory-style buildings in the electronics factory where Cheng Ye lives, a mere 10-square room is manageable for one person, but a family would quickly find themselves overcrowded. The chemical plant residential area, established about a decade ago in the old era, follows the standard format of unit buildings. Some were once staffed dormitories, approximately 40 square meters in size, compact and practical. Others, allocated to the factory's senior workers as a privilege, reach nearly 60 square meters. As the most senior member of the inspection station, Liu Bai settled his family here. Besides providing comfort for his 3-member household, there are additional considerations. Here, one is distance from the cacophony of the main urban area, while simultaneously evading a portion of the risks. In the event of an outbreak of infected individuals, the distance from the urban center to the suburbs becomes a buffer zone, precious for gaining vital escape time. It is essentially a buffer within a buffer. Yes, I understand. I will set off as soon as possible. After ending the call, Liu Bai stood by the living room window, his gloomy expression almost merging with the leaden clouds. What's the matter? They wouldn't send you out on a field mission in this weather, would they? A voice came from the master bedroom, followed by the soft sound of a wooden sliding door. A middle-aged woman in light blue loungewear peeked out, her fluffy curls casually tied up, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes creased with concern. Luo Xiaoxue, Liu Bai's wife. The two have been childhood sweethearts, supporting each other through thick and thin, and now they have a daughter. It was a call from Station Chief Ding. Liu Bai turned his head, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. The torrential rain shows no signs of letting up. The hydropower station might not hold out much longer. I need to accompany the emergency team from the inner city to guide the engineers who are heading there for support. The inner city emergency team? Luo Xiaoxue frowned. The hydropower station is only 80 kilometers from Xingfu City. One could walk there with their eyes closed. Do they really need an inspector to lead them? I can't decipher the higher-ups' intentions, but the chief has already agreed. If I don't go, I must go. With a sigh, Liu Bai lamented. These are indeed tumultuous times. Not only have various infection sources been unusually active since the beginning of the year, but natural disasters have also followed in quick succession, continuously testing the methods of major refuge cities. For instance, the nearby Yun City's Yuya Refuge, with a population of over 40,000, nearly succumbed to an infection wave. Liu Bai continued. I cannot count how many times the route to the hydropower station has been cleared over the years. Under ordinary circumstances, the dangers are manageable, but this time, the hydrophilic infected entities have set their sights on the hydropower station. I fear I will need to stay there for quite a while to ensure the situation is fully under control before I can return. Yet if I leave, who will look after Cheng Ye? That stubborn child possesses remarkable insight and talent. Having just taken on the inspector's duties, he is about to embark on external missions again. I truly worry. Cheng Ye luo showe pusit halips. Cheng Long and Liu Bai are brothers forged in the fire of life and death. Naturally, Liu Bai is deeply concerned about the entrusted matter, especially after returning yesterday, Lu Bai had rarely brought out his cherished liquor for a couple of drinks. Although she did not inquire about the reason, she could guess that the outcomes of the specialized training with Cheng Ye over the past 2 months must have been promising. Don't worry too much. Perhaps we will only be gone for a few days before she could finish. Lu Bai's communicator buzzed. It was Cheng Ye. Making a silencing gesture, Lu Bai approached the window, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Not to mention the upcoming training plans. He had previously promised to accompany Cheng Ye on his first external mission. Now, with the emergency summons, it is uncertain whether their schedules can align. The sound of rain mixed with electrical static flowed through the communicator as Cheng Ye cleared his throat. Ahem, Brother B. I hope I'm not interrupting your morning practice. No, Lu Bai instinctively straightened his back, lowering his voice. I have something to discuss. I have 2 voices erupted simultaneously from both ends of the microphone, only to abruptly halt midway. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, and Cheng Ye was the first to chuckle lightly. Brother B, may I go first? Could you lend me some contribution points? I will repay you in due time. For what purpose? To purchase some weaponry. I can't rely on the training dagger every day. I need a proper cold weapon. Purchasing equipment? Lu Bai furrowed his brow. Don't aim too high. You only made slight progress yesterday, and now you're anxious? The reason the training dagger is labeled as such is that it doesn't easily cultivate bad habits. Switching to a standard weapon could lead to foundational issues that are difficult to correct later. Alas, this is a matter of necessity. Isn't it? On the other end of the line, Cheng Ye sighed. Old Ding called and reassigned me to the north-south checkpoint to avoid the storm. Without a reliable weapon, I fear I might not survive if I encounter an infected entity. What? Lu Bai exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the room like thunder. Lao Ding rapidly recounted the contents of Ding Yishan's call, and Cheng Ye gradually came to a halt. I suspect that Lao Ding would not have called you. He must have sent you out on an assignment, correct? I will speak to him. Either I will go, and you will stay behind, or I will accompany you. Lu Bai, straightforward by nature, had no desire to engage in deceitful machinations, yet this did not render him a fool. Cheng Ye had already dissected the essence of their conversation. If Lu Bai could not comprehend it, how could he have survived in this cannibalistic wasteland until now? Do not act impulsively, Brother B. Hear me out. Confirming his suspicions, Cheng Ye grew increasingly composed. The station chief dispatched you on a mission. It is an obligation to the inner city that cannot be avoided or postponed. I will visit both the southern and northern stations to evade some of the western faction scrutiny. As for the potential dangers, did you not mention earlier that the Inspector's reputation in the buffer zone is not earned merely by guarding the front gate? It is established through the defenses at the southern and northern gates. If the infected wish to enter, they must tread over our corpses. This respect is earned with lives. I am well aware of the dangers at the rapid station. If we cannot surpass this hurdle, survival in the field is unlikely. The clear and methodical persuasion emanating from the receiver made Lu Bai's hand tremble slightly as he grasped the defense communicator, his heart sinking to the depths. At that moment, he wished fervently that Cheng Ye would exhibit a touch of immaturity, pleading for him to stay and protect him. In that case, he would do anything, even resign from the inspector's ranks, to remain. Yet Cheng Ye's every word resonated with clarity and determination, leaving no room for rebuttal. Brother B, we are not the type to dither. Let us not waste words. You should dutifully attend to your assignment. It is best if we refrain from meeting for a while, minimizing the attention from the Western faction. Cheng Ye continued to explain. From the moment Ding Yishan made his move, he understood that this matter could only be resolved through his own efforts. Even if Lu Bai feigned a desire to remain, there would undoubtedly be other schemes waiting for him. It would be more prudent to feign ignorance, allowing him to remain inconspicuous while he sought opportunities to break the deadlock. Did you plan this out before calling me? L'homme beside. You could have simply asked me to stay. This is a debt I owe to your father. He is he, and I am I. You owe him, and I owe you. Very well, since you say so, I will respect your decision. Lu Bai gritted his teeth. I must depart from my assignment shortly, and I lack the time to apply for the necessary procedures. I will arrange for your sister-in-law to secure 100 contribution points for you. It will not exceed tomorrow morning. Understood. Regarding your father's situation, I have shared part of it before. The remainder I intend to disclose after my first field assignment. Remember this, a significant portion of the personnel at the inspection station owe him favors. It will be challenging to have them repay all at once. But if you approach it tactfully, some may be willing. The rotation at the southern and northern stations is set for 5 days each, for the first assignment. You must go to the southern station. The southern station is guarded by our eastern faction, and I will ensure that no one will make things difficult for you. They will do their utmost to protect you through this challenging initial phase. However, the northern station is under the control of the western faction, where I have no influence. The only reliable contact I have is someone whose father was saved by your grandfather, and he was rescued by your father. He may prove invaluable in a critical moment. The torrential rain continued, with aquatic-type infected gathering frantically towards Archuan City. It is uncertain whether they will assault the inspection station, but you must remain vigilant. I will compile a list of specific threats for your sister-in-law to provide you before I leave. Regarding weaponry, if a rapid quarantine battle necessitates firearms, ordinary guns will not suffice. Their primary role is deterrence. In the blink of an eye, cold weapons remain the best option. Only by maintaining distance can one retaliate effectively. Hence, I recommend against opting for long weapons. Short knives and axes often prove more life-saving than long guns or sabers. From the impending situation and dangers to weapon selection and combat details, the threats posed by the infected, it was as if a father preparing his child for a journey. Liu Bai meticulously organized every detail. At last, he insisted that Cheng Ye repeat everything once more. Once he confirmed that Cheng Ye had memorized all the information, he took a deep breath and articulated slowly, "Survive. Remember, you must survive. Rest assured, focus on your mission. My life is quite resilient. I await your return to accompany me on field assignments." Laughter echoed as the defense communicator disconnected. Yet the shadow looming over Liu Bai's heart remained unshakable. A thunderous roar erupted, vibrating the window panes. In the wake of that, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the heavy clouds, illuminating the world and casting light upon Liu Bai's face. A blend of fury and helplessness washed over him. The Grand Happiness City had transformed into one of the foremost wastelands, a colossal shelter. Here, even the inspectors struggled for survival. How could an ordinary person hope to endure? Chapter 12. Utilizing labor as relief amidst natural disasters. Having been assigned to the southern and northern rapid posts destined for peril, Cheng Ye decided to skip work entirely, neglecting to even contact the inspection station for leave. The southern and northern stations were managed by the eastern and western factions, respectively. The central inspection station was managed through a rotational system between the two factions, and today happened to be the eastern faction's turn under the watch of Station Chief He Fei. "Chief He, I have encountered an unexpected situation. I may not be able to report to the inspection station," Cheng Ye stated. Before he could finish, He Fei's hearty laughter resonated through the receiver, mingling with the cacophony of communication devices in the office. "Cheng Ye, Station Chief Ding just mentioned your situation to me. Rest assured, the rapid post bears significant responsibilities. It is not easy for newcomers to shoulder this banner. Therefore, I will grant you leave until the day after tomorrow. Prepare well, and do not disappoint Station Chief Ding and everyone's expectations." He placed particular emphasis on the word expectations. The implication was crystal clear. While leave was permissible, he should not consider evading the rapid post. "Thank you, Chief He, for your understanding. I will report on time." After a few pleasantries, Cheng Ye hung up, pleasantly surprised to have gained an additional day of leave, transforming his previously anxious preparation time into a more ample opportunity. He filled a basin with water and splashed his face, the cool flow washing away the fatigue of a sleepless night. Staring into the mirror for an extended period, Cheng Ye suddenly broke into a smile. Suddenly thrust into this alien wasteland, all that had been familiar vanished in an instant. Friends, family, social connections, especially the changes in his appearance, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of alienation and unreality, as though he were floating outside the world. An internal voice incessantly screamed, "What is the point of struggling? Just give up." Perhaps surrendering would allow him to return to the familiar earth, escaping this cannibalistic wasteland and its suffocating struggles. This thought festered over the past 2 months, causing Cheng Ye to frequently awaken from nightmares, standing by the window or on the rooftop, contemplating the possibility of reopening the trial. Yet now, he abruptly realized that the thoughts that had plagued him had entirely dissipated. It seemed to have happened last night, coinciding with the growth of his strength, vanishing without a trace. Strangely, when he gazed into the mirror, an abundance of new thoughts flooded his mind. He suddenly became aware that he might actually be growing fond of this world. He found himself reluctant to leave. not merely because the wasteland resembled Earth, but because there were truly caring individuals here who treated him well. Moreover, it was due to this perilous world, rife with hidden currents and dangers, that exhilarated him. The intricate games between individuals, the struggles between factions, where life and death hung in the balance. It was infinitely more thrilling than the monotonous routine of life on Earth, where a secure job offered a clear and predictable future. This life was simply intoxicating. Damn, could it be that I'm a masochist? The craving for excitement and the aversion to monotony undoubtedly represent two distinct personalities. Cheng Ye contemplated this notion and concluded that he inclined more towards the latter. However, societal pressures had stifled that aspect of his character, preventing it from manifesting. For instance, if he were to be presented with another opportunity to choose between two realms, he could not confidently assert that he would resolutely opt to return to Earth, to a life akin to that of an NPC. Given his current identity, integration into the Western faction was utterly implausible. It was not merely his Eastern visage that posed a barrier, but also the formidable influence of Cheng Long and the stature of Liu Bai. Unless Cheng Ye could sever these ties completely, the Western faction would never accept him. Therefore, the only feasible method for survival was to return to the gaming table and strive to showcase his worth. This endeavor, for Cheng Ye, was not particularly arduous, as his current capabilities had undergone a transformative enhancement, greatly distinguishing him from the impression left by Ding Yishan. He had managed to endure the initial phase of the rapid inspection post without relying on anyone's assistance. By seizing an appropriate opportunity to demonstrate his combat prowess and overall competence, he was certain that his score would surpass that of Garcia, rendering it inconceivable for Ding Yishan to allow the Western faction to outshine him. Wiping the beads of water from his face, Cheng Ye returned indoors and packed the remaining 7 bags of nutrient paste into his backpack. Previously, to quickly acclimatize to the inspector's duties, he had devoted his energy primarily to mastering the inspection processes, relying on rote memorization to complete the theoretical assessments, even setting a minor record at a checkpoint. However, this allocation of time had resulted in an insufficient understanding of the infected entities and the desolate world at large, or rather, he had been too preoccupied with survival to delve into these matters. Now, transitioning to the rapid inspection post, it was imperative to swiftly comprehend these essential elements. 2 days should suffice for him to familiarize himself with common strategies for dealing with infected entities. Cheng Ye donned a raincoat, grabbed his backpack, and ventured outside. After a few delays due to phone calls, the hour had already passed 8, and the main urban area had once again come alive. As he traversed the streets, he observed that several low-lying areas had indeed succumbed to flooding, with residents resorting to using buckets to bail out water, appearing quite disheveled. Perhaps due to an influx of new residents, several large commercial establishments had erected disaster relief tents. Any newcomer to Xingfu City could receive nutrient paste for free, 3 bags per person per day, for a duration of 3 days, upon presenting their residency card. Furthermore, the Public Works Department had established multiple recruitment booths for labor in exchange for disaster relief. Cheng Ye squeezed into the crowd, scanning the hastily scribbled flyers that primarily focused on 3 areas. 1. Repairing the old underground drainage systems and various pipelines. Payment was calculated per head, with each individual earning 16 coins daily, equivalent to 8 bags of nutrient paste. Compared to the drainage work on the surface, this was undoubtedly a lucrative job. Yet the corresponding difficulty was considerable due to the complex and filthy underground environment, which posed a significant risk of injury. 2. Collaborating with official teams to continue expanding the horizontal area of the buffer zone. The current buffer zone had been developed from the old industrial district of Chuan City, surrounded mostly by desolate wilderness and dilapidated factories. Creating more livable space would naturally accommodate additional refugees and ensure personal survival. Payment was also calculated per head, with each individual receiving 12 coins daily. 3. Departing the buffer zone to scavenge in the urban ruins or heading to designated locations for resource acquisition. Traditionally, following the summer rains, a period of calm and cool autumn would ensue. Simple canvas tents could not withstand the harshness of winter, necessitating the early procurement of building materials. Hence, commencing construction in autumn was crucial to expand shelters before the arrival of the bitter cold. The first 2 tasks represented the current developmental direction of the buffer zone, primarily focused on repairing and expanding the old urban area. This was not surprising, as the towering structures from the bygone era had withstood the ravages of time, many now deemed hazardous, making repairs far more challenging than demolishing and rebuilding. Additionally, the elusive, mutated beasts and the formidable infected entities rendered the urban ruins a veritable death zone, causing only a handful of scavengers to dare to tread there. Conversely, the last task subtly reflected the ongoing risks faced by the buffer zone. With refugees flooding in like a tide, the buffer zone was already overwhelmed, reaching its capacity. Once winter arrived, the land would be encased in ice, and the dam's insufficient power supply would strain the inner city, leading to inevitable blackouts in the buffer zone. Without proactive expansion during the forthcoming autumn, every resident living in tents would risk becoming frozen. Emerging from the throng, Cheng Ye wiped his face, silently admonishing himself. Given the thickness of the walls in the two buildings, if the external temperature fell below -20 degrees, the interior would surely resemble an ice cellar, leading to illness in just a few days. However, now was not the time to fret over how to endure the winter. Survival at the rapid inspection post was the immediate priority before contemplating future calamities. Boarding the bus, the wheels, caked in yellow mud, rolled through the standing water, causing the vehicle to jolt violently along the muddy road. Grasping the handrail, Cheng Ye's gaze swept past the blurred, rain-smeared windows, watching the dilapidated buildings retreat rapidly. Unlike his previous trips southward towards the training grounds, this was his first venture northward. In contrast to the south, which was dotted with vacant lots and factories, the north was characterized by former industrial residential areas, where houses were huddled closely together, their walls cloaked in moss and cracks. Some windows were devoid of glass, hastily boarded up with broken planks, while others stood wide open, revealing pairs of lifeless eyes peering out. As the bus moved forward, when the raspy voice of the stop announcement declared library station, Cheng Ye stepped out, drawing the collective gaze of the passengers within. The damp, warm breeze, mingled with raindrops, hit him squarely in the face, splattering his rain boots. Looking up, he spotted a 3-story building, once a community service center, now repurposed as a so-called library, with warm yellow light spilling through the glass windows. On this overcast, rainy day, the entire world was enveloped in a dismal, cold palette. Yet, the orange glow amidst the rain stirred an unexpected feeling of familiar happiness within Cheng Ye. Chapter 13. The Origin of Infection, a New Era from the Old. As a contemporary individual, he was naturally no stranger to libraries. Cheng Ye had lost count of the countless nights spent in such places, fervently typing away to meet deadlines. Never did he imagine he would encounter a library in the Wasteland, though in terms of appearance, this library barely surpassed those found in rural primary schools. It still evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Taking a few steps forward, he pushed open the gate in front of the library. To his surprise, the hinges of the gate were surprisingly smooth, a stark contrast to its rusty exterior, suggesting it was well maintained. Behind the gate, he noticed a prominent wooden sign. Survival Library. This library houses hundreds of books containing survival information submitted by survivors from across the Wasteland, authentic and effective, significantly enhancing your chances of survival against infected entities. Reading fee. 5 coins per hour. A 20-coin deposit is required for entry. No credit allowed. Borrowing fee. Pricing determined by the rarity of the book. Collateral required. You may submit valuable information or books. If the librarian verifies their validity, varying rewards will be provided. 5 coins per hour? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow. No wonder the crowd had regarded him oddly upon his arrival. Earning 16 coins for a day of repairing drainage pipes would not even cover the entrance deposit here. A few hours of inattentiveness could lead to financial ruin for an ordinary resident. Even for an inspector of his caliber, earning a monthly salary of 500 coins, it would be unwise to indulge recklessly in such luxuries without the inheritance left behind by Cheng Long. The training ground charges merely 10 coins per day, while this place demands 5 coins for just 1 hour, piquing my curiosity about the quality of the collection housed within. Cheng Ye was quite indifferent to the expenditure of happiness coins, especially when it pertains to knowledge that comes at a price. If the wooden sign's claims are indeed accurate, promising to significantly enhance a reader's survival chances when confronted by infected entities, then 5 coins, or even 50, would be a worthy investment. Following the worn tiles down the corridor, I entered the library's courtyard. Upon reaching the main entrance, Cheng Ye hesitated briefly before carefully folding his raincoat and hanging it by the window, then took a moment to scrape the mud off his shoes on the adjacent steps. With a creak, he pushed open the library doors, and a waft of mustiness mingled with the distinct scent of aged paper enveloped him. Cheng Ye peered inside, and indeed, it was a modestly styled library reminiscent of a bygone era. 3 antique tungsten filament lamps hung from the ceiling, casting a warm, dim light. 2 rows of wooden shelves stood neatly arranged, each shelf sagging slightly under the weight of yellowed volumes. Further inside was a study area that Cheng Ye knew all too well. 4 large wooden tables, each accompanied by 2 solid wooden chairs, filled the space. The absence of patrons left the room dim, as the hanging lights remained unlit. A cough echoed from behind the door. Following the sound, Cheng Ye noticed a small table propped against the door, behind which lay a small bed. A somewhat hunched, middle-aged Western woman was nestled on the bed, her gaze fixed upon him. Upon realizing that Cheng Ye bore no droplets of rain and that his shoes were clean, her expression softened slightly. "Welcome, dear guest. Today, you are the sole reader. Should you find yourself short on coins, I can offer a special rate. Only 3 happiness coins for an hour, or 10 coins for a full day of reading." The woman's pallid complexion and disheveled gray hair suggested malnourishment, yet her voice was gentle, akin to a soft spring breeze, creating a stark contrast with her weary appearance. "Discounts, you say?" Cheng Ye was taken aback, but quickly understood. The exorbitant prices displayed outside were likely a filter to keep out those lacking the financial means, or those who did not endorse the library's operational model. Those who could enter would not be concerned about spending 5 coins. The intentional discount was designed to evoke a sense of pleasant surprise among patrons. And the notion of a full day's access for merely 10 coins created a feeling that not spending would be a loss. "This is a deposit," Cheng Ye remarked, retrieving 2 10-coin happiness coins from his pocket. "May I inquire, AI Shi Go-on, if I may address you by your name?" "Certainly. You may call me Miss Go-on. How may I assist you today?" "I seek to understand the types of infected entities and the methods to confront them." "Which book would you recommend?" "The first shelf is dedicated entirely to such literature. If you're eager for a quick mastery before facing any infected entities, you may directly delve into the 3rd row, where the refined practical manuals reside. However, I would advise you to take the time to read from top to bottom to build a solid foundation." After this, Gowen sat up slightly. The 2nd shelf contains the memoirs of Wasteland survivors. The 1st, 4th, and 7th books in the 3rd row conceal first-hand accounts of rare and unique infected entities, should you have an interest in them. The 3rd and 4th shelves contain special survival manuals. Rest assured, each volume is invaluable, encompassing the author's insights on the Wasteland and certain unique survival techniques. Although these techniques may not immediately benefit your situation, their worth will become evident once employed. "Thank you." Cheng Ye expressed his gratitude. The thoroughness of her responses and advice made him realize the impact of removing his raincoat and cleaning his shoes. It appeared that mutual respect existed even in the Wasteland. A smile touched Cheng Ye's lips as he recalled his days during the graduate entrance examination, where he was the only one permitted to eat in the library, thus saving himself the hassle of a 30-minute trek to the cafeteria each day. Over time, that half hour saved accumulated to several days' worth of time over 6 months. Why? It was merely the privilege of cultivating a good rapport with the librarian. Now, similarly, Gowen's guidance spared Cheng Ye the effort of sifting through and organizing information himself. With this in mind, he decided to start with the 1st row. 2 days would suffice for him to rapidly browse through all the books on the 1st shelf. Pulling out the 1st book from the 1st row, he glanced at the title, which was surprisingly familiar in Chinese characters: Infection Origins. The content was precisely what piqued his interest at present. As he settled into the reading area, Gowen had already risen to turn on the lights, which emitted a slightly cold white glow, invigorating his senses. "If you require tea or refreshments, please feel free to call for me." "Thank you," Cheng Ye nodded, taking a seat at the expansive wooden table and gently opening the book to its 1st page. The somewhat hasty handwriting, requiring concentrated attention to decipher some of the cursive letters, unexpectedly imparted a sense of purpose akin to turning the pages of a historical tome. "Do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in prophecy? Do you believe in the apocalypse?" "I never did, but reality has taught me harsh lessons, forcing me to acknowledge the concept of fate. On December 21st, 2032, had it not been the 20th anniversary of the world-ending prophecy foretold by the Mayans, that day would have passed as any ordinary day. Forgotten by all, including myself, a writer fascinated by apocalyptic themes, who would only recall it upon encountering related reports. Oh, the Mayans predicted apocalypse. 20 years have elapsed. How can anyone still believe in the end times? It is merely a hot topic for capitalistic exploitation, akin to Valentine's Day or Singles Day, destined to be archived in history and forgotten by all. Yet it ultimately came. This apocalypse arrived a full 20 years late. On that fateful day, at 4 in the afternoon, I opened my window to witness an unforgettable spectacle. A colossal luminescent entity graced Blue Star, its lengthy tail nearly spanning the entire skyline, eclipsing even the sun's radiance. Experts speculated that it was an extraterrestrial life form that had traversed a wormhole. I cannot attest to its authenticity, but its fleeting presence irrevocably altered Blue Star's fate, gradually tearing apart the fragile veneer of civilization. Fragments shed from the comet crashed across various locations on Blue Star, whether large or small, inciting human greed. People were desperate to glean knowledge or discover something from these shards, leading nations to engage in both overt and covert struggles, each striving to find a catalyst for technological advancement. Indeed, discoveries were made, and the terrifying S1 virus emerged. Transported by saliva and blood, the virus spread uncontrollably across the globe within just 3 months. Infected individuals resembled the zombies from cinematic portrayals, but were far more terrifying. A mere scratch or bite would trigger a horrific transformation within 10 seconds, leading to indiscriminate attacks on their peers, rapidly expanding the scope of infection. Even though human civilization possessed resilience, the infected were still constrained by the limitations of carbon-based life forms. The S1 virus persisted for a full 4 years until the establishment of the Human Federation, the emergence of sanctuary cities, and the gradual formation of organized combat units encircling the threat, ultimately sealing this nightmare away, if only temporarily. Accompanying the text was an illustration. A man with a grotesque visage, his body hunched, eyes clouded and pale, revealing broken canine teeth as drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. Zombies? Cheng Ye said, "Bro furovit." He wondered if it was the influence of films. But compared to those entities with bizarre abilities, he found zombies to be more troublesome. After all, a single bite could lead to infection, implying that remaining in densely populated sanctuary cities could prove even more perilous. Fortunately, as described in the text, these zombies have not transcended the limitations of carbon-based life forms. They are capable of running, yet due to the decay and damage of their skeletal muscles, they cannot match the speed of a healthy adult male. Fearless of death, they have consequently become clumsy living targets, easily ensnared by traps set by humans. When humanity finally organized into combat formations, the demise of the zombies was inevitable. How could mere flesh endure the onslaught of heavy machine gun fire? Incendiary projectiles would turn even the largest tide of corpses into mere kindling. In the winter of the year 2037 of the Old Era, when the last S1 infected individual was reduced to ashes in an incinerator, grand celebrations erupted across the blue planet. Survivors emerged from their shelters, weeping as they embraced among the ruins of cities, as if proclaiming the dawn of civilization's rebirth from the ashes. I was fortunate to be among them, having survived this catastrophe, rejoicing in the end of the apocalypse. However, the boundless energy bestowed upon the zombies by the S1 virus ultimately ignited the greed of a small faction of people who yearned to uncover the secret to eternal life, seeking ways to transcend the limitations of carbon-based existence. In certain clandestine laboratories, the primordial virus was captured and began to be studied. Under human guidance, the S1 virus abandoned its inefficient mode of widespread transmission, directing its evolutionary trajectory towards the very limits of life forms. In the spring of 2041, the S2 virus was born by chance. This peculiar S2 virus completely lost its capacity for widespread contagion. Humans would only become hosts after more than 48 hours of close contact with the source of infection. Once infected, humanity, at long last, achieved what it had initially desired, successfully surpassing the genetic limits of carbon-based life forms. During this period, towering infected giants measuring several meters in height emerged. Alongside ultra-fast infectors reaching subsonic speeds, special infectors capable of flight, and intelligent infectors capable of exerting mental control over humans. Yet, Due to the fixed mode of transmission and other factors, the Human Federation maintained its combat effectiveness, allowing the S2 virus to be easily suppressed within just a year and 4 months, with all sources of infection eradicated. Nevertheless, having witnessed the emergence of one virus after another, could humanity truly resist the insatiable thirst for genetic enhancement? Chapter 14. The Extraordinary Virus, Transcending Time. If the S1 virus can be likened to a natural disaster, unpredictable and unpreventable, then the S2 virus is unequivocally a man-made calamity, stemming from the insatiable greed within the human heart and the desires embedded in our genes. Ah, is that not the armor titan from Attack on Titan? As I turn to the first illustration of the infected, the familiar form momentarily disorients Cheng Ye. A giant, approximately 20 meters tall, is entirely covered in insect-like chitinous armor, wielding a column that emits white smoke, reminiscent of a chemical plant. The absurdity of it evokes the image of Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow tree. Opposite the giant stands 8 massive cannon barrels, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Cheng Ye is uncertain what might transpire upon their collision, yet he comprehends that the giant is destined for a gruesome fate. After all, modern technology is not akin to the three-dimensional devices depicted in cartoons. It requires humans to fly and sever heads. The area within the cannon's range embodies the truth. Further down the page are several illustrations, depicting ultra-fast infectors with Achilles tendons extending to their necks, flying infectors sprouting wings, and intelligent infectors with brains occupying half their body volume. In contrast to the zombies, Cheng Ye finds these infectors oddly endearing in their absurdity. Their exaggerated forms, clearly indicative of a misguided path, would never be considered rational or sustainable by even the most foolish of humans. Naturally, their swift eradication within a mere year is entirely within reason. One virus after another is hardly surprising. The author's queries at the bottom of the page do not strike Cheng Ye as peculiar. In fact, they seem entirely reasonable. The S-series viruses pose immense hazards, yet they also harbor corresponding benefits. Upon turning to the next chapter, it becomes evident that the S3 virus has just emerged. The S2 virus was eradicated in the summer of 2043, and for the subsequent 5 years, human civilization rapidly recovered. Shelter cities were dismantled, and humanity returned to life in familiar urban environments, as everything appeared to be returning to normalcy, until the S3 virus reemerged. Despite decades of research into the S3 virus, its origins remain shrouded in mystery. It no longer infects humans, but instead focuses on animals and plants, perfectly merging the characteristics of both the S1 and S2 viruses. Transmitted through water sources, it radiated across the globe within just 6 months, enabling animals and plants to surpass their limits and giving rise to myriad astonishing effects. It is unfathomable how this planet could descend into such madness, as ordinary soil and vegetation, catalyzed by the virus, birthed a remarkable plant capable of restoring youth, the 9-transformation ginseng fruit. Consuming it allows an 80-year-old to revert to the vitality of a 20-year-old. Even more astonishingly, with the emergence of the 9-transformation ginseng fruit, an increasing number of bizarre mutated creatures and plants appeared, capable of bestowing superhuman strength through the mutated Tianli beef, enabling the regeneration of severed limbs with the 100-section grass, or granting the ability to breathe fire with the lava lotus, and allowing low-altitude flight with the wind cloud leaf. Many proclaim this a resurgence of spiritual energy, heralding an era of great conflict for humanity, while others assert that it signifies the return of ancient myths and divine artifacts, poised to lead humanity back to a primordial age and ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos. I cannot ascertain who is truly correct, but I'm certain that this virus is far more terrifying than the S1 and S2 viruses. It masterfully exploits the human psyche, seizing upon our vulnerabilities and striking at the very core of our ultimate desires for immortality, power, and the extraordinary. As the fruit that restores youth is fiercely contested among humans, and the fruits that bestow extraordinary abilities surface in the black market, the S3 virus, in its most gentle guise, orchestrates a massacre more thorough than the previous 2 calamities. It does not need to dismantle human order. Human greed alone shatters everything to pieces. Humanity has gone mad. Everyone has succumbed to madness, driven to insanity by the pursuit of the extraordinary and the quest for strength. Ironically, despite enduring the onslaught of the S1 and S2 viruses, humanity displayed no signs of civilizational collapse. Yet, after experiencing the S3 virus, which appeared to have no direct impact, the casualties were staggering, with vast cities left desolate, and a total war was unleashed. One page concludes without illustrations. Cheng Ye, however, is engulfed in profound shock, as these words seem to pull him into that frenzied era, revealing how humanity is dissected in an age of the extraordinary, transforming what should be weapons directed outward into daggers aimed at civilization itself. In this era of great conflict, anyone may attain the extraordinary. Even those ordinary individuals sheltered in refuge have begun to harbor greed, leading the very foundation of humanity towards chaos and the abyss. Strangely, Cheng Ye suddenly thinks of Earth. If such a virus were to manifest on Earth, could humanity truly withstand the progression from S1 to S2 and then to S3? Moreover, there is one point that has long puzzled Cheng Ye. Currently, in the desolate lands of the Blue Planet, aside from few geographical terms, everything else bears no difference to Earth before his transmigration. Could it be that I did not traverse into another world, but rather into another time? Cheng Ye cannot help but speculate. Modifying a geographical name is not a daunting task. With the emergence of extraordinary powers, redrawing regional boundaries would be a simple affair. Furthermore, the subsequent descriptions in the text regarding the transition from the old era to the new era seem to continually affirm his judgments. The chaos brought about by the S3 virus persisted for a full 15 years, during which the population of launching plummeted to less than 2 billion. War erupted across the tumultuous planet, and with every emergence of new extraordinary phenomena, a spectacle involving millions would ensue. The farcical nature of this turmoil was not brought to an end because humanity recognized the dangers of the virus, but rather due to the peculiar mutation of the S3 virus, giving rise to the S4 variant. In the autumn of the year 2063 of the old era, the S3 virus underwent a fission that produced the unique S4 virus. Ironically, it seemed as though everything was caught in a cycle. The S4 virus regressed to the characteristics of the S2 period, losing its ability for widespread transmission, targeting only specific groups for airborne contagion. This particular group consisted of those extraordinary beings who had previously emerged. What? Cheng Ye felt a jolt of shock, nearly exclaiming aloud. Had he found himself in the times described in books, he might not have been able to grasp the terror of the S virus so clearly. To summarize, the transition from S3 to S4 was akin to a deceptive scheme, luring individuals in only to gradually lead them to slaughter. Those extraordinary beings infected by the S4 virus would experience a rapid loss of control over their powers. As their genetic chain shattered, they would become mere husks, surviving solely by biological instinct, a state we refer to as the original infection source. Although the S4 virus did not directly affect ordinary people, the aberrant powers within the extraordinary beings remained a lethal source of contamination. A minuscule fraction of individuals who came into contact with these powers might miraculously inherit a fragment of extraordinary ability, yet the majority would fall into the same trap, gaining power while losing their sanity, transforming into entities that could only function through instinct, residual memories, and past habits, endlessly replaying fragmented lives. The various types of infected entities we encounter today can all be traced back to these extraordinary beings of the old era, from whom the source of abilities can be derived. Due to the clandestine and unique nature of the original infection source, the lethality of human technological weapons had become exceedingly limited. In a bid to preserve civilization, regions began to reinstate the Sanctuary City Initiative, aiming to protect ordinary people while isolating the expansion of the infection source. The first sanctuary city, known as Xinhua, was completed in 2070. To prevent future generations from retracing history and repeating the same mistakes, the surviving humanity made a bold decision to sever ties with the old era, redrawing the map of the planet and erasing from existence the continents and ruins contaminated by the original infection sources, burying a portion of history that had inflicted immense harm on civilization, and embarking on a path of development in the new era. In 2070 of the old era, marking the first year of the new era, human civilization regained its footing. This journey would undoubtedly be a protracted struggle lasting hundreds of years. It was regrettable that my lifespan was limited, and I would not witness the true resolution of this catastrophe. Yet, perhaps there would still be S5 and S6. What do you think? Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Ye had turned to the last page of Infection Origins, his gaze lingering on the question that seemed to have been pinned with the last vestiges of the author's strength. S5? S6? The S-series viruses had mutated merely 4 times, yet they had nearly pushed human civilization to the brink of collapse. Should another extensive mutation occur, reverting to the S1 model of widespread transmission, the re-emergence of zombies would ensue, and these would be zombies that had transcended the limits of carbon-based life. Cheng Ye could not suppress a shudder, instantly realizing that this wasteland might be far more perilous than he had initially imagined. Meanwhile, it was now the 35th year of the new era. If he could unearth the buried history, proving that this place was indeed Earth, it would signify that he had not traversed into a parallel world, but rather had traveled through time to 80 years later. Chapter 15. Value Investment. The funds are secured. Perhaps it was not a journey to another world, but a traversal along the timeline, which was fortuitous for Cheng Ye. It implied that his roots still lay within this planet. Perhaps one day he would possess the means to return to the ruins of Yangcheng, rediscovering the rented dwelling where he had once concealed spare change within the mattress seams, and witnessing the motivational slogans scrawled on the walls in preparation for his graduate studies. Of course, after 80 years, the extraordinary powers would have undergone transformations, and no one could predict what the ruins had evolved into. Perhaps everything had morphed into a visage unfamiliar to Cheng Ye, yet to live is to cherish a glimmer of hope. Had the timeline progressed as expected, even had I graduated in my first year, it was highly probable I would not survive the S1 virus 7 years hence. However, could the end of the world, predicted by the Mayans, also foresee extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth? Cheng Ye silently scoffed, preferring to believe this was merely a beautiful coincidence. Returning Infection Origins to the shelf, he drew out a second book, Extraordinary Diary, a first-hand account of an ordinary individual who suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities and embarked on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Though the written word lacked the impact of a video, Cheng Ye could still discern the 2 words, cannibalism. To become extraordinary, one must climb over the corpses of others, to strive and to seize, lest one remains forever obscure. As a result, some extraordinary beings, deeply entrenched in their obsessions and endowed with unique abilities, transformed into entities akin to earthbound spirits after succumbing to the S4 virus and losing their reason. They became elusive, difficult to track, and even when they emerged, they could not be exterminated, for contact would lead to the spread of infection. Humanity wisely excised these regions from maps and history, severing the source of exploration. Upon opening the 3rd book, Distribution of Original Infection Sources, Cheng Ye was met not with a distribution map of sanctuary cities provided by the checkpoints, but rather with a world map he recognized, albeit lacking many landmasses. For instance, the island nation of Redao, as well as an entire segment of Antarctica. As he scrutinized the domestic map, Cheng Ye's gaze fixated on a dark patch, accompanied by 4 orange-red areas. The dark area denoted restricted access, while the orange-red regions indicated extreme danger, did they not? Like a parched sponge suddenly plunged into water, Cheng Ye greedily absorbed the scarce information about this wasteland. The patter of rain outside provided a soothing white noise, perfectly isolating him from the chaos of the buffer zone. Time slipped by unnoticed. As the rain began to taper off, the dense clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a sliver of sunlight. Suddenly, the defensive communicator placed on the table vibrated, alerting Cheng Ye back to reality. Was it already 6:30? He had entered the library at 9, and in a blink, nearly 9 hours had elapsed. On the wooden table lay 3 towering stacks of books. This was permissible by Gwen, as Cheng Ye's reading speed was remarkably swift, and he was thoroughly engrossed. After randomly testing Cheng Ye with 2 questions to confirm he was not merely skimming, Gwen cheerfully consented to allow him to take multiple books at once, thus saving time on back-and-forth trips. Mr. Cheng, are you feeling hungry? We have nutritional paste for sale at the same price as outside. Gwen peeked out from behind the bookshelf, waving her hand. Or if you have any other needs, do not hesitate to ask. The Survival Library will extend the utmost courtesy to an insightful and eager guest like you. Cheng Ye glanced at the communicator, smiling as he shook his head. I apologize. My work has arrived. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall return tomorrow to read. Very well. The rain had ceased by 4 o'clock. I've already dried your raincoat, which was hanging by the window. It is in a bag by the door. Just bring it back to me when you come tomorrow. As Gwen approached, Cheng Ye noticed for the first time that her left leg bore a disability, causing her to walk with a slight limp, which explained her tendency to remain curled up on the small bed. You may leave. I will help return these books to their places and will keep a record of the unread portion for you. Thank you immensely. Cheng Ye nodded, fully aware that this was Gwen's way of investing in him, akin to Uncle Dong's morning gift of nutritional paste. In the harsh reality of the Wasteland, demonstrating the value one held in the eyes of others could yield the finest treatment. Perhaps, at some point, these investments would return tenfold, 100-fold, altering the course of his life. Upon exiting the library, the sky had indeed transformed from a leaden gray to a crystalline blue. The heavy clouds had receded significantly, leaving behind remnants that resembled crumpled cotton, lazily scattered across the horizon. A few rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the cloud cover, cascading downwards, one of which landed precisely on the bluestone slabs in front of the library, mingling with the refreshing scent unique to the post-rain atmosphere. Cheng Ye inhaled deeply, feeling the oppressive heaviness within his chest dissipate entirely. How delightful, compared to the body that had endured multiple rounds of academic torment before his transmigration. His current physique was astonishingly formidable. The aching neck, slightly stiff back, and tingling calves merely required a bit of movement to restore them to normalcy. However, observing the churning clouds in the distance, Cheng Ye understood that the torrential rain was only temporarily abating. As long as no new cyclones formed to propel warm air forward, the rainstorm would linger over Chuancheng. Drip, drip, drip. The defense communication device vibrated once more. Having disabled the Do Not Disturb mode, Cheng Ye was directly switched to the call interface. It was Luo Xiaoxue. Hey, Sister Luo, I was just at the library. All right, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Cheng Ye waited only 2 minutes before effortlessly boarding the bus back to the main urban area. With the rain subsiding, the lockdown in the main city had also concluded. The bus was filled with numerous workers clad in uniforms, chattering animatedly about the peculiar plants they encountered while clearing land that day. Cheng Ye instinctively thought they were discussing extraordinary plants capable of bestowing superhuman abilities. But after eavesdropping for a moment, he shook his head with a chuckle, realizing he had indeed become muddled from too much reading. Following the outbreak of the S4 virus, extraordinary plants had not been spared. Most had perished, with only a small portion forming a symbiotic relationship with the infected. These special infected entities retained plant characteristics. Although they could move, they did not actively attack humans and were widely distributed across various regions of Blue Star. Rumors had it that their plant components could still grant humans extraordinary powers without any risk of infection, which explained why a group of scavengers perpetually searched the wasteland for them. Regrettably, after so many years, no one had been reported to have found any and become wealthy. The workers' discussion of mutated plants resembled modern discussions about lotteries. Everyone knew deep down that these were not the miraculous, special, infected entities. Yet they held onto a glimmer of excess hope for fortune. After all, this was extraordinary power. Who wouldn't be tempted? To be honest, after understanding the might of the extraordinary beings, Cheng Ye felt a fervent yearning within. After all, compared to ordinary wasteland dwellers who had merely heard tales of the extraordinary, he had witnessed such power firsthand, albeit in movies and animations. The tires screeched against the slick road, producing a sharp sound as the bus announcement chimed. Happiness Bank Station has arrived. Cheng Ye stepped off the bus, marking his second visit here. His previous visit dated back to the second day of his arrival in the wasteland, when he came to sign documents to inherit Cheng Long's legacy. Xiao, Cheng. As Cheng Ye squinted at the nearby bank building, a gentle female voice suddenly called out from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Luo Xiaoxue approaching with a middle-aged man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, both looking at him in surprise. You become quite robust in just 2 months. Really? Has it? Cheng Ye scratched his head, attributing it all to Brother BS efforts, as he had been closely monitoring his training. Even if Cheng Ye tried to slack off, there had to be some results. Is that so? Luo Xiaoxue scrutinized him skeptically. When Cheng Ye had emerged from the high walls, she had come with Lu Bai to greet him. In her memory, Cheng Ye had been a slender figure, pale-faced, always keeping his head down and silent. Little did she expect that 2 months later, the young man before her had broad shoulders nearly filling out his shirt collar, clearly defined muscles in his forearms, and an air of youthful vigor radiating from him. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes relaxed, exuding a sense of decisiveness. Sister Luo, if I were still the same as before, Brother Biwuden, trust me alone to guard the gates. Lu Bai was 35, and Luo Xiaoxue was 34. At the age of 19, it might seem strange for Cheng Ye to call her sister, but having been 26 before his transmigration, the age difference was significant. That's true. Luo Xiaoxue continued to examine him for a while before suppressing her curiosity and turning to introduce the middle-aged man. This is your Uncle Song, one of the managers at the Public Works Department. He knows your father well, and Lu Bai too. He'll help you secure some contribution points. You don't need to rush to pay it back. I'll have Brother B cover for you first. Thank you, Uncle Song, Cheng Ye immediately called out, and the slick-haired, middle-aged man offered a kind smile. No need for formalities. I fought alongside Cheng Ye. If you have any issues in the future, just come to the Public Works Department and find me. I couldn't possibly trouble Uncle Song. Just being able to borrow contribution points today is already a tremendous help. As they exchanged pleasantries, the trio entered the buffer zone of the Happiness Bank branch. The interior resembled a modern rural credit cooperative, featuring 4 service windows. But at this hour, it was deserted. No surprise there. Unlike the freely circulating happiness coins, contribution points were strictly regulated within the entire domain of Happiness City, with every expenditure meticulously documented for transparency, making it rare for ordinary citizens to visit. Individuals like Cheng Ye, who held the title of trainee inspector, had a borrowing limit of only 100 contribution points every 6 months. This was also the primary reason Lu Bai had mentioned the figure of 100 points. Inspector Cheng, please be advised, borrowing contribution points from others must have a legitimate purpose and is strictly for personal use. Should it be discovered that the points you borrowed circulated in any other manner, penalties ranging from double to 10-fold fines will be imposed based on the severity of the violation. While Cheng Ye signed his name, a staff member at the counter reminded him. Chapter 16. Happiness Coins, Contribution Points, and the Threat of Natural Disasters. Happiness coins are essential for ordinary residents who wish to settle and make a living in the shelter city. They are anchored to the inexhaustible energy of hydropower stations, the abundant minerals mined from the surrounding areas for decades, the robust industrial strength of the inner city, and the military might capable of repelling small-scale infection waves. With this combination of resources and industrial power, Happiness City can effortlessly exchange for a vast array of agricultural products from surrounding shelters, large settlements, and smaller gathering places without needing to expand farmland, thereby meeting the daily needs of millions. Even when the city's higher-ups occasionally made idealistic decisions, such as waiving electricity fees during the water-rich rainy season or reducing the price of nutritional paste by 1 happiness coin during harvest season, the market remained stable. This stability stemmed from residents' voluntary savings to prepare for the resource shortages that typically arose in winter and spring, coupled with timely official interventions. Happiness coins retained a degree of purchasing power even when venturing beyond Chuan City to other cities and shelters. However, the contribution points, which are a tier above happiness coins, operate on an entirely different foundational logic and anchoring mechanism. The items that can be exchanged for contribution points are strictly strategic resources and control goods. For instance, improved versions of firearms, military-grade weaponry, crafted from rare alloys to enhance durability and optimized for special ballistics, exhibit lethality far exceeding that of standard market offerings. Additionally, high-tech electronic products, military-grade communication devices, thermal detectors, and specialized equipment for combating infected entities are all invaluable tools for survival in the Wasteland. Of course, there are also cold weapons that Cheng Ye currently intends to purchase. For modern individuals, the challenge of crafting cold weapons is no longer a technical hurdle. The real difficulty lies in the materials used. For example, materials like Damascus steel, 52,100 steel, and 15 and 20 steel commonly seen in forging competitions. However, in the Wasteland, these steels are no longer considered top-tier forging materials. The truly valuable items that require contribution points for purchase are the extraordinary ores that Cheng Ye has only just begun to comprehend. The original essence may merely be an ordinary iron ore, but once it is tainted by the powers of extraordinary beings or infected entities, it may develop astonishing characteristics. The price of the ore varies significantly based on the degree of contamination. Take Liu Bai's dagger as an example. It contains less than 20 grams of ordinary extraordinary ore, yet it is sufficient to maintain sharpness while possessing exceptional hardness and resilience, far beyond the reach of modern materials. Of course, I am well aware of this. I understand that the staff must have noticed his trainee status and kindly reminded him to avoid punishment for ignorance of the rules. Cheng Ye did not find this unusual and nodded gently. Contribution points are so precious that the prohibition on unrestricted trading is entirely reasonable, especially since in Xing Fu Cheng, the avenues for individuals to acquire contribution points are exceedingly limited. Only certain designated positions have fixed means of earning them, such as inspectors who can receive rewards for identifying infected entities trying to infiltrate the city, or the Public Works Department, which can earn rewards for exceeding expectations in their pioneering efforts, or engineers who ensure the normal operation of city facilities and can receive periodic rewards. Aside from these, contribution points are granted only to those who make tangible contributions to Xing Fu Cheng. For instance, a sentinel who unexpectedly discovers a hidden cluster of infected entities can receive contribution points upon reporting and verification. Similarly, a scavenger who finds valuable items among the ruins of the city can submit them for evaluation and potentially earn points based on their worth. This is a highly stimulating policy, but if contribution points could be freely traded, their intrinsic value and behavioral significance would be significantly diminished. Therefore, Xing Fu Cheng has instituted rules whereby contribution points may be borrowed, but there is a maximum limit for each individual per cycle. Ordinary residents can borrow a maximum of 10 points every 6 months. In contrast, a trainee inspector like Cheng Ye enjoys a tenfold increase, allowing for up to 100 points. Naturally, this system is not without its loopholes. For example, if Cheng Ye wishes to purchase a handgun worth 20 points, he could easily borrow from Liu Bai to make the purchase and then transfer it to himself, circumventing the borrowing restrictions. The staff's earlier reminder precisely addressed this point. Xing Fu Cheng operates under a monitoring mechanism that may overlook minor infractions. Yet if someone were to report a violation, the resultant fines could swiftly lead to the violator's ruin. All right, I have completed the signing. Cheng Ye nodded and submitted the application form with his name filled in at the window. The staff member swiftly tapped on the keyboard, and moments later, Cheng Ye's defense communicator vibrated. Xing Fu Bank Buffer District Branch, year 35 of the new era, June 26, 1847. Song Yongfeng from the Public Works Department has transferred you 100 contribution points, current balance. 143 points, Y143. Cheng Ye casually checked the transaction record below. Year 35 of the new era, June 26th, 0700. Regular salary of 24 contribution points deposited. Balance, 43 points. Note, infection source verification completed. Rating, early stage 2. So it turns out the reward for the Deathwhisper Tentacles was included. At 7 a.m., Cheng Ye had been on a call with Ding Yishan and missed the transfer notification. The 5 points he had promised to Garcia were also untransferred due to the latter being rushed to emergency care after being beaten by Liu Bai. After deducting the 20 points for the handgun, the remaining 143 points will surely suffice for the materials, even if extraordinary or as expensive. I can minimize the amount and still meet my current needs. With resources in hand, there is no cause for panic. As for firearms, Cheng Ye has minimal requirements. Purchasing a B-style wild bull handgun for self-defense will suffice. When it comes time for field duty, he will reassess whether a more powerful submachine gun or rifle is necessary. However, cold weapons differ. A well-suited weapon requires significant adjustment time for the user. Liu Bai's dagger, although initially forged from ordinary materials, has been carefully maintained and used for over a decade, making it difficult to part with. Xiao Cheng, Sister Luo, since the points have been transferred, I will return to the Public Works Department now. After placing the transfer receipt into his backpack, Song Yongfeng turned and smiled at the two, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Fortunately, this recent bout of rain has been sporadic, allowing our buffer district's drainage system a breather. Otherwise, if it continued for another day, the suburbs might be manageable, but the urban areas would surely face severe flooding. Old Song, do you have any predictions on how many more days it will rain? As the three walked outside, Luo Xiaoxua couldn't help but ask, "My husband is at the hydroelectric station for support. If the rain doesn't cease, he might be stuck there for quite a while. According to the predictions from the Inner City Meteorological Office, it will at least continue to rain for a good half month. Such a long duration? Since the beginning of this year. News from various shelter cities has not been optimistic. Meteorological stability is becoming increasingly chaotic, and it is uncertain what further strange occurrences may arise. Speaking of this, Song Yongfeng's smile faded, revealing a hint of concern. The threats posed by meteorological disturbances are hardly less than those from swarms of infected entities. Currently, it is merely a heavy downpour, and the buffer district can still alleviate the situation by clearing drainage channels. But what if it were to snow heavily instead? Not to mention heavy snowfall. If the upcoming autumn affects food production and reaches Xingfucheng, it could precipitate a disaster affecting everyone. Moreover, the activity patterns of infected entities are closely linked to celestial phenomena, such as hydrophilic infected entities that move along the lines of heavy rain. If the meteorological chaos persists, it is hard to say whether a large-scale infection tide will emerge around Xingfucheng before winter. Uncle Song, take care. They watch Song Yongfeng board the bus and depart before returning their gaze, sitting side by side on a bench outside the bank. Chapter 17. Genetic Advantage, Luo Xiaoxue's Instruction. After the departure of Song Yongfeng, an outsider, the atmosphere between the two became less serious. Although their last encounter was a brief exchange when the original owner had just emerged from the high walls, Cheng Ye felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Luo Xiaoxue. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a female version of B. She exhibited no shyness, and her speech and actions were exceptionally gracious. After a few pleasantries, Cheng Ye swiftly shifted the topic. Sister Luo, when did he set out? He had left shortly after their phone call. The people in the inner city, unlike those in our buffer district, seem to act as though they are being pursued by infected entities. I don't know much about the hydroelectric station, but B. You needn't worry about him. He has traversed that route to the hydroelectric station with your father at least 100 times. He could do it with his eyes shut. As for infected entities, Luo Xiaoxue responded, pulling out a palm-sized booklet from her bag. The hydroelectric station is a vital asset for Xingfucheng, housing 2 garrison teams of 500 personnel each. Security concerns should not trouble you. To put it bluntly, any infection tide that could breach our buffer district-'s defenses would find it exceedingly difficult to approach the hydroelectric station. He merely needs to stay there for a while and cannot return just yet. As for you, with the incessant heavy rain, the frequency of hydrophilic infected entities will undoubtedly increase significantly. This booklet is something I compiled, detailing ways to tackle common hydrophilic infected entities. It may not be as comprehensive as what your B has prepared, but you can use it to cross-reference with your inspector training and learn from it. Thank you. Sister Luo, I truly appreciate it. Cheng Ye promptly accepted the booklet, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. In terms of combat capability, Lu Bai is undoubtedly superior. Yet in the realm of organizing information, Luo Xiaoxue was clearly being modest. During breaks after training, he had heard Lu Bai mention it. 8 years ago, the authority of the inspection station was not as extensive. At that time, the buffer district was managed jointly by the inspection station and the Public Security Bureau. The former was responsible for guarding checkpoints, while the latter dealt with infected entities and ensured regional safety. Luo Xiaoxue was then an instructor in the Public Security Bureau, primarily responsible for training newcomers. When an infection tide arose, she would immediately rush to the front lines to confront the infected entities directly. Subsequently, after several reforms of the buffer zone, the Public Security Bureau was disbanded by the higher-ups of Xingfucheng, with all its powers and personnel absorbed into the inspection station. Luo Xiaoxue, coincidentally pregnant, decided to leave and embrace the life of a full-time housewife. Years passed swiftly. Cheng Ye opened the manual and remarked with a sigh, Sister Luo truly has not lost her charm over the years. If I finish this, I suppose I can consider myself your student, right? Hey, you little rascal. Quite the smooth talker. Luo Xiaoxue paused for a moment, then couldn't help but roll her eyes at Cheng Ye, her smile growing brighter. Recently, Lu Bai had often spoken of Cheng Ye, and she had already formed a simple image of him in her mind. Intelligent, diligent, hardworking, and exceptionally gifted, akin to a younger version of Cheng Long. However, it was only today, through their interaction, that she realized the real Cheng Ye was entirely different from the Cheng Ye Lu Bai described. That earlier remark could never have been uttered by the honest Cheng Long, who would likely have struggled to express it his entire life. This was not mere banter. It was a candid truth. Cheng Ye bilinkit, pondering. But are there truly so many hydrophilic infectious entities wandering around in our Shi province? A cursory glance at the manual revealed that at least 60 different sources of infection were documented. Each source possessed distinct abilities, and their simultaneous emergence posed a challenge far more complex than merely 11. Indeed, Luo Xiaoxua nodded earnestly. The water systems in Shi province are well developed, naturally attracting various hydrophilic infectious entities. Now, with the rain line shifting southward, who can say whether they will migrate alongside it? Moreover, what I have compiled for you is not exhaustive. It only includes those that have appeared around Xingfucheng in the past decade. Familiarizing yourself with this information will sufficiently prepare you to remain composed when facing a conventional infectious entity attack. As for those individuals who retain some semblance of awareness after infection, I heard from Liu Bai that you dealt with a Wangyu tentacle-infected individual just 2 days ago. Yes, he must have been possessed by the Wangyu tentacle after drowning, clinging to existence through sheer will until he reached Xingfucheng. Indeed, such entities warrant utmost vigilance. Ordinary infectious entities merely lurk in the shadows to ambush. As long as you exercise caution and understand their unique abilities, it is challenging to fall victim, especially with the backing of the inspection station. However, those with lingering awareness can disguise themselves, deceive your judgment, and some can even evade detection. They must be identified through meticulous verbal traps. Perfect, I shall recount a few typical examples, all of which I have encountered alongside your BG. In her eagerness to ensure Cheng Ye remain alert, Luo Xiaoxue provided an exceptionally detailed explanation, far surpassing the training Cheng Ye had previously undergone as an inspection officer intern. These experiences were not mere embellishments from training, but practical insights that could only be distilled from direct encounters with infectious entities. Given the stakes of life and death ahead, Cheng Ye listened intently, interjecting questions at intervals. Despite being their first interaction, their communication flowed seamlessly. Ding dong. By the time the bank closed at 8:30, the staff exited, finding the two still animatedly conversing at the entrance. Let us go. Your BG is not home today, and we have an empty bed available. We can continue our discussion at home. One spoke while the other listened. One queried while the other responded. The questions were astute, and the answers were well considered. Luo Xiaoxue tapped the armrest of the bench, her gaze towards Cheng Ye transforming from that of an outstanding junior to that of an uncut gem awaiting refinement. She had served as an instructor for nearly 6 years, encountering numerous prodigies, yet none had ever compared to Cheng Ye. His instinct for drawing inferences and his ability to grasp concepts rapidly were qualities she had only read about in books describing the ancient era of humanity. It was said that in that time, humans had no worries about survival, nor did they pursue martial prowess. Their cognitive functions were remarkably advanced, with their learning speeds and adaptability to new ideas far exceeding those of present-day wasteland dwellers. This doesn't seem right. Cheng Ye scratched his head. I still have a day off. I won't start my post until the day after tomorrow. How about we? What tomorrow? It's now tonight. It was no wonder these two got along so well. Liu Bai and Luo Xiaoxue had remarkably compatible temperaments. Seeing this, Cheng Ye could not decline and simply followed her onto the bus heading to the suburbs. You can come over whenever you have time. After all, you're alone now, right? Yes. Why does it feel increasingly off? I feel as though I'm facing a mentor. Cheng Ye couldn't help but recall how, after being assigned a mentor upon entering graduate school, he had naively believed he would receive invaluable guidance, envisioning a future where obtaining a doctorate was a possibility. However, he soon discovered that the mentors uttered such phrases to every student, and when all were gathered, it was not for imparting knowledge but rather for performing community service, leading many to mock them as slaves. What are you thinking? I was just contemplating how I could seek more guidance from Teacher Luo in the future. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Xiaoxue smacked her lips. This ability to speak without thinking was something Liu Bai had not learned, nor had Cheng Long. Many inspection officers she had encountered lacked this skill, yet Cheng Ye seemed to possess it innately. Initially, I thought you would become an intern inspection officer in 2 months due to the favor left by Long Ge. I don't need that now, nor do I require such favors. True. The bus swayed as it continued, and after a few more stops, only the two remained. The chemical factory workers' residential area was indeed quite remote. No matter how spacious it was, Cheng Ye would not choose to reside there. Otherwise, he would have to endure a lengthy bus ride of at least half an hour to reach the central inspection station, let alone travel to the library or the southern station on the other side of the buffer zone. akin to enduring the morning and evening rush hour commutes of modern times. Upon entering the residential complex, Lu Bai's home was on the 5th floor of Building 4. Before Luo Xiaoxue could retrieve her keys, the security door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a small head with a ponytail. "Ah, Mommy, why did you take so long?" However, before she could finish her sentence, upon seeing Cheng Ye standing behind Luo Xiaoxue, the little head immediately retreated, leaving only a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes peeking out cautiously from the door crack. The mischievous glint in those eyes made Cheng Ye unable to suppress a smile, revealing a warm grin. This is your Cheng Ye Gij, the son of Cheng Shu, the one your dad always talks about." Chink, Ye Guogul. The slightly childish voice felt oddly out of place against the backdrop of the wasteland, yet it eased the tension Cheng Ye had been holding onto for so long. Indeed, the hope of new life is a powerful antidote to fear. Chapter 18. The Extraordinary Curse, New Opportunities. Perhaps due to absorbing an overwhelming amount of information throughout the day, Cheng Ye felt mentally drained, or perhaps it was the presence of others in the room that added a touch of warmth to his solitary existence. That night, Cheng Ye slept exceptionally soundly, a sensation of true restfulness washing over him for the first time since his arrival in the wasteland. However, why is it only 7:30? Cheng Ye sat up, taking deep breaths to expel the stagnant air from his chest. Having initially arrived in the wasteland with a frail body, he was significantly weaker even when compared to modern individuals who indulged in takeout and lacked exercise. Now 2 months had passed. After only 5 hours of sleep the previous night, he felt invigorated. This positive transformation filled him with delight. Awake already? As Cheng Ye emerged from the bedroom, Luo Xiaoxue was also up, watering her plants with a kettle. Upon seeing him, she looked up and greeted him. The apartments allocated to inspection officers by the chemical factory were typically 2-bedroom layouts, yet the inhabitants of the wasteland had long abandoned the need for cooking, transforming kitchens into multifunctional spaces. For instance, Lu Bai's family had converted their kitchen into a small vegetable garden. "Cheng Ye Guogua, you're awake. Gome." Hearing Cheng Ye rise, Lu Yi hurriedly ran over from the living room. While the order in Xingfu Cheng's buffer zone was indeed significantly better than in other regions of the wasteland, it still lacked the luxury of building schools. Lu Bai and his wife naturally couldn't bear to send their just 5-year-old daughter to the inner city for school. Consequently, Lu Yi's world since birth has been confined to the chemical plant's residential community, primarily interacting with adults of similar age to Lu Bai. Cheng Ye has become the first young person she has encountered up close. Being a child, Lu Yi lacks any sense of wariness, especially since Luo Xiaoxue has not hindered her from approaching Cheng Ye. After a night, Lu Yi has become quite familiar with this newly met elder brother and is now tugging at Cheng Ye's sleeve, eager to showcase her vegetable garden. "This is a big cabbage, this is a small cabbage, this is a round cabbage, and this is a fat cabbage." In the living room, several flower pots contain somewhat wilted cabbages. With enthusiasm, Lu Yi introduces them, categorizing them based on their size and shape. Cheng Ye squats down to poke at the leaves, curiously asking, "Oh, doesn't he like to plant other vegetables?" "I do, but Dad only brought back cabbage seeds." "Then how about I bring you some other seeds next time I go out on duty?" "Sure, thank you, Cheng Ye Gich." Upon mentioning other vegetables, Lu Yi's eyes sparkle, reminiscent of a fluffy little creature that has caught the scent of prey. Luo Xiaoxue, who is tidying up the vegetable patch, shakes her head quietly and cannot help but call out, "Cheng Ye, don't spoil her. You see, we can't grow vegetables around our happiness city." "Can't grow? Go wash up first. I prepared water for you. You'll understand what I mean shortly." "All right." Cheng Ye agrees and turns towards the washroom. Perhaps due to the newer water pipes in the suburbs, the water from the faucet is a pale white, devoid of the pungent chlorinated taste typical of the central urban water supply. After finishing washing his face, he finds Luo Xiaoxue in the corner of the living room, using a simple induction cooker to boil water with 3 cabbages beside her. "Sister Luo, I can just drink nutritional liquid. There's no need to cook vegetables for me, right? How precious are vegetables in Happiness City?" According to the original memories, Cheng Ye never found anyone who had eaten vegetables. It seems everyone has been drinking nutritional liquid since birth. This includes the residents of the inner city. No one has ever eaten vegetables, even during festivals. They only consume a few slices of synthetic meat or chicken meat stuffed in bread as a form of celebration. You are mistaken. These things aren't particularly valuable. They're simply rare here. As she speaks, Luo Xiaoxue tears apart a cabbage and drops it into the boiling water. After a brief 10 seconds, she retrieves the pieces with chopsticks. Want to give it a try? Am I really going to eat it? I'm already staying at your place. Is this meal really necessary? After 2 months of daily consumption of nutritional liquid, his palate has become dulled, and just the thought of the sweet taste of cabbage makes Cheng Ye's throat involuntarily swallow. He picks up a piece and puts it in his mouth. However, after chewing a few times, his expression changes. First, he is surprised, then furrows his brow, ultimately lost in thought. Why does it have no flavor? To say it tastes like what might be an exaggeration, but the actual texture is perhaps even worse. It feels like chewing on sawdust, devoid of any trace of cabbage flavor or even a hint of discernible taste. It seems you have eaten normal vegetables in the inner city. Cheng Long must have invested significantly in you. This stuff is precious when transported to our happiness city. It requires contribution points to exchange for it, and there are limitations on the quantity. Turning off the induction cooker, Luo Xiaoxue smiles. This is why I said we can't grow vegetables here. Whether it is cabbage, celery, or lettuce, anything grown in the soil tastes like this. Cheng Ye puts down his bowl and chopsticks, his brows knitting into a frown. Previously, in his struggle for survival, he had no interest in such matters. As long as he could eat, that was sufficient. His understanding of the infected entities only began when he was transferred to the North and South stations. With the time to delve into why no one eats vegetables and instead drinks nutritional liquid. Could it be due to the extraordinary individuals? You guessed correctly. Luo Xiaoxue replies, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Not only in our Chuan city, but 3/4 of the land in the entire Shi province has been contaminated by a powerful, extraordinary being. All plants lose their traits as they grow. Today it might be the taste, tomorrow it could be the flavor, and the day after, they might even lose their nutritional value. In summary, the longer they grow, the more traits they lose. What about transporting new soil from uncontaminated areas? Cheng Ye blurted out. If it's just a flavor, that's no big deal. There are plenty of ways to season it. Just add a spoonful of Sanhua condensed milk, and anything you cook will have a sweet taste. But if the nutritional value is lost, then seasoning becomes meaningless because consuming it would be harmful to the body. It would be better to drink the cheaper nutritional liquid. It's useless. Luo Xiaoxue shakes her head. Although that extraordinary being has long fallen, the source of its contamination remains in a certain part of Shi province, perpetually eroding the land. Newly transported soil will be assimilated within days. Not only the land, but even stones will become diseased. However, what you just ate has merely lost its flavor. It still holds value for the body. Is that so? Cheng Ye retorts, pondering this shocking news until he leaves the chemical plant community. If anything planted in the soil is affected, does that mean not only vegetables, but also food crops will be similarly impacted? He had previously been considering setting up a small plot to grow vegetables once he stabilized. But now it seems that potential has been snuffed out at the source. No, if the trading channels in Happiness City encounter issues, making it impossible to import the raw materials for nutritional liquid, wouldn't that lead to famine within the city? Besides natural disasters, there seem to be even more threats looming over all the residents of Happiness City. It is likely that a single trigger could ignite all these threats, instantly transforming them into a reaping scythe. Yet many people, just like his former self, are unwilling to seek understanding, or even if they do understand, they find themselves powerless. This world undoubtedly harbors more secrets that I have yet to uncover. Intriguing. Cheng Ye strides purposefully to the bus stop. For the average person, land contamination signifies the loss of vital production capacity, forcing them to rely solely on the nutritional liquid provided by the protective city to sustain their lives. But he is different. Upon learning of the extraordinary contamination, his immediate thought is not despair, but opportunity. If he could break through the contamination, wouldn't the vegetables and grains he grows fetch astronomical prices? Moreover, in critical moments, it could provide him with the leverage to completely extricate himself from Happiness City. There is no rush to study this now. My time is limited. I must finalize my weapon today and also visit the library to finish reading all the books on the first shelf. Chapter 19. Fire hides iron, whirlwind stab. There are many places in the buffer zone to exchange contribution points for supplies. For instance, beneath the workers' residential area where Cheng Ye lives, next to the large meat canteen, there is a supply exchange point where one can purchase many scarce regulated items. However, to acquire extraordinary ores for crafting cold weapons, there's only one place within the entire buffer zone. Happiness Giant Wall Station. The announcement system echoes, and Cheng Ye's eyelids flicker as he descends the bus with the crowd. As the closest point to the Happiness Giant Wall, this place undoubtedly serves as the very heart of the buffer zone. Looking up, the massive wall towers over 30 meters high, severing countless prying gazes from the buffer zone. Under the sunlight, the wall's surface is pockmarked, with some areas stained with dark brown patches. Whether dried blood or the remnants of a corrosive attack from an infected entity is unknown. At the base of the giant wall, 10-meter-high metal watchtowers stand tall, evenly spaced 50 meters apart. In the midst of these towers lies the place where hundreds of thousands of residents of the buffer zone dream to pass through, the Gate of Happiness. A colossal alloy door, approximately 15 meters high and 7 meters wide. No wonder the original owner was so terrified that they took their own life within a day after stepping through this door. Standing in the center of the street, directly facing the grand entrance, Cheng Ye's gaze peers through the small door beneath the main gate, revealing a glimpse of the inner city's icy mountain peak. It truly resembled two disparate worlds. The buffer zone was suffused with the ancient aura of a bygone era, while the inner city stood as a technological utopia born from human imagination. Whether it was the immaculate alloy floors or the skyscrapers shimmering with neon lights even in daylight, an irresistible impulse to venture inside seized him. Regrettably, the stringent contribution point regulations had long barred the 999 individuals residing in the buffer zone from entering the inner city, and Cheng Ye, as an inspector, was no exception, unless one day he ascended to the position of station master like Deng Yishan. Perhaps he might regain the opportunity to occasionally return to the inner city. Diverting his gaze from the towering walls, he observed the streets flanked by an array of shops. From weapon modification stores to stalls selling second-hand protective gear, the air thick with the scents of machine oil, rust, and a faint hint of disinfectant. As the safest locale in the buffer zone, a staggering 90% of contribution point transactions occurred here daily. Cheng Ye scanned his surroundings and quickly identified his objective, an inconspicuous two-story building nestled among the myriad shops. Chao Fan Mineral Buffer Zone Branch. This was the only establishment in the buffer zone where one could procure extraordinary minerals and the sole provider of mineral forging services. Once a buyer placed an order, it would be transmitted to the inner city, where craftsmen would complete the creation before it was transported back for transaction in the buffer zone. Are you looking to forge a weapon, sir? Upon seeing Cheng Ye stride towards the shop, the attendant's eyes brightened, and he promptly approached. Yes. Will you be bringing your own materials for us to assist in forging, or will you be purchasing materials from our shop? Buying, Cheng Ye replied succinctly, preferring not to disclose his intentions at the bustling entrance. Fully aware of the adage that wealth should not be flaunted, the attendant immediately understood and gestured for Cheng Ye to enter the shop, gently closing the door behind them. To be honest, our shop primarily caters to a rare clientele. We might not open for 3 years, but when we do, we thrive for the next 3. After saying this, he continued, the minerals in the shop are samples. If you find something you like, you must place a remote order for it to be forged by the craftsmen in the inner city. If you need a weapon urgently, we do have ready-made products available. If you order now, it can be delivered to you by this afternoon. Let me first inspect the extraordinary minerals. Certainly, please follow me to the second floor. Following the attendant, Xiao Chui, to the second level, Cheng Ye noticed the shop was rather empty. One person occupied the first floor, another on the second, and with Xiao Chui, there were a total of 3 individuals, indeed living up to the notion of a rare clientele. Master Liu, this guest wishes to see the extraordinary minerals. I would appreciate your assistance. Introducing Cheng Ye, Xiao Chui nodded and quickly departed, leaving ample privacy. The Master Liu he referred to was a burly man, towering at 7 feet. With a full beard that gave him an unkempt appearance. We currently have 3 types of extraordinary minerals in the shop. What weapon are you looking to forge? A short knife? I only need to mix in a little. Of course, if you were to use all extraordinary minerals, the price would start at least in the tens of thousands of contribution points. Master Liu chuckled nonchalantly. Moreover, contrary to popular belief, adding more extraordinary minerals does not necessarily yield better results. After all, this substance is one of the sources of infection stemming from the transgressions of extraordinary beings. The more one adds, the greater the risk to the user. Is that so? Cheng Ye's interest piqued, surprised that extraordinary materials concealed such intricacies. A short knife relies on precise strength for a lethal strike. Too much sharp mineral would detract from its agility. Coincidentally, the shop had recently acquired a fine piece suitable for knife forging. As he spoke, Master Lu crouched down and rummaged beneath the counter, producing a transparent glass vial. Inside lay a fiery red stone, roughly the size of a golden bean, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with an inner fire. Is this the mineral containing the power of extraordinary beings? Cheng Ye's eyes widened, as this was the first time he had encountered something so entirely absent in the modern world post-transmigration. Though separated by glass, the stone appeared beautiful and mysterious. Yet its other properties remained elusive. What Song Tai? Merely adding 3 grams will grant you basic characteristics. The first strike will enhance speed and power, with a degree of enhancement dependent on a user's technique, ranging from a minimum of 5 to a maximum of around 10. So remarkable? Cheng Ye se extrêmement surgit. And he blurted out, how many contribution points? 50 points for 1 gram, so 3 grams, along with suitable auxiliary materials and labor, totals 200 contribution points. 200? Cheng Ye felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, momentarily stunned. 50 contribution points for just 1 gram? Goodness, at that rate. An ordinary person wouldn't even qualify to glance at it. Please understand, the cost of extracting such minerals is immense. I cannot fathom how many lives have been sacrificed. And these are not items that can be mass-produced. Master Lu's words echoed sentiments Cheng Ye had heard before. Many scavengers tirelessly scour the wasteland, hoping to stumble upon such extraordinary minerals and strike it rich overnight. If the prices were more reasonable, who would risk their lives amidst the corpses scattered across the wasteland? All right, could you perhaps offer a discount, or allow me to defer payment for a bit? Cheng Ye retrieved his identification badge from his pocket, introducing himself. I am a newly appointed inspector at the checkpoint, and since my tenure has just begun, I currently lack sufficient contribution points. Could you possibly make an exception? Master Lu instinctively wished to decline, yet hesitated upon hearing the term inspector. After a moment's contemplation, he stood and said, "Please wait. Allow me to consult with the main store and see what the manager has to say." "Thank you, I appreciate it." As Master Lu returned the glass vial to the counter, he ascended to the only partition on the second floor and dialed a number on the defense hotline. "Master Su, it's like this." He briefly described Cheng Ye's situation, adding, "Although this inspector appears young, he likely possesses some merit. Is that so?" The voice on the other end responded with a hint of skepticism, yet refrained from further questioning. "Then let us offer him a discount. Only charge him for the extraordinary material, waiving labor and basic materials." "Understood." After hanging up, Master Lu returned with a quote. Cheng Ye was momentarily dumbfounded. Even if he was only charged for the extraordinary material, he still needed 150 points. Mustering his courage, he replied, "I wonder if you could make an exception. I currently have only 143 points. Could you consider the remaining 7 as a loan? 7 points?" Master Lu had the authority to make this decision and nodded in agreement. "No problem. Please follow me to select the short knife shape." Inside the partition, blueprints were spread out, showcasing dozens of different short knife designs. From common reconnaissance daggers and tactical straight knives to versatile bayonets and folding knives. Cheng Ye examined each option until his eyes landed on a unique silhouette that diverged from traditional weapon forging principles, resembling a modern composite tool. Xuan Feng Qi, a rather ruthless weapon, Master Lu introduced. The blade is sharp as a spear, featuring a false edge that allows it to widen the wound while piercing. As long as it strikes a vital point, the 2 twists at the rear of the blade contribute to a terrifying lethality. In addition, this Xian Feng CI is equipped with a threaded quick connection, enabling it to attach to a steel pipe and transform into a mid-range trident spear. "I will choose this one," Cheng Ye decided almost without hesitation. Given the exorbitant cost of extraordinary minerals, he knew he could not muster sufficient contribution points for a second forging in the near future. Therefore, selecting a weapon capable of self-defense at close range while also transforming into a mid-range spear was tantamount to saving 150 points instantly. A wise choice indeed. Master Lu's narrowed eyes flickered with surprise before swiftly concealing his emotions within the folds of his face. After more than a decade of navigating this field, one can often discern the character of a user simply by the type of weapon they choose. For instance, an individual who opts for a tactical knife with an elongated handle likely has a personality inclined towards caution and self-preservation. Conversely, A person who immediately demands a 3-inch dagger is likely accustomed to a life of danger, perhaps having danced on the edge of mortality for years. To select a whirlwind stab as a weapon, indicative of a lethal intent, is quite intriguing. Those who once dared to wield such implements were often individuals who had placed their lives on the line. The forging process requires 3 days. And after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on July 1st, one may retrieve their weapon at any time. Chapter 20 reveals an update to the panel and a new disaster classification system. Upon exiting the shop, all contribution points are reset to 0, leaving a dead of 7 points. As fragmented sunlight filters through the gaps in the clouds, Cheng Ye touches the receipt he just placed in his pocket. A surge of excitement bubbling within him. In the perilous wasteland, possessing a suitable and reliable weapon is fundamental to one's survival, bearing significance akin to that of purchasing a vehicle or a home in modern society. To think that in merely 2 months, he could acquire his own extraordinary weapon feels almost dreamlike. Even with the necessity of borrowing 100 points from Song Yongfeng and subsequently owing the shop 7 points. When compared to the 30-year loans typical in modern times, Cheng Ye cannot help but marvel at the fortunate era he finds himself in. Were he to have traversed to a wasteland set against a backdrop of radiation, or to places where food is scarce and one must compete with zombies for sustenance, the mere possession of a weapon would be inconceivable. Given the original owner's physical condition, it is uncertain whether he could have survived until today. He expresses gratitude towards Xing Fu Cheng. At least in this moment, he feels truly content. With his contribution points reset, he extinguishes thoughts of acquiring firearms for the time being. The standard issue sidearm provided to inspectors is adequate, and without the immediate need for the Wild Bull combat handgun, he can afford to wait. Furthermore, there is an opportunity to contain infectious sources at the North and South stations. With fortune on his side, he could accumulate new contribution points within 2 or 3 days of duty, enough to save for purchasing advanced weaponry. Of course, it would be best not to rely too heavily on luck. The more one understands the uniquely capable infected entities, the more one comprehends the difficulties faced by humanity in surviving the wasteland. In particular, the case mentioned by Luo Xiaoxua last night involved a special infected entity that successfully infiltrated the area without detection, amassing sufficient contribution points to pass through the gates of happiness into the inner city. Fortunately, the oversight mechanisms in the inner city are highly sophisticated. Before this entity could gather enough strength to incite a secondary infection, it fell into a testing trap and was compelled to reveal itself. Had it gone unnoticed, the current state of Xing Fu Cheng would likely have been drastically diminished. Upon boarding the bus to the library, Cheng Ye finds a seat in the back and summons his collector. The azure panel glimmers invitingly, though its functionality is quite comprehensive. In the upper right corner, akin to a smartphone's battery indicator, the current charging progress is displayed. LV-132. The previous night at home, he charged 26 units, followed by 23 at the library yesterday, and only 18 at Brother B's home that night. Cheng Ye calculates within himself, his joy palpable. Once he accumulates 50 units, he can charge once. And even though he did not maximize every minute yesterday, the rate of energy accumulation exceeds his earlier estimates. At this pace, he might very well attain the opportunity by tomorrow morning. He navigates to the personal page of the collector. To his surprise, despite having gone without sleep due to hunger the previous night, the page data remained unchanged. However, after a normal night's rest, the data on the page synchronously updated. He realizes that sleep is required for data updates and mentally notes this rule. Collector, Cheng Ye, current rank, LV1 apprentice, life level, 0, skills, basic force, beast intuition, empty, not yet unlocked. Evaluation, you have escaped the food chain's bottom tier, where you could be easily hunted by civilized natives. But you have yet to reach the minimum standard of a civilized collector. Focus on acquiring transferable information to swiftly progress and elevate your rank. Well, at least I am no longer merely a roadside casualty at the mercy of natives. Besides the evaluation, Cheng Ye notices that next to his rank, specific requirements for advancement are displayed. The initial 07 likely refers to gathering 2 skill feedback points, while the subsequent criteria pertain to graduating from the apprentice phase. If he can secure 03 in a single endeavor, he will need over 300 points, which equates to consuming nearly 160,000 units of energy. This seems insurmountable, Even without considering power station shortages or price hikes, charging 50 units daily would require over 6 months. After calculating, Cheng Ye feels the daunting road ahead, realizing that upgrading will be far more challenging than receiving full status as an inspector. However, he suspects that the collector may have alternative charging methods, not solely reliant on electricity. Unfortunately, in the present environment, the only energy source he can access is electrical. He must wait until he establishes a foothold in the buffer zone to explore other forms of energy that the collector might absorb, to enhance the speed of his progress. He must heed the evaluation's advice and focus on transferable information. But what constitutes information worthy of being termed transferable? Cheng Ye ponders this deeply. As the bus announces the library stop, he has begun to form some ideas in his mind, although these notions will require further validation in due course. Mr. Cheng, welcome. Upon entering, he is greeted by Gwen, who rises from her small bed. I've already organized the books you did not finish yesterday. The second desk is prepared. Thank you, Miss Gwen. Cheng Ye nods, retrieving a 10-unit Xingfu coin from his pocket and offering it to her. He had neglected to take the remaining 10 coins after paying 20 yesterday, and this is meant as a deposit. To his surprise, Gwen shakes her head. There is no need. The deposit is merely for screening guests. Your appreciation for books and respect for knowledge require no further proof. Oh, Cheng Ye chuckles lightly, but does not withdraw the coin. Then please convert this 10 coins into nutrient paste for me, so I do not waste time going out for lunch. Certainly, I will warm and deliver your meal during lunchtime. Although he has only spent a day here, Cheng Ye feels more at home in this library than he does in his own. As he traverses the shelves and approaches the reading area, he is momentarily taken aback. No wonder Gwen placed the unfinished books on the second desk. A person occupies the first. She appears to be a woman, though her attire is peculiar. A large black shawl wraps her head, and her face is concealed by a mask, while her lower half is clad in the tattered garments of a scavenger. A rarity in the buffer zone, complemented by a pair of flat travel shoes. Cheng Ye glances over and notices the books she is perusing, as well as several volumes placed beside her, which are precisely the ones Gwen introduced yesterday, detailing special infected entities. Another bounty hunter seeking fortune, perhaps? Cheng Ye raises an eyebrow, but quickly shifts his gaze, discreetly inserting his pendant into the socket before taking a seat at the second desk to begin his rapid reading. Soon, the sound of pages turning fills the air. The woman furrows her brow at him, and upon confirming that Cheng Ye is not intentionally making noise to attract her attention, but is instead engrossed in his reading, she can only shake her head in resignation. 100 ways to deal with infected entities, killing infected entities. Follow these 8 points. A comprehensive breakdown of earth, air, water, fire migration, and reproductive sources of infected entities. Every true man should read this. Learn to avoid a decade of missteps in the wasteland. 1,000 readers yield 1,000 interpretations. Individuals with differing personalities naturally have vastly different approaches to confronting infected entities. Some excel at waiting for the perfect opportunity, while others prefer to take the initiative. Some advocate for remote solutions, firmly believing they are superior to close combat, while others argue that close combat is more effective, as it prevents reliance on distance and maintains adaptability. Each holds their ground, and these contrasting views are eloquently captured in survival manuals. Cheng Ye adopts an open-minded approach, voraciously absorbing the core messages conveyed in each book. When it comes to the diversity of perspectives, how can the wasteland compare to the modern era? What experiences do modern individuals encounter? A mere glance at short videos reveals an incessant barrage of 100 novel methods, with creators resorting to extreme measures to evade scrutiny. Discussions about popular anime, including the fluctuating reputation of Bo-Rin Chuan, reflect how it has transformed from an unflammable topic to one that has extinguished the audience's enthusiasm. Consequently, certain polarized opinions expressed in the books seem to Cheng Ye to possess a charming sort of stubbornness. Why must remote and close combat be so adversarial? The concepts of waiting for opportunities and taking the initiative are not mutually exclusive. Different scenarios inherently dictate distinct strategies for resolution, and his goal is to sift through all possible solutions to identify the most optimal one. Unbeknownst to him, dusk has arrived. By the time Cheng Ye finishes the last book on the first shelf, the wall clock has just chimed 8 o'clock. Outside, a light rain begins to fall. The woman at table 1 has departed without Cheng Ye noticing, leaving the table gleaming with the cool light of cleanliness after Gwen's diligent cleaning. Ah, it's raining again. Cheng Ye rises, his gaze lingering as he returns all the books he has read to the shelf in order. Spending 2 days in this tranquil little library has brought peace to his restless heart. Yet, this is still the Wasteland. According to certain texts, the scale of infection surges is classified from minor to major, divided into 6 tiers. Kun, Jiao, Wen, Zai, Hui, and Ye. Since the dawn of the new era, a Tier 6 infection surge has yet to manifest, remaining a theoretical concept. However, Tier 5 infection surges have occurred 4 times, each time engulfing millions of infected, along with extraordinary beings from the bygone era. Once, there existed a sanctuary city far larger than Xingfu Cheng, positioned directly in the path of a Tier 5 infection surge, which attempted to withstand the onslaught. The outcome was predictable. Despite deploying every available means, the sanctuary city could not halt the advance of the infection surge. Within less than half a day, the city was obliterated, and millions were transformed into new infected, nearly triggering a cataclysm of Tier 6 proportions. Fortunately, just as the brink of annihilation was reached, the extraordinary beings within suddenly retreated, allowing humanity to seize the opportunity to gradually break the large-scale infection surge into several smaller waves, redirecting them and tenuously controlling the disaster spread. With the current strength of Xingfu Cheng, it is not even feasible to fend off a Tier 6 surge, let alone a Tier 5 one. It would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before the true disaster descends, I must amass sufficient strength, at the very least, to escape. Chapter 21. The Limitations of an Era, the Whirlwind of Struggles. Upon leaving the library, Cheng Ye opens his panel to check his energy value. 44. Based on a full value of 200 degrees, the difference of 6 equates to 12 degrees. Just this last bit is straightforward. He can recharge tonight and be ready by tomorrow. The power usage for residents in the buffer zone remains excessively restricted. Cheng Ye has contemplated infiltrating factories or seeking charging points for buses and transport vehicles, where high-capacity charging ports surely exist. However, after much deliberation, he deems such actions too risky. With his current identity and strength, he cannot bear the consequences of being discovered. If someone reports his anomalies to the inner city, and he is mistaken for a special type of infected, it could invite utter catastrophe. Stay composed, don't act recklessly. Cheng Ye silently reminds himself, promptly discarding any inappropriate thoughts. He gazes up at the sky. The fine rain creates a misty veil, and the dark clouds loom low as before, suggesting another heavy downpour is imminent. As anticipated, the curfew in the main area is activated promptly, resulting in the return buses being empty. By the time Cheng Ye verifies his identity and returns to the electronic factory's staff quarters, it is nearly 9:30 p.m. Uncle Dong's shop has long been closed, while the large canteen's kitchen still glows, likely preparing ingredients for the next day. He must adapt to living alone as soon as possible, Cheng Ye thinks, shaking his head. 2 months have flown by swiftly, filled with martial training and passing inspections, without feeling the passage of time as burdensome. Yet, with Lu Bai's departure, he finds himself devoid of anyone to converse with. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, as soon as Cheng Ye reaches the 5th floor and hasn't even opened the door, the defense communicator strapped to his waist begins to ring. Upon checking, he sighs. It is indeed Luo Xiaoxue. His father, whom he has never met, is remarkably fortunate to have formed such a loyal friendship in the Wasteland. Were it him, he could not guarantee he would care for a friend's offspring with such dedication after their passing. Hey, Luo Jia, I just got home. After closing the security door, Cheng Ye answers the call. You're starting your position at the quick inspection station tomorrow. Why are you home so late? Shouldn't you be resting? I went to the library to read for a while. I haven't faced an infected directly, so I thought it prudent to prepare more in advance, to be more composed when the time comes. There is a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Cheng Ye, don't be so tense. Relax a bit. Luo Xiaoxue deliberately slows her speech to comfort him. When I first went to the front lines, I was in a similar state as you, constantly viewing the infected as formidable beasts, terrified of losing my life with a single misstep. It was only after engaging with them that I realized much of the fear was self-inflicted. The infected are ultimately just flesh and blood. Their so-called special abilities only pose a real threat when they form large waves. If you follow the advice I gave you yesterday, you will surely manage until your brother returns. One cannot help but note that both Lu Bai and Luo Xiaoxue lack any talent for scheming. Although they are aware that this personnel reshuffle has entangled Cheng Ye in the struggle between the East and West factions, they still harbor a sense of luck, fantasizing about surviving until the storm passes. Am I overthinking this? A flicker of confusion crosses Cheng Ye's eyes, but vanishes in an instant, his gaze resolutely firm once more. There is only one life. He has no opportunity for a second chance, until he possesses the strength to disregard all schemes. It is prudent to prepare for the worst-case scenario. I understand this well, Luo Jie, so you can rest easy. Going to the library is a form of relaxation. After all, I've been pushing hard with Brother B lately, and my body is still recovering. Indeed, you seem to have transformed entirely. Luo Xiaoxue chuckles on the other end. Make sure to rest well. Before you leave, Brother B has arranged everything. No one at the South Station will give you trouble. They're all from the East faction and owe your father a favor. South Station? Cheng Ye se simile fades. Luo Jie, unless something unexpected happens. I plan to go to the North Station first. What? The sound of a water bottle hitting the ground echoes through the phone, followed by Luo Xiaoxue's exclamation. Are you insane? The North Station is filled with West faction members. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Garcia is still lying in Health Station. The West faction despises Liu Bai, and you were raised by him. Going there will only make you a target. Luo Xiaoxue's tone is unusually agitated. If she had not met Cheng Ye and understood his style and thought process, she might have assumed he was merely acting impulsively and could be dissuaded with some persuasion. However, knowing Cheng Ye possesses his own way of thinking and decision-making, she cannot comprehend why he would risk heading to the North Station. Moreover, she cannot bear to imagine what Liu Bai would feel upon learning that Cheng Ye stubbornly chose to head north from the outset, should an accident occur. After all, even seasoned inspectors from the East faction dread being reassigned to the North Station. As an inexperienced newcomer who has never set foot in the fast post, venturing into the enemy's stronghold is akin to courting death. Furthermore, while the station master at Beijan may not pose a challenge, the vigilant guards and staff beneath him will undoubtedly make life difficult for you. Trust me, if anything were to happen to you at Beijan, your brother B would surely wreak havoc at the inspection station. Luo Xiaoxue's emotions escalated, her voice quivering with intensity, as if she would dash out of the defense communication at any moment should Cheng Ye refuse to acquiesce. Calm down, Sister Luo. Don't frighten me. Listen to me, Cheng Ye began, initially reluctant to elaborate, but considering how kind Liu Bai's family had been to him, he felt compelled to clarify his choice. He realized that without a proper explanation, Luo Xiaoxue would likely spend sleepless nights worrying. I'm well aware of what you're saying. Rest assured. Did you not say yesterday that I am as astute as those from the old era? Then why are you being so obstinate now? It is not obstinacy, but rather a matter of human nature. Sister Luo, let me pose a question. What sort of relationship do you believe exists between the inspectors and the staff below, including the guards? Luo Xiaoxue fell silent for a few moments before responding earnestly. To become an inspector, one must follow two paths. Either inherit it from one's parents or be appointed by the station master when a vacancy arises. Those who have no hope of climbing the ranks may seem friendly, but those qualified for advancement, knowing that you have no descendants, would be eager to devour you whole. Incorrect. The sound of thunder erupted outside, and the rain intensified, with large droplets pounding against the glass, echoing like war drums. Incorrect? Sister Luo, the depths of the inspection station are far beyond your imagination. Cheng Ye stood and opened the window, allowing the rain's clamor to drown out their conversation. As long as the hereditary system remains in place, anyone daring to covet a position within the inspection station would offend all inspectors from both the East and West factions, thus becoming everyone's enemy. Consider this. If Brother B intends to pass the inspector position to EE, and someone within the station is eyeing that very position, would you simply stand by? In certain respects, the East and West factions are in fierce conflict. Yet, in others, the interests of all inspectors align. Even if they harbor a deep-seated hatred for me, wishing for my demise, they would not dare to overstep any boundaries before my time comes. Luo Xiaoxue fell into a long silence, the only sound on both ends of the line being the relentless rain. This was a perspective she had never considered. Now, prompted by Cheng Ye's words, it indeed seemed to be the case. This was also a limitation of the times, which caused Luo Xiaoxue to struggle to differentiate the relationship between inspectors and the guards below. In ancient times, this would have been easily understood. The station master is akin to an emperor, while the inspectors are like vassal kings. If a vassal king dies without an heir, the emperor can bestow their territory upon deserving ministers or generals. However, if the vassal king is still alive, there are always those eager to usurp their position by any means necessary. Would the emperor tolerate this? Would other vassal kings stand idly by? Even if everyone wished for the vassal king's demise, they would not allow the ministers below to entertain such thoughts. Why? Because who can guarantee that their descendants will securely occupy the inspector's position? Today, no one speaks for me. Tomorrow, I may find myself shackled. All of which is of my own making. Understanding this, Cheng Ye was not the least bit concerned about facing difficulties at Beijan. Furthermore, even if someone were to act foolishly like Garcia, he had plenty of means to handle it. Then what about your trip to Nanjing? Isn't it the same? Luo Xiaoxue took a moment, but ultimately remained unconvinced. Even if the people below do not make things difficult for you, will the inspectors and station master from the west let you off the hook? That leads us to another question, Sister Luo. Can you trust me? Cheng Ye Sikit. Some truths are ultimately unspeakable. For instance, the very person who wishes for his demise the most is Deng Yishan, while Hailing may not necessarily desire his death at Beijan. After all, if Cheng Ye were to perish, the East faction could quickly replace him with a formidable candidate, at least someone of level 6 or 7, to fill the void in their previous combat strength. Conversely, the West faction has just lost a key player. Thus, the balance of power would shift back to a delicate equilibrium. Therefore, heading directly to Beijan, even without familiarity with the quick passage, remains a relatively safe choice. Had he heeded Liu Bai and Luo Xiaoxue's advice to head to Nanjing, where he would know nothing, it would be only too easy for an inexperienced inspector to encounter unforeseen troubles. I can trust you, but I still have your brother Bi to consider. Cheng Ye. And me. Lu Yi's voice chimed in over the intercom. Although unaware of the specifics of their conversation, her presence was indispensable. Huh. Why hasn't Yi gone to sleep yet? It's thundering, I'm scared. Daddy isn't home, and I'm worried about him. Fear not. Next time her father goes out, how about Cheng Ye Gij accompanying him to ensure his safety? No. Daddy says you are weak, and that when I grow up, I must protect you. Ouch. That stings. Sister Luo, please hurry and get Yi to bed. I assure you, everything will be fine. After Yi's playful interjection, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Even if difficulties were to arise, he could simply turn around and head straight to Nanjing the next day. They would not dare to say anything. Can you guarantee that? Sensing her inability to dissuade him, Luo Xiaoxue sighed, ultimately relenting. It was not that she lacked counter-arguments against Cheng Ye. Rather, his demeanor from the previous night and his current maturity evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of her first encounter with Cheng many years ago. I promise. I will definitely be alive when Brother B returns. Chapter 22. The World, Human Nature, and Ruthlessness. With a resounding crash, lightning danced and rain fell like pearls. The longer the warm, humid air brewed, the more ferocious the downpour became when it finally unleashed. In the latter half of the night, Cheng Ye abruptly awoke, leaping up, using his mind to retrieve the pendant that was charging. Was there a power outage? The sudden alarm from the collector prompted him to initially suspect an intruder had entered. Fortunately, upon checking the panel, it was merely a notification that energy input had paused. He pulled the lamp cord beside the bed, but it yielded no response, indicating that all circuits might be down. Cheng Ye glanced at the defense communication by his pillow. There were still 4 minutes until 6 o'clock. Deciding against resuming his slumber, he dressed and got out of bed. Wow, what a torrential downpour. Approaching the window and peering outside, Cheng Ye was taken aback. The rain formed a continuous white curtain, far more exaggerated than any storm he had ever witnessed. It had only been 6 or 7 hours. Yet the courtyard of the electronics factory community had accumulated water deep enough to reach his calves. In the darkness, he could see a dozen people wielding flashlights, attempting to clear the drainage in the courtyard. Unfortunately, their efforts bore little fruit, as the streets beyond the community also suffered from extraordinary flooding. It resembled a small river careening through the streets, swirling with fallen leaves and debris. The heavy rain washed away the facade of tranquility that the buffer zone usually presented, revealing its ancient and mottled character. Ultimately, this place was a remnant of the civilization left behind from a century ago. When it was initially planned and constructed, The designers could never have anticipated that 100 years later, this land would be inundated with a population several times greater than originally expected. If I ever possess the ability to build a settlement, I will ensure proper drainage from the outset. Cheng Ye mused dreamily, his thoughts wandering far and wide. Had he not glimpsed the glimmer of extraordinary power, unearthing the wonders hidden beneath the ruins of the Wasteland, he would have likely remained confined to the inspector's role, forever locking himself into the iron rice bowl of Happiness City. Yet now that he was aware of these truths, how could he resign himself to remain here? If he must perish, let it be in pursuit of extraordinary power and the quest for freedom. Gently caressing the edge of the pendant, Cheng Ye summoned the interface, and the energy value in the upper right corner just managed to exceed 50 before the power outage. This indicated that if he ventured into the fast track and identified his target, there would be an opportunity to enhance his strength once more. At 7 o'clock, the torrential rain had momentarily subsided, but the accumulation of water had become increasingly severe. Cheng Ye donned a raincoat and wrapped tape around the edges of his high-waisted rain boots to prevent water from seeping in. However, no one anticipated that upon descending the stairs, he would step directly into a puddle deep enough to submerge his knees. Curse it, the previous tenement buildings, influenced by the old architecture, tended to have high thresholds at their entrances. This resulted in water flooding in without a means of escape, only to accumulate more and more, eventually surpassing the first floor steps, resembling a fish pond. "Ha ha, brother, I was just about to warn you." A man emerged from the security door beside the staircase, carrying a blue plastic bucket. Cheng Ye leaned forward to take a look, and to his astonishment, the man's home was almost transformed into a fish pond. Yet he still managed to smile. "It's flooded. We don't have to go to work today, and our salaries will still be paid." The man seemed to perceive Cheng Ye's confusion and quickly explained, "Moreover, I heard that the engineering team in the inner city is discussing renovations for tenement buildings like ours after the heavy rain." Renovations? Cheng Ye did not believe that any refurbishment would improve the tenement buildings significantly. However, if they could repair the drainage system and rectify the power supply facilities, ideally replacing each resident's wiring with 5 square cables, that would be splendid. "You're going to work, right? Come, I'll carry you out." Observing Cheng Ye's dilemma at the stairwell, the man set down his bucket and approached. "Don't be polite with me, Lao Sunday. We all live in the same building. And besides, you going to work is contributing to our buffer zone, far better than someone like me who is living off the public funds." Speaking of living off public funds, Cheng Ye felt that Lao Sun seemed rather proud of it. "Well, thanks. No need for unnecessary pleasantries. Hop on." With Cheng Ye on his back, the man navigated out of the community, stepping carefully through the water. By the time he reached the entrance, the water was already thigh-high, and mud coated the area below his knees. "I'm off now. If you return tonight, I'll carry you back." Lao Sun tossed out this remark and waded back through the water. Watching his vigorous retreat, Cheng Ye suddenly felt that the hearts of the Wasteland's inhabitants might not be as callous as he had imagined. While villains may be worse, good people had not entirely disappeared. Meanwhile, a voice pierced through the rain. "Oh my goodness, be gentle, don't knock over my stand." Uncle Dong's exclamations broke through the curtain of rain. Cheng Ye stood on tiptoe to peek and saw that the water in the small shop had reached his calves. With 4 or 5 workers crouching down, using basins to scoop water outside, someone accidentally bumped their elbow against the shelf against the wall, causing plastic bottles and cans to tumble down. Uncle Dong, distressed, began stomping his feet in frustration, nearly rushing in to save them. "Uncle Dong, with your age and frailty, you should steer clear of the chaos." Cheng Ye walked over and grabbed the old man. "If you fall and hurt yourself, the medical expenses will exceed the value of the goods you sell." "Xiao Cheng." Uncle Dong turned his head, his graying hair plastered to his forehead, resembling a drenched hen. "If it weren't for my vigilance last night, I might have drowned in this shop." "So serious?" "Indeed. I was organizing goods in the basement and dozed off for a bit, only to wake up to water rushing in. In less than half a minute, it was nearly up to my neck." The row of shops at the entrance of the workers' community were all built in the old style, with basements for storage. Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed, "Perhaps it's best not to use the basement anymore. By the way, if you have nowhere to stay today, you can come to my place." "No way. If I leave this shop unattended, how can I sleep?" Uncle Dong shook his head, pulling out half a box of nutritional paste from the salvage goods. 30 packets, just in yesterday, kept for you. If this rain continues, they might be snatched up in no time. "Thank you." Cheng Ye opened the box and stuffed the nutritional paste into his backpack, then pulled out a handful of coins worth 10 each and handed them over. A packet of nutritional paste was now 2 happiness coins, and he had at least 12 or 13 coins in hand. Uncle Dong, unusually, did not refuse the offer. In times of disaster, prices for nutritional paste would only soar, and hoarding a batch to sell at 5 coins a packet wouldn't be difficult. More importantly, sometimes having money does not guarantee one can buy it after being robbed. Reality proved this. As Cheng Ye walked toward the northern checkpoint, the stores selling nutritional paste had already formed long queues. Unfortunately, he did not see the Chu Yinfeng family. He wondered if they had found a place to stay and stocked up on nutritional paste. Why was it that, just as he had managed to gather an opportunity, he was reminded of Chu Yinfeng? Cheng Ye felt a flicker of temptation. Compared to opening mystery boxes at the checkpoint, it was undoubtedly more enticing to take advantage of the golden legend that was Chu Yinfeng. With 13 level 1 skills, excluding the temporarily unusable non-combat skills, the remaining basic perception and quick draw were undoubtedly practical. However, he was well aware that given the family's vigilance, without a valid reason to approach, he would likely not achieve the necessary 50 in compatibility. The best approach was still to wait for the next encounter at the checkpoint. Cheng Ye had a vague feeling that with Chu Yunfeng's capabilities, he would not be content to remain in the buffer zone merely performing menial labor. Not to mention the ability to support a family, given the current trajectory of event prices are rising. Nutritional paste is now 5 coins a packet. Voices erupted from the roadside, as opportunistic scalpers, having sensed the impending storm, began selling nutritional paste at exorbitant prices. Someone cursed as they squeezed out of the queue, only to grit their teeth and pay a steep price to acquire a crumpled package from scalper. There was nothing to be done. The demand for nutritional paste was immense, and its low price made it difficult to add technology and innovation. With the heat, its shelf life was a maximum of 5 days, and it would take an additional day for it to reach the buffer zone's distributors after leaving the factory. Furthermore, most people, after a day of grueling labor, had neither the energy nor the savings to stock up in advance. Because of this, whenever there was a disaster in the buffer zone, prices would immediately fluctuate. Doesn't Happiness City's government intervene? They should arrest those damn scalpers and punish them. Exactly. Those heartless fiends profiting off disasters. I hope I don't run into them in the ruins. Be less naive. Do you think those scalpers just have their goods handed to them by the supply department? Where else could they have gotten it? Are you suggesting it was personally distributed to them? Hearing such words, it was evident he was a newcomer. Remember this. In the buffer zone, you can eat whatever you like, but be careful with what you say. If the patrolling guards hear you, you'll surely be dragged to the security office for a beating. Cheng Ye hurried through the crowd, surrounded by shouts and discussions. For some reason, while he had felt apprehensive about heading to the fast checkpoint last night, at this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement, especially upon seeing the displaced people, their distress, frustration, curses, and despair. He increasingly sensed that the ease of living from the civilized era was rapidly retreating from his very being, replaced by the savage brutality of the Wasteland, a fierce courage awakening in his blood. Here, it was not a place where everyone possessed hope, nor was it an era of civilized revival. Instead, it was an extraordinary wasteland era where life and death were at stake, and the strong sought to dominate everything. The collector left by Long Gu opened the passage for my ascent, granting me the potential for continuous growth. Brother B protected me during my most vulnerable moments, enabling me to stand firm. Now, at last, the world is ready to welcome me. Chapter 23. Fate, Shackles, and Recklessness. The main city is submerged, and the suburbs are not faring much better. A thin layer of water still pooled on the ground, not yet surpassing the tops of shoes, creating small vortices that spun in place. Cheng Ye walked nearly 4 kilometers north before finally spotting a bus parked at the station. Sir, due to the severe storm that has damaged the electrical infrastructure in the buffer zone, we have been notified that starting today, bus services will officially cease their free operation and revert to the standard fare, the middle-aged driver remarked, polishing the bus windows. Moreover, the bus will only depart when there are at least 5 passengers. If there are fewer than 5, you will need to pay 5 times the normal fare. During the flood season, the hydropower station was abundant with electricity, allowing for its lavish use. However, with the ongoing torrential rains, the hydropower station struggled to maintain its operations and had to release water to alleviate pressure. Consequently, The free bus service, which had lasted only a month and a half, was abruptly declared over, reverting to its normal fare period. How much is it per person? 2 coins. All right, I'll cover the fare for 5. Cheng Ye turned to the empty space behind him and promptly inserted a 10-value happiness coin into the fare machine. If the distance were shorter, he would have walked. But both the northern and southern stations were located in the outskirts, approximately 15 kilometers from the main urban area. Okay, we can depart now. The driver, adhering to the regulations of the Public Works Department, noticed Cheng Ye's decisive demeanor and recognized that he was no ordinary passenger. He quickly stowed his cloth and took his place in the driver's seat. Once the engine warmed slightly, he sped off like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, Cheng Ye observed several buses approaching from the opposite direction, as well as long lines of people waiting by the roadside to commute to the city. The wheels splashed through the accumulated water, sending waves as high as a person, drenching the raincoats of pedestrians and provoking a flurry of curses. Nevertheless, not a single individual opted to board the bus heading towards the main urban area. Was it like this before? Cheng Ye, seated in the front row, could not help but ask the driver. Before? It was much worse. The driver paused, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. At least now, these people can find a meal in the city. In the past, any significant natural disaster in the buffer zone would leave streets littered with the unfortunate. Hundreds of people simply vanished without a trace. As he spoke, the driver sharply turned the wheel, maneuvering around a puddle, causing the interior lights to flicker with the vehicle's movements. Cheng Ye's gaze drifted outside, and this simple action earned him a thumbs up from a refugee by the roadside. Back then, even the retrieval of bodies had to be organized by district. There was no happiness like today. Happiness? Cheng Ye suddenly fell silent, his mind inexplicably drifting to the anguished cries of Edmund before his demise. Happiness, a mere facade, when all pleasant fantasies in his mind were pierced. He imagined that moment would be fraught with suffering. The vehicle traversed the bumpy road, heading forward as the chemical plant's residential area blurred into a gray shadow through the curtain of rain. Suddenly, Cheng Ye's attention sharpened. Sir, do you need to stop here? The driver glanced at Cheng Ye's unusual demeanor in the rearview mirror and inquired. Yes, stop here. The chemical plant community was still about 2 kilometers from the northern checkpoint. Yet through the window, Cheng Ye could already see a familiar figure eagerly awaiting in the rain. As he disembarked, the figure quickly approached, disregarding the splashes of rainwater on their pants. It was none other than Luo Xiaoxue. Sister Luo, what are you doing standing here so early in this downpour? You must be so scared at home all alone. No time for idle chatter. If you're heading to the northern station, how could I possibly sleep? Luo Xiaoxue's voice was hoarse, as if she had endured a sleepless night. The northern station isn't a den of monsters. Didn't Brotherby go there for duty several times before? Cheng Ye felt warmth spreading in his heart. In his past life, he was like a rootless weed, growing up in an orphanage. Although he was never short of friends throughout his upbringing, he always silently envied others when they spoke of familial bonds. Reflecting on it now, perhaps that is what family is, a genuine concern for one another, a heartfelt worry. He is he, and you are you. Last night, Luo Xiaoxue had hesitated on the phone, even after hanging up, still lingering in uncertainty. But today, Cheng Ye observed only a sharp determination etched on her face. No longer the full-time homemaker. She had transformed back into the warrior she was 8 years ago, battling the infected. Each person has their destiny, determined by heaven, but more so by oneself. What you told me last night was all just nonsense. I had no desire to listen, Luo Xiaoxue had declared solemnly, her expression grave. But today, I am here waiting for you, demanding that you answer me face to face, looking into my eyes. Choosing the path against the heavens is fraught with difficulty. The weight above is not merely a mountain, but colossal stones that can crush one into dust at any moment. To walk this path is to invite ruin. Retreating even a step further is akin to a fate worse than death. If you wish to survive, you must fight with all your might. Cheng Ye, are you prepared for a struggle to the death? Struggle? Luo Xiaoxue's barrage of questions momentarily stunned Cheng Ye. Yet, he quickly found himself smiling, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Over the past 2 months, he had stood on the rooftop countless times, not lacking the courage to face death, but rather a compelling reason to abandon hope. Now, he had not only failed to uncover a reason to give up, but had instead discovered a reason to strive for life. Why fear a fierce struggle? Moreover, he was now alone, while those at the checkpoint were burdened by families, weighed down by concerns and interests. Who would dare confront him with all their might? Sister Luo, trust me. Aside from infected, no one in the checkpoint can harm me. He patted the standard-issue handgun strapped to his waist, his smile growing ever bolder. The position of the checkpoint officer may not be high, but in this buffer zone, few could so easily take his life. Instead, if he sought another's demise, all it required was a simple pull of the trigger, without worries and without reservations. If worst came to worst, he would roam the wasteland, companioned only by the infected, lost amidst the ruins. All right, I trust you. Luo Xiaoxue nodded firmly, reaching into her satchel. To his surprise, she produced the very bullpup combat pistol Cheng Ye had intended to purchase earlier, its condition indicating it had just left the factory. Clearly, Luo Xiaoxue had risen early to procure it from the materials exchange shop for him. That gun of yours is too weak. It may intimidate, but it hardly suffices against the infected. Use this one instead. Its power is formidable. Let those who seek your life first taste the flavor of the bullet. All right. Cheng Ye gently accepted it, tucking it into the empty holster on his right side. Shall I take my leave? Go ahead, but remember, I will be here waiting for your safe return after your shift. Understood. There was no need for further words. This simple agreement weighed heavily on Cheng Ye's heart. Turning around, he was surprised to find the bus still waiting at the spot where it had just stopped. Upon seeing Cheng Ye glance over, the driver waved with a smile. Since you paid 5 times the fare, I have the obligation to take you to your destination. Thank you. As he boarded the bus, the driver seemed to ponder something and shook his head with a sense of nostalgia. Sir, the aura of killing around you is quite intense. Those with weak hearts would likely be terrified. What if someone isn't afraid? Then they might genuinely wish for death, the driver shrugged. Back when I was struggling to survive outside, before joining Happiness City, I would always steer clear of people like you. Oh, and what did you do? You might find it amusing, but I used to be a third-rate assassin. The middle-aged driver chuckled, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. But after I got married and had a child, the ties of family weighed heavily on me, like a shackle, making it impossible to continue that line of work. So now, I find myself even more afraid of people like you. Afraid I might unleash my fury and cause bloodshed? Not quite. We are all but lives of little worth. It's not like the inner city where the elite fight to the death. There is really no necessity for that. Then, some things are best left unsaid. Cheng Ye gradually retracted his smile, casting a peculiar glance at the middle-aged driver behind the wheel. In this vast wasteland, peculiarities abound. If a mere driver possesses such intelligence, surely no one at the Grand Beijing would contemplate despair. Chapter 24. Unpaid Internship, the Unwritten Rules of the Checkpoint. Sir, we have arrived at the Beijing checkpoint. Please take care of your personal belongings. We look forward to your next journey. The driver halted the vehicle at a platform 400 meters away from the checkpoint and turned to Cheng Ye. My defense identification number is 41504, surname Tian. Should you require transportation later, feel free to give me a call. Are you suggesting you will drive a bus to pick me up? Cheng Ye found this somewhat amusing. This marked the third individual, following Dong Shu and Gwen, who sought to invest in him. Strangely, the latter two had only exchanged a few words with him before expressing their desire to invest. Well, apart from the bus, I also work part-time for the Public Works Department delivering goods with a small truck. After speaking, Master Tian pointed towards the checkpoint outside, adding, if you can procure the necessary charging permits from the Public Works Department, there would be no issue in taking the truck out of the checkpoint. Cheng Ye nodded, inputting the identification number into his defense communicator and offered a gentle warning. Perhaps you shall never receive a call from me. No, I have a keen eye for people. Someone like you, the more stable the environment, the less likely you are to be trapped. I appreciate your kind words. Grabbing his backpack, Cheng Ye exited the vehicle through the rear door and squinted towards the distance. The buffer zone of Xingfu City is surrounded by a perimeter border, enveloped in iron mesh, forming a vast arc designed to deter outsiders and irrational infected entities. The 3-meter-high mesh features sharp barbs that are regularly maintained and replaced, with a watchtower positioned every 500 meters. In terms of security, it far surpasses the buffer zones of other shelter cities. As long as one cannot fly or burrow underground, whether infected or human, entry into the buffer zone necessitates passing through 3 checkpoints: the central main checkpoint, and the north and south sub-checkpoints. Unlike the main checkpoint, which was established at the inception of Xingfu City, the latter two were only completed 12 years ago. The inner city construction team employed heavy machinery to drive the foundation 20 meters underground, ensuring that this colossal structure could withstand any impact. Its overall shape resembles an ancient city, square and 8 meters high, with nearly a kilometer-long gray wall that looms like a great beast, enclosing an internal space of nearly 1,200 acres. Directly in front of the city gate, 8 passages resembling modern highway toll booths are arranged in neat rows, akin to the open throat of a giant beast. Each passage features automatic retractable steel spikes and self-activating machine gun turrets, ready to unleash their full firepower at anyone attempting to breach the checkpoint, instantly turning them into a sieve. Upon entering, the inner city is divided into 6 zones. Depending on their classification, entrants are funneled into the first 4 distinct zones for inspection. Zone A, primarily for vehicles. Zone B, mainly for scavengers and ordinary individuals holding resident permits. Zone C, visitors from other shelter cities. Zone D, special personnel such as patrolling sentries, field inspectors, and internal city guards. The remaining 2 zones, Zone E, is an office area, and Zone F is a combat readiness area. The former is where Cheng Ye will process his employment, and the latter serves as the rest area for the checkpoint's patrolling guards. This truly befits the name of a checkpoint, Cheng Ye mused inwardly. The central main checkpoint is designated for the passage of refugees and survivors, arranged simply to alleviate their wariness and fear. However, the north and south sub-checkpoints serve as the facade of Xingfu City, where personnel from surrounding shelter cities pass through. If these were dilapidated and shabby, they would undoubtedly be looked down upon, tarnishing the reputation of Xingfu City's higher-ups. Furthermore, as Xingfu City is an industrial shelter, it must exhibit a semblance of strength in such places to attract more collaboration. What are you staring at over there? Get in line to exit the city. Cheng Ye, standing not far away, caught the attention of several patrolling guards beneath the checkpoint's wall. The north and south sub-checkpoints correspond to the eastern and western factions. Easterners typically use the south checkpoint for entry and exit, as following the rules generally ensures they are not deliberately obstructed. Should they mistakenly arrive at the north checkpoint, they might be subjected to some unpleasant remarks when leaving the city, but entering would entail meticulous scrutiny, inevitably leaving them stripped of some benefits. Cheng Ye, with his eastern appearance, stood out rather conspicuously at this moment. As for the passages mentioned by the guards, there are 3 portals beneath the city wall, the smaller doors on either side for pedestrians and the central large gate for vehicles. Even though it was not yet 8 o'clock, more than 10 individuals were already queued at the right side smaller door, waiting to venture into the wasteland. Hey you, pretending not to hear, are you? Noticing Cheng Ye's lack of response, 2 guards approached with grumbling remarks. However, in the blink of an eye, the moment they spotted the badge in Cheng Ye's hand, their expressions shifted dramatically. In an instant, their previous impatience, disdain, and aversion evaporated, replaced by an expression of deference and respect. Sir Inspector, the tall guard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, spoke in a quavering voice. What brings you here? Director Ding's order has transferred me from the central main checkpoint to serve at the north and south sub-checkpoints. Today marks my first day. Director's order? The guards were momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, shouldn't you be stationed at the south checkpoint? I prefer to come to the north checkpoint first. Is there a problem? No problem at all. The guards shared an unspoken consensus, regardless of the fierce rivalry between the eastern and western factions within the checkpoint or the intense power struggles among inspectors. These lower-ranking guards remained unaffected. Whether the checkpoint was under the command of Ding Yishan or Hailing, neither would offer them a chance to ascend into the ranks of inspectors. Given that the avenues for advancement were already sealed, meddling in factional strife would be the most foolish choice. Even with Cheng Ye's eastern visage, they were compelled to treat him like one of their own. Otherwise, a report could easily jeopardize their hard-won positions. After accepting Cheng Ye's badge and scanning it with their defense communicator, the guard's respect intensified. Inspector Cheng, please proceed. The employment processing area is at the 4th window in Zone E. I've already notified them. All right, is it all right if I wait here? Just a moment for some people. If they are not prepared, it will be quite troublesome to deal with them later. Cheng Ye squinted and smiled, causing the guard to pause before suddenly realizing the implication of his words, involuntarily retracting his neck. They had seen many arrogant individuals, but Cheng Ye's level of audacity was unprecedented. Do you have something to say? Nothing at all. The guard hastily shook his head. Sir, we are merely tools of the checkpoint, whether for your use or the use of other inspectors. We dare not entertain any other thoughts. Is that so? Cheng Ye stepped closer, resting his left hand on the guard's shoulder. Then enlighten me about the current situation at the north checkpoint. Oh well, you just claim to be a tool, which I can utilize. How is it that now I cannot? And no, I dare not. The tall guard was startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his back, wishing to slap himself. Why on earth are you so idle? Just let them stand there and watch. There's no need to interject. Now, it was evident that this individual was not to be trifled with. Remaining silent would equate to direct offense. Speak up, lest this person creates a ruckus inside, and you would bear the consequences. Cursing the guards beside him internally, the tall guard reluctantly wore a pained expression and replied, Sir, I am unsure what aspects you wish to hear about. Give me an overview of the hierarchical rights at the north checkpoint. Hierarchical rights? Fortunately, it was not a direct inquiry into a certain inspector's private information. The tall guard let out a slight sigh of relief and promptly stated, The highest authority at the North Station is definitely Mr. Bin Tangs, the duty station master. Following him is the deputy station master, Ewan Davidson. However, he is often away on field assignments and seldom seen. Aside from the two station masters, the inspectors, like yourself, hold the most authority. The inspection station's rules dictate that the 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, are assigned randomly and change weekly. The duty shifts are from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, and from 4 in the afternoon to midnight. Thus, there are 8 inspectors rotating here each week. Furthermore, below them are the children of the inspectors, responsible for organizing the station's documentation and verifying the information of entrance. Do they hold official positions? Cheng Ye inquired, narrowing his eyes. As far as I know, the offspring of inspectors should not be allowed in the inspection station before inheriting their positions. In principle, you are correct, yet the tall guard hesitated, explaining that to prevent a certain inspector's offspring from being unfamiliar with the job after inheriting, the station master permitted them to intern unpaid and take on some responsibilities for early training. What a clever unpaid internship. Cheng Ye could not help but sigh, recognizing the shrewdness of this maneuver. What is the salary at the inspection station? Can one truly rely on the few happiness coins they distribute to survive? Remaining at the station, one could easily earn rewards several times greater than the salary with just a little manipulation. Even honest individuals like Liu Bai, who do not engage in such activities, can effortlessly earn over 1,000 happiness coins each month. This so-called unpaid arrangement is truly just a ruse to deceive fools. No, even fools should grasp the implications of wielding some authority within the inspection station. What comes next? Following them are ordinary workers like us, comprising observers, guards, and staff, including errand runners and food delivery personnel, all there to assist the inspectors. As long as one remains within the station, you are at their beck and call, without complaint. Chapter 25. Tactics, Courage, and Blood. That is all I know. If the inspector has any further questions, none. Cheng Ye chose not to press the guards at the entrance, who were clearly the lowest tier in the food chain of the inspection station. It was not a sudden act of kindness on his part, but rather a simple understanding that led him to surmise where his potential troubles might arise. However, are the issues significant? To establish oneself at the inspection station, one must rely not on the pedigree of one's father, but rather on tactics, courage, and tenacity. In a sense, this place continues to be an extension of the Wasteland, albeit with a few more protective regulations. His fingertips grazed the cold, metallic surface of the bison combat pistol at his waist, the chill creeping up his arm. Raising his gaze, he caught a glimpse of the dark gun ports on the city wall, noticing that the guard operating the machine gun was deliberately avoiding his gaze. Cheng Ye suddenly chuckled. All right then, they should be ready as well. Please open the door for me. Ah, yes, of course. The tall guard, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly returned to the entrance to swipe his card for identity verification. With a heavy thud, the reinforced blast door slowly opened from the inside. As the opening widened enough for 3 people to pass side by side, the interior began to come into view. It was not as technologically advanced as the inner city, but the overall style conformed to the retro aesthetic of the buffer zone. A straight main avenue paved with gray-black epoxy resin extended toward area E, where a few trucks awaited inspection before exiting the city. On either side of the road, square workstations were neatly arranged, with olive-green plastic windows slightly ajar. And acrylic electronic signs stood at the entrances, displaying words such as documentation room, archive room, reporting room, inspection room, and disinfection station in scrolling red LED digits. After a night of torrential rain, the buffer zone was flooded, yet there was little standing water visible here. Several workers in blue uniforms diligently pushed water brooms to clear the recently fallen rain, swiftly guiding it into the drainage ditches, leaving only winding watermarks behind. You can go directly to the reporting room. A staff member will assist you in registering as an inspector at the North Station. Thank you. Cheng Ye was not difficult with the guard, who, after receiving no further challenges, felt a sense of peculiarity. Earlier, he had stated that he was merely a tool, not out of self-deprecation, but as a matter of fact. After all, the Wasteland does not support idleness. Being regarded as a tool by an inspector is considered an honor. Yet now, he felt an odd sensation within him. It must be my misperception. How could an esteemed inspector regard us as human? The door closed. Watching the gradually fading silhouette through the rain, the tall guard shook off the absurd notion along with the rainwater. Indeed, it must be his misperception. Upon entering Area E, Cheng Ye did not rush to report, but instead stood still, observing his surroundings. Whether it was the bustling staff or those sweeping water at the roadside, all bore Western features. His Eastern visage stood out conspicuously at the North Station. Strangely, however, everyone seemed oblivious to his presence, casting no unusual glances in his direction. In fact, when he directed his gaze towards them, they appeared startled and instinctively shied away, as if he were a ferocious beast. Are they that afraid of me? This unexpected reaction made Cheng Ye realize that perhaps his strategic decision was indeed correct, rather than heading to the South Station first. Amidst a vibrant crowd without understanding the rules and risking being pushed into a pitfall, he preferred to boldly approach the North Station, ready for a fierce struggle from the outset. Just as now, everyone understood that this Eastern inspector had come to stir up trouble and ordinary individuals, who lacked the capacity to engage in factional conflicts, hurriedly distanced themselves, fearful of being implicated. The remaining adversaries were thus rendered abundantly clear. A multitude of eyes, numbering 2 or 3 dozen, peered from the various workstations lining the street. Even when Cheng Ye returned their gaze, those stares remained unwavering, filled with amusement and disdain. In the brief minutes since the guards relayed the news, they had already gathered all of Cheng Ye's information and discerned the reason for his reassignment to the rapid quarantine post. How dare he provoke the Western faction's inspectors and still venture into the North Inspection Station? Does he truly believe the Westerners are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will? Furthermore, the ordinary workers in the station feared offending the inspectors. They had no such concerns. After all, they were all destined to inherit their father's positions as inspectors. Who would regard a young upstart whose father had passed away early and ascended to power? Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Cheng Ye proceeded toward the reporting room. The staff by the roadside promptly fled, each darting into the alleyways of the workstations. Meanwhile, the young individuals within the workstations synchronously opened their doors, standing in small groups at the entrances, subtly encircling Cheng Ye and the reporting room in the center. Hello. I am an intern inspector here to report on my first day at the Rapid Inspection Station. Approaching the counter, Cheng Ye produced his identity badge. The reporting room was approximately 20 square meters in size, and seated at the counter was a young man in his 20s. He bore a typical Western visage, with gray-blue pupils and faint traces of dark red veins in the whites of his eyes, his greasy hair plastered to his forehead, clearly a sign of a sleepless night. Do you know the rules of the Rapid Inspection Station? The young man scrutinized Cheng Ye from head to toe, muttering without any intention of accepting the identity badge. I do not, Cheng Ye replied honestly, shaking his head. I was interning at the Central Main Inspection Station before. This is my first time at the Rapid Inspection Station, and I'm still unfamiliar with any specific rules here. Not knowing is good. The young man stood up, unable to suppress a chuckle. Inspector Cheng, you may not be aware, but every intern inspector must demonstrate their capability on their first day reporting to the Rapid Inspection Station. How do I prove that? It's quite simple, the young man explained, picking up several sheets of white paper and stepping outside, gesturing toward the distance. Do you see those trucks waiting to exit the city at the end of the passage? Indeed, the third vehicle's cargo declaration forms are all here. However, during our inspection, we have already discovered several discrepancies in the cargo. If you can identify 3 correct items, you will pass the inspection. Following the direction indicated by the young man, Cheng Ye squinted and surveyed the scene. Currently, there are 6 trucks under inspection, The other 5 belong to the Westerners, while the third one is from the Easterners. Is it really that simple? The young man hesitated for a moment, then revealed a faintly mocking smile, affirming that it is indeed that simple. They dare not create difficulties for Cheng Ye and his team outside the rules, but within them, it is quite amusing to watch the Easterners turn against each other. Pike, he is coming over. Let us close the truck doors. All right. Noticing Cheng Ye approaching the truck, Pike promptly tucked away his documents. All right, sir, your cargo is fine. Is it? The Eastern driver, filled with anxiety, let out a long sigh of relief. Usually, he would enter through the South Station, but after last night's heavy rain, the road from the suburbs to the South Station was completely blocked, forcing him to come to the North Station for customs declaration. These people truly have insatiable appetites. He had stuffed nearly 200 happiness coins into their hands before they finally nodded in approval. Wait, just as the Eastern driver prepared to get into the vehicle, Pike raised his hand again. I'm sorry, but a trainee inspector believes there's an issue with your cargo. Please step out for secondary inspection. What? Following Pike's gesture, the Eastern driver's expression changed drastically. What the hell? He unexpectedly spotted an Eastern inspector at the North Inspection Station. What is going on? Sir? The driver appeared somewhat flustered in front of Cheng Ye. Such minor inspections rarely garner the attention of an inspector. If it were at the South Station, he might have encountered familiar faces after numerous trips, but at the North Station, if any contraband were discovered, it would spell disaster. Industrial products smuggled out of Happiness City could fetch double or even triple normal freight prices, due to the cargo declaration forms. The inspection station would seize the majority of the profit upon entry, leaving the driver with only a small share, with everyone tacitly agreeing to let bygones be bygones. However, being intercepted before exiting the city, if contraband were exposed, the consequences would be dire. I received a report from the staff in the reporting room indicating several discrepancies between your cargo and the declaration forms, which is why I am here to verify. Huh? The driver's face darkened instantly as he involuntarily glanced at Pike. What weighed heavily on his heart was Pike's deliberate avoidance of his questioning gaze. How dare you report me after taking my money? You want me dead? A hint of madness flickered in the driver's eyes, and his gaze toward Cheng Ye grew harsher. But unexpectedly, Cheng Ye said, Don't be nervous. I believe you are old Zhang from the autumn grocery store in the Eastern District, correct? Cheng Ye casually fabricated a name, wearing a slight smile and deliberately slowing his speech. I bought a charger for the defense dome from you before. How could you forget me? Charger? The driver was visibly taken aback. His surname was Bai, not Zhang, and he had never heard of any autumn grocery store in the Eastern District. However, upon hearing Cheng Ye's words, he suddenly realized, understanding that there might still be a chance for him. With the possibility of survival, his previously simmering anger dissipated, and his eyes brightened. Sir, how could I forget you, old Zhang? I never expected to see you on duty here at the North Station. You're out in this heavy rain? The roads around the North Station are slippery during the rainy season, making it difficult to leave. Why didn't you take the route through the South Station? Cheng Ye circled the so-called truck, kicking at the rough edges of the tire. Happiness City does not produce oil, and all trucks are electric vehicles, their square shapes reminiscent of the old Golden Cup style. To be honest, I originally planned to go through the South Station since it's closer. However, the heavy rain flooded the roads, making it impossible to get through, so I had a detour to the North Station. Old Zhang, a seasoned smuggler, instinctively replied while his mind raced, contemplating Cheng Ye's deliberate emphasis on certain words. To survive in this line of work, mere awareness is insufficient. One must also possess the wits to navigate danger. The roads around the North Station are slippery, it's difficult to leave. Key phrases extracted, old Zhang swallowed hard, instantly realizing what Cheng Ye was hinting at. The phrase, it's difficult to leave, implied that there was still room for maneuver. As for why didn't you take the route through the South Station? Old Zhang's pupils dilated as he grasped the underlying power struggle between the Eastern and Western inspectors. Sir, you know old Zhang. I never engage in illegal activities. If there are discrepancies in the cargo, it's certainly isn't mine. It's from those people who came last night. They asked me to help bring their goods out. Oh, who are they? Cheng Ye's eyes sparkled with interest, a satisfied smile gracing his face, prompting old Zhang to deepen his judgment. Resolutely, he turned to Pike and stated, It's Camilo Luque from the Western District, a worker at the Wisteria factory. He asked me to bring something to the gathering area outside, claiming it was prearranged. The Wisteria factory, a manufacturer of small industrial goods run by Westerners. caused Pike's expression to shift. He opened his mouth to say something, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Cheng Ye, who insisted, "Show me what you have." "I heard there are 3 items. Perhaps these are the problematic ones." "Of course, sir. Just a moment." Old Zhang opened the rear cargo door of the Golden Cup, swiftly pulling out 3 black oil paper bundles. "Open them." As the oil paper bundles were unwrapped, colorful PCB boards emerged, filled with electronic components. What boldness! These are industrial products strictly prohibited from personal export in the buffer zone. Cheng Ye's expression darkened. Does Camilo Luque wish to endanger himself by attempting to smuggle such items out? Enough. You may leave now. I will thoroughly investigate to see who dares to brazenly violate the buffer zone's regulations. Yes, yes, sir. Seeing Cheng Ye wave him off, old Zhang's eyes brightened. Realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Although he seemed to have gotten entangled in the power struggles, he resolved that next time, even if the sky fell, he would only enter and exit through the South Station, even if it meant breaching agreements. This damned North Station, those damned Westerners, to hell with them. The Golden Cup roared to life, leaving behind 3 oil paper bundles as its tires skidded on the wet surface in a hasty escape. It was evident that not only was Pike's expression grim, but all the Westerners witnessing the scene looked as if they had just bitten into a rotten fly. "Is this it?" Cheng Ye sneered slightly, indeed finding this to be a child's play, remarkably naive. 3 items. That should suffice as evidence, right? You are impressive. Accepting the badge handed by Cheng Ye, the young man, with a grim expression, entered the room, swiftly tapping away at the keyboard to complete the employment procedures. Outside the reporting room, the young men exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and the pent-up frustration of being unable to exert their strength. The anticipated dog-eat-dog scenario did not unfold. Cheng Ye effortlessly exerted pressure, with the Eastern driver cooperating to deflect the blame onto the Westerners. "Jamie, I hope you're not actually going to grant him employment so easily." A voice crackled through the earpiece as Jamie, who was about to return the badge to Cheng Ye, looked increasingly troubled. "Your uncle was beaten up by Liu Bai and is still in emergency care." "Shut up." Jamie cursed under his breath, yet his fingers inadvertently relaxed, causing the badge to clatter to the ground. Water pooled and flowed along the road. When he chased after it, the badge had already been swept away by the current, spinning and getting stuck among a pile of garbage. "Well done. Humiliate him like this. Let him pick it up from the trash." Laughter erupted in his earpiece, and the young people gathered around, not understanding the situation. Assumed Jamie was using this method to humiliate Cheng Ye, and they all lightly applauded. This left Jamie initially bewildered, but after receiving encouragement from the gazes of those around him, he suddenly felt a surge of audacity. "Cheng Jianguan, this is something you failed to catch yourself. Do you require my assistance?" "Oh, is that so?" Cheng Ye scratched his head and chuckled honestly. "No need. I can pick it up myself." With that, he bent down and approached the drainage ditch, retrieving the badge from the pile of refuse amidst the laughter, casually wiping it on his pant leg. "Ha ha ha, what a coward. With such audacity, you dare to come to our West Station? A badge-fetching inspector, truly a sight to behold." The taunts echoed, and while they posed no actual threat to Cheng Ye, the psychological humiliation brought them delight. Even GME revealed a hint of disdainful amusement, as if he had led a victorious battle against the Easterners. "Hello, report complete." Cheng Ye returned, cleaning the identity badge with his clothing. "Now, I am indeed an inspector at the North Station, am I not?" Jimmy was momentarily puzzled by Cheng Ye's query before he responded with a non-committal grunt. Yet, in the next instant, he suddenly froze. Cheng Ye, who had just been smiling, flicked his wrist, sending the badge arcing through the air, returning to the drainage ditch. "Go! Retrieve it for me." Chapter 26. Within the rules, beyond the rules. The rain roared. Water cascaded from the eaves of the workstation like a curtain, crashing into the drainage ditch and stirring up waves. The small identity badge rolled amidst the tumult of water, soon ensnared in a clump of sticky yellow mud. Jimmy's expression turned incredulous, as he thought he must have misheard. This audacious Easterner, what was he saying? "You want me to retrieve the badge you just discarded from the drainage?" The figure clad in a large black raincoat nodded, their earnest demeanor eliciting another round of laughter. Hearing the mockery, Jimmy's face alternated between shades of red and pale, gritting his teeth. "Then you might," before he could finish. A cold gun barrel suddenly pressed against him, the metallic chill shooting up his spine, freezing the rest of his words in his throat. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by looks of disbelief. A gun? He has gone mad. Cheng Ye has truly lost his mind. How dare he draw a weapon at the inspection station? Aiming it at his own? Go, retrieve it for me. Cheng Ye repeated, his smile entirely vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Bullying also existed in orphanages. The food in the cafeteria was often consumed by the older children, leaving scraps for the younger ones. Yet he, since the age of 5, had always been among the first to eat. It was never due to the kindness of the older children. Are you trying to scare me? I am frightening you. Cheng Ye forced a smile, lowering the gun barrel from his forehead to his chin. Then, he pushed the cold muzzle upwards, causing pain to radiate from Cheng Ye's jaw. According to Chapter 1, Article 3 of the Inspection Station Regulations, an inspector's orders take precedence over all else. Those who disobey shall be treated as infectious entities. Mr. Emit. The click of the safety being disengaged echoed softly. Please answer me directly. Are you an infectious entity hiding within the North Inspection Station? Arrogance. What audacity. Cheng Ye's throat struggled to move, yet he remained silent. He sensed that if his next words were incorrect, this perpetually smiling madman was not jesting. He would indeed pull the trigger, yet the gazes surrounding him felt like countless steel needles piercing his back, rendering him unable to bend his spine. He could foresee that if he truly retrieved the badge, he would become the subject of ridicule for all, a disgrace among the Westerners, potentially tarnishing the reputation of the entire West Station. But he did not wish to die, even if it meant dying at the hands of an infectious entity. He refused to be shot dead by an inspector for merely standing tall. Garcia, Inspector, your life hangs in the balance. You are but a mere commoner, devoid of rank or title. For the sake of pride, are you willing to gamble your life at the behest of others? The devil's whisper echoed in his ears. Cheng Ye suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror. He glanced at those around him. Indeed, they were urging him with their gazes, encouraging him to risk his life to prove that Cheng Ye would not dare to fire. But he cried out, I will fetch it. I will go retrieve it. With trembling legs, Cheng Ye dashed toward the drainage ditch. Under Cheng Ye's inscrutable gaze, amidst the astonished stares of the surrounding youth, he pried the badge from the yellow mud, washed it clean in a puddle, and finally used the cleanest cloth from his collar to wipe it repeatedly. Cheng Jingguan, kneel down and hand it to me. What? Cheng Ye's eyes widened, bloodshot, and filled with disbelief. Kneel? What a joke. He was the only son of an inspector. He could temporarily bow his head to save his life, but he would never allow himself to lose his dignity, even if it meant death, even if he were to be shot. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in his ears. A searing gust brushed his face, leaving a burning mark. Cheng Ye froze in place, and instinctively, warmth trickled down his pant leg. Had he fired? He truly fired. How dare he? Shooting at a colleague. Did he not fear the repercussions from the inspection station's regulations? The acrid scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils, and the ringing in his ears persisted, the noxious odor nearly suffocating him. Yet his mind was sharper than ever. With the adrenaline coursing through him, his stiffened body rapidly regained its senses. Yet at that moment, despite feeling his legs regain strength, he lacked the courage to stand tall. Thud! Cheng Ye knelt on one knee, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, instinctively extending what he held forward. Certain things seemed forever lost. His elevated head, his inherent pride, the dignity of an inspector's descendant. Yet it seemed that more remained, the heart still racing within his chest, the rapid breaths in his throat, and the fresh air flooding in. Before the eyes of all, he surrendered his dignity but reclaimed his life. Was it worth it? Congratulations. You made the right choice. The devil reached out, taking the badge, along with a part of what he had lost. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The earlier raucous voices of mockery and encouragement dissipated like smoke in the wake of that gunshot. Within the regulations of the inspection station, they, as descendants of inspectors, stood above all commoners. Yet when someone blatantly disregarded the rules, even turning them against those who upheld them, they realized they were even beneath the guards. At least the guards had a hierarchy. When they died, the inspection station could rationally pursue accountability. As for them, mere commoners, death would be death. And they might even be branded as infectious entities, their remains cast aside. Blowing away the non-existent droplets on the identity badge, Cheng Ye pressed his lips together, seemingly about to turn away. The crowd quietly exhaled in relief. However, the next moment, that breath felt caught in their throats like an invisible hand. That madman. He was not leaving? What was he planning? The dark muzzle of the gun lifted, slowly sweeping across the crowd from left to right, each time lingering before a person, the barrel swaying slightly as if silently calling names. Who was he searching for? Someone's knees buckled, instinctively wanting to retreat into the workstation. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A bullet hole forming in the epoxy floor, landing precisely at the foot of the person about to step forward, mere inches from piercing the top of their foot. The figure, terrified, fell to the ground. You've lost your mind. What do you intend to do? Everyone, do not panic. Cheng Ye toyed with his identity badge, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. I suspect an infected entity has infiltrated our ranks. Moments ago, I observed someone incessantly urging Mr. Jamie to defy the inspector's orders. However, I find myself unable to pinpoint precisely who it was. What do you think? A look of confusion spread across the crowd. And before long, someone initiated the collective gaze toward the particular individual within the throng. Dozens of eyes converged upon him, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. No, not me. Is it him? Cheng Ye turned to the still kneeling Jamie and softly said, I know you are a good boy. Tell me, was it he who urged you? Despite their ages being comparable, Jamie felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness, as if, at that moment, he was not facing a peer or an inspector, but rather a godfather preparing him for baptism. The godfather asked kindly, is it him? Jamie ought to respond devoutly, yes it is, Mr. Raoul Davidson. Davidson? That surname seems to belong to the deputy chief stationed at the North Station. Excellent. Cheng Ye reached out and patted Jamie's shoulder, turning with a smile. Mr. Davidson, could you kindly come over here? Though his tone was exceedingly genial, Raoul felt an impending threat of doom. He glanced around and saw a crowd whose eyes gleamed with the delight of those not chosen. Damn it. They all incited Jamie. Why was it me? Why was it me? Do I need to repeat myself? Cheng Ye raised his Bison combat pistol with a look of perplexity, poised to pull the trigger. The overwhelming threat of death caused Raoul's body to stiffen momentarily, yet he ultimately refused to choose the humiliating path of kneeling like Jamie. He was the son of Deputy Chief Ivan Davidson, and he would only die standing, never live on his knees. Even if he knelt before Cheng Ye now and survived, he would return home to face the wrath of his strict father, stripped of any claim to become an inspector, ultimately dying in obscurity in some corner of the buffer zone. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a few seconds, Raoul finally mustered the strength to straighten his legs and approach, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. In those few short steps, his mind rehearsed the forthcoming words. Even if death awaited him, it must be a grand exit. He wanted this arrogant man to understand that not everyone from the North Station was like Jamie. Mr. Davidson, I need to report to the station chief. May I ask you to lead the way? Cheng Ye, no. The two exclaimed in unison, and a subtle tension filled the air. Raoul suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Jamie, kneeling on the ground, was equally struck, his face paling instantly as he grasped Cheng Ye's intent. Report to the station chief. Lead the way. Those two phrases hit Jamie like a hammer, rendering him breathless. What did you just call me? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly placing his gun back in its holster, a look of confusion crossing his face. I'm sorry, I didn't hear clearly. Could you repeat that? His overwhelming ferocity and menace retracted, revealing a serene countenance beneath the broad raincoat. Raoul turned, his gaze sweeping over the astonished crowd behind him, all of whom had not anticipated Cheng Ye's unpredictable behavior. He felt a moment of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. But in the next instant, a sense of relief washed over him, and he realized he was drenched, as though he had just been pulled from a sewer. Chung Inspector, I must say, it is an honor to guide you. Chapter 27. Passing Marks Stubbornness. Please enter. A robust voice emanated from within the room as Cheng Ye turned, patting Raoul's rigid shoulder before stepping inside. As the chief inspector stationed at the North Station, Bintangsi enjoyed a spacious, independent office of 150 square meters. The office was divided into two sections. The outer area was dominated by a vast floor-to-ceiling window that occupied the entire western wall, offering a panoramic view of the desolate wilderness outside the inspection station. In front of the window stood a large desk made of deep walnut wood, neatly arranged with leather folders and brass paperweights, while an antique clock ticked steadily in the corner. The inner area was separated by a screen inlaid with mother-of-pearl patterns. Faint outlines of genuine leather sofas and a cabinet for storing whiskey visible beyond it. This was a man of indulgence. Cheng Ye pudding. His gaze sweeping across the wall directly opposite the door, where photographs of past chief inspectors of the North Inspection Station hung, ultimately settling on the solitary portrait in the center. The man in the photograph sported a meticulously trimmed, grizzled beard, his eyes sharp as a hawk, embodying the quintessential image of a British gentleman in Cheng Ye's mind. At that moment, the real man sat behind a large desk, holding a half-burned cigar between his fingers, perusing documents, ash cascading into an ornate wooden ashtray, forming a small pile of light gray residue. Chief Tongsi, greetings. I am Cheng Ye, the trainee prosecutor reporting for duty at the North Inspection Station today. Young man, I have heard your name before. Bin Tongsi slowly lifted his head, setting down the documents with a smile. However, that was 17 years ago, back when your grandfather was still alive. My grandfather? Cheng Ye remained composed. How exactly did Cheng Long meet his demise, and where? Liu Bai has remained tight-lipped about it, merely stating that he would disclose the truth once Cheng Ye completed his first field assignment and was capable of independent survival, let alone the name of a grandfather he had never heard of. But where did this predecessor acquire such remarkable relatives, with such a background? It was inconceivable that he would end up in such a dire situation in the inner city, dying as a mere nobody. You and Cheng Long are not alike at all, but you truly resemble your grandfather, Tongsi mused, his gaze drifting as he reminisced about long-ago memories. After more than 10 seconds, he gradually regained his focus. If you hadn't fired your gun, I would have scored your performance today at 90 points. You have already shown greater potential at your age than Cheng Long, exhibiting more maturity and cunning. If you had fired just one shot, I would have lowered your score to 70 points. For understanding how to utilize rules to protect oneself and to restrain enemies deserve commendation. But alas, you fired 2 shots. So I can only grant you a passing score of 60. Do not emulate Cheng Long, and certainly do not follow Liu Bai. Their success to this day relies not on muscle and recklessness, but on luck. Speaking as if instructing a younger generation, Tongsi spoke slowly, occasionally shaking off ash from his cigar. Enough of that. There is no need for you to worry too much. I have a slight acquaintance with that old fellow Cheng Wu, although he didn't have the face to ask me to look after his protege before he departed. I want to be particularly concerned about you as a junior at this time. While you remain within the inspection station, I will ensure your absolute safety. No one will deliberately target you. Cross that line. Tongsi pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Cheng Ye turned to look, noticing a broad yellow line about 3 meters wide stretching across the front of 8 inspection lanes. The yellow line was exceptionally conspicuous. To cross it, one would have to leave the lane, effectively entering the wilderness beyond the isolation zone. Do you have any further questions? None. Thank you, Chief Tongsi, for your consideration. I will remember it. Cheng Ye inclined his head slightly, feeling a newfound respect for the elder before him. Given his position, there was no need for deceit. If he truly wished to act against him, there were countless ways to do so. However, the fact that he could express such sentiments indicated that the West faction was not as monolithic as Cheng Ye had presumed, and that there likely existed differing voices within. This aligned with normal logic. It would be strange for any faction to possess only a single perspective. Very well, since you have achieved a score of 60. This initial evaluation is well-deserved. Additionally, remember to come to me for a signature before each rotation. Tongsi extracted a sheet of paper filled with text from the leather folder. The upper section of the white paper contains Cheng Ye's basic information, while the lower section is designated for the evaluation during the internship period, capped with the crimson seal of the Bei Jian Chajan, according to the regulations of the internship transition at the inspection station. Cheng Ye must acquire 3 such evaluation papers from both the Central Inspection Station and the Bei Inan Fun Jian Chajan to officially graduate from his internship and become a full-fledged inspector. That Tang Si is willing to grant him one at this moment clearly indicates his acknowledgement of Cheng Ye's performance during the report, as both his methods and temperament meet the minimum standards for an inspector. Of course, Cheng Ye speculates that had he achieved what Tang Si refers to as a score of 90, he would be holding not just 1, but potentially 2 or even 3 such papers. Thank you, Station Master. You may go now. Cheng Ye nods, folds the evaluation paper, places it into his backpack, and exits the office. To his surprise, Raoul has not left. Instead, he stands by the railing not far from the office, waiting for him. Do you have something to say to me? Cheng Ye invites, curiosity piquet. According to the conventional behavior of antagonists, Raoul should be delivering a few harsh words, letting him know that this matter is far from over. As long as he remains at the Bay Jian Chajan for a day, the second-generation heirs will unite to target him relentlessly. Unless one day he is willing to kneel and beg for mercy, this issue could not be resolved. However, reality proves to be the stark opposite of his expectations. Inspector Cheng, if possible, I would like to propose a transaction. Raoul approaches, his earlier stiffness gone. His expression calm, yet slightly ingratiating. Oh, do elaborate. Garcia is Jamie's uncle. His targeting of you is largely to vent his frustrations on behalf of his nephew. We merely encourage Jamie to see the Eastern Inspector make a fool of himself. To be honest, whether it was you or another Eastern Inspector today, we would have acted the same. It was not a personal vendetta against you. Cheng Ye responds with a nasal hum, signaling Raoul to continue. The conflict between the Eastern and Western factions is a struggle among inspectors, rooted in interests, and has nothing to do with us juniors, who are uncertain of when we will ascend. At this point, Raoul lowers his voice. Jamie is his father's only son. Even if he kneels before you today, he can still become an inspector in the future. But I am different. My father has 4 sons, and I am the eldest. If I show weakness to you today, he will never allow me to inherit the position. So you want me to play along with you? No need. Raoul hastily shakes his head. As long as you do not disclose what happened today, and do not publicize it among the Eastern community like Uncle Garcia did, I will ensure that nothing happened today, and everyone will forget these unpleasant events. There's something to this. Cheng Ye squints, scrutinizing the blond youth before him, while others still exude a juvenile naivety. Raoul emanates a shrewdness not typical for his age. What do I stand to gain? A promise. Raoul promptly replies, his tone becoming serious, his fingers absently fiddling with his cuff buttons. This is the most valuable bargaining chip I can offer after much contemplation. As long as it does not involve the factional struggles among inspectors, I can guarantee that within the base station, regardless of what transpires, I will unconditionally protect you once. Or to be more precise, even in the event of direct conflict among factions, should you find yourself cornered at the base station, I can secure you some time to call for assistance from the Eastern community. The first half of Raoul's proposition does not concern Cheng Ye, but the latter half causes his eyelids to twitch. You seem rather audacious. Too courteous, Raoul replies. Realizing that a deal has been struck, he exhales deeply, revealing a genuine smile. There is only one inspector position, and all 3 of my younger brothers are vying for it. Do you think I should roll in the mud with them, or seek friendships with those willing to fire a gun at the inspection station? All right, I will consider today as if nothing occurred. Cheng Ye waves his hand dismissively, turning to leave. They are merely a group of pampered second-generation heirs. When it comes to ruthlessness, even the orphans from the orphanage surpass them. Besides, he never intended to expose this matter. Obtaining Raoul's promise is an unexpected delight. However, after taking a few steps, Cheng Ye abruptly halts and turns back, startling Raoul nearly into a panic. Is there something else? Raoul suppresses the rising anxiety. I should be on duty in Area A today. Since it's my first time here, why don't you accompany me there? It will be my honor. Damn, you should have said so earlier. You nearly scared me to death. Raoul thinks to himself, secretly relieved, yet resolves to keep his distance from this harbinger of calamity in the future. It should have been anticipated. Who would come to the base station for their first rotation without preparation? Yet the youth's appearance is so youthful that it creates an illusion, leading everyone to believe they could easily manipulate him. In truth, they are not even on the same playing field as Cheng Ye. His ruthlessness surpasses that of certain second-phase inspectors. Moreover, what complicates matters further is that this individual knows how to navigate the rules of the inspection station adeptly. Dealing with such an astute person is best left to the inspectors from Hailing's faction, who will be left to grapple with their troubles. This young man is too impetuous. He will likely meet his demise before long. Outside, the sound of footsteps gradually fades. A figure emerges from behind the office screen, none other than the deputy station master, Ivan Davidson. Known for his ruthless actions, yet unstable foundations, he ultimately proves to be obstinate, causing harm to both himself and others. That is why I say he bears some resemblance to Cheng Wu. Tang Si remarks with a light chuckle. But if the youth were not impetuous, could they still be called a youth? This statement carries a double entendre, evident in its implication. Davidson's expression shifts as he straightens his back. I have been preoccupied with external duties lately and have not enforced discipline adequately. Rest assured, Station Master, such incidents will not occur again. That is reassuring. The base station has been rather tumultuous lately, which may invite ridicule from outsiders. Chapter 28. A surprising delight in Quarantine Zone A. The inspection station comprises 6 areas: A, B, C, D, and F. Among them, areas E and F are twice the size of the other 4, determining the internal structure of the inspection station. Areas A, B, C, and D are arranged in a row, with area E located behind A and B, and area F behind C and D, forming a front 4 back 2 configuration. The station master's office is situated on the 6th floor of the E District's administrative building, serving as the vantage point for the entire inspection station, providing a panoramic view of the jurisdiction through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Descending the stairs and passing through 3 isolation doors, one enters the core area of the inspection station, the isolation inspection zone. The 4 areas are strictly separated by iron mesh, ensuring independent inspections while facilitating emergency isolation control. Behind the 4 zones runs a secondary isolation passage approximately 20 meters wide. This passage serves a dual purpose. It is used for the disinfection of personnel and materials that have passed inspection, and should an area experience an uncontrollable outbreak, it can swiftly transform into a defensive barrier, establishing the first line of defense for the entire station. To Cheng Ye's astonishment, each isolation area has also been meticulously subdivided. The front section serves as a quarantine area for preliminary screening of incoming personnel. The rear section acts as an observation area for in-depth testing and short-term isolation of suspected infection cases. Through the iron mesh, one can observe that although the observation area is open air, it is equipped with 4 massive warehouses and some basic shelter facilities. Area A primarily handles the quarantine fleet. Just enter through this door. Raoul leads Cheng Ye to the isolation gate leading to Area A and presses the intercom at the entrance, saying a few words. Within half a minute, 2 staff members come jogging over. This is Cheng Ye, the inspector on duty for Area A today, assisting him in familiarizing himself with the area structure. Upon seeing Cheng Ye's eastern visage, the 2 staff members visibly freeze. Only after confirming multiple times that Cheng Ye is purely of Eastern descent and not of mixed heritage do they exchange glances, reading the same doubt in each other's eyes. Could it be that Raoul is speaking ironically, hinting that we should cause some trouble for this Eastern inspector? However, they were merely observers, assisting with minor tasks. How could they dare to challenge the duty inspector? Foolishness. When has factional strife involved your participation? Raoul, pressing his forehead in exasperation, spoke with irritation. Ever since the balance between the Eastern and Western factions was disrupted a few months ago, it has gradually affected everyone at the station. Now even the observers foolishly wish to meddle. Is that not courting disaster? Whether Eastern or Western, as long as one is an inspector, taking your life is merely a matter of uttering a single sentence. Do you understand? Ah, understood, understood. The 2 nodded vigorously. Although they had been scolded mercilessly by Raoul, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. After all, compared to offending an inspector and losing their jobs, enduring a few harsh words was trivial. Simultaneously, they harbored a quiet curiosity. Raoul was the son of the deputy station master, who had always been high-handed. What on earth was this Eastern individual that warranted Raoul personally escorting him to his post and specifically instructing them to cooperate? Inspector Cheng, I shall not disturb you further. Thank you. Cheng Ye nodded, stepping aside to enter the open isolation door. As the metal door closed behind him, the purification unit overhead activated, sending a gentle breeze that ruffled Raoul's golden hair. Watching that vanishing figure, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by a profound realization. Inspector Cheng. Only inspectors are required to rotate duties in the rapid inspection area daily. Staff members typically serve a 3-month shift unless there are sacrifices or other unforeseen circumstances. We have 2 months remaining in our shift, during which we will serve as your assistant observers during inspections. Observers do not have names. You need only refer to us by our code names. I am Crow, responsible for handling your miscellaneous tasks, such as retrieving supplies, examining wounds, tracing origins, organizing data, and calling the cleaning team. Please feel free to give instructions. He is Owl, tasked with alert duties, acting as your combat assistant. If there is a risk while inspecting infected entities, you may call upon him. If we were to sacrifice ourselves, you need not worry. New substitute personnel will inherit our code names and continue as your assistants. Crow and Owl walked ahead, solemnly introducing themselves. The structure of the rapid inspection station is exceedingly simple. The duty inspector holds the highest rank, followed by 2 observers, and then the staff and guards. Cheng Ye nodded occasionally, secretly praising Raoul for bringing him here. It indeed saved him the trouble of fumbling through the rapid inspection station alone. Amidst the pungent scent of chemicals, the 3 traversed the lengthy isolation disinfection passage, finally entering the rear half of the quarantine area in Zone A. The initial impression was akin to stepping into a sports arena. The quarantine area stretches approximately 200 meters in length and 100 meters in width, with flooring material differing from the epoxy used in Zone E, replaced instead by the alloy flooring characteristic of the inner city. Intersecting channel-like drainage systems embedded within were currently flowing with rainwater cascading from above. Adjacent to the open space were the 4 warehouses glimpsed earlier through the iron mesh. As they approached, Cheng Ye noticed the warehouses varied in size and construction materials, with roughly 20 meters between each. The first 2 warehouses were familiar to Cheng Ye. Constructed from a modular metal sandwich panels commonly seen in buffer zones, their silver-gray surfaces coated with anti-corrosion paint, and the seams perfectly aligned, boasting an effective lifespan of up to 50 years. However, the last 2 warehouses appeared rather peculiar. Notijin Cheng Ye se confusion. Crow promptly explained that since the quarantine zone undertook the inspection of vehicles, its layout slightly differed from other zones. The most significant difference being the presence of a dedicated warehouse for storing vehicles, which is the one you're currently facing, the number 4 vehicle warehouse. Besides this warehouse, the remaining 3 are the number 1 isolation warehouse, designated for isolating individuals with uncertain quarantine results, the isolation duration determined by the duty inspector, but requiring a minimum of 72 hours to ensure no parasitic infection is present before departure. The number 2 living quarters, serving as the residence for our staff and guards, as we cannot leave after our duties end. During a 3-month duty cycle, we must remain stationed here, and the number 3 supply room, storing living supplies, epidemic prevention materials, and some confiscated illegal items from outsiders. If you're interested in any of these supplies, you may take them directly. The remaining items will be cleared every 7 days. Truly, the rapid inspection station, the facade of Xingfu City, has achieved such completeness in every area. Zone A even grandly constructed a garage. Cheng Ye posed it, curiously peering into the nearest number 4 vehicle garage. Due to the isolation warehouse occupying a significant portion of the observation area, the garage was cramped in a corner, with limited space. The interior felt particularly tight. 6 Jinbei vans parked end to end, nearly filling the entire area. Wait! Cheng Ye's gaze froze as he scanned the garage wall, his pupils contracting in disbelief, fixated on the wall. Could it be true what they say, that after a great battle, there must be supplies? On the wall of the number 1 greenhouse hung 6 brand new charging stations, neatly arranged 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The left 3 silver-gray charging stations had slender charging cables no wider than 2 fingers, which, based on experience, should be around 7W slow charging stations. However, the 3 on the right were gray-blue, their charging cables as thick as an arm, with a minimum power of at least 60W. 60 watts? Cheng Ye felt his thoughts explode. He temporarily lost the ability to think. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a treasure without even searching. What did this signify? Charging at home for an entire night, even at maximum capacity of 25W, would yield at most around 20 kilowatt hours. Yet, if he could connect to these charging stations, that would mean 60 kilowatt hours in an hour. 8 hours of duty daily. If he could charge continuously, that would be 480 kilowatt hours. What does such a concept entail? It meant that the frequency of activation would soar from once every 3 days to 4 times a day. My lord, the 2 ahead were leading the way, intending to familiarize Cheng Ye with the inspection process. Unexpectedly, upon turning around, they found Cheng Ye standing before the garage, his gaze fervently intense. How to describe it? It was as if he had spotted the goddess of his dreams waving at him from within the garage. Begin by introducing me to the observation area. Cheng Ye inhaled deeply, forcing down all emotions, striving to appear composed. It was no wonder he was so excited. Even though the skill bar could only equip 3 skills at a time, the surplus outcomes could transform into the information value needed for upgrading his collector rank. With 4 opportunities a day, even if he succeeded only once, the speed of acquiring information value would significantly increase. Furthermore, if he could swiftly progress from apprentice level 1 to level 2, he would unlock access to higher level 3 skills. What changes would equipping level 3 skills bring? Cheng Ye could hardly fathom, yet he was certain this was undoubtedly the quickest path to establish himself in the Wasteland. Chapter 29. Unwritten Rules. The hidden interests of the Rapid Inspection Station. Allowing Raoul to lead was a spontaneous decision by Cheng Ye, but to his surprise, this idea brought forth numerous delights. For instance, at present, while Crow was introducing the quarantine area, he essentially divulged everything without reservation. Not only did he clarify the visible authority of inspectors, but he also laid bare the underlying unwritten rules, the methods of taking advantage, and the intricacies of siphoning benefits, revealing them all without hesitation. Excluding the common tactics known to Cheng Ye, one particular point stood out: the illegal materials stored in the number 3 supply room. What are illegal materials? What was previously acquired from the drivers were merely 3 packs of PCB boards, while certain electronic components can indeed be classified as contraband. These items possess significant value when smuggled out for sale to other refuge cities, settlements, or individual scavengers, yielding profits that far exceed their worth within the confines of Xing Fucheng. The rationale for their confiscation is, therefore, minimal. The true treasures, deserving of the label contraband, are the crystalline cores of mutated beasts, contain sources of infection, various extraordinary minerals, rare plants, and those invaluable relics of the bygone era. Can they be arbitrarily seized? Certainly not. The Crow hastily shook its head, for these items could be exchanged for a substantial amount of contribution points. Should the inspecting officials seize them indiscriminately, those involved would likely be driven to desperation. Well, my lord, it is as follows, interjected the silent owl. Adhering to regulations that prohibit individuals from bringing such items into the buffer zone due to the risk of contamination from infection sources. Even if someone were to ingeniously evade inspections and manage to bring them in for sale at the resource exchange, they would only receive 70 of the standard price. Conversely, when the inspecting officer retains these items and transports them out of the buffer zone to the exchange, they receive the full 100 value. This 30 price differential serves as compensation for the officer assuming the risk of material contamination. What a remarkable risk of contamination. Cheng Ye could not help but click his tongue, realizing that Garcia's collection of entry taxes at the central checkpoint was rather restrained. In contrast, the illicit taxes concocted by the swift inspection station officials were blatantly extortionate. So, are they willing? Cheng Ye inquired, recognizing the foolishness of his own question. What could they do if they were unwilling? Could an individual possibly stand against the vast inspection station or the entirety of Xing Fucheng? The inspecting officials jest. They are, of course, more than willing, the owl continued, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Cheng Ye's words. The officials not only assist in bringing contraband into the buffer zone, but also ensure they receive prices equivalent to those achieved through personal sales. Why would they have any reason to refuse? Is that so? Cheng Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly realizing the limitations of the era had prevented Luo Xiaoxue from comprehending the internal structure of the inspection station. However, it also obscured his immediate understanding of the logic established atop the Wasteland's underbelly. Upon closer reflection, without this unwritten 30 tax, while adventurers might enjoy a temporary increase in income, the long-term consequences would only exacerbate existing conflicts. How could the inspecting officials possibly remain indifferent to these items during inspections? When selling goods, how could the purchase stations refrain from imposing price cuts? This could even give rise to new parasites, such as underground black markets and scalpers, which would significantly inflate the purchasing prices within Xing Fucheng. By proposing this 30 tax, not only was the fixed income of adventurers protected, but it also effectively curbed the greed of all participants involved in the process from entry to sale. Thus, the owl's assertion that they had no reason to refuse became clear. It appeared as though they were relinquishing a third of their gains, yet in reality, they traded rules for more secure profits. What about the charging here? Cheng Ye feigned disinterest as he entered the garage, casting a glance at the fast charging station's nameplate. As expected, It employed a three-phase alternating current input with a maximum voltage of 380 V and a maximum current of 160 A for rapid charging. If it could operate at full capacity, achieving an ideal, purely resistive load, it could potentially reach a charging efficiency of 100 W. However, due to internal thermal protection, it could not sustain full power for long, and the current would quickly drop to around 110 A, with the power reverting to approximately 65 W, allowing for a charging capacity of 65 kilowatt-hours per hour. My lord, regarding this, our area is primarily responsible for inspecting vehicles and fleets. Inevitably, some may be isolated, and their vehicles will be temporarily stored here. Charging also serves as an alternative value-added service, generating significant operational revenue for the inspection station. Not free? How could it be free? In Xingfu-Cheng, electricity fees are waived for ordinary citizens for the sake of livelihood. However, these individuals drive out to earn money. If they were exempted, it would be exceedingly unfair. Noticing Cheng Ye's apparent interest in charging, the crow voluntarily elaborated further. Though our charging speed may not be rapid, the fees are 3 times that of the buffer zone. Nonetheless, people flock here to charge. Why is that? It is because charging in the urban area demands payment and requires approval from the Public Works Bureau. Not every fleet is entitled to charge. Wishing to exit the city? One must first appease the gentleman at the Public Works Bureau. Charging requires permission? Cheng Ye paused, suddenly recalling the previous conversation with bus driver Master Tion, who had mentioned needing to obtain charging permits from the Public Works Bureau before exiting the city. At that time, he had not given it much thought, believing it was merely a matter of vehicle usage rights. Indeed, batteries are among the most stringently controlled resources in Xingfu-Cheng. The vehicles currently in the buffer zone, as well as the buses in operation, are essentially the assets of the Public Works Bureau. Batteries have a lifespan, and the more frequently they are fast-charged, the quicker they reach the end of their life cycle. Such a strategically significant resource cannot be released without restriction. So it was not the charging that was limited, but rather the batteries themselves. Cheng Ye suddenly grasped the situation. Since his arrival, aside from buses, he had rarely encountered private cars or trucks. The reason became clear. If charging were freely available, coupled with the buffer zone's exemption from electricity fees, vehicles would have been seen everywhere. Yet the reality was that batteries, as a heavily regulated strategic resource, were tightly controlled by the Public Works Bureau from production to depletion, thus preventing the relaxation of fast-charging restrictions. If there are fees, there will inevitably be records, which complicates matters. Cheng Ye could not help but frown, inquiring about the charging prices. The crow's response was astonishing. The cost was indeed exorbitant, and rather than being charged in Xingfu coins, it was in contribution points. Every 100 kilowatt-hours in the buffer zone cost 5 contribution points, while in the isolation area, the price soared to 15 contribution points, 3 times the rate, effectively transferring the battery depletion costs onto charging fees. And what about these slow charging stations? Cheng Ye moved to the other side of the warehouse, his gaze landing on 3 ordinary slow charging stations that he used to frequently see in the underground garage of his rental property before the apocalypse. 80 years had passed, with multiple apocalyptic events intervening, and such basic equipment, lacking any significant technological advancement, naturally showed no marked transformation. They continued to utilize the standard 220V voltage and 30A current, achieving shidem. These are the private charging stations of the inspection station, exclusively for vehicles within the station, the crow remarked with a knowing smile, respectfully explaining. To use the slow charging stations here, no contribution points or Xingfu coins are required, but one must obtain permission from our inspection station. The permit for the first station lies with the station master. The second station's permit is subject to the deputy station master's approval. The permit for the third station in the corner belongs to the current on-duty inspecting officer. For instance, if you're currently on duty in Area A, you would be qualified to use it, and upon shift change, the qualification transfers to the incoming officer. What on earth? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then his brow twitched in realization, feeling acutely aware of his own low standing. No wonder they say that power is the finest cosmetic for men. The architect of this system was truly a genius, excessively cunning. First, they established a compliant target with fast charging at 3 times the price, leaving the Public Works Bureau with no grounds for complaint. Then they devised a slow charging station, covertly leveraging it to grant favors and receive benefits. The station master, Deputy Station Master and on-duty inspecting officers all benefited, leaving everyone satisfied. And those in need of charging were equally content, as they had to appease the officials anyway. Now, they could earn free electricity while serving the inspectors. What was there to complain about? It was truly an eye-opener. Initially, I presumed that the denizens of this wasteland were solely preoccupied with violence. Yet I was astonished to discover the remarkable individuals at the checkpoint, capable of such ingenuity. Cheng Ye quietly calculated in his mind. Among the 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, only Zone A could be charged, seemingly creating an unfair advantage over the other 3. However, the duty shift for the inspectors were on a rotational basis. Cheng Ye would be in Zone A this week, then be the next, followed by C and D, returning to A only after a complete cycle. Thus, every inspector would eventually have the opportunity to be assigned to Zone A, allowing everyone to partake in this hidden benefit. Calculating that each inspector worked 8 hours a day, the slow charging station could provide approximately 50 kilowatts of electricity daily, translating to around 3 contribution points at the official rate for the buffer zone. While this may seem trivial, it was not insignificant. Over the course of a month, it could yield an additional 20 points, and after 3 months of duty, one could afford 1 gram of extraordinary mineral materials. Although it was currently impossible to utilize this fast-charging station for energy replenishment, a slow charge was still acceptable, accumulating enough energy for a recharge value in just 2 days. Cheng Ye contemplated this matter deeply. He had initially resolved not to involve himself with charging fees in the buffer zone due to the lack of a solid foundation. If anyone monitoring electricity consumption detected any anomalies and confronted him, he would have no opportunity for explanation. However, the situation was different for free resources. Firstly, regardless of how detailed the records were, they would be irrelevant. As long as the unused resources did not cause trouble, no one would care about their whereabouts. Secondly, the charging stations in the warehouse were essentially a black account. Overly meticulous records could become a liability. For now, Cheng Ye refrained from utilizing the fast charging station out of fear of being recorded, opting instead to wait until he fully understood the situation. Earning 15 contribution points was trivial. There were numerous ways to make money, but the concern lay in the lack of channels. Yet, since the slow charging station was a hidden perk of the rapid checkpoint, there was no reason for him to shy away from participation. Chapter 30. The Isolation Warehouse. Abundant Goals. Since everyone was striving to seize benefits within the rules, Cheng Ye saw no reason to feign modesty. His guiding principle was simplicity. Be bold. When it was time to be cautious, be utterly so. When it was time to be reckless, do not hesitate. Following the guidance of the Raven, he swiped his identification badge at the charging station, and the station promptly entered power supply mode. As he detached the charging head, Cheng Ye feigned inspection of the firearm while subtly affixing the pendant with his right hand. To his surprise, the collector pendant, which could only be positioned outside the power strip during charging, seamlessly integrated into the firearm's interior. Was it a glitch? Cheng Ye raised the firearm to peer inside, noticing a hint of sheen from the pendant at the top of the barrel. It was nearly imperceptible and would easily go unnoticed. Could it be that the charging gun's circuit was internal? This was a significant discovery. Cheng Ye's heart surged with excitement as he realized the secret to siphoning electricity going forward. If the pendant required a circuit to absorb energy, everything fell into place. The proximity of the power strip as neutral and live wires allowed it to remain external. But the charging gun's terminals were separated by a distance equivalent to a pinky finger, necessitating internal contact for simultaneous connection. This was excellent. Hiding it inside eliminated any concern of detection. After the recent blackout, he had discovered that the pendant was not easily disposed of. Any unexpected circumstances would trigger an immediate alarm, coupled with the retrieval mechanism within a 10-meter radius. Even if the pendant were taken, Cheng Ye could summon it back at will. Of course, for now, concealing it within the firearm was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. Delight surged through him as he summoned the collector panel. Upon noticing the power level indicator in the upper right corner, he observed that the lightning symbol indicating charging had also changed. When using 25W alternating current, the symbol appeared light gray, as if it might vanish at any moment. Now, switching to 7W direct current, the symbol solidified into a stable gray, firmly holding its position on the display. As he concentrated his thoughts, 2 lines of slightly smaller descriptive text emerged. Current charging efficiency, weak, LV3 energy. Remaining time to full charge, 1332H at last. The panel could display charging time, and it even provided a description of charging efficiency. He had not anticipated that the panel would continuously update its functionalities. Cheng Ye pondered for a moment, realizing that electricity was not the most basic form of energy. It could actually reach LV3 level. In the future, while on duty, no one would be permitted to touch this charging station without his consent. Understood? He hung the firearm back on the charging station, contemplating as he turned to the Raven and Owl. They nodded eagerly, assuring him that they understood. This was their checkpoint as private station, and anyone daring to charge secretly would be stealing public assets from their checkpoint, punishable by death. Given that charging was linked to battery consumption, and private stations were a source of income for inspectors, ordinary individuals indeed lacked the audacity to steal electricity unless they were courting death. The only potential risk was that the Raven and Owl might sell favors to others due to his apparent disinterest. However, after this warning, Cheng Ye believed they would lack the courage to do so. Let us go. Take me to see the other warehouses. Exiting the garage, Cheng Ye proceeded to the other 3 warehouses in Quarantine Zone A. First was warehouse number 3, comparable in size to the garage, neatly stacked with boxes of nutrient paste and various isolation supplies. In the corner stood 2 rows of shelves filled with ammunition boxes. As for the contraband materials mentioned by the Raven, Cheng Ye could not find any. However, since such items were the primary source of extra income for duty inspectors, it was unlikely anyone would forget to take them home at the end of their shift, let alone leave them here to be cleared out by the checkpoint after 7 days. With the recent incessant rain, it might be difficult to procure nutrient paste outside. If the esteemed inspectors require any, it wouldn't hurt to take a couple of boxes when switching shifts, the Raven suggested. Cheng Ye acknowledged this with a non-committal grunt. Yet he had no intention of taking any nutrient paste. With the privileges of an inspector, there were myriad ways to acquire happiness coins, making such blatant methods unnecessary. Moreover, during this time, he had gradually discerned the survival rules of the checkpoint. When others were greedy, he remained modest. When others were modest, he abstained from greed. Thus, even if the higher-ups in Happiness City suddenly tightened regulations, he would not be the first target. Let us take a look at the isolation warehouse. Adjacent to warehouse No. 3 was isolation warehouse number 1. Although the 2 were built side by side, their styles were markedly different. Constructed from heavy concrete, the isolation warehouse resembled a rectangular fortress, with rows of small ventilation windows lining both side walls, each measuring about 5 centimeters in length and width, reminiscent of a modern prison, exuding an air of severity and oppression. As he rounded the corner to the front, the thick, rough exterior walls emanated a damp, musty odor. The central sliding steel door was as heavy as a dam gate, its surface emblazoned with 2 glaring slogans in yellow paint. Isolation is honor. Evasion is a crime. Isolating for Happiness City. Isolating for humanity's future. In Cheng Ye's imagination, this place housed at most a few individuals without identification, but as he approached, he was met with a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. How many were in isolation? 271 people. Crazy, right? So many? If this were the total number of isolated individuals from the North Station, it would make sense, but nearly 300 people confined in a single quarantine zone A? How many individuals exited the city daily? Did everyone need to stay here for days before being allowed out? Cheng Ye furrowed his brow, watching the Raven verify his identity as the doors to the isolation warehouse slowly swung open. A wave of humid, putrid air mixed with the scent of sweat rushed forth, striking his nostrils like a physical blow. Peering inside, the isolation warehouse indeed mirrored the structure of a modern prison. The intricately intertwined metallic corridors traverse through the space, with isolation chambers arranged in a honeycomb structure. Each cramped area, less than 5 square meters, is stacked with 4 iron bunk beds, leaving only a narrow passage and a corner waste outlet, resembling sardines packed tightly in a can. Hundreds of eyes turned towards him simultaneously, displaying expressions of vacuity, dullness, savagery, and some, upon recognizing Cheng Ye as an Eastern individual, exhibited a hint of unexpected surprise. Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, advancing rather than retreating. After a few steps, he met their gaze. The visible heads bobbed like waves, raised and then swiftly lowered, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Many assumed his youth signified weakness, thinking him an easy target to squeeze. Little did they realize that upon entering, they had relinquished their right to survive to others. Should the unscrupulous inspectors confine him with high-risk infected individuals, it would almost guarantee a near-certain demise. Wait. Cheng Ye reacted swiftly, his mind suddenly becoming agile. Since he had ceded the right to survive to others, did that not imply that the individuals here would be more amenable than those confined in isolation cages during inspections? Although the odds of uncovering a golden legend may not surpass that of careful observation outside, at least a stable objective had emerged. With this thought, Cheng Ye became intrigued, his gaze scanning the isolation chamber. An opportunity had presented itself. If he could identify a suitable target, why not search him? After all, with the energy replenishment station, he could accumulate another opportunity by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Clearly, enhancing his strength at the fastest pace was far more advantageous than passively waiting for a target to appear. Sir, I have been isolated for 7 days. Please let me out. Sir, I can prove I am not infected. Look at my spirit. I'm as robust as a purebred horse. Diligently working every day, viruses would hesitate to infect me. Sir, I report he is definitely infected. He stares at my backside every night and often gets hands-on. As Cheng Ye walked down the passage, the people in the isolation chamber seemed to have gone mad, clawing at the railings and shouting. Upon hearing the accusations, Cheng Ye instinctively turned his head. What a stunning bear of a man. The round-faced, crew-cut, mustachioed man shouting the report fit perfectly into Cheng Ye's stereotype. As for the person being accused, well, he would believe they were cut from the same mold. Sir, I was just joking with him. How could I be infected? Sir, he lies. Last night, he stuffed a sock in my mouth to prevent me from calling for help. This was turning into a game, wasn't it? Tired of their petty squabbles, Cheng Ye shook his head, continuing forward. In this vast world, there existed all kinds of wonders. Survivors arriving from afar were indeed a mixed bunch, yet those confined within the isolation chambers truly exhibited the stark disparities present. In search of a suitable target, Cheng Ye suddenly halted before isolation chamber number 48. What a robust fellow. The lower bunk of bed number 2 housed a man whose physique rivaled that of Brother B. Towering like a steel tower, his muscles were as knotted as rebar, with bulging veins visible on his exposed forearms, and his hair stood erect like steel needles, radiating an explosive sense of power. You come here, Cheng Ye called out. The man paused, slightly bending forward as he approached the isolation cage. What is your name? Barrett Stewart. When were you confined? 4 days ago. What was the reason? Because my entire team of 8 has been reduced to just me. The inspector deemed me a high-risk individual and required a 15-day isolation before I could leave. 15 days? Such a long time? Cheng Ye maintained a composed demeanor while secretly accessing the panel. Barrett, 57, searchable range. Intelligence, items, skills. Indeed, those confined in isolation chambers exhibited a willingness to cooperate, easily surpassing a compliance rate of 50. Without hesitation, Cheng Ye pressed the button with his mind. He sought not much, merely a skill that could enhance his combat capabilities. However, the next moment, as the panel information appeared before him, a tempest surged within his heart. Search successful. Barrett Stewart, infected. Chapter 31, The Marvelous Use of Corrupted Vines. Searcher, Barrett, current compliance. 57, current searchable range. Intelligence, items. Skills, search target confirmed. Skill, LV1. Searching, search successful. Barrett Stewart, infected. LV1 skills. Corrupted Vines life, Corrupted Vines strength, Corrupted Vines speed, Corrupted Vines recovery, Corrupted Vines digestion. Lock-on. LV2 skill. Lock-on, note. Detection indicates the subject is affected by a special power, causing skill mutation. The collector has been warned via note. Please be advised, if this special skill is equipped, equal effects will be incurred. Note, unlocking the Corrupted Vines will allow viewing of specific lock-on information. Why all Corrupted Vines? Wait, is this an infected entity? Upon first seeing the panel information, Cheng Ye pondered what ancient martial arts system this individual practiced, given the uniformity of skill names. Moreover, unlike Chu Yunfeng's varied skill tree, Barrett's panel bluntly listed life, strength, speed, recovery, and digestion, possessing an almost numerical absurdity. Yet the next moment, Cheng Ye abruptly realized, this was no ancient martial arts practitioner. This fellow was undoubtedly a genuine infected entity. What the hell? What is happening? The collector can even extract the mutated abilities of infected entities. This is tantamount to directly acquiring powers that rival the extraordinary. Unfortunately, before Cheng Ye could become excited, his gaze fell upon the notes below, the 4 words equal effects dousing all his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. If the side effects brought by the infected entity were also extracted equally, why bother using the collector? Why not let the infected entity simply parasitize? No. This function, Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing another remarkable aspect of the function. As long as the target's compliance exceeded 50, could he not discern their infection status through the search? This was a divine skill. In an instant, several scenarios utilizing this function flashed through Cheng Ye's mind. For instance, during field work, if he could not ascertain whether a teammate was infected, a single search would suffice. Similarly, during inspections, if there was someone uncertain, the result could be obtained effortlessly. Please select Collector. If unable to choose, you may cancel. Canceling will not return energy value, regarded as a failure, but you may obtain double action points. The Collector panel lit up with a prompt. Double action points. Cheng Ye's eyes brightened. He had not expected that canceling would yield such an additional benefit. Without further hesitation, he decisively chose to cancel. Although not equipping would perhaps increase some informational value regarding the corrupted vine's ability, he instinctively resisted this risky maneuver. After all, if one day he mismanaged his mind points or inadvertently equipped this infected entity skill, it would be catastrophic. Unless he found a method to expel the source of infection with absolute certainty, he must not engage with these skills. Cheng Ye silently cautioned himself. Impulsiveness is a devil. Should he encounter a life-and-death crisis without the infection source ability, he might still rely on calm judgment to survive dire straits. However, once tainted by such mutated powers, it was uncertain whether he would not develop a gambler-esque mentality, wagering his life in critical moments. At that point, what seemed like an additional path would merely be a shackle upon himself. The panel information flickered momentarily before vanishing from Cheng Ye's sight after the return was initiated. Although he squandered an opportunity, he inadvertently discovered an alternative method to identify the infected entities, while simultaneously acquiring an action point. Cheng Ye felt no sense of loss. Instead, he stepped back several paces, intending to compensate for his loss from another direction. The Great One, leaning against the railing, was perplexed by Barrett's silence. Abruptly, a thunderous roar filled his ears, the shockwave causing his eardrums to ache, as if his skull might be shattered by the immense sound. Skull? He instinctively reached for the point of pain on his forehead, only to find not a crimson stain, but a viscous black-green liquid oozing from the bullet wound, reeking of putrid decay. In that instant, his chaotic thoughts exploded within his mind, and he suddenly perceived his perspective shift from the first-person to a third-person vantage point. Observing his own body, the space where his head should have been was conspicuously empty, and from the ragged remnants of his neck, clusters of green vines erupted like boiling tar, intertwining in the air to form a grotesque visage. Have I been infected? The moment this realization struck him, a flood of repressed memories surged forth. In the ruins of a city under the setting sun, an old van careened into a dead end. Its doors flung open as 8 individuals stumbled out, their terrified gazes fixated on the alleyway. There, amidst the last rays of twilight, a towering green vine monster slowly materialized. Within its massive form, a distorted humanoid silhouette flickered, reminiscent of an insect ensnared in a web, silently conveying a profound terror that pierced the human soul. Gunfire erupted as everyone fired wildly, bullets raining down upon the creature, yet they merely dented the resilient surface of the vines. The monster twisted its serpent-like appendages, each strike accurately plucking a person from the crowd, tearing them apart in mid-air, with blood and flesh raining down. 765. As comrades fell, fear engulfed Barrett like a relentless tide. Alone, under the hollow, despairing gazes of his deceased companions, Barrett's legs buckled, and he knelt. He lacked the courage to retaliate or the will to end his own life, resorting instead to bowing repeatedly before the monster, trembling as he begged for mercy. The creature hesitated for a moment before extending a vine that slithered into his body through his mouth and nose. These memories had been securely locked away in the depths of his consciousness until now. He only remembered narrowly escaping, unaware he had already become a puppet of the monster. So, I have long since perished. I am no longer human. His gaze fixed upon Cheng Ye, who stood outside the isolation chamber, firing incessantly. The shattered visage, ensnared by the vines, suddenly twisted into a sinister grin. The dispersing vines surged forth from the gaps in the isolation chamber's railing, as if responding to an unspoken command. The other 3 souls confined in the same chamber with Barrett were seized by dread, but soon they realized that green vines were also emerging from their own skin. Memories flooded back, revealing that during their confinement, they had been infected by the corrupting vines within Barrett, with only the agonizing memories of infection having been selectively sealed away. What a resilient vine! The host, despite being shot in the head, seemed utterly unaffected in its operation. One infected entity had suddenly multiplied into 4, with hundreds of vines crowding the narrow space of the railing, attempting to break free. Fortunately, the quality of the isolation chamber was exceptional, the railing remaining undisturbed. Otherwise, Cheng Ye would have fled without hesitation. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and call for help. After emptying a magazine, Cheng Ye reloaded with one hand, noticing that Wu Ye and Mao Tu-ing remained frozen in place. Upon calling out to them, they finally snapped out of their stupor. Wu Ye scrambled towards a nearby pillar, crashing against it to press the alarm button. Mao Tu-ing, more decisive, dashed to the rear of the passage to grab a device resembling a fire extinguisher. Let me handle this. With a shout, Mao Tu-ing twisted the valve, sprinting forward with the nozzle in hand, pressing the trigger with his thumb. Boom! A flame, reeking of sulfur, erupted, the orange-red inferno licking at the green vines, causing the roots that had just burst through the railing to instantly shrivel into char. The strange sound of burning did not resemble crackling, but rather a series of sharp, brittle snaps mixed with the hissing of gas expanding within the vines, as if countless trapped souls were wailing in the flames. Is it a flamethrower instead of a water gun? Cheng Ye was taken aback. This approach was entirely unconventional. Who would install a flamethrower indoors? This is the emergency incinerator of Plan 3, Mao Tu-ing explained with a grin. However, just as he turned to elaborate, a vine bristling with spikes shot through the gap in the railing, weaving through the flames like a venomous serpent. Before Mao Tu-ing could react, the vine's tip was alarmingly close to his chest. Oh no, this creature is impervious to fire. Cheng Ye had no time to ponder, lunging forward, sweeping his leg like an iron whip to knock Mao Tu-ing to the ground. Simultaneously, he grabbed the fallen flamethrower head and, performing a roll, sprang up, channeling his strength into a devastating strike against the trigger. Whoosh! The fierce tongue of fire erupted from the side, licking towards the spiked vine like a great serpent. To his astonishment, the creature's resistance to fire was nearly absurd. It wasn't until the vine bent and neared Cheng Ye that its surface finally cracked, gradually turning to charcoal from tip to root. Was it feigning fear of fire to deceive him? Cheng Ye's pupilles dilated, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end as his understanding of the infected entities deepened. These creatures were far more terrifying than the record suggested. It was clear they were evolving in ways humans could not predict. No wonder Brother B had warned that caution and prudence would lead to a longer life than mere familiarity with the rules. Suddenly, alarms blared as over a dozen guards stormed in, the sound of rifles firing filling the corridor. Realizing the flamethrower's fuel was nearly exhausted and its flames weakening, Cheng Ye dragged the paralyzed Mao Tu-ing backward. As the flames extinguished, he glimpsed the vines struck by bullets visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The green fluid surging from the wounds like a tide, even generating denser fibrous tissue around the bullet holes. Good grief, what is the origin of these corrupting vines? They seem to learn and evolve through contact, developing an immunity to the physical impact of bullets. However, the farce was drawing to a close. Faced with the suddenly aggressive infected entities, the guards might face unilateral slaughter. But capturing an infected entity trapped in an isolation chamber would be an exceedingly simple task. Cheng Ye turned to exit. Behind him, he heard a cacophony of explosions. In less than a minute, calm was restored. Reporting to the inspecting officer, the unknown infected entity has been successfully eliminated. The facility has dispatched specialized containment personnel, expected to arrive in 10 minutes for cleanup. Reporting while casting a glance at the catatonic Mao Tu-ing, clearly terrified. Unknown, Cheng Ye pondered, realizing that not only within the survival library, but even in the tomes documenting infected entities, there were no records of these corrupting vines. even in the City of Happiness. No one had ever encountered this source of infection. Was this a newly evolved contagion, or had it migrated from elsewhere? Congratulations, esteemed sir. The unknown source of infection traditionally yields generous reward points. Based on the recent attack power of looting, one could easily start with at least 40 points, correct? Cheng Ye nodded gently. For the inspectors, eliminating infected entities is far more lucrative than exploiting loopholes in the rules. Moreover, it is undeniably exhilarating. Shooting at stationary targets, such as the corrupt vines, is an entirely different experience compared to targeting ordinary practice dummies. The surge of adrenaline when raising the flamethrower is a sensation that Cheng Ye still relishes, finding himself somewhat entranced by it. Sir, I shall proceed with the subsequent tasks. Wei respectfully took his leave, showing no curiosity about how Cheng Ye discerned that Baylight was an infected entity with just a few words. For those at the bottom echelons of the inspection station, he merely observed Cheng Ye stepping forward at a critical moment to save the owl. This act is something that only a handful of the 150 inspectors at the station could achieve. To be regarded as a person rather than a cold, unfeeling tool is sufficient motivation for them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Chapter 32. Unknown Explorer, Extraordinary Induction. The rapid response station was not extravagant enough to assign a containment team to every quarantine area. After more than 10 minutes, the isolation door quarantine area finally slid open. A squad of 8, all donned in custom-made off-white protective suits resembling modern bomb disposal gear, entered. The joints were covered with honeycomb cushioning layers. How serious? Cheng Ye had expected a more simplistic approach, akin to that of the central inspection station, where infected sources were carelessly shoved in and taken away. This display surprised him. Simultaneously, he noticed that the isolation containers had also been upgraded. No longer the usual tempered glass boxes, they were now crafted from a peculiar ceramic-like material, embossed with intricate anti-permeation patterns. On duty, Inspector? The containment team leader stepped forward, his gaze flitting over Cheng Ye's youthful face, revealing a hint of astonishment. Such a young inspector. You appear to be even younger than the most junior member of the containment team. It is I, Cheng Ye replied, nodding as he produced his inspector badge. Upon receiving it, the leader swiped it against the security card slot on his arm, exclaiming, "You are still a trainee inspector?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No. It is just a bit surprising. Unknown infected entities are typically elusive, often only detected after an outbreak occurs when we come to contain them." The team leader quickly shook his head. "Hello, Inspector Cheng. I am Qin Feng, a Level 3 researcher at the Institute of Infectious Sources." The Institute of Infectious Sources? Cheng Ye paused, swiftly recalling the definition of this term from the original's memories. Xingfu Cheng is home to 3 research institutions. The Xingfu Research Institute oversees the development of civilian technology for nutritional formulations to water circulation systems. The United Armories specializes in weaponry and armed vehicle development. The Institute of Infectious Sources, as the name suggests, monopolizes research on infected entities. Although the 3 institutions hold equal administrative status, their treatment varies drastically. The Institute of Infectious Sources deals directly with human survival, its funding and resources disproportionately allocated, making it the unacknowledged leader among the 3. A Level 2 researcher holds a status equivalent to a Level 2 inspector, 2 ranks above Cheng Ye's trainee position. Due to the unknown nature of the infection source, I will need to conduct a simple research record for our future reference. Is that acceptable? Please proceed. Kindly describe the entire process from discovery to the elimination of the infected entity. You need not explain how its identity was discerned, as I understand that each inspector has their own methodology. Focus solely on the abilities demonstrated by the infected entity. Qin Feng's sense of boundaries was notably comfortable. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Ye elaborated on the attack patterns of the corrupt vines, particularly emphasizing their deceptive fear of fire and their demonstrated learning and adaptation capabilities upon being struck by bullets. Qin Feng, initially lost in thought, suddenly looked up, his eyes wide behind the protective visor. Are you saying that after being hit by a bullet, it proliferates denser fibrous tissue around the wound to resist? I witnessed it with my own eyes, Cheng Ye affirmed, nodding before adding, however, I cannot ascertain whether this is an active learning process or merely a reflexive response of the organism. Please hold on, Inspector Cheng. Realizing there might be a significant discovery, Qin Feng swiftly turned to signal his team, instructing them to prepare the sample container. We must verify this infected entity on site. Disguise and learning are not new revelations. Many sources of infection exhibit similar traits. However, the ability to begin learning immediately after being struck is something I have never encountered before. The 8 rushed into the isolation chamber, and Cheng Ye instinctively felt the urge to advise the guards to be on alert, lest something untoward occur. Unexpectedly, Wei spoke up first. Rest assured, sir. Researchers are treasures of the inner city. Even if they stood still and allowed an infected entity to gnaw at them, it is unlikely they will be breached. So formidable? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If the containment team could secure items, he wondered whether they could also obtain these protective suits. If he could wear such gear on field duty, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Unfortunately, his energy reserves had been depleted, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to replenish them. However, there would be ample opportunities in the future. As Cheng Ye contemplated this, nearly half an hour passed before Qin Feng returned with his team. Upon entry, the sample container was being carried by one person. Now, it was being lifted by 4, indicating a successful containment. Congratulations, Inspector Cheng. The quality of this infected source is exceptional. 1 is worth 3, Qin Feng said, removing his visor to reveal a mature, square face. Noticing Cheng Ye's confusion, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, my memory. You are still in your trainee period and might not be aware of these matters. What do you refer to? Give me your identity badge. There are many internal regulations at the inspection station, but the Research Institute is unconcerned with such matters. There are no restrictions on trainee inspectors. Qin Feng's words were somewhat disjointed, leaving Cheng Ye puzzled as he handed over his identity badge. The leader swiped it against the security system, then tapped a few buttons on the screen before returning it. Try this. Just touch it to your security card. Can my security card be used as well? Only devices with special permissions can read identity badges. Cheng Ye's own inspector security card had previously proven unresponsive. However, following Qin Feng's instructions, he attempted to touch it. The screen of the security card flickered, unexpectedly redirecting to an entirely new interface. Module, Xingfu Infectious Source Research Institute Task Board. Owner, Cheng Ye, Trainee Inspector. Current permission status. Unlocked, current unlocked task. Unknown Explorer, submit 100 new samples of infectious sources to the Infectious Source Research Institute. Current progress, 3,100. Stage rewards, 25, D-grade contribution qualification. 50, C-grade contribution qualification. 75, B-grade contribution qualification. Completion reward, 5 milliliters extraordinary induction agent, basic version, with a 20 chance of aiding human awakening. What? Extraordinary induction agent? Staring at the words displayed on the security card, Cheng Ye nearly cried out in disbelief. At this moment, stage rewards and contribution qualifications seemed trivial. What did he see? Extraordinary? No way, could he have misread? After repeatedly confirming the 2 characters displayed on the security card, he realized it was indeed the extraordinary he recognized. Cheng Ye felt a rush of exhilaration flood his being, causing his fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. Yet simultaneously, a whirlwind of confusion and surprise intertwined within his chest, creating a chaotic storm of emotions. For both the accounts documented within the survival library and the whispers exchanged among ordinary individuals in the buffer zone, not to mention the tales of the wasteland that Liubi occasionally shared, all extraordinary beings had, without exception, thrived throughout history. Since the dawn of the new era, there's been no concrete record of the emergence of new extraordinary beings. Do not be so astonished. You will naturally come to understand this once you have completed your probationary period. The current restrictions are a form of protection, as there are always individuals who are unaware of the gravity of their situation, easily blinded by profit to take unnecessary risks. It is not uncommon for incidents to occur at the inspection station due to such recklessness. Anticipating that Cheng Ye might be bewildered, Qin Feng displayed a subtle smile. Unperturbed by the reaction, the inspection station holds a status equivalent to our research institute and undertakes similar tasks. Otherwise, why would inspectors come to the rapid inspection station? This is hardly a safe locale. The mortality rate remains alarmingly high, not to mention the perilous field assignments. Does the inspection station also engage in similar tasks? Cheng Ye instinctively probed, grasping the key information. Are there extraordinary beings in our happy city? Certainly. Every refuge city houses extraordinary beings. Otherwise, How could we contend with large-scale infection waves? Perhaps due to Cheng Ye's youth and his performance not aligning with the expected capabilities of a probationary inspector. Qin Feng took the rare opportunity to explain patiently. Such matters need not be overly clarified for ordinary individuals, as they perceive the devastation wrought by S4 as ongoing. Extraordinary beings are not seen as heroes. Rather, they are often viewed as potential harbingers of disaster. If you wish to know, tasks rated S and above offer rewards in the form of inducement agents. The greater the difficulty, the larger the dosage, and the higher the quality. Has anyone ever accomplished such a feat? Of course, Qin Feng chuckled softly. 9 years ago, someone from your inspection station achieved it, though unfortunately, he failed to induce an extraordinary being. 9 years ago, that seems like an eternity, Cheng Ye thought, refraining from further inquiries and realizing the formidable challenge posed by that time frame. And what about the contribution qualifications? Those are used for purchasing various strategic controlled items. For instance, if you wish to buy an energy storage battery for personal use or to modify a combat vehicle, you will need contribution qualifications. Any more questions? None. Cheng Ye gently shook his head, still processing the overwhelming influx of information. None? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. In the Wasteland, one must suppress their innermost desires to survive and earn the right to undertake such tasks. The standard rewards will be deposited into your personal account after verification in a couple of days. Remember to check. My defense identification number is 16571. Should you discover any unknown sources of infection or new clues related to the infection, feel free to contact me, and I will reward you according to the standard, with a 10 increase. Thank you. Cheng Ye retrieved his defense communicator and added the identification number to his contacts. However, as he watched the 8 figures depart down the corridor, he remained immersed in contemplation. He had assumed that the extraordinary transformation induced by S3 was a distant reality for humanity, yet it felt alarmingly close, even accessible as a reward. Could the once unattainable extraordinary beings be so near? Chapter 33. Good news, bad news. After bidding farewell to the containment team, Cheng Ye continued to ponder as he re-entered the quarantine chamber for a thorough inspection. Quarantine chamber 48 had been cleansed with a high-pressure water gun, dissipating the sanguine odor in mere minutes. Only the few fine holes etched into the walls by the corrosive sap of the creeping vines silently bore witness to the battle that had transpired. Exiting the quarantine chamber, he took a few deep breaths, yet the tremors within his chest lingered, refusing to abate. The complex emotions swirling in his mind seemed to fracture. 1/3 was shock at the revelation of the extraordinary truth. Another third was an intense yearning for extraordinary abilities. And yet another third was a creeping panic in the face of the unknown. The final fraction was an insatiable curiosity for the deeper secrets of the Wasteland. Humanity has buried its past, severing ties with the old era, ostensibly to prevent over-examination from leading to calamity. Yet is this truly a safeguard, or are they secretly retracing their steps, continuing to study the seemingly harmless S5? Following this line of thought, Cheng Ye hesitated to dive deeper. The current infection entities are already a formidable challenge, should a more terrifying calamity arise. The wasteland that appears to be awakening could swiftly revert to the harshness of its apocalyptic origins. Moreover, one aspect of Qin Feng's explanation did not quite add up. If the devastation caused by S4 is indeed concluded, why would extraordinary beings need to conceal themselves? They could simply step forward and validate their existence. The reticence suggests that there are undisclosed issues at play. What if I could acquire extraordinary abilities and only activate them when needed, then swiftly uninstall them when they're no longer required? Would that circumvent the influence of S4? Cheng Ye mused, his mind racing with possibilities. Ultimately, he managed to suppress all his desires deep within. It was prudent that these secrets remain undisclosed to probationers. Even someone as formidable as Brother B, a 4th phase inspector, had never once mentioned extraordinary beings in his presence. Knowing such things prematurely, before reaching the requisite strength, would only lead one to overreach and possibly stray from the right path. The personnel on duty last night should still be awake, right? No. They have just been roused by the alarm and are currently calming the other quarantined individuals. Very well, have them assemble. I have something to discuss. After arranging for the personnel and guards to gather, Cheng Ye turned to the owl. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, the owl still appeared somewhat shaken, though he had finally regained his composure after initially being stunned. How could you be so frightened and still become an observer? My lord, the owl forced a smile. I thought I was done for and never expected you would save me. I am not a mere bystander. I could not simply watch my comrades perish. Cheng Ye felt somewhat speechless. Perhaps in the eyes of the owl and the raven, his recent actions were enough to set him apart as an anomaly among inspectors. Yet he understood that saving someone was merely an instinctive reaction. This instinct, in a world where humanity devours humanity, has become a rare beacon of hope. Thank you, my lord, the owl murmured, saying no more, though a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Cheng Ye could not help but shake his head with a smile, recognizing that the owl had engraved this act of salvation into his heart. Such loyalty is rare, prompting him to contemplate further. To establish and solidify his position at the inspection station, relying solely on the goodwill left by Cheng Long would be insufficient. Ultimately, he would need to cultivate his own trusted allies. The owl possesses potential. If he can navigate through the current tumultuous power struggle, he may prove to be a valuable asset. By the way, is there an Arthur in the station? Cheng Ye suddenly recalled the individual Liu Bai had mentioned before his departure, expressing curiosity, although he had never intended to place his hopes for survival in others. Liu Bai's assertion that Arthur could save his life piqued his interest in the man's identity. There are quite a few Arthurs in the station. Which one does my lord refer to? Arthur Amir. Oh, you mean the gunner Arthur? The owl pointed towards Zone F. He is on duty at the watchtower behind the quarantine passage. Following the direction indicated by the owl, Cheng Ye turned to see a figure holding a firearm, partially obscured by the metallic railings of the watchtower behind the quarantine passage. Suddenly, it became clear why Liu Bai had claimed this person could ensure his survival. The gunner holds a position in the inspection station that surpasses even that of observers like the owl, ranking just beneath inspectors. Moreover, as a core defensive force within the station, gunners are directly dispatched by the station chief, and inspectors have no authority to command them directly. This unrestricted special status naturally allows them to offer assistance in certain critical situations. It seems prudent to find an opportunity to make contact. Should an unstoppable infection entity breach our defenses, it could afford him precious moments to escape. With this thought quietly noted, Cheng Ye waited in place for a while. Given that he would be on duty in Quarantine Zone A for the next week, it was imperative to familiarize himself with the guards and staff at the station. However, this familiarity would be limited to mere recognition. I am here to accomplish 3 tasks: identify infection entities, eliminate infection entities, and earn contribution points. I will not send you on missions that lead to certain death, but equally, no one is permitted to slack off. If I catch even one of you slacking, even if it is your first offense, you will no longer be welcome at this inspection station. That will be all, if you haven't rested yet. Take the opportunity to do so. Those coming off duty, keep your eyes wide open. In a mere 4 sentences, Cheng Ye promptly declared the dissolution. As the crowd dispersed in response, some murmured, others gasped in surprise, yet the predominant sentiment was curiosity. Cheng Ye's brash demeanor resonated with their preconceived notions of the Dongren inspector. However, was Cheng Ye truly a mere brute? No one held such an opinion. The Raven had previously divulged that this Dongren inspector was personally brought by Raoul, who had specifically instructed that he be treated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the ability to swiftly identify an infected individual among hundreds and accurately ascertain their condition with just a few words demonstrated an exceptional level of professional competence, which was the cornerstone for an inspector's role at the checkpoint. Don't just stand there. There's still a warehouse to inspect. Oh, understood. Both the Raven and the Owl were taken aback, realizing that this inspector had encountered an infected individual even before reaching the quarantine zone. Such luck was extraordinary. Each complete duty cycle involved 2 observers, 10 personnel assisting the inspector, and an additional 20 patrol guards tasked with monitoring the quarantined individuals and responding to any encounters with infected parties. Should any personnel fall, replacements would be provided the following day, ensuring no shortage of manpower. Standing before the entrance of the number 2 accommodation warehouse, a faint, fishy odor mingled with the distinct scent of sweat typical of the Westerners wafted through the air. Cheng Ye peered inside. To be fair, the living conditions assigned to these individuals at the checkpoint were far from inadequate. Although they were bunk beds, each was specially adjusted to a width of 1.5 meters and a length of 2 meters, appearing remarkably spacious. Between every 4 bunk beds was a large wooden table, reminiscent of those found in survival libraries. Additionally, each bed had a small cabinet, granting each person their own secure storage space. Even through Cheng Ye's modern lens, these accommodations surpassed many university dormitories housing 8 or 10 individuals. All right, let us proceed to the quarantine inspection area. With a nascent understanding of the rapid checkpoint model, Cheng Ye exhaled with slight relief. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that while there were dangers within the quarantine zone, the situation remained largely under control, alleviating excessive concern. Conversely, the bad news was that the high casualty rate among rapid checkpoint inspectors indicated that the dangers of the quarantine area likely exceeded previous expectations. As they moved forward, the front half of the quarantine area was once again separated by iron plates and mesh. Cheng Ye reached out to touch it, realizing with a start that the material was not ordinary steel, but rather a special alloy similar to that of the ground. It was merely coated with paint, giving the appearance of steel. Was it perhaps designed to deceive the infected? Certain specialized infected entities could corrode steel, yet thus far, no instance of corrosion on this special alloy had been reported in Xingfu City. After passing through 3 alloy gates, the Raven halted. Esteemed Inspector, this is your designated quarantine inspection area. The so-called quarantine inspection zone bore a striking resemblance to the paid basketball courts enclosed by iron mesh in the city square prior to Cheng Ye's arrival. This square space of approximately 300 square meters was divided down the middle by a yellow line, one half designated for the inspectors, the other for those being inspected. Each area contained an alloy table. Similar to the central main inspection station, the table in the inspection area was equipped with various testing instruments, while the inspector's table held personal belongings, with the only distinction being the presence of 3 buttons on the ladder. This is your work desk, the Raven explained while gesturing towards the table. The leftmost button controls the door behind you. The middle button regulates the entrance for outsiders. And the rightmost is the lock button. Once the lock button is pressed, rescue personnel will be dispatched immediately and until their arrival. Neither door can be opened by any means. After a moment's pause, the Raven continued, producing a communication device from his waist. This side button is the contact key. Pressing it allows me to hear you. Yes, I am aware. Cheng Ye, who had nearly scored full marks in the practical assessment, was naturally familiar with these basic facilities. Stand here. His gaze could now penetrate the mesh, clearly observing the yellow line outside the station master's office window, as well as the armed passageway meant for crowd diversion. Due to the impact of heavy rain, the adjacent Zone B, primarily inspecting scavengers and ordinary drifters, had a dozen individuals queuing to enter. Meanwhile, the area responsible for vehicle inspections, Zone A, was completely devoid of people. What circumstances would necessitate my crossing the yellow line? Cheng Ye inquired, voicing his primary concern. Since Tang Si had stated that remaining within the yellow line was safe, it suggested that beyond it lay significant peril. The Raven and the Owl exchanged glances, with the latter stepping forward. Only one scenario would require you to cross the yellow line. When an inner-city official on duty within a 3-kilometer radius of the checkpoint is attacked and sends out a distress signal. In that case, 4 duty inspectors would be required to immediately venture beyond the yellow line for rescue. Chapter 34. New Functions, Action Points, Limitless Uses. An inner-city official? Cheng Ye pondered briefly without asking whether he could feign ignorance and refrain from providing assistance. From a principled standpoint, such an option was inconceivable. Inspectors held a high status within the buffer zone, yet in the broader hierarchy of Xingfu City, their authority was somewhat akin to that of a sentinel, able to strike decisively outward but bound by regulations inwardly. To put it bluntly, Xingfu City resembled a residential community, and inspectors functioned as the security personnel. Even if this security personnel wielded a firearm and possessed authority and manpower far exceeding that of the 5-star generals of Baiguei Yuan, they could not turn a blind eye to the plight of the inner-city residents. This was a fundamental issue, after all, as the security personnel salary was derived from the property fees paid by the residents. If this basic rule were disregarded, there would be no reason for anyone to vie for admission to the inner city. They might as well have the security personnel ride the residents' coattails. When no one is queuing, may I rest in the back? Even if there were a queue, who would dare to stop an inspector from resting? The Raven unabashedly stated. As long as there are no inner-city officials awaiting inspection, ordinary people can stand outside in line all day. When they finally comply, and the official is in a good mood, they will be let in. The implication was clear. The prevailing practice at the North Station mirrored the Westerners' customary entry fees. Those who paid entered first, while those who did not waited outside. Very well, you both may take a break in the back. I shall remain here. All right, I will fetch you an umbrella. Not having to accompany the inspector in the quarantine area was undoubtedly good news. After all, they also had work to execute, and merely organizing the documents of those in quarantine could consume considerable time, often requiring them to work late into the night. The two exchanged glances, elated, and soon returned with a large umbrella, which they securely propped up beside the table. Cheng Ye leaned back, propping one leg over the other, sipping on his nutritional drink while observing the queue in Zone B grow longer. Truth be told, it was rather pleasant. This role as an inspector had its perks. As long as one possessed sufficient capability, there would be no trouble. Everyone would respect and heed your words. Those who defied authority, provided they were not inner-city officials, could be dealt with summarily without fear of repercussions. Even more enticing was the fact that inspectors held the key to the entire buffer zone safety. The more stringent the inspections, the more ordinary residents would extol and cherish them. It truly echoed the saying, as long as interests align, there will always be a great scholar to advocate on my behalf. Who would dare to criticize an inspector? They would be drowned in the spittle of hundreds of thousands of residents from the buffer zone. Wait a moment. Why do I have the feeling that I have bypassed several decades of life's detours? Cheng Ye pondered, his smile faltering. Oh no. This security work was indeed sapping his motivation. He had intended to make a significant impact at the inspection station. Yet, after just a few minutes of sitting, he was already on the verge of dozing off. No, he must rouse himself, draining the remaining nutrient slurry in one gulp. Cheng Ye sat up and began to reflect on his actions from the day. There was little to say about bullying a group of small-time nobodies. These second-generation heirs were naively reminiscent of modern individuals, playing such trivial games in the Wasteland. Should they encounter a truly formidable opponent, they would likely not even realize how they met their demise. However, Cheng Ye had a vague feeling that when speaking to the station master, Tang Si, someone seemed to be lurking behind the screen, though he could not confirm it entirely. Yet, upon further contemplation, even if someone were indeed present, it mattered little, as he displayed no signs of abnormality throughout the encounter. As for the notion that one could attain a score of 90 without firing a shot, Cheng Ye shook his head inwardly. If he had truly achieved such a score with Tang Si, he certainly would not be reclining in such comfort now. Fame breeds fear. Exhibiting too much intellect in the short term would not alter Ding Yishan's perception of him. However, from the perspective of the West faction, the situation would be vastly different. He would inevitably face challenges, targeted scrutiny, and relentless testing of his limits, creating various unnecessary high-pressure scenarios. Thus, donning the title of a reckless individual would, in the short run, prove to be advantageous. What lay ahead was the art of concealing one's talents. He needed to endure the first week, allowing Ding Yishan time to recognize his transformation. Moreover, with the slow-charging energy supplement, he could still execute at least 4 actions before the shift ended. With his current capabilities, acquiring any skill would significantly enhance his prowess. Lost in thought, Cheng Ye suddenly recalled the earlier encounter with the Barret, which had returned double the action points upon cancellation of the collector. At that moment, he opened the panel with his mind. To his astonishment, the action points had unlocked a new feature. His gaze swept across the screen, and he abruptly paused. Initially, he had thought the action points were merely a subdivision of a minor function, integrated within another capability. To his surprise, a parallel action option appeared at the back of the function. The two were not intertwined, but rather independent of one another. This revelation filled Cheng Ye with excitement. Merely a single feature had the potential to drastically alter his strength. Could this newly unlocked action feature also significantly enhance his combat capabilities? Furthermore, it was crucial to note that failing would still yield action points, albeit in varying quantities. This implied that before filling all 3 skill slots and being unable to expand or replace skills for enhancement, the action points would continue to accumulate. As his strength increased, the benefits of LV1 skills would gradually diminish. It was only a matter of time before he aimed for LV2 skills. However, the success rate for advancing levels was merely 25, naturally raising the probability of obtaining action points. Moreover, there were instances when he could abandon operations after encountering infected entities, resulting in an additional reward of double action points. With such impressive capabilities, He fervently hoped the actions would not be poorly executed. The more brutal and mindless, the better. He hoped they would not show any mercy towards him, the weak collector. Cheng Ye silently prayed as he activated the action function with his thoughts. The interface momentarily lagged, as if loading. After approximately 4 to 5 seconds, a brand new functional panel unfolded before him. Action. This function is a derivative addition designed to maximize the energy lost during failures. When utilized wisely, it can assist collectors in saving time and significantly enhance information gathering efficiency. Function description. When a collector engages in a repetitive event, they can use action points to quickly complete the task. Current remaining action points. 4. LV1. Current actionable targets. The collector can silently invoke the action function command to automatically scan for actionable targets within a 10-meter radius. Please be aware of the following considerations. 1. Actionable targets must fall within the collector's capability range. Exceeding this will display the required unlocking conditions. 2. The effects generated by action points will automatically engage biological shielding perception and non-biological monitoring shielding to ensure the rationalization of action logic. Collectors can use them with confidence. 3. The level of action points is linked to the collector's rank, and enhancing rank can unlock more action directions. Engaging in repetitive events and using action points for rapid completion, ignoring the lengthy descriptions, Cheng Ye focused solely on the summary at the front. After pondering for a moment, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with this function. Recalling memories, he realized that around 2013 to 2020, numerous time-based pay-to-win mobile games had emerged on the market, particularly in the RTS genre, such as certain iterations of 2GG Bin, Luo Chong 2, and Zhanzhan. Players would quickly establish their territory within seconds or even a minute when constructing buildings. However, at a certain point, construction times would skyrocket, jumping from 1 minute to 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, or even days, deviating entirely from normal growth logic. Some players, unable to wait, would resort to purchasing acceleration options. By spending money on acceleration tokens, they could drastically reduce waiting times. Thus, it was common to see affluent players dominating alliances of dozens. However, there was a notable difference. The objectives in those games were predetermined by the developers, rendering players mere puppets for monetary gain, while the collector's action function allowed him to set his own targets. Eager to test its effectiveness, Cheng Ye followed the panel's instructions to scan for surrounding targets. In an instant, a blue light, matching the panel's color, erupted from him, radiating outward in a 10-meter radius. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. Every object swept by the blue light shimmered with a faint glow. The alloy floor, the table before him, the umbrella lodged at the table's edge, the backpack atop the table. All items sparkled with a clear blue luminescence under the sunlight, as if imbued with a unique vitality. Could it be that others were oblivious to this? Cheng Ye felt a jolt of surprise and quickly scanned his surroundings. In the adjacent B zone, only a few individuals in line glanced this way, but their gazes were not drawn by the anomaly. Rather, they were merely surveying their surroundings out of boredom. It truly seemed that he was the only one able to see. The blue lights scanning waves were as tangible as reality to him, yet others remained unaware. This realization put Cheng Ye at ease, prompting him to explore the changes brought about by the blue light. As for the actionable targets, items within the quarantine zone were certainly off limits. Any successful action there would surely raise suspicions. Cheng Ye's gaze swept across the table, swiftly locking onto the backpack resting atop it. This bag was one he had purchased from a street vendor shortly after his arrival in this world. It bore several tattered holes on the side and emanated an air of weariness, yet its design was structurally sound, boasting impressive weight-bearing capacity and durability, far superior to the flimsy goods sold in convenience stores. Cheng Ye had long intended to buy some thread and needles to mend the holes, but he often forgot in the hustle and bustle, only recalling it when he was about to head out. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to see if the action points could replace him in completing this sewing task. Mending the backpack, mending the backpack, mending. As he invoked his intention for the first time, Cheng Ye lacked experience and could only silently recite it like a mantra. However, miraculously, as this thought formed, a blue panel abruptly appeared beside the backpack, unfolding lines of text. Wanderer's Canvas Backpack, LV0, description, a dual-shoulder backpack handcrafted from coarse canvas. Treated with 3 layers of wax coating, capable of resisting minor surface tears, even when scraped against thorny wilderness or rough rock faces. Action directions. 1. Basic optimization, repairing the holes in the backpack. Slightly improving its structure for enhanced durability. Estimated action points consumption. 3. The collector may provide materials and tools to reduce action point consumption. 2. In-depth modification. Estimated action points consumption. Locked. Prerequisite. Must possess relevant sewing skills. 3. Complete transformation. Estimated action points consumption. Locked. Prerequisite. Locked. Please select an action direction, collector. Chapter 35. Future ambitions. Time-stopping actions. Staring at the flashing information prompt on the panel, Cheng Ye found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He merely conceived the idea of a patchwork backpack and the operational functionality akin to the considerate Dobao Laoi and Teacher DS. Seamlessly transformed this notion into a comprehensive action plan. Naturally, this derivative model also inherited the nonsensical ramblings of AI, occasionally exhibiting erratic behavior. The first two directives remained within the reasonable scope of the patchwork backpack. Yet the third directive, which proposed substituting materials with happiness alloy, was utterly bewildering. What exactly is happiness alloy? Beneath Cheng Ye's feet lay merely the most rudimentary variant of the ultra-quality alloy found in Happiness City, known as isolation alloy. Even this basic form could withstand the corrosion and assaults of the vast majority of infectious entities. Just like the withered vine that had been vanquished moments ago, it struggled in its death throes but left no trace upon the barriers forged from isolation alloy. Above isolation alloy, there exist 3 superior grades: protection alloy, safety alloy, and immunity alloy, with happiness alloy being the apex of this hierarchy. Among all industrial products sold externally by Happiness City, if one were to consider the best-selling items, happiness alloy would undoubtedly rank within the top 3. Why? The answer is straightforward. During the survival phase, the focus is on offense. Neutralizing surrounding infectious entities is paramount. However, once the development phase commences, the emphasis shifts immediately to defense. Possessing a safe haven crafted from happiness alloy allows one to evade even catastrophic waves of infection without a hint of trepidation. Regrettably, the production of happiness alloy is exceedingly low, resulting in a perpetual state of demand outstripping supply. Those procurement teams from distant refuge cities often find themselves compelled to pay several times the standard rate merely to secure their shipments. 1 gram of extraordinary mineral costs 50 contribution points, and happiness alloy is far more precious than ordinary extraordinary minerals. Amassing enough for a single backpack would require at least several tens of thousands of contribution points. In reality, this cannot be calculated in such a manner, as the acquisition of strategic materials like happiness alloy necessitates a barter system. Yet, even according to the most rudimentary calculations, the cost remains exorbitant. Could it be that my action objective is too vague? Cheng Ye pondered, suddenly struck by inspiration. Since actions would not be hindered by ambiguous goals, does this not imply that one could proceed with similar operations even without comprehending the structure of a charging station? If I possess sewing skills, I could unlock the second direction. Thus, even if I cannot modify the charging station now, as long as I discover an electrical skill, I can unlock the course of action. Once this thought emerged, it took root and flourished in Cheng Ye's mind, instantly opening up a plethora of new ideas. Since acquiring the collector, survival pressure had caused him to focus solely on gathering combat skills, never considering the pursuit of knowledge-based skills. Now, with the advent of the action functionality, these skills were afforded a practical application. A fitting metaphor would be that knowledge-based skills are akin to the driver. Action represents the vehicle, and Cheng Ye himself serves as the navigator. With a driver and a navigator, reaching the destination is merely a matter of time. However, in the absence of a driver, even with a vehicle and navigation, one remains stationary. Indeed, the essence of the action functionality is to facilitate the passage of time on the journey to the destination. As long as there are sufficient action points, a single individual can achieve results equivalent to those attainable by hundreds or even thousands. With this realization, Cheng Ye promptly decided to validate his idea at the charging station, especially since there was currently no queue in Quarantine Area A. Of course, one must remain vigilant. Upon exiting, he first sought out the crow and the owl, inquiring whether there was a sewing kit in the quarantine zone, as his backpack seemed to have sustained several tears. Could you help me find some materials to patch it up while no one is around? Yes, my lord. The crow nodded in affirmation, adding, we have sewing materials as well, canvas, synthetic leather, and some patches to conceal the repairs. Which do you require? Gather whatever is convenient. I will see which is most suitable. Understood. As the crow went to fetch the sewing kit, the owl, in the meantime, retrieved the synthetic leather. Cheng Ye hastened to the garage, his gaze fixed upon the charging station. In keeping with the backpack's directive, and to stimulate the self-thinking of the collector, he refrained from setting a specific action goal, instead silently contemplating the vague notion of circumventing charging monitoring. The panel flickered slightly, presenting delightful information that thoroughly validated Cheng Ye's hypothesis. Standard DC Fast Charging Station, LV1. Description: a modularly designed standard charging station equipped with a 100W charging module, supporting common charging protocols. The exterior has undergone special protective treatment, capable of resisting dust and rain, with built-in safeguards against overvoltage, overcurrent, and monitoring. Action directions. 1. Unlock charging privileges. Exploit protocol vulnerabilities to forge a legitimate user identity. Obtaining temporary charging permissions. Note: this charging process will be recorded by the system. Estimated action point consumption. Locked. Prerequisite: must possess engineering or programming-related skills. 2. Hack charging station privileges. Bypass the device's encryption system to gain the highest administrative privileges, allowing free adjustment of charging parameters, modification of backend data. Unlocking hidden functionalities such as user settings, simulation debugging, etc. Estimated action point consumption. Locked. Prerequisite: must possess electrical or engineering-related skills, due to all action directions being locked. The collector is currently unable to make a selection. Indeed, it can be done this way. A flicker of astonishment crossed Cheng Ye's eyes as his thoughts expanded in all directions. Although he could not yet modify the fast charging station, the information displayed unveiled a realm of new possibilities and a promising future. For instance, the establishment of a refuge. When the tide of infection strikes and the buffer zone becomes untenable, survival necessitates evacuation. Yet prior to this, he had felt utterly lost, relying solely on one's own capabilities. Constructing a temporary refuge amidst the ruins of a city, or even finding a safe haven in the wilderness, was akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, now, as long as he accumulates sufficient action points, he need not depend on anyone to realize this goal, even if he cannot locate a suitable construction site. He possesses the ability to directly carve out an appropriate space. Action and functionality are interconnected. Failed energy values can be reclaimed through action, and the abilities gained can be expanded through action as well. How splendid! Cheng Ye involuntarily swallowed, though a flicker of doubt lingered. The civilization collector was a relic left behind by Cheng Long, yet had he ever detected any anomalies with this device? Or had it been intentionally bequeathed to him by his predecessor? My lord, here is the sewing kit you requested. If it is insufficient, we can ask those outside the quarantine area for assistance. The crow approached, interrupting Cheng Ye's musings. Receiving the sewing kit, he opened it to find soft fabric adorned with blue and white flowers, neatly arranged with 10 copper needles of varying sizes. Below that lay several coils of unusually thick thread, the woven pattern appearing remarkably robust, although it felt somewhat coarse to the touch. Durability was the foremost consideration in the harsh environment of the Wasteland. My lord, this is the stitching material you requested. The owl presented a bag containing common canvas and synthetic leather from the buffer zone. This is sufficient. Cheng Ye had no intention of transforming an ordinary backpack into a mobile fortress. He merely desired it to be sturdy and durable. Well done. I am quite satisfied. After praising both, Cheng Ye returned to the isolation zone with the materials, intending to first test the modification effects of the action points on the backpack. The panel reopened, and unsurprisingly, the action directions had changed. 1. Basic optimization. Repair. Estimated action point consumption. 1. Sufficient materials and tools acquired. Point consumption reduced. It appears that the minimum action point requirement for a single action is 1, and it cannot be lowered further. With 4 points remaining, Cheng Ye felt no hesitation. He activated the stopwatch function via the defense communicator and then confirmed with his thoughts. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how the collector accelerated this process, and what transpired next did not disappoint him. A faint sound emerged, and everything around him seemed to slow down, as if time had been suspended. Cheng Ye was astonished to find himself losing control over his body. Compelled to watch as his hands moved autonomously, seizing the sewing kit and canvas from the table to mend the hole in his backpack. With a mechanical proficiency, his hands initially worked at a speed discernible to the eye, but within moments, they transformed into mere blurs, the nearby thread spool spinning like a top, instantly weaving intricate stitches into the fabric of the backpack. It felt as though mere seconds had passed, or perhaps an hour. This surreal experience, reminiscent of a time-stopping event, left Cheng Ye feeling both bewildered and exhilarated. How much time had elapsed? Grabbing his handheld device, he noticed that, including the moment of confusion, only 4 seconds had passed. This indicated that the acceleration process had been completed in an instant. What about the backpack? Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. His fingertips grazed the surface of the bag, where the previously torn area had been flawlessly patched with canvas, the stitches so fine they resembled machine work, and adorned with a black floral patch to conceal any traces of damage. Flipping the backpack over, he discovered that the inner canvas had been reinforced with synthetic leather, and several reinforced compartments had been added, enhancing not only its practicality, but also indirectly strengthening its structural integrity. Could this truly be something I could have sewn myself? Chapter 36. The Price of Life, Lithium Deposits. Cheng Ye was acutely aware of his sewing skills. In the days before affordable goods were readily available, he often patched up torn jeans. However, as the price of a pair of jeans dropped to 20 coins, the effort seemed futile. It was more practical to recycle worn-out jeans at the local collection point for 4 coins and then buy a new pair with a discount coupon, spending no more than 10 coins. Over time, he had nearly forgotten this skill, now possessing only a basic level of proficiency. In this light, it appeared that the action retrieval had tapped into his utmost abilities. Cheng Ye pondered this for a moment, then sighed, realizing there was no need for such concern. There was no need to agonize over the standards of action retrieval. Complex future tasks would undoubtedly require accompanying skills, while the requirements for simpler tasks would not be excessively demanding. Even if you were unable to execute them perfectly, learning on the fly would not consume much time. The Wasteland was not an apocalyptic realm, and Happiness City was not a city of zombie-infested ruins. Here, the vestiges of human civilization persisted. As an inspector, obtaining high-tech information might be challenging, but acquiring widely known knowledge was relatively straightforward. In addition, Cheng Ye reached into the desk pocket and stowed the backpack inside. Although the collector could obscure biological detection during actions, the finished product could not continue to conceal itself. He needed to remember this and strive to use the collector discreetly when no one was around. Sequestered in the isolation zone, he was unable to venture anywhere, and the morning passed in a mere blur of over 4 hours. As the saying goes, a sudden rain does not last long, while a gentle rain can persist. The torrential downpour from the previous night had transformed into a light rain by morning, and now the skies had cleared completely. The temperature was rising rapidly, the sun dazzling enough to induce dizziness. Initially, Cheng Ye had been concerned about encountering hostile entities, remaining vigilant as he scrutinized the corridor outside, occasionally rising to stretch his limbs and maintain warmth. However, the entire morning passed without a single soul crossing from the adjacent quarantine area B, despite more than 100 individuals having been released from that zone. Could it be that last night's storm had caused a collapse on the external roadway? That seemed implausible. Those who could drive would not have anticipated rain. Cheng Ye found this quite surprising. If he could navigate the first day so smoothly, it would be a boon for him. However, Murphy's Law has its peculiarities. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a vehicle finally appeared in the distance. They have arrived. Cheng Ye felt a surge of energy, instinctively glancing at the upper right corner of the collector's interface. After nearly 5 hours, the energy level had risen from 0 to 18, a commendable efficiency. At this rate, he would be able to recharge by the end of the day, ensuring he would have enough for tomorrow's shift as well. Moreover, his previous concerns about failure had dissipated, even if he did fail. He had the action points to fall back on, ensuring he would not incur a loss. As the vehicle drew closer, it was unmistakably the large Jean Bay, a common sight in the buffer zone. Cheng Ye noticed that as the vehicle traversed the hard road and entered the passageway, the front tires appeared remarkably flattened, indicating it was heavily laden. The vehicle came to a halt, awaiting instructions. Cheng Ye sprang to his feet, retrieving a megaphone from the table frame, and called out to the approaching Jean Bay. although this was his first time on duty at a rapid inspection station. Having observed the procedures in Quarantine Area B for an entire morning, he had gleaned the basic protocols. First, divert the flow, then conduct checks, engage in dialogue, and verify results. The inspector from Area B seemed particularly averse to using equipment. Often, scavengers who failed to provide satisfactory answers were branded as infected and shoved into isolation for a minimum of 7 days. The merit of this approach is debatable, but its efficiency was undeniably low. As a standard academic, Cheng Ye had developed his own methodology over the past 2 months, bolstered by the tips shared by Luo Xiaoxue, and he confidently believed he could perform no worse than the bumbling inspector next door. The Jinbei rolled through the passageway, gradually coming to a stop before the isolation gate. Noticing an inspector of Eastern descent inside, the Western driver appeared momentarily taken aback. "Get out, provide your numbers." "Do you not understand?" Cheng Ye shouted, and only then did the occupants of the vehicle awaken from their stupor, hastily disembarking. There were a total of 4 individuals. 2 sat in the front, while 2 occupied the rear compartment, all of them Westerners. "Do you have the exit paperwork? Please hand it over through the window." Yes. The Western driver nodded vigorously, turning to retrieve an envelope from the storage compartment beside his seat. "Please, esteemed inspector, take a look." There was a palm-sized window on the outer isolation gate, designed for document submission. Cheng Ye accepted the envelope and returned to the alloy table to inspect its contents. To his astonishment, upon opening it, 6 coins tumbled out, each embossed with the image of Happiness City's massive wall on one side and a value of 100 on the other. 600? Is that even possible? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although inspectors had various avenues for earning money, a monthly income of around 1,000 happiness coins was not uncommon. But the official salaries were not particularly high. As an apprentice inspector, he earned 500 coins, while a seasoned inspector like Liu Bai received only 950. Now, an ordinary person could casually present a bribe of 600 happiness coins? This was absurd. He swept the coins aside and raised his gaze to assess the 4 individuals standing outside the isolation gate. At a glance, he discerned some clues. The driver and the front passenger seemed unharmed, yet the 2 individuals emerging from the rear compartment of the Jinbei appeared injured. The one on the left had a wounded arm that was slightly bent, while the one on the right had sustained an injury to his leg, relying on the tailgate for support to stand. No wonder they were offering such a hefty gift. If this injury were to occur in Quarantine Area B, they would likely be thrown into isolation without a second thought, confined for 10 days or more. By the time the isolation period ended, the one with the arm injury might manage to cope, but the one with the leg injury would likely not survive the ordeal. Cheng Ye studendi understood. According to what Diu had previously mentioned, such 4-seater Jinbei typically offered minimal bribes, often consisting of local produce from surrounding areas, with a value generally around 50 happiness coins. After all, before exiting the city, they had already paid a portion of the toll at the inspection station. Only large freight convoys would slip in a couple of 100 coins during city inspections for a smoother passage. 600 coins for a life, such a substantial wager. Cheng Ye opened the city exit order and glanced through it. There were no remarkable records, merely standard transaction approvals. The goods consisted of tools such as wrenches, screwdrivers, and hammers, along with small industrial items like radios, tape, and wires, all permissible for export from Xingfu City. However, these individuals had returned with full loads. Suddenly recalling the deflated tires of the large golden cup upon its arrival, Cheng Ye immediately recognized that the issue lay with the cargo. Who was the leader? My lord, it is I. The driver raised his hand. Name? Que ervo tesi. I will open the isolation gate. You will drive the vehicle in alone for inspection while the others wait outside. Understood? Cheng Ye spoke with unwavering clarity. Kair's heart sank. He hadn't expected this Eastern inspector to deduce the cargo issue without asking a single question. Yet simultaneously, he realized that Cheng Ye had not outright refused him, indicating that there was still room for negotiation. The isolation gate slowly lifted. The quarantine zone A's isolation gate was considerably wider than that of zone B, easily accommodating the large golden cup's passage. As the support for the tailgate was removed, the injured man stumbled, revealing his unusual condition, and before his companions could assist him, he fell to the ground. Ku'er caught sight of the scene in the rearview mirror, his expression shifting. Yet he could only drive slowly into the inspection area and obediently turn off the engine. In front of Cheng Ye, He immediately removed his shirt and trousers, standing in only his underwear within the designated inspection area. This was the standard procedure for rapid inspection, aimed at displaying that the body showed no obvious signs of infection or concealed weapons. First, state your numbers. Cheng Ye glanced over. Although Ku'er bore several scabbed abrasions all over his body, with his calves visibly swollen, none of these constituted infected wounds. Only injuries larger than 10 centimeters, such as lacerations, bites, or punctures, would indicate characteristics of infection. 371 body temperature 66, heart rate 18, respiratory rate. You seem quite relaxed, don't you? Cheng Ye forced a smile, causing Ku'er to shiver involuntarily, and he quickly replied, "My lord, I have always been quite unflappable, even when battling infected entities. My heart rate has never exceeded 130. Do you think I meant that?" Cheng Ye tapped the table, causing 5 coins to tremble upon the alloy surface. "I will grant you 3 sentences. Say something I wish to hear." "Yes, my lord." Ku'er swallowed hard, feeling the weight of pressure despite standing before a young man at least a decade his junior. This pressure stemmed not only from the authority held by his counterpart, but also from the undeniable confidence and dominance reflected in Cheng Ye's gaze. "We delivered the cargo to the Qing Shi gathering place and encountered a wandering scavenger who wished to trade a piece of information for 2 weeks' worth of food." I agreed. The information pertained to an undeveloped mineral location. We found the mineral, but to our surprise, the scavenger had set a trap. Fortunately, we triumphed and returned with numerous samples. Ku'er spoke rapidly, fearing that his words might be interrupted by Cheng Ye if he did not remain concise. "Minerals?" Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow. "Are they extraordinary minerals?" "My lord, you jest. How could we possibly unearth such rare goods?" "It is a small lithium deposit in the form of pegmatite." "What lithium?" Chapter 37. The Ruthlessness of Scavengers, Principles of Inspection. The value of the mineral lies in its capacity to serve the logic of survival. As society devolved into pure survival competition, the strategic importance of lithium in Xingfu City has long surpassed that of traditional precious metals, such as gold. For the small tribes and wandering organizations scattered around the shelter city, a gold bar retrieved from the ruins would hardly alter their plight. Yet, a 10 Wh battery produced in Xingfu City could liberate a gathering of 100 individuals from an entire month of darkness. Lithium, therefore, is a crucial raw material for manufacturing high-performance batteries. How many individuals were there? How did you prevail? Cheng Ye did not dwell on the authenticity or value of the mineral deposit, nor did he contemplate hoarding the information for himself. From the inception of the inspection station, the higher-ups in Xingfu City had already considered this. If inspectors were allowed to seize discoveries made by scavengers, no one would dare venture beyond the city's borders to take risks. Submitting the mineral location would trigger a comprehensive inquiry and field investigation mechanism within the inner city. It would be nearly impossible for anyone other than the discoverer to navigate this system. Furthermore, should one be deemed guilty of misappropriation, there was but one fate: execution at the public gallows. A total of 27 scavengers, affiliated with the Fei Su by Gue gang. Ku'er grinned, revealing his back molars. That gang regarded them as mere sheep, hoping to extract some profit from them. Unfortunately, the 4 of us have been grinding through the ruins since childhood. Well accustomed to such scenarios, we feared them not and were well prepared. His words, though casual, were laced with a palpable bloodlust. Cheng Ye had not heard of the Bai Gue gang, nor did he know who the leader was, but to have broken free from a trap laid by 27 individuals, emerging victorious and returning with samples. If he spoke the truth, their combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own, having trained as a half-hearted inspector for merely 2 months. Were there gunshot wounds among them? Ku'er's smile instantly froze, and he hurriedly shook his head. "No, my lord, they all bear abrasions." "Abrasions?" "Inflicted by mutated beasts. During our confrontation with the Bai Gue gang, mutated beasts suddenly intervened, allowing us to escape unscathed. If they had been gunshot wounds, with the lithium deposit as assurance, there would be no need for concern about Cheng Ye detaining them. However, the nature of abrasions was entirely different. Should Cheng Ye insist on deeming there to be an infection risk and confine them to the isolation chamber, even the upper echelons of Xingfu City would have no recourse. This was an unyielding rule of the inspection station, a principle not to be shaken. "My lord, we are willing to offer a piece of meteorite received from the Qing Shi gathering place on top of the 600 coins." Silence. Cheng Ye interjected sharply, cutting off Cheng Ye's unspoken bribe. No matter how fine the offering, it requires a life to spend. Despite the greed exhibited by the Westerners within the inspection station, as if they would release anyone for a price, none dared to compromise when it came to screening for infected entities. Even the simpletons from the adjacent zone would rather err on the side of caution than risk letting someone pass. It is precisely for this reason that the reputation of the inspectors in the buffer zone has remained steadfast, never faltering. Anyone who dares to disrupt this order becomes an enemy of all inspectors and a public enemy of all residents in the buffer zone. You may leave. Let the injured individual enter. Yes. Cheng Ye gritted his teeth, his only hope resting on the perceptiveness of the eastern inspector before him. Soon, the two exchanged places. The newcomer from the west shed his clothing, and Cheng Ye was met with a shocking abrasion. From shoulder to forearm, the scratch spanned at least 30 centimeters. Flesh torn and exposing bone. Name? La Muotesi. Are you brothers? Yes, my lord. The four of us are siblings. Explain how you sustained your injuries in detail. Do not regale me with fanciful bedtime tales. My patience is limited. Understood. La Mu's gaze was resolute, immediately realizing that his life rested in his own hands at this moment. It was an ant wolf, with more than 40 individuals, all mature. The ant wolf is one of the most common mutated beasts in the urban ruins, known for its prolific breeding. Cheng Ye's mind raced with information, encompassing both the standard descriptions from the inspector's manual and sporadic accounts from survival literature. Its life form resembles that of a gray wolf, with adult individuals standing about 2 meters tall, sporting sharp fangs and remarkable speed. Their fur, coated with a carbonized keratin layer, effectively deflects physical attacks. The term ant precedes wolf due to its altered reproductive system. The female ant lion experiences estrus once every 6 months, and her abdomen has evolved into a giant brood pouch resembling that of a queen ant, allowing her to lay up to 520 eggs at a time. The larvae require merely 3 months to enter their growth phase, reaching maturity within a year, provided there is an ample food supply and no natural predators. A small group of ant lions can proliferate into a substantial colony within 4 to 5 years. However, despite their poor taste, antlion meat is non-toxic and edible, which limits their proliferation in the wasteland, particularly within the borders of Dandelions. For scavengers and wanderers, antlion meat invariably graces the festive dining table as a main dish. You are well aware of the value of lithium mines. We do not believe there exists a wild lithium mine that scavengers could discover and inform us about. Scavengers risk their lives for a chance at fortune, do they not? After much deliberation, we decided to venture forth, deliberately attracting a swarm of ant lions to follow our vehicle, thinking that even if there were an ambush, the ant lions would disrupt their rhythm. As it turned out, our gamble paid off. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he recounted how, beneath the exposed layer of a small hillside, there indeed lay a pegmatitic lithium mine on the sunlit side. The ambush unfolded as anticipated. Yet the motley crew of the 100 Ghost Gang never expected us to arrive with a horde of antlions. While they crouched in the shade, the wolf pack surged forward, and we seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the sunny side, swiftly incapacitating them. However, Lamb paused for a moment, a bitter smile crossing his face. We had underestimated the appetites of the wolf pups. 27 individuals were insufficient to satiate them, and they turned on us as prey, resulting in the injuries sustained during the fierce struggle with the pack. Lamb's narrative was not only coherent, but also exceptionally fluid, indicating he had rehearsed it multiple times on the road. Cheng Ye nodded slightly, not showing the same resistance as other inspectors. Unlike the illogical portrayals in films, he recognized the importance of a well-structured account. He had practiced for 2 days in his dormitory before his graduate defense, now with life and death at stake. The four needed to clarify their statements in advance to prevent anyone from inadvertently revealing inconsistencies, which could imply guilt. The four brothers possessed courage, skill, and intellect. Only such individuals deserved to discover a treasure trove of lithium. Cheng Ye reflected on this. Heroes in the world are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Thus, one must never underestimate anyone traversing the wasteland. After all, those who navigate the ruins of cities are undoubtedly hardened characters who have tasted blood on the edge of a blade. Report, he commanded. Baba hi, lam zeponesoemni. His heart sinking slightly, as this figure hovered on the brink of abnormality. Should the body temperature exceed 38 degrees, the inspector before them could, without justification, consign them directly to isolation. Let the injured person enter, he instructed, as the two supported Cheng Ye. With an impassive expression, he pointed towards a corner of the isolation zone. You, stand in the corner and do not move. Yes, sir. As the isolation door slid open, the two swiftly assisted the injured individual inside, while Cheng Ye helped him remove his clothing. Good heavens! Compared to Lamb's arm injury, the wound on this man's right leg was truly shocking. From the calf to the upper thigh, there were extensive bite marks tearing through flesh and blood. Even if he were rushed for treatment immediately, it was unlikely his limb could be saved. Sir, name? Her Waters, Simo Waters. Report. With no opportunity for further explanations, Cheng Ye gritted his teeth and assisted in taking the measurements. 369-1018, 387-16226. Her's data remained normal, but Simo's 3 critical values were so alarming that even a dog would shake its head. Sir, Cheng Ye began, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, pleading for Cheng Ye to show leniency would be tantamount to violating the principles of the inspector. Although everyone understood that the abnormal data was likely a consequence of a severe injury, triggering an immune response, Simo's desperate plea, please, let me go. My injury is too severe, and I am beyond saving. For the sake of the lithium mine and our contribution to Happy City, spare the 3 of them, was met with fury. What nonsense! Cheng Ye's face paled as he seized Simo's shoulder. Did we not agree to live and die together as brothers? Having endured so much for a chance at redemption, none of us can be abandoned. Simo fell silent, insisting, if anyone should be confined, it should be me. Very well. It seemed necessary to reconsider the judgment regarding these 4 brothers' intelligence. Cheng Ye sighed quietly, recognizing that while he was not as foolish as the interrogators depicted in films, the presence of genuine fools among the interrogated was undeniable. The decision to isolate or not indeed rested with the inspector. Even as Simo's data showed 3 anomalies, he retained the authority not to isolate him. However, isolating one while releasing the other 3 would constitute a blatant violation of protocol. Unless these 4 were inner-city proprietors with higher-level endorsements, any attempt at such a decision would surely lead to the inspector's immediate suspension and investigation. With a resounding gunshot, the world around them quieted considerably. The tiresome melodrama was abruptly interrupted, leaving the 4 brothers frozen in place, their minds echoing only with the sound of gunfire. After holstering his official pistol, Cheng Ye rose and gestured towards the corner. Leave him. The rest of you, get over there and crouch. Chapter 38. Red and White Flags. Unexpected events. The age-old method of carrot and stick had proven effective once more. Cheng Ye and her, the 2 brothers, dared not move, quickly jogging to squat beside Lamb. Entering the isolation chamber offered at least a chance of survival, but being summarily executed by Cheng Ye as an infected individual would truly be an inescapable fate. Sir, silence. Simo began to speak as Cheng Ye approached, but was mercilessly interrupted. From now on, you must endure whatever I do. Otherwise, you will go to isolation, understand? Understood, understood. Realizing there was still hope for survival, Simo's weary eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. Unlike the main inspection station, which only conducted temperature, heart rate, and respiratory frequency checks on survivor refugees, swiftly isolating or expelling anyone with abnormal data, the rapid inspection station primarily dealt with residents of Happy City. To balance efficiency with accuracy, it was equipped with additional diagnostic devices. Cheng Ye raised his hand, scanning his identity badge over the black box on the table. With a click, the lock sprang open, revealing 2 rarely utilized new instruments, a surgical knife and a metallic tray. The dual-mode physiological detection device and the fluorescence metabolic detection device were unveiled. The former could provide real-time imaging of the subject's internal condition via handheld projection, while the latter specialized in wound detection. Under specific wavelengths of light, infected areas would emit visible fluorescence. If the internal infection source data matched, the fluorescence would appear as a glaring red light. If not, it would display a normal green light. While this seemed remarkably useful, one might wonder why it was brand new. The answer is quite simple. It was unnecessary. The quarantine zone had confined nearly 300 individuals. Though some infectious agents were present, at least 95 were unaffected. Otherwise, who would dare to venture outside? Yet, few inspectors were willing to assume responsibility. When faced with abnormal data, with no clear reasoning, they preferred to categorize the individual as high risk and simply toss them into isolation for a while. The possibility of them surviving was never part of their considerations. Even if an explanation was required, there is always a ready-made excuse. We are considering the safety of hundreds of thousands in the buffer zone. We cannot risk the safety of many for one. You can still move, right? Yes. Follow my instructions and move your body. The so-called dual mode referred to the micro-focus CT module and the photoacoustic imaging module. Cheng Ye had never encountered these in modern times, making this his first experience. However, based on the displayed images, they were indeed quite clear, only slightly inferior to those taken at a hospital. On the screen, a gray three-dimensional model of a small figure rotates back and forth, its right leg emanating a faint red warning light. Upon internal processing and magnification, the muscle fibers at the bite mark appear radially torn, with large areas of low-density shadows around the wound's edge, resembling a sponge corroded by strong acid. As for other parts of the body, they are characterized by circular or irregular high-density shadows, a manifestation of the bleeding focus due to the high density of hemoglobin. There is only this one bite wound. Other areas are merely bruises and abrasions. Cheng Ye lets out a slight sigh of relief. The narrative logic is intact. The focus of infection detection rests on the wound's presentation. Now, with only this one injury on the leg, the probability of infection has significantly decreased. After all, as Brother B stated, the attacks from the infectious entities are utterly erratic. Once they latch onto a target, they pounce with the frenzy of rabid dogs, never fixating solely on one area. Activate the Fugong metabolic detection device. A ghostly green light shines upon the leg wound, quickly revealing a green fluorescence, with no red light in sight. This indicates that if the injury was caused by an attack from an infectious entity, it could only be one akin to Fuka, not registered in the database of Happiness City. The probability diminishes further. There remains one last procedure. I must excise a piece of your flesh. Can you endure it? What? Shima suddenly froze, and then an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face. What has he just heard? The final procedure? My goodness. Could this inspector be an angel sent by God? Sir, feel free to cut. I can endure even if you sever this leg. Not so exaggerated. Just a small piece will suffice. Cheng Ye managed a faint smile, not to ease Shima's emotions but to alleviate his own tension. He was unperturbed when firing at the infectious entity, as he understood that the entity was no longer human. His subconscious categorized it as a monster, akin to striking a wooden post. However, now he had to wield a knife on a living person, which caused him a sense of inexplicable dread. Fortunately, the scalpel in the box was exceptionally sharp. Cheng Ye gently grazed the edge of the wound, severing a piece of flesh the size of a pinky nail. Surprisingly, Shima remained utterly expressionless, prompting Cheng Ye to inwardly marvel. Impressive. If it were the members of the Candy Super Sweet Boy Band, they would probably be howling 3 miles away by now. Raven, take this piece of flesh for testing to ascertain if there are any infectious sources. Hurry. Understood, sir. While the four were undergoing examination, Raven and Owl had already been waiting outside the isolation door. From the observer's perspective, Cheng Ye's actions were somewhat perplexing. There was no need to exert such effort for a few ordinary individuals. However, from the perspective of ordinary people, their feelings were complex, leaving them unsure of how to comment. They could only quicken their pace to deliver the samples to the testing station area for matching. Time passed second by second. After a little over 10 minutes, Raven returned, sliding a note through the isolation door. Is there a problem? Cheng Ye furrowed his brow slightly. Upon receiving it, he discovered that it simply stated normal. He quickly realized that this observer was indeed clever. If he had announced it aloud for the three to hear, it would have undoubtedly overshadowed his role as the inspector. Allowing Cheng Ye to announce it himself was a demonstration of workplace savvy. All right, you three. Stop crouching there and peeking. Come and get dressed. Back at the table, Cheng Ye said softly. In the next moment, the three sprang up as if propelled by springs, rushing to Shima's side. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The four of them embraced and wept, causing Cheng Ye's throat to tighten, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. How absurd this world is. He merely performed the duties expected of an inspector, meticulously adhering to the standard procedures outlined in the inspector's manual. Yet he was treated with reverence akin to a deity. It is not that I am too good, but rather that this inspection station has deeply rooted issues. Cheng Ye pondered privately, then shifted his thoughts. If the entire happiness city operated under such a culture, what would he do if one day he found himself in a similar predicament, relying on others for survival? The sense of crisis surged. It seemed that everyone in the buffer zone was striving to avoid such a day. As the four's cries gradually subsided, Cheng Ye recalled his thoughts. You just mentioned you had something to give me? Oh yes, it's the meteorite. We collected it from the Cheng Ye gathering site. Ku'er slapped his forehead and hurried to the trunk, retrieving a fist-sized black mineral. Sir, look, this thing is quite hard. We don't know its composition. Would you like to keep it for your collection? Meteorite? Cheng Ye took the mineral and squeezed it, feeling its cold, hard texture beneath his fingertips. At first glance, it did not appear remarkable, lacking the uniqueness of the previous piece of fire dongse. Perfect. I will have Master Lu take a look at it when I pick up my weapons tomorrow afternoon. Cheng Ye nodded in satisfaction. This raw mineral would be of no use without the enhancement of operational capabilities, but with those capabilities, finding a forging skill and acquiring forging equipment would allow him to craft various weapons at will. I will keep this one for my use, but you can take these happiness coins. As he spoke, Cheng Ye pushed the 6 coins back across the table. Happiness coins hold little value in the buffer zone. The items he desires can only be purchased with contribution points. Moreover, he was unsure how long it would take to exhaust the happiness coins left by Cheng Long. All right. I will keep one to ease your minds. Seeing the 4 gazing expectantly at him, Cheng Ye sighed helplessly. In the future, if you come across any similar minerals, feel free to seek me out. My defense identification number is 96061. Excellent, sir. Rest assured, in the future, any minerals will be delivered to you first. Ku'er's eyes suddenly sparkled. The opportunity to align with an inspector is truly rare. It matters not if it is an Eastern inspector or even a mere dog sitting behind the desk. Ahem, one can only say that power operates in such a manner. However, it must be noted that Cheng Ye is indeed different from other inspectors. The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. The rewards from the lithium mine could provide them with substantial starting capital, and aligning with a reliable inspector would certainly spare them many troubles. Having navigated the challenges of Happiness City for nearly 5 years, if this endeavor succeeds, it would truly be a leap forward. Quickly take him to receive treatment. Act swiftly. This leg should still be salvageable. Thank you, sir. The 4 nodded in agreement, with Ku'er darting to the driver's seat to start the vehicle, while Hell assisted the others back into the rear compartment. Cheng Ye pressed the button, and the isolation door at the exit slowly slid open. However, just as Ku'er excitedly waved goodbye and prepared to accelerate away, a loud clang echoed. The recently opened isolation door suddenly slammed shut with a thunderous noise, the metal clashing resounding. Simultaneously, the entire inspection station erupted with a piercing alarm, the 2 long and 2 short beeps reverberating incessantly in the vast inspection station. What is happening? The 4 looked up in astonishment, only to see Cheng Ye and the inspectors from Section B also rising in shock. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into the inspection station. Amidst the wailing alarms, hundreds of armed guards surged from the 4 quarantine zones, bracing for confrontation. 2 long and 2 short beeps, the highest level of alert at the inspection station. Either an infectious wave is approaching, or Cheng Ye abruptly turned around, and the 4 brothers followed his gaze. They beheld 2 flags hoisted on the machine gun watchtower, unbeknownst to them when they had been raised. One was blood red, the other pale as paper. This signifies, red symbolizes danger, while white signifies sacrifice. The appearance of both flags together. Cheng Ye's voice suddenly turned grave, indicating that an on-duty station chief has perished. Chapter 39, Urgency, a Start from Heaven. What position does the station chief hold at the inspection station? According to Liu Bai, he is the designated successor to the chief station master appointed by the upper echelons of Happiness City. To ascend to the esteemed position of the duty station chief, one must have either rendered significant contributions to the realm of Xing Fu Cheng or possess exceptional personal capabilities. In the unfortunate event of Ding Yishan's unexpected demise, the final appointment of the station chief will be determined among the duty station chiefs. Indeed, Vice Chief Hallen cannot directly inherit the chief's position, although his competitive edge surpasses that of others. He must still engage in a fair contest with his fellow duty station chiefs. According to Cheng Ye's understanding, the duty station chief can be likened to a prince. Should Emperor Ding Yishan pass away, the new emperor will be selected from Prince Hallen and other princes. The victor will depend solely on the strength of their strategies during the crucial moments of power play. This metaphor, however, pertains to authority in interpersonal dynamics. The relationship between the chief and duty station chiefs is one of equality. I had just encountered Cheng Ye this morning, and there were no infected individuals infiltrating the West Station, so issues are unlikely to arise here. Cheng Ye posed, contemplating whether he was indeed fortunate enough to avoid calamity by being stationed at the West Station. Conventionally, the Central Inspection Station rarely encounters troublesome infected entities. After all, potent sources of infection exert a significant toll on their hosts, and those capable of traversing the distance to reach Xing Fucheng are predominantly entities like the Wandering Tentacle, which may appear peculiar but lacks substantial combat prowess. However, the situation is markedly different at fast inspection stations. For instance, a Barrett infected by the corrupting vine has been confined in quarantine for 4 days without reaching the outbreak stage. Should such formidable infected entities lose control amidst a crowd, they could indiscriminately claim numerous lives within moments. It is not your concern. Simply remain patient. Cheng Ye reassured the anxious quartet of brothers. He took a seat under the rain shelter, exercising patience as they awaited further news. The unexpected death of a duty station chief necessitates the immediate lockdown of all 3 inspection stations, irrespective of the area of occurrence. No one may enter or exit. Much like the individuals in queue at the adjacent quarantine zone B, waiting to enter the city, they can only endure until the alert is lifted. However, Mo is also waiting to exit for treatment. After passing his inspection, he finds himself stranded here. Truly unfortunate. Both the Central Inspection Station and East Station are currently staffed by Eastern inspectors. Regardless of who has perished, Ding Yishan will undoubtedly face challenges. The already precarious balance of power may shift further in favor of the Westerners. For me, it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. I fear Ding Yishan might become unhinged amidst the chaos. As my thoughts spiraled, I recognized how precariously the inspectors tread in the eyes of the ordinary populace. Few comprehend the treacherous nature of their reality. Cheng Ye endeavored to elevate his perspective, discerning the implications of the evolving situation. If I were Ding Yishan, how would I react? The Eastern inspectors are at a disadvantage, stemming from the lack of succession among the younger generation. However, if we look upward, the core strength remains relatively sufficient. Brother B previously noted the comparative strengths of the seasoned inspectors from both sides. The Eastern inspectors slightly surpass the Western ones, with the highest-ranking 5th-tier inspectors having a favorable ratio of 4-2, though the Westerners have gained a significant advantage among the 3rd tier and below. Furthermore, among the 3 duty station chiefs, 2 hail from the East, which has thus far prevented a complete imbalance. With the death of 1 Eastern duty station chief, the subsequent analysis unfolds. Cheng Ye's eyes sparkled with insight. From Ding Yishan's perspective, the most pressing concern is undoubtedly the vacated position of duty station chief. Should the East maintain control over 2 chiefs, the situation may revert to its previous stalemate. However, if the Westerners seize this chief position, the dynamics within the inspection station will likely undergo a radical transformation. With urgency pressing upon him, Ding Yishan would hardly spare a moment to focus on a mere apprentice inspector like myself. Even if hypothetically, Ding Yishan were intent on eliminating me to allocate the position to his own faction, I could simply turn the tables and openly side with the Westerners. Who fears whom? In this ironclad profession, there are fundamentally 2 paths. One may choose to remain a mere shadow, sipping tea and reading the news without engaging in any factional disputes, content to drift toward retirement, or one might strive to excel, relying solely on skill in the absence of powerful backing. The former is a path Cheng Ye cannot choose or desires to pursue. The Wasteland is far from a civilized modernity, and the underprivileged lack the agency to choose between life and death. As for the latter, his most formidable ally, Cheng Long, has vanished before they could even meet, leaving him with only Liu Bai. Yet, the support from Brother B is insufficient to safeguard his position as the sole heir of Cheng Long. Though Long Ge has departed, he has left behind numerous connections. Should I meet my demise at this critical juncture, those with ulterior motives might seize the opportunity to create turmoil, causing Ding Yishan considerable distress. The more I ponder, the clearer my understanding becomes. The struggle between the Eastern and Western factions will only draw attention to the lower ranks when it reaches a boiling point, with no clear victor emerging. Although none can ascertain whether this transpires over days or months, one thing is certain. This time is ample for me to showcase my worth. Cheng Ye, someone is calling for me. Cheng Ye was jolted from his reverie by the sound of his name and turned to find a Western inspector from the adjacent quarantine zone B. A lean middle-aged man, somewhat balding with deeply set eyes, bore the hallmarks of a typical European visage. This man, known for shoving individuals into quarantine, isn't here to take advantage of my misfortune. Is he? I have received news that He Fei, the chief of the Central Inspection Station, has unexpectedly passed away. As the Western inspector approached, his expression complicated. He lowered his voice. What? He Fei? Cheng Ye could not help but gasp in shock. His thoughts instantly transported back to the first day he arrived at the Central Inspection Station for his apprenticeship. At that time, the robust and warm-hearted chief, he personally guided him to the number 8 quarantine station, urging other inspectors to support this newcomer, his words filled with enthusiasm and concern. Since then, while they had not crossed paths again, just 3 days prior, he had called He Fei to request leave. The chief had reminded him not to disappoint the expectations of Chief Ding and the others. Little did he know that in just a few days, He Fei had met his end. A peculiar hydrophilic infected entity infiltrated the Central Inspection Station, exhibiting bizarre capabilities. And investigations into the cause of Chief He's death are ongoing. Do not misunderstand. Although I am from the West, I do not involve myself in the East-West factional disputes, focusing solely on my duties. Whether you are from the East or West bears no relevance to me. The inspector from Zone B wiped the cold sweat from his brow. But as fellow inspectors, if an infected entity breaches my side, you cannot simply stand by. Very well, it appears I have been waiting here. Cheng Ye was puzzled as to why this individual had come all this way, sharing insights about the station and emphasizing neutrality in factional matters. After all this, it turns out he is merely a veteran hoping to glide through to retirement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Cheng Ye. They exchanged names, establishing a connection. Cheng Ye had not anticipated that the first inspector he encountered at the West Station would be introduced in such a manner. No wonder this fellow promptly sent anyone suspicious to quarantine. Now the reason is clear. For those who wish to avoid trouble, ensuring no mess is the greatest achievement. By confining all suspicious individuals to quarantine, few can pass through the inspection station unscathed. This method is sheer brilliance. I am aware of your Eastern customs. You may call me Li, as many do. With a chuckle, he continued, this week I have had poor luck and ended up in Zone B. The crowd is overwhelming. If only I could partner with you in Zone A, it would be safer and more efficient. I am but an apprentice inspector, and this is my first time at a fast inspection station. Inspector Li, you jest. If you were to team up with me, I would have much to learn from you. I'm not joking. Li Matai's expression turned serious as he shook his head repeatedly. There was nothing novel at the inspection station. Whatever transpired in the morning was already common knowledge by the time we began our shifts. Your methods of educating those youngsters are rather severe, and they have indeed been spoiled, daring to provoke anyone. If only they understood what your father has done. Ahem, I am quite curious. How did you ascertain that person was infected with just a few words when you visited the isolation area? That was a completely new source of infection. Do not tell me it was mere luck. I apologize, but you guessed correctly. It was indeed luck. Cheng Ye's facial muscles twitched, surprised that Li Matai had guessed the right answer so directly. However, such a response, even if true, sounded somewhat dismissive, as if he preferred not to engage deeply. Fortunately, at that moment, the jarring alarm finally ceased. Looking towards the watchtower, he noticed that 2 of the warning flags had been replaced by a single yellow flag. Damn, how unlucky! Li Matai couldn't help but mutter. It was already 2 o'clock. In 2 more hours, we could finally get off work. Now all non-duty inspectors had to gather at the central station, and those of us on duty would have to endure until nightfall. Endure until nightfall? Cheng Ye scratched his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet a hint of delight flickered within him. The quarantine area, he had not seen a soul all morning, so even if he had to wait until evening, it would be quite leisurely. Moreover, if the next duty officer did not arrive to relieve him, it would mean he could continue to recharge indefinitely. At this efficiency, he could replenish his opportunities before the end of the night shift. Let us endure it then, cursed infected beings. Thankfully, the yellow flag would close the station by 8. Otherwise, working 16 hours a day would be unbearable. Li Matai sighed and suddenly lowered his voice, leaning closer. Cheng Inspector, if there's danger, do not sit idly by. Help me just this once, and I'll give you 20 contribution points. What do you say? Deal. Cheng Ye readily agreed. The infection in quarantine Area B would undoubtedly affect Area A. Furthermore, 20 contribution points were quite substantial. He could earn them just by standing there and firing a few shots. Why not? How intriguing. Who would have thought that discovering the Barrett would lead them to believe I possess true capability? Returning to his seat, Cheng Ye pondered, suddenly realizing that this beginning was extraordinarily fortuitous. Had he not educated Xiao Deng and gone directly to quarantine Area A to encounter the Barrett, he might have been dismissed as merely lucky. However, by first showcasing his abilities and leaving a strong impression, then discovering the Barrett in the isolation area with just a few words, the significance was entirely different. In the workplace, understanding the nuances of intrigue, coupled with corresponding strength, would reshape his image in the eyes of those inspectors from that of a mere rookie to a formidable contender. Ah, how splendid. The energy recharged sufficiently, and the dangers were minimal. After recharging tonight, I can search the isolation area. If I cannot find the infected, I will acquire skills, and if I do find them, I can earn contribution points to enhance my persona while doubling my action points. This beginning truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Chapter 40, Jun Bao Jiang Jun. Ding Ishan's astonishment. The yellow flag was displayed, and the blockade at the inspection station was lifted 5 minutes later, with control returned to the inspectors. Cheng Ye first opened the isolation door, allowing the four brothers in urgent need of treatment to pass, then picked up the defense phone to make a call. Lohier. Don't worry, my shift here is quite stable. Nothing has occurred. Yes, Station Master, he had an unexpected incident, and I must remain on duty until the evening. Upon hearing of Hefei's accident, Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. He was an experienced inspector, older than Liu Bai and Cheng Long. How could such an incident occur? Be extra cautious. Given the emergence of a new hydrophilic infection, my manual may no longer be useful. Exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, the quarantine area I oversee is specifically for inspecting vehicles. Only one vehicle has arrived this morning, and given the current situation, it is unlikely another will come until evening. Of course, Cheng Ye would not disclose that he had just arrived at the inspection station and had already encountered an unknown infection source. In this turbulent situation, no one could predict what might happen next. It was better to discuss matters in person later to avoid worrying Luo Xiaoxue. He hung up the defense phone, intending to inquire about the central inspection station, but regrettably, he was not Liu Bai, having focused solely on the inspector assessments for the past 2 months. He had not cultivated any reliable connections. To thrive at the inspection station, one needed allies and trusted confidants. Glancing at the raven and owl sitting outside the isolation door, Cheng Ye felt that these two were quite suitable for development. They were efficient and could discern the dynamics within the inspection station. Unfortunately, he had yet to establish a firm footing, making the cultivation of confidence seem like a distant dream. If he could become familiar with the duties during this shift, perhaps after completing his first outdoor assignment, he could begin to consider developing his own people. After all, advancing in the future would require the support of such individuals. Although the rapid inspection station was fraught with danger, it was also a shortcut to merit. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that it had charging stations, allowing for quick energy replenishment to accumulate opportunities. In just half a day's time, Cheng Ye had changed his mind, feeling somewhat reluctant to return to the inspection of the displaced people. That task was far too tedious, requiring numerous rounds of questioning. Even if he learned from Garcia's method of extracting fees, the earnings were meager at best. In contrast, at the rapid inspection station, the first person inspected had handed over a staggering sum of 600 happiness coins, along with an additional piece of meteorite iron. The ancients were not wrong. Indeed, greater danger yielded greater rewards. Casting his gaze over the throngs in Area B and the now deserted area, Cheng Ye calmed his mind. The central main inspection station. As the temperature soared, the sun's rays scorched the ground, causing heat waves to rise. The displaced individuals stood before the checkpoint, curiously peering inside. Behind the inspection area, the isolation zone was packed with people. Nearly 1,000 individuals gathered, most of them armed guards, creating an unusually formidable scene. In the center, surrounded by the crowd, lay a desiccated corpse, its skin clinging tightly to its skeletal frame, curled up on the ground like a piece of shriveled bark. It was imperative to investigate thoroughly. Ding Yishan stared at the corpse for a long while, his facial muscles involuntarily twitching, before he suddenly stood up with a grim expression. The death of He Fei did not require investigation. Just looking at the corpse's condition made it evident that it was an accident. Logically, as the duty station master, he should not have inspected the isolation area. Yet after a torrential rain had flooded the area, He Fei, for reasons unknown, decided to visit the displaced individuals. Unfortunately, upon entering the isolation zone, he encountered a hydrophilic infected individual, a new type of infection not documented in the database. As soon as the two came face to face, the infected being approached, and in less than 10 seconds, He Fei was drained to a mere husk. Such a bizarre death. Who could believe that after over 20 years of navigating the inspection station and having killed countless infected beings, this seasoned veteran would meet such an absurd fate? Ding Yishan could not help but reflect on his own situation. With new types of infected individuals continuously flooding into Happiness City, even the duty station master was not spared. Did this not imply that he, as the main station master, could also lose his life at any moment? From today onward, the inspection intensity at the central main station will be raised to level 4. Any abnormal data detected will result in immediate isolation. Except for guards, no one is permitted to enter the isolation zone. The inspection intensity for the North-South Division will be raised to level 3. Any instances of 2 or more abnormal data will result in all individuals being confined to the isolation area, with no exceptions for release. Ding Yishan commanded in a low voice. The inspection intensity levels at the station are categorized into 5 tiers, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. Based on past experiences, only the most dangerous winter would warrant an increase to level 3. Summer typically fluctuated between levels 1 and 2. Yet now, in the peak of summer, a level 4 intensity had been initiated, causing the guards and inspectors surrounding him to feel an immediate heaviness in their hearts. Furthermore, starting today, the checkpoint will implement a wartime reward system, accumulating battle achievements based on the number of infected entities killed. I shall petition Director Liu of the City Defense Bureau to simultaneously activate the internal reward system. The more effort one exerts, the greater the reward. I do not wish for anyone to benefit from the checkpoint without contributing. Do you understand? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly lightened, and many individuals exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in their eyes. The battle achievements reward is typically activated only during an infection surge, and no one anticipated that He Fei's demise would inadvertently instigate this change. This is indeed a fortuitous development, as there are numerous valuable items that can be exchanged for battle achievements, especially for the ordinary guards at the checkpoint. Should one establish significant merit, there exists the opportunity to ascend to the position of inspector, achieving a remarkable rise in status. Such temptation, who could resist? Haline, organize a study session. All inspectors not currently on duty are to revisit the response procedures for hydrophilic infected entities and set assessments. Those who fail 3 times will have their rank reduced by 1 level, while those who fail 5 times must undertake field tasks of difficulty level 4 or higher. Understood. After issuing a flurry of directives, Ding Yishan finally departed, panting as if he were a frenzied wolf unable to find its prey. My lord, your anger today is not conducive to your recovery. As he exited the crowd, a middle-aged man who had been closely following Ding Yishan hastened to catch up, speaking in a lowered voice. Chuan, you have been with me for nearly 20 years. This station master position is a result of our joint efforts. How could I not understand your frustrations? Ding Yishan sighed discreetly and responded solemnly. Winter has not yet set in, yet with He Fei's foolish death, we are compelled to prepare for a potential early conflict between the East and West. I deliberately tested Haline earlier, although he retreated. Who can say whether he will do so again? Chuan fell silent for a moment. My lord, if the West takes advantage of Station Master He's demise and the vacancy of the duty Station Master position to exert pressure, I could eliminate Haline, forcibly creating a buffer period between the East and West factions. Ding Yishan abruptly halted, his throat constricting as he contemplated a response, ultimately forcing a faint smile as he patted Chuan's shoulder. Return for now. The present situation does not warrant you risking your life, and if this precedent is set, there will be no room for negotiation between the East and West factions. The Station Master's office, located at the rear of the central checkpoint, is an independent 3-story loft, decorated in a style reminiscent of an old tea house rather than modern aesthetics. The first floor serves as Ding Yishan's daily office. The second as a reception area for inspectors, and the third is a forbidden zone for his private dealings. At this moment, Ding Yishan ascended directly to the third floor and entered a room near the staircase. The interior was quite simple, with a mahjong table in one corner and a tea table in the center, typical of the Liangwang region. Ding Yishan leisurely prepared the tea, washing the leaves. And before the aroma could fully develop, the door was gently pushed open by a chuan, followed by 4 individuals entering in succession. "Come, take a seat." Ding Yishan gestured, guiding the 4 to the opposite side of the tea table, then addressed the matter directly. "He Fei is dead. The duty station master position. Who among you believes can take his place?" The 4 exchanged quick breaths and glances, each able to discern the fervor in the other's eyes. Long Hu Bao, Yin, Chong, and Yuan, the 6 individuals from the east faction of the checkpoint, all uniquely qualified to ascend to the position of duty station master. Had Cheng Long not encountered an unfortunate incident, the answer would have been readily apparent without Ding Yishan needing to inquire. Alas, there are no what-ifs. I intentionally did not summon Lei Hu, wishing to hear your thoughts. Lei Hu is the current duty station master of the east checkpoint. Ding Yishan traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers, stating, "If you have something to say, now is the time to express it." After a long moment, the 4 rose and retraced their steps out. Ding Yishan's expression was complex until a chuan returned after seeing them off and pushed the door open, prompting a sigh from him. "A chuan, what do you think of these 4? A chuan shook his head. "My lord, regarding such matters, You need not hold back. There are no outsiders present, and besides, in time, you may find yourself in a position to become an inspector and should familiarize yourself with the intricacies involved." A chuan paused before speaking earnestly. "In terms of capability, they are no match for Cheng Long, Zhou Changhai, and Xiao Yuan are sufficiently ruthless, yet lack the valor to command respect. Sitting there, they would struggle to win over others. Xiao Yunfei and Lin Bao are indeed valiant, yet their methods are too crude. Even if they were to ascend, they would not alleviate your burdens or stabilize the situation at the checkpoint. Thus, it is indeed a challenge." Ding Yishan self-deprecatingly remarked. "Truly, the tides of fortune shift. When Cheng Long was present, we in the East could consistently suppress the West, yet his departure has led to such a precarious state." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something. What of that young lad Cheng Long left behind? What was his name, Cheng Ye? Did he go to the rapid checkpoint today? What is the outcome? I shall inquire with the staff below. News should have returned by now. A chuan descended swiftly, soon returning with a tablet, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What is it?" "My lord, Cheng Ye has gone to the west checkpoint." Ding Yishan's eyelid twitched, the teacup trembling in his fingers. "Who gave him the audacity to venture to the west checkpoint?" "My lord, it cannot be succinctly explained. You will understand upon viewing this." A chuan presented the tablet, which displayed 2 segments of somewhat unclear video footage. "Is this related to a commotion with that group of children?" Ding Yishan inquired, suddenly recalling that Cheng Ye was of a similar age, perhaps even more youthful than those children, and thus, erratic behavior did not seem entirely unexpected. However, what transpired next left his expression noticeably peculiar. This technique, Ding Yishan narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of surprise. Compared to the pale, frail-looking youth from his memory, the young man in the video exuded an unfamiliar aura of confidence and strength. As he scrolled to the second segment, witnessing Cheng Ye kick aside an owl, seize a flamethrower without fear, and subsequently, when the guard arrived, calmly assist the owl in retreating, Ding Yishan's expression grew increasingly enigmatic. Replaying the segment 3 times. A new source of infection? Yes, researcher Qin Feng has already provided the foundational data. The infected entity database has no matches. How did he discover this individual's infection? Unknown. Should I notify them to have him submit a report after a shift? A chuan shook his head earnestly. Killing is simple. Locating infected entities is challenging. The feats displayed by Cheng Ye in the video are beyond what many inspectors could achieve. Ding Yishan hesitated, then shook his head with a wry smile. It is best to minimize attention on him for now, especially since he is in the West Territory. Any excess could lead to complications. Nevertheless, this lad has certainly surprised me. Previously, I had contemplated orchestrating an incident for Cheng Ye to allow a chuan to step in. Ding Yishan pondered for a moment, his face betraying no emotion of joy or anger. That old fellow Tang Si possesses quite a sense of principle. Being of the same generation as Cheng Wu, he should look after him, so we need not meddle. Next week, when he is transferred to the East Checkpoint, you will go in my stead to seek an opportunity to meet him and ascertain his true capabilities. Understood. Chapter 41, Extraordinary Baptism, Visitors on a Rainy Night. The drainage efforts in the main urban area are still ongoing, leaving the streets in utter disarray. The study session had to be relocated to the abandoned Grand Theater in the outskirts. Seizing the moment when the staff were tidying up the venue, Hailing rummaged through a file bag and pulled out a stack of names. It was densely populated with the names of instructors who had retired from the Public Security Bureau, as well as soldiers who had retired due to injuries, illness, or other reasons. Call upon the individuals on this list. Let us gather at least 300 of them to take turns lecturing on stage. After marking a few significant names, Hailing paused and stated the specific remuneration. Instructors from the Public Security Bureau will be compensated at a rate of 10 contribution points per lecture. Retired soldiers from the three major legions, Shuilong, Shitsi, and Xingfu, would each receive 8 points. Others would uniformly be compensated with 5 contribution points. Keep meticulous records, as the expenses will be reported to the station for reimbursement. The staff complied and immediately began searching for the individuals on the list. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the study session commenced in the abandoned Grand Theater. Following a brief speech from Deputy Station Chief Hailing, the first instructor took the stage to recite the response protocols for hydrophilic infectants. However, the audience appeared disinterested, as this rote teaching method offered little assistance in the current situation. After all, the casualties were caused by new types of infectants not documented in the database, rendering the old strategies obsolete. Currently, the on-duty inspectors were to rotate and return for training tomorrow, with assessment scheduled 3 days later. Hailing's tone grew stern as he emphasized that within 15 days, they must identify and eliminate an infectant during their duty period. Such stringent requirements? A sense of foreboding washed over several inspectors seated in the back, particularly those who typically slacked off as beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Fortunately, due to Ding Yishan's prior decree that those who failed to meet standards thrice would be demoted, they still had a grace period of 45 days. Once the arrangements for the study session were finalized, Hailing stepped outside, only to be approached swiftly by someone. Dario, what is it? Chief, Ding Yishan just summoned Yunbao Chanyuan and has been with him for about 40 minutes. And Leihu? He is still at the East Station, has not gone over. Not going over? Hailing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unexpected amusement crossing his face. Good, that's Ding Yishan's own doing. Chief, do you think Ding Yishan has noticed that Leihu and we have been growing closer recently? Dario, who had followed closely behind Hailing, his voice lowered. To be appointed as the duty station chief, one must first achieve the rank of a 5th phase inspector. Currently, within the inspection station, aside from the chief and deputy chief, there were 2 duty station chiefs and 6 5th phase inspectors, 4 from the East faction and 2 from the West. Deputy Chief Davidson from the West Station counted as 1, and the other was Dario, who in himself. He is not blind. He must have noticed. But what can he do? Hailing sneered. When Ding Yishan was not in power, did he not also seek refuge with our West faction to surpass those 5th phase inspectors? As we vie for the position of duty station chief, there is no need for us to rush. Let us observe how he proceeds. After all, the 4 individuals from Yunbao Changyuan are not to be underestimated. If he cannot maintain balance, internal discord will inevitably ensue. Not in a hurry. Dario felt a tinge of disappointment, but could only nod in agreement. By the way, Chief, today an East faction inspector reported to the North Station. Is it that Cheng Ye? Hailing raised an eyebrow. His memory was exceptionally sharp since the beginning of the year. Among the 4 trainee inspectors in the entire station, 3 had passed their assessments, but only Cheng Ye had obtained his graduation certificate in less than 2 months. This speed ranked second since the establishment of the inspection station system, only half a month slower than his own record as deputy chief. However, the difference was that he had broken the assessment record amidst a wave of infectants, while Cheng Ye had approached this number during peacetime. Their inclinations were diametrically opposed. I remember his combat aptitude was particularly poor. I did not expect him to have such audacity to venture into our North Station. Not just audacious, this lad is extraordinary. It is evident he is aiming to establish his authority in our North Station. In just a few words, Dario recounted the events that transpired at the North Station that morning. Upon hearing that Cheng Ye had exploited psychological weaknesses to easily repel a group of brainless second-generation inspectors, Hailing remained unfazed, even finding it amusing. After all, as the chief examiner for the trainee assessments, he understood Cheng Ye's intelligence better than anyone. If he were truly bullied by those incompetent fools hoping to inherit the inspector position, he would have to question his own judgment. However, as Dario continued his narration, Hailing's expression quickly changed. Are you certain he merely asked a few questions before discerning that the other party was an infectant and during the combat remained calm while also rescuing the observer? Yes, I've seen the complete video. His performance was quite adept, Dario replied after a moment's thought. In the footage he had seen, Cheng Ye displayed no fear whatsoever. Whether in initiating gunfire or executing follow-up attacks and retreats, he acted with remarkable decisiveness. Goodness. Where's the video? Bring it to me, I must see it. Hailing could not help but shake his head, recalling a few days prior when Ding Yishan had specially authorized Cheng Ye 100 rounds of ammunition. Could it be that he had misjudged? Could this lad truly be a formidable character with both literary and martial prowess? The tablet was quickly delivered. Hailing furrowed his brow as he pressed the play button, even rewinding the footage twice before finally affirming Dario's evaluation. Indeed, he was quite adept. Alas, the current generation of the East faction has been thoroughly spoiled. I did not expect such a promising talent to emerge. Arrange for someone to make contact with him and see if we can draw him to our side. In stark contrast to Ding Yishan's hesitance, Hailing's demeanor was decisively assertive, almost startling. But he is from the East faction? What of it? Is Lehu not also from the East faction? Hailing displayed a look of surprise, scrutinizing Dario for a moment. Have I not told you several times? In factional struggles, the most crucial aspect is to thoroughly understand the opponent's background. Cheng Long is Cheng Long. He is he. This lad has lived in the inner city all his life, has never been involved in station affairs, and holds no allegiance to the East faction whatsoever. The only complication is Liu Bai. Unfortunately, Ding Yishan sent Liu Bai to the water and electricity station. If we do not draw him in now, shall we wait until he secures his foothold? Do you think this lad is foolish? I suspect he is well aware that Ding Yishan's intention in sending him to the quick station is ulterior, which is precisely why he chose our north station as his entry point. However, this also provides us with an opportunity. What about Garcia? Dario felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that Hailing was entirely committed to vying for the station chief position. He had only just emerged from the critical phase and was still lying in the medical facility. As for our efforts to win over Cheng Ye, let him protest when he is capable of confronting me. Hailing waved his hand. Follow my instructions. It will not take long. Once the East faction descends into chaos, I will naturally find a way to help you secure the position of duty station chief. Yes, chief. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming the duty station chief, a blaze of elation ignited in Dario's eyes, and he no longer questioned Hailing's decisions. Ordinary inspectors toil and struggle throughout their lives, uncertain of when they might fall victim to an infectant. However, once one ascends to the position of duty station chief, it signifies a leap from the lower tier, granting the capital to climb higher. Why does Hailing strive so fiercely against Ding Yishan? Everyone is well aware of the 6-year extraordinary baptism in Xingfu City, and this year marks the 5th. If we do not compete now, we will have to wait another 6 years. In the previous round, when Ding Yishan held the advantage, Hailing chose to bide his time, willingly relinquishing the extraordinary baptism opportunity. Little did he expect Ding Yishan to falter, first missing the chance for awakening and subsequently making a series of blunders, sacrificing not only the significant figure Cheng Long, but also several key inspectors to appease the upper echelons of Xingfu City. Therefore, this time, Hailing would not remain passive. What appears to be an intense factional struggle is merely the opening act. The true storm will not fully unfold until winter arrives, or even until spring of the following year. When the time comes, every inspector, regardless of whether they are from the 5th, 4th, or 1st phase, or even a novice, will inevitably be swept away by the storm. As night falls, the streetlights flicker to life. A warm yellow glow bathes the quarantine area, dispelling the encroaching darkness of the wilderness layer by layer. The sky begins to drizzle softly. Occasionally, a flash of lightning cleaves the clouds, illuminating the distant outlines of the city's ruins and provoking howls from the mutated beasts. In this ghastly weather, Li Mitai sent off the last group of cures, Watching as everyone was escorted into the isolation zone by guards, he straightened his back and rubbed his sore shoulders. How many people were sent to the isolation zone today? It seems I forgot to count, but there must have been at least a couple of hundred. Each of these fellows is highly suspicious. Only 7 minutes left until the end of the shift. Checking the time on his defense communicator, Limatai stood up and ambled toward the isolation net between Area A and Area B, intending to chat with Cheng Ye and pass the remaining time. Inspector Cheng, it seems quite idle here. Limatai sighed as he leaned against the grid railing. I barely set foot in Area B today, and you in Area A have only seen one vehicle all day. Is that so? Cheng Ye replied, doing push-ups on the ground without lifting his head. I noticed you didn't ask anything when you met the people. You just sent them straight into the isolation zone. Not busy at all, are you? Understanding the implication in Cheng Ye's words, Limatai paused for a moment, then laughed nonchalantly. You wouldn't understand. I've been at the checkpoint for over 20 years. Witnessed riots in the isolation chambers, endured waves of infection invasion, and the struggles among factions have never ceased. Yet here I am, still able to chat and laugh with you today. What does that rely on? ISNT at my caution and prudence? Is that so? Cheng Ye stood up and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The two had stolen moments to converse several times today, and they had become somewhat familiar with each other. At least, apart from Lu Bai, this old inspector was the first friend he made at the station. However, compared to the reckless Lu Bai, Limatai's caution seemed etched into his very bones. In the morning, he was strict about the 4-for-1 policy, and by afternoon, as the inspection level increased, it directly became 2-for-1. To him, it felt like selecting the fortunate ones purely by instinct to send into the isolation chamber. I know you want to ask why I, who am so afraid of death, still come to the rapid inspection station, right? Limatai reveled in Cheng Ye's thumbs up, breaking into a cheeky grin. It's quite simple. Don't underestimate the inspector badge in your hand. You just need to focus on elevating its level. Once it reaches a certain point, provided you don't intentionally court disaster, it becomes exceedingly difficult to meet your end. Finally finding a topic to discuss with Cheng Ye, Limatai displayed a hint of superiority from experience. Back in the day, when your father was around, he looked down on people like me. Every time we met, he would scrutinize me through his nostrils, barely lifting his eyelids. Who would have thought his son would now praise me? Cheng Ye was somewhat disinclined to comment. This guy had the thickest skin he had ever seen, more resilient than the barbed wire of the quarantine zone. Just as he was about to inquire about the level of the inspector badge, a clear bell rang throughout the inspection station. Looking toward the watchtower, he saw the yellow flag that had been hanging all day finally being taken down. At last, it's over. Limatai rubbed his arms and yawned. After 12 hours on duty, the station ought to award us a model worker medal to hang around our necks. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly glanced into the distance and then turned to urge, what are you still doing here at the end of the shift? Do you really want to be a model worker and earn a medal? Hurry up, let us get out. Get out. Cheng Ye followed his gaze and saw a beam of light cutting through the darkness in the rain. The light was approaching unsteadily, judging by its speed and brightness. It was evidently not a large golden cup, but a vehicle capable of high-speed travel. How strange. He hadn't expected someone to arrive just as the shift ended. And coincidentally, at the moment the bell rang. Let us go, let us go. If it were 7:59, Cheng Ye would naturally wait, but it was past 8 p.m., and he wasn't foolish. After all, the probability of encountering infected beings at night is over 10 times greater than during the day. However, just as he opened the isolation door and was about to leave, a raven rushed over. What's wrong? Sir, the vehicle that is arriving has already sent a signal to the station. It belongs to the Crusaders. What? The Crusaders? Chapter 42. The 3 Major Legions. Perfect coordination. In the City of Happiness, there are 3 major legions, each with its unique functions, establishing 3 interlocking survival defenses. The first line of defense, the Blood Dragon Legion, primarily responsible for sweeping and intimidation, patrols the surrounding areas year-round, weaving a dynamic defense net to mitigate the threat of infected beings through high-frequency actions, excelling in mobile and assault warfare. The second line of defense, the Crusaders, is mainly stationed near the hydroelectric power station, protecting surrounding industrial factories and other core infrastructures to ensure the city's operational energy and production lifelines are secure. The third line of defense, the Happiness Legion, is tasked with guarding the Happiness Wall, equipped with elite weaponry and a systematic defense framework, constructing a comprehensive ultimate defensive line. Could something have happened at the hydroelectric power station? Cheng Ye's heart sank. The City of Happiness constructed most of its large factories adjacent to the hydroelectric power station to enhance energy utilization. If something were to happen, it could either be an attack by an infection wave or an armed assault from another sanctuary city. However, given the combat strength of the three major legions of the City of Happiness, the latter had not occurred in nearly 20 years. Rather, the former's probability of occurrence was significantly higher. Of course, there is one situation that is least desirable to contemplate. Opening the collector panel, he glanced at the upper right corner, where the energy value had reached 54. Cheng Ye felt slightly reassured and calmly instructed, Raven, relay the order to postpone the shift change. Have all guards come to assist with the inspection. Owl, follow me inside. If anything seems off, rest assured, sir, I understand. The owl, realizing the issue, immediately grasped the situation. If the Crusaders were returning to the city on official business, they should have reported to the inner city in advance and notified the inspection station. However, now that they were approaching at high speed, they had only used vehicle communication to notify the station. Coupled with the recent malignant events at the central inspection station, it was easy to imagine what was approaching. A vehicle full of infected beings? You really have guts. Limatai had already packed his backpack, but upon turning around, he saw that Cheng Ye had actually seated himself back at the alloy table, prompting a low sigh from him as he quickened his pace. By the time the vehicle entered the diversion channel, his figure had long since vanished into the rain. Gutsy, huh? Cheng Ye squinted, his gaze piercing through the rain, fixated on the slowly approaching vehicle. What was coming was not the familiar large golden cup, but a vehicle he had never seen before. Its design resembled a compressed Humvee, elongated and rugged, with sharp lines sculpting its boxy contours. The metallic body glinted coldly under the light. The vehicle halted before the isolation net, and the passenger door swung open with a thud, revealing a robust man who leaned out, clad in a gray-blue Crusader uniform. He was broad-shouldered and thick-set like a standing grizzly bear, towering at over 2 meters, emanating an imposing aura. Even though Cheng Ye had been training hard recently and had cultivated a sense of fierce determination, seeing this grizzly bear wade through the puddles still left him breathless. Damn it, even if the genes of Wasteland dwellers are reverting, how could they give rise to such a monster? Cheng Ye inyardly jursit, his hand instinctively resting on the bison combat pistol at his waist. Even among infected beings created from the same source, their strengths would not be uniform. The stronger the host, the more terrifying the mutated monster. Those who could leave their names in books were often powerful beings who roamed the wilderness. He had never seen an obscure character mutate into a calamity. Wait a moment, if this person is stronger, doesn't that mean the skills I can acquire will be stronger as well? Upon contemplating skills, Cheng Ye's underlying apprehension dissipated somewhat, giving way to a flicker of excitement. Within the isolation chamber, such formidable individuals were conspicuously absent. In the wilderness, encounters would lack coordination. It was only in this moment, seated before the inspection table and donning the mantle of an inspector, that he found an opportunity to leverage the weak against the strong, provided that the adversary was uninfected. The likelihood of uncovering exceptional skills was not insignificant. The transformation in Cheng Ye did not escape the observant gaze of the owl standing nearby. Noticing the inspector's departure from fear towards exhilaration, the owl, inexplicably emboldened, resolved to take a chance on advancement. In contrast to a seasoned rogue like Limatai, aligning with someone like Cheng Ye presented a genuine opportunity for merit and ascension. With that in mind, what was there to fear? Let challengers halt. Cheng Ye seized a megaphone, his voice slicing through the rain like a whip, directed towards the gray bear. I am Crusader Squad Leader Wu Rue, and I have communicated with the checkpoint. I kindly request the inspector to work overtime. The gray bear, Wu Rue, introduced himself, standing dutifully outside the perimeter. Overtime is of no concern. It is merely a little past 8. I need to understand why Captain Wu has returned in such haste without notifying the inner city. An incident occurred. One of my team members was injured by an infected entity and requires urgent medical attention in the inner city. What? The owl, ever vigilant with his weapon drawn, was taken aback. Could such a reason even be articulated? Listen, attacked by an infected entity? One might think he merely stumbled on the road. I can vouch for him. He has not been parasitized by an infected entity. Dear Inspector, please grant my brother a chance to survive. You can vouch for him? Cheng Ye tapped his fingers lightly on the table, shaking his head gently. The regulations of the inspection station should be clear to Captain Wu. No? Indeed. Wu Rui's throat tightened, a sense of dread settling in. The reason he, an East person, chose the North Station was precisely to avoid being ensnared by the regulations of East persons at the South Station. Even if subjected to the North Station's inspectors, he could tolerate being extorted. Yet, no one anticipated that the Quarantine A entrance of the North Station would be manned by East personnel. Moreover, this young inspector did not appear to be as docile as he seemed. His current demeanor exuded the calmness of someone seasoned in the duties of the inspection station. Save my brother's life. Our Chi-Show squad owes the inspector a debt of gratitude. Bring him up. I wish to see him. Given the gravity of the situation, failing to examine the injured party would be indefensible. As Cheng Ye pressed the isolation door button, he removed his Bison combat pistol from his waistband and placed it on the table. Just at that moment, a Raven arrived with 10 duty guards in tow, causing the atmosphere at the inspection station to tense up instantly. Excellent. Wu Rui turned and approached the armored vehicle. The gentle rain fell, the droplets kissing his face and leaving a damp trace. The side door of the armored vehicle swung open, and 4 soldiers clad in Crusader uniforms swiftly emerged, carrying an injured individual. Hiss! Almost simultaneously, everyone inhaled sharply. The injured man's left leg had been entirely severed, truncated at the hip, with blood-soaked bandages remaining. From his abdomen upwards, a grotesque wound gaped, tearing into his shoulder, flesh rolling outward like tattered cloth ripped by claws. Can he be saved? Sensing Cheng Ye's doubt, Wu Rui spoke again, explaining that the inner city possessed specialized biological resuscitation technology. As it was merely external trauma, the chance of survival exceeded 80%. Resuscitation technology? Cheng Ye silently marveled. This was yet another term he could not recall from memory. Strangely, despite the severity of his injuries, the man on the stretcher managed to smile faintly in his direction. What is this? A unique talent bestowed by ancestral genes. His pain receptors function at merely 1/10 of a normal person's. The voice did not belong to Wu Rui, but to the stretcher-bound individual who should have been barely able to utter a whisper. Name? Daizun. Age? 29. How were you injured? If you cannot articulate it, let Captain Wu do so. No worries. My current sensation is akin to a minor scrape. The pain has long since faded. A faint smile flickered across Daizun's pale face. An infected entity infiltrated the battery factory, hiding in the material feed pipe, and I crawled in and dispatched it. Quite bold indeed. Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched. Although he was unsure of the diameter of the feed pipe, it must have been a confined space. Undertaking such a venture without support was akin to embracing certain death. Everyone, step back. I need to examine the wound. Withdraw. Wu Rui cast a deep glance at Cheng Ye before waving his hand to signal the others to retreat beyond the perimeter. The isolation door thunderously shut, and 10 guards simultaneously aimed their weapons at Daizun on the stretcher. Damn it, this Cheng inspector is remarkably audacious. Realizing that Cheng Ye donned rubber gloves and intended to engage closely with a high-risk suspected infected entity, the onlookers collectively gasped. Indeed, Cheng Ye himself felt a twinge of trepidation, yet upon hearing the phrase unique talent, he promptly opened the panel, hesitating for but a second before resolutely deciding. It was all or nothing. At this moment, Wu Rui's cooperation score on the collector's panel lingered at 54, barely sufficient for a level 1 skill. However, Daizun's cooperation score soared to an unprecedented 94. This was the first time Cheng Ye had encountered such a high cooperation score. If he could acquire the level 2 skill related to this diminished pain perception, it would be exceedingly powerful. Maintaining such a reduced pain sensation was not without its drawbacks. The dull perception of external dangers could significantly impair combat efficacy. Yet the skill was different. Once acquired, Cheng Ye could equip or unequip it at will, enjoying the benefits of diminished pain resistance without the accompanying risk of sensory impairment. Brother, you must fully cooperate with me from here on out, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Cheng Ye squatted down, gesturing with his chin towards the back. In truth, without needing to prompt him, the numerous quivering red dots on the ground already had the stretcher in their sights. Any deviation from Daizun would undoubtedly result in physical exorcism. Tell me, you wish to survive as well, do you not? Indeed, I refuse to perish at the hands of a mere infected entity. It would be a great injustice. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Daizun's pallid face. his throat convulsing violently. "Whatever the inspector commands, I shall comply fully. I will cooperate without fail." "Excellent. I appreciate your attitude." The cooperation score on the panel rose once more, now reaching 97. Cheng Ye felt a tinge of joy as he picked up the instruments on the table to commence measurements. Body temperature, 38. 7. Heart rate, 144. Respiratory rate, 17. With each set of data he recited, Wu Rui's countenance darkened further. As they approached the checkpoint, he had already grasped the gravity of the day's events and cursed inwardly. According to the checkpoint's regulations, any individual exhibiting more than 2 sets of abnormal data must be confined to the isolation chamber. Presently, Dai Zun's data indicated an elevated body temperature, with only his heart rate teetering on the edge of 140. Although there was a tolerance of 5, if Cheng Ye insisted on reporting this data as abnormal, Dai Zun would face an inevitable fate. One set of abnormalities. Who? As the words fell, a wave of suppressed breaths echoed from outside. Simultaneously, the numbers on the collector's panel fluctuated, reaching 989. They were but a hair's breadth away from the coveted 100 cooperation score. "You are quite anxious. Although you have dulled your pain perception, I sense your fear. Relax. I'm not like the other inspectors. As long as you are uninfected, I can assure you that you will leave here alive." As Cheng Ye spoke, he opened the black box, retrieving the dual-modal physiological monitor and the decay metabolic detection instrument. Just as he prepared to commence testing, his movements abruptly halted, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 43. Level 2 Talent Iron Body. Compatibility Perfect. The available prompt echoed in Cheng Ye's ears. He had never realized how melodious and delightful these 2 words could be. It was as if a slippery screw had suddenly clicked into place, slowly rotating within a rusted nut, each turn accompanied by the crisp sound of metal friction, sending shivers of exhilaration down one's spine. "Wait a moment, I need to calibrate the instrument." After calming Dai Zun, Cheng Ye focused on the detection device, subtly directing his thoughts to initiate it. Illusory characters flickered on the panel. After 5 seconds, they combined to form an information panel that Cheng Ye could comprehend. Dai Zun, Level 1 Skill. Lock, Level 2 Skills. Talent. Iron Body. Rare, reduced pain sensitivity, enhanced bodily resilience, immunity to minor non-lethal injuries. Talent. Gun Affinity. Common. Slight increase in firearm control. Skill. Crusader Standard/Technique. Common. Crusader Standard Shooting Technique. Common. Level 3 Skills. Lock. Could it be that there are tiers? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback. In the Level 1 Skills, the panel would list all skills in a chaotic manner, overwhelming the observer and making choices difficult. However, the Level 2 interface was starkly different. It not only categorized talents and skills, but also introduced a quality hierarchy, clearly indicating strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the talent Iron Body now radiated a faint purple glow, marked with rare. In contrast, Gun Affinity, also a talent, emitted a white light denoting common. This was indeed far more intuitive, eliminating the need to decipher their functions solely based on names. Perhaps due to Dai Zun's youth, he had not mastered many Level 2 skills, as only 2 Crusader Standard skills were listed on the panel. Without hesitation, Cheng Ye directed his focus toward the highest-ranking Iron Body. Attempting to surpass the level came with only a 25 success rate. Yet, inexplicably, he felt confident this time would yield success. This was because Dai Zun, lying on the ground, was not afraid of him, nor did he cooperate out of fear. Rather, he genuinely wished to survive and wholeheartedly trusted in the cooperation. The ethereal purple light enveloped the entire interface. The panel began to flicker. After a second, the Civilization Collector did not disappoint. Success! The Civilization Collector has successfully recorded. Iron Body, Level 2 Talent. Could it be true? The panel automatically switched, and the Iron Body skill on Dai Zun's skill list glimmered, blinking before being transferred to the 8 keepable skills section. An uncontrollable euphoria surged within Cheng Ye, as if his thoughts had momentarily stagnated, overwhelming joy nearly bursting forth. Although he had previously harbored a sense of anticipation, that feeling paled in comparison to witnessing the Iron Body appear in the 8 keepable skills section firsthand. Inspector? Dai Zun, perplexed, gazed at Cheng Ye's slightly trembling figure, suddenly feeling anxious. Was there a problem with the instrument? It's fine, just give me a moment. The instrument is booting up. Cheng Ye managed to suppress his elation and responded. He closed the panel, and took a couple of deep breaths to quell the surging emotions. Whether Daizun was infected no longer required the instrument for confirmation. However, the quarantine procedures demanded meticulous adherence. Any oversight might raise suspicions. Cheng Ye proceeded with the standard protocol, also needing to cut a piece of flesh for testing. After approximately 10 minutes, the Raven returned, delivering the anticipated news. "You're cleared." Cheng Ye peeled off the rubber gloves and tossed them into the isolation zone's trash bin, approaching with a smile. Huh. Daizun was momentarily stunned, doubting his hearing, until Cheng Ye reiterated it, causing his eyes to widen, joy overwhelming all semblance of composure. Outside the isolation door, Wu Rui stood rigidly, his towering frame vibrating slightly before his rough hand forcefully wiped over his face, striking the isolation net with a dull thud. After such prolonged tension, his heart had been lodged in his throat. Thankfully, the final outcome did not disappoint. "Captain Wu, I'm also from the inner city, just off work. I can take him there. Is that all right?" Cheng Ye asked as he reached the door. Wu Rui was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded firmly. "No problem. I'll communicate now. You take him to the Happiness Gate. Someone will be there to receive him." "All right." An additional person necessitated another round of checks. As Cheng Ye turned to leave, a voice called from behind. "May I inquire your surname, Inspector?" "Cheng. Is Cheng Long your father?" "He is my father." Wu Rui's face flashed with surprise, quickly transforming into expected recognition. Could it be that Cheng Long is well known in the Crusaders? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback, but did not slow his pace, instructing the owl and raven to lift the stretcher alongside him. As they navigated the isolation passage, Daizun's pale face reflected the days of having survived a calamity. Upon reaching the exit, Cheng Ye hesitated briefly before ultimately dialing Station Chief Tang's CS number. Under normal circumstances, requisitioning a vehicle in an inspector's capacity was permissible. However, this was the North Station, the territory of the Westerners. "Chief, here's the situation." Cheng Ye succinctly explained Daizun's condition, preparing to elaborate on the necessity of requisitioning a vehicle when hurried footsteps unexpectedly echoed from the receiver. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Si dashed directly from his office. Typically, it wouldn't be unusual for the station chief to personally intervene. However, given that a duty station chief had just perished at noon, recklessly approaching an individual whose infection risk had not been entirely eliminated was evidently unwise. "Chief Tang, could you stand back a bit?" Cheng Ye called out as he noticed Tang Si approaching within 10 paces. To his surprise, Tang Si merely scoffed, quickening his pace, muttering, "When the inspection station was established, it was me and your grandfather who cut the ribbon. Do you think I'm like Ian? The establishment of the inspection station?" Cheng Ye paid no heed to Tang Si's boasting, but caught an important piece of information. His grandfather had been an elder during the foundation of the inspection station. Impressive. Indeed. "Fine, he hasn't been infected. I'll grant you special permission for a vehicle. Hurry and take him for treatment." Tang Si crouched down to inspect the wound, affirming earnestly, then cast Cheng Ye a peculiar glance. "This is only the first day. The station has been stirred up. You've eliminated an infected entity. And now you've saved a crusader. Cheng Long, you're outshining even him." Ah! Cheng Ye could not refute this, taking it as a compliment to himself. Yet, he understood that Tang Si was subtly warning him that his prominence today had been somewhat excessive. As the saying goes, excessive glory invites backlash. Continuing to shine brightly would inevitably draw unwanted attention. However, it must be said that while Tang Si had considered this, he had not contemplated one crucial aspect from Cheng Ye's perspective. "I do wish to remain low-key, but being too low-key could lead to peril." The grand vehicle roared out of the inspection station, leaving a conspicuous black mark on the ground. Daizun was jolted, coughing repeatedly, with droplets of blood at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, drive slowly. There's an injured person here." Cheng Ye couldn't help but remind the driver, who then eased off the accelerator slightly, a sheepish grin on his face. Such urgent official business would not be scrutinized for energy consumption. In contrast, regular duties had stringent standards. Exceeding energy usage could lead to penalties, or in severe cases, dismissal. Akin to the old era where exceeding average fuel consumption led to expulsion from the group. "Can you still talk?" "Yes. I'd like to inquire about something." "It doesn't violate your Crusader regulations, does it?" "Feel free to ask, Inspector." Daizun, curious about the inspector who appeared younger than himself, was intrigued. Cheng Ye's demeanor was nothing like those seasoned veterans at the inspection station, who were overly cautious and burdened by a stifling sense of formalism. One might say that a rookie is unafraid of tigers. Yet what was peculiar was his remarkably composed style, devoid of any naivety typical of newcomers. Even Captain Wu Rue was summoned and commanded by him without a hint of discomfort from the authority he wielded. My elder brother, Liu Bai, also an inspector, had gone to assist the engineering team in the inner city for the water and power station the day before. Do you have any news of him? Dai Zun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The Crusader Legion was responsible for guarding the entire industrial zone, which was divided into 8 sectors. The water and power station was located in Sector B, while we were stationed in Sector F, separated by more than 10 kilometers. However, you need not worry. At least before noon today, the water and power station had not been breached by infected entities. Realizing that Cheng Ye was unfamiliar with the industrial zone, Dai Zun briefly introduced the general situation. Due to the intermittent energy supply of the water and power station, Xingfu City needed to operate at full capacity from early summer to mid-autumn to accumulate sufficient resources for self-use and trade throughout the winter and spring seasons. Therefore, every spring, there would be large-scale recruitment in the buffer zone with tens of thousands, even over 100,000, entering the industrial zone at once. By mid-autumn, as power generation dwindled, the workers would be sent back to the buffer zone to prepare for winter. Such significant personnel fluctuations inevitably attracted the attention of surrounding infected entities, which would continuously swarm the industrial zone to disrupt and attack. Unfortunately, when I crossed over, the spring recruitment had long concluded, and I missed witnessing this grand spectacle. Cheng Ye couldn't help but lament. Each shelter city has its own survival strategy tailored to its unique circumstances, and Xingfu City's migratory production model is particularly refined, surpassing that of other shelters. It not only perfectly mitigated the challenges of long-distance power transmission, but also cleverly resolved the defensive dilemmas between residential and industrial areas. Summer and autumn are peak seasons for survivor migration. The industrial zone actively attracts the attention of surrounding infected entities, effectively avoiding the risk of infection surges caused by large gatherings of people. When a migration tide of winter and spring concludes, and personnel from the industrial zone retreat to the buffer zone, everyone remains in one place, thereby maximizing survival rates against infection waves. There is no absolute good or bad. One could only say there are advantages and disadvantages. It is indeed stable provided one does not encounter infection wave, but this year, Dai Zun sighed. Since the beginning of the year, the frequency of infection outbreaks has multiplied several times over. Who knows what level of infection wave will surge towards our Xingfu City this winter. Chapter 44. The Struggle for Power. The Pursuit of Genius begins. Throughout the day, the accumulated water on the main roads of the central city was finally drained. The Golden Cup car drove smoothly towards the gates of Xingfu City, where 2 teams of 16 guards awaited from afar. We thank Inspector Cheng for your support to the Crusader Legion. Please proceed to hand over the injured to us for further arrangements. The leading captain stepped forward, saluting Cheng Ye with a standard modern military salute, followed by a firm fist against his chest as a gesture of sincere gratitude. Dai Zun, on the stretcher, attempted to emulate this, but Cheng Ye pressed down on his right hand, saying, "Don't show off. Remember what Captain Wu said? You owe me a life." Of course, just a phone call away. Dai Zun managed a pale smile, but before he could finish, the guards lifted the stretcher and swiftly disappeared behind the heavy city gates. In the night, countless eyes from the shadows scrutinized, entwined with greed and intensity. Some gazes fell upon Cheng Ye, evoking a sense of discomfort as if he were being watched. He couldn't help but glare back, causing those eyes to retract abruptly. Even the driver of the Golden Cup couldn't suppress a gulp, gazing dreamily at the rapidly closing passage beneath the alloy gates. That was the inner city. How many had struggled their entire lives in the buffer zone, only to rot in the infection tide without ever touching the frame of this gate of happiness? Yet for some, this destination was merely the beginning they could tread upon at will. Let us go, if it's convenient. Take me to the chemical plant employee quarters? Of course. It's convenient. The driver nodded emphatically, reluctantly retracting his gaze. The Golden Cup turned around in front of the gates of Xingfu City and gradually departed from happiness. At 10 o'clock at night, the tires rolled over the waterlogged road, coming to a halt beside the vine-covered iron gate of the chemical plant employee quarters. Just as Cheng Ye's fingers grasped the door handle, his peripheral vision caught two shadows moving beneath a streetlight 100 meters away. Squinting instinctively, he focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, on the left was Luo Xiaoxue, and on the right, Zhou Changhai. Cheng Ye froze, almost believing he was mistaken. How could an inspector from the east faction of the inspection station, specifically in the 5th phase, come to meet Luo Xiaoxue at the chemical plant at such an hour? But as the two approached, the dim light gradually illuminated the contours of the man's face, with a distinctive horse-like visage and a grotesque scar along his jaw. It truly was Zhou Changhai. What was he doing here? The metallic gate clanged against the side of the vehicle as Cheng Ye stepped out, positioning himself about 5 paces in front of two. Sister Luo, Inspector Zhou. Ah, Inspector Cheng has finished work? Before Luo Xiaoxue could speak, Zhou Changhai's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, as if he had anticipated this moment. As they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was just discussing you with Instructor Luo when you arrived. Instructor Luo? Cheng Ye's lips twitched, suppressing his curiosity. Inspector Zhou, what brings you here so late? Oh, nothing significant. Just a minor incident at the station today. As you know, station master, he has sacrificed himself. Zhou Changhai's tone briefly flickered with sorrow. As a 5th phase inspector, I must represent the station to visit the family and clarify the situation to avoid unnecessary worry. I see. Thank you for your efforts, Inspector Zhou. Cheng Ye nodded gently. Brother B is out on duty, and I was just about to come and discuss matters at the station with Sister Luo to ease her worries. It seems you've made the trip first. Oh, there's no need for formality between us. Zhou Changhai laughed heartily, suddenly taking a step forward to pat Cheng Ye on the shoulder. The scar on his face twisted with his smile. In the old days, I had a deep bond with your father in the exploration team. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou? Cheng Ye was unfamiliar with the past circumstances of the inspection station, but he noticed Luo Xiaoxue subtly curling her lip. Clearly, the relationship between Zhou Changhai and Cheng Long was far more complex than the recent rainfall in Xingfu City. This old fellow truly had no shame. But why is he trying to get close to me? His intentions are dubious. What you say carries weight, Cheng Ye replied with a perfectly measured smile. I was just thinking about maintaining professional decorum at work, and it slipped my mind that I'm off duty now. Unlike you, Uncle Zhou, who is still occupied with family visits at this late hour, truly a model for the station. Although this sounded like flattery, it subtly drew a line between professional and private relationships. After such a veiled compliment, Zhou Changhai's smile momentarily stiffened. However, he was after all a seasoned 5th phase inspector and had long since become astute. Zhou Changhai maintained his smile nonchalantly, turning to Luo Xiaoxue, Instructor Luo. Since Cheng Ye is back, I won't keep you any longer. And don't worry, the situation at the water and power station is quite safe, unlike the station. Thank you for your concern, Inspector Zhou. Luo Xiaoxue nodded politely as they escorted Zhou Changhai to the end of the street. Watching him board the Golden Cup parked in the shadows, its headlights slicing through the night towards the city center. What was he doing here? Cheng Ye posed. With Yifei just deceased, is he eager to pull people into power? Within the framework of the inspection station, progressing from an intern to the 1st phase is a significant hurdle. 3 stations, 9 evaluation reports, and 5 field assignments yielding a B grade or higher, with no failures allowed in between, typically take ordinary inspectors about 2 years to complete. The leap from the 1st phase to the 4th phase is yet another challenge. 3 stations, each alternating duty 300 times, amounting to a minimum of 900 days, during which no major incidents must occur. Otherwise, calculations must restart. Additionally, there's a need to accumulate sufficient contributions while awaiting the release of quotas. For instance, if 4 positions for inspectors become available and 5 individuals meet the criteria, the one with the highest contributions among them will be promoted first. As for advancing from the 4th to the 5th rank, that remains beyond the reach of ordinary inspectors. According to regulations, 2 generations must have worked at the inspection station, a prerequisite term backing. Without this background, even an outstanding contribution score is futile. Lu Bai remains stuck at the 4th rank simply because he does not meet this criterion, lacking the qualification to compete for the 5th rank. Furthermore, holding the 5th rank is a prerequisite for serving as the duty station chief. Did you guess? Luo Xiaoxue shook her head in disbelief. It wasn't just him today. All 4 5th rank inspectors from the East Station were present, and it seemed they had coordinated their schedules perfectly. All four of them came. Cheng Ye was slightly taken aback, not expecting that on the very day of Yifei's tragic demise, four individuals would immediately begin vying for positions. Were they all saying similar things? Indeed, their words essentially aimed at persuading Liu Bai to cast his vote for them. Have conditions been set? You seem to know quite a bit, Luo Xiaoxue remarked, eyeing him curiously. You certainly made quite an impression at the North Inspection Station today. Each of these fifth-rank inspectors insisted on discussing you with me. Naturally, who in this station is unaware of my relationship with Brother B? Cheng Ye se simidicity finit. Damn, just as Li Matai said, there truly is nothing novel in this inspection station. Moreover, Raoul's confidentiality efforts were terribly inadequate. Wasn't it agreed that no one would know? It turned out that before he returned from work that evening, these matters had already reached Luo Xiaoxue's ears. They didn't share the details with you, did they? No. They simply mentioned that you educated that group of second-generation youngsters upon entering the West Inspection Station, then proceeded to the quarantine area, where you discovered an unknown infectious entity with a few words, effortlessly demonstrating your professional ability and enhancing the East Station's reputation. Luo Xiaoxue displayed a playful expression. Well, you certainly dare to stir things up. I underestimated you, Brother Luo. Cheng Ye hesitated for a moment, awkwardly chuckling, not daring to mention that he had also saved a Crusader soldier just before the end of his shift. His day had indeed been eventful. Had it not been for Station Chief, he being ambushed by the unknown infectious entity, this would hardly qualify as a significant incident. Just an infected individual locked in a cage. You wouldn't believe it, Luo Jie. When I arrived, that guy had a pointed head. Although he was robust, he looked as if he had overdosed on animal medication. Hardly normal. As for those second-generation folks, I merely intimidated them a bit, and to my surprise, they actually backed down. Cheng Ye rambled on as the two conversed downstairs for a while. Perhaps Yifei's death made Luo Xiaoxue suddenly realize that there was no absolutely safe place in this buffer zone, whether the North Station or the South Station. Ultimately, survival depended on strength and tactics, coupled with a sprinkle of luck. Therefore, she found peace with Cheng Ye's stubborn decision to choose the North Station. Humans are peculiar. Certain obsessions can become enlightening in the face of life and death. Cheng Ye found it challenging to articulate this psychological shift, merely stating that since the moment he descended into the Wasteland, each person should be prepared for death at any time. The only distinction lies in whether one meets death with grandeur or waits for it in a corner. Brother Luo, I've been on duty all day today. It seems I must take a break tomorrow to attend that learning session. I'll head back tonight. Go ahead. Do you think that Zhou Changhai's title of Instructor Luo is for nothing? Luo Xiaoxue gathered her hair, a hint of a wry smile gracing her lips. I must also attend the learning session tomorrow, and I'll be lecturing on stage as an instructor. That sounds wonderful. I'll be sure to cheer you on. They refrained from discussing the station's formalities or the dangers within. The two shared laughter for a while. Cheng Ye stood in place, watching Luo Xiaoxue enter the staff quarters until her figure vanished into the building before he turned to step into the enveloping night. The distance from the chemical plant quarters to the electronics plant quarters was over 10 kilometers. Yet, as he jogged back, Cheng Ye felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, the long-repressed flame within him finally flaring up. Acquiring skills would merely shorten the gap between himself and the old-timers, while he remained leagues away from genius. However, talent was something that could directly bridge foundational gaps, allowing him to break free from mediocrity. Iron body. The two words rolled off his tongue, and Cheng Ye could almost taste the searing intensity. Was he excited? Certainly, but no one knew better than him that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 45, Barometer. Signs of Chaos. Armed with the experience of mastering skills, this time, with a level 2 talent, Cheng Ye dared not let his guard down. Before even entering the main city, he called Uncle Dong to inquire whether there was any nutritional paste available, perhaps due to the morning's rush almost inciting a riot. The afternoon's Public Works Bureau had surprisingly restocked, issuing a strict order for all shops to sell at the set price of 2 coins. Any detected price gouging would incur a fine of 10 times the amount, with severe penalties leading to the revocation of selling licenses. I have 6 boxes here. Don't worry, it's sufficient. Good. Uncle Dong's voice on the phone seemed somewhat unusual, but Cheng Ye didn't have time to ponder it. Upon reaching the outskirts of the main city, he saw that sandbags had completely blocked the road, leaving only a narrow opening. Yet glancing up, He noticed the dark clouds were slowly dispersing, appearing far from threatening rain again. Something felt off. Cheng Ye quickened his pace, a sense of foreboding settling in. The previous roadblock had merely been for crowd control. The guard station at the entrance served as a deterrent. However, now there were 6 armed guards standing at attention. And further back, someone was aiming a gun, the dark barrel hidden among the sandbags, emanating an aura of deadly seriousness. Halt! As Cheng Ye jogged closer, the guards exchanged glances and immediately approached him. The main city is under curfew. No one is allowed to enter or exit. No one. Cheng Ye remained expressionless, pulling out his identification badge. Am I not considered anyone? The guards hesitated briefly, then took the badge to scan it through their defense system. Upon seeing the displayed information, their tense expressions relaxed instantly. Inspector, please proceed. You are, of course, free to enter and exit. What has happened? We are unclear. It was an order from above. The guard stammered, pointing toward the inner city, adding that it was a sudden directive issued over half an hour ago. Sudden? No wonder when I was driving to the chemical plant quarters earlier, there weren't these sandbags blocking the road. Could something significant have occurred? Crossing the quarantine belt, Cheng Ye quickened his steps further, sensing that something was amiss. Upon returning to the community entrance, the large dining hall had rarely turned off its lights early. Not only had they not prepared the ingredients for the next day, but they had also reinforced 2 windows with metal sheets, as if preparing for a typhoon in a coastal area. Uncle Dong's convenience store was still lit, but the roll-up door was half closed, leaving just enough of an opening for a person to squeeze through. Uncle Dong. Cheng Ye knocked on the roll-up door. Don't stand there. Come in quickly. His voice was laced with evident tension. Cheng Ye crouched and slipped inside, shutting the roll-up door behind him. The water-soak counter had been reset, now empty, as the soaked goods had already been cleared away. Uncle Dong sat behind the counter, 3 guns laid out on the surface, 1 long and 2 short. The long one was an assault rifle, while the shorter ones were a shotgun and a handgun. At that moment, the rifle had been disassembled, with a bottle of open gun oil nearby, releasing a pungent odor. What is this? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in 3 months he had seen Uncle Dong in such a state. The usual kindness had entirely faded, and he radiated an aura of fierce determination. Is Station Master, he from Central Station, sacrificed? Are you aware of this? Cheng Ye was not surprised. The sacrifice of a checkpoint station master in the buffer zone is no trivial matter, even if the news could be temporarily contained. The multitude of eyes would soon uncover the truth, at most delaying the revelation by a day or 2. It is not unusual for veterans like Uncle Dong to learn of such matters through other channels. Around noon, he was attacked by an unidentified infection entity. Was the infection entity that assaulted Station Master he captured? Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback. Such matters must be clarified before any announcement. It is likely that they were apprehended. If you're unaware, that implies they were not. Uncle Dong's gaze was as solemn as an ancient well, his voice trembling slightly. The last time a station master sacrificed himself was 13 years ago, resulting in 2 months of chaos in the buffer zone. With at least hundreds of infection entities infiltrating the area, all of them unknown. Do not frighten yourself. Cheng Ye's heart raced, yet he tried to offer reassurance, stating that he was on duty at North Station today and would surely be aware if any infection entities had breached the perimeter. It is different. You are responsible for external matters, but internally, Uncle Dong replied, flipping open his defense communicator to the information interface. Cheng Ye's eyes widened in shock. Cold Winter 4, Ghost knock on the door already secured. See you at the venue, June 28th, 2107. 628 is today. 2107. Cheng Ye's mind flashed back to the moment he sent Dai Zun off. He had casually glanced at the defense communicator, which displayed 2102, sent by an old comrade. Uncle Dong was not surprised by Cheng Ye's reaction. He sighed deeply. Just over an hour ago, the Happiness Gate was attacked by infection entities. What? Cheng Ye's heart shook violently. His first instinct was disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, a chill surged through him, raising the hairs on his body. Memories rushed back to him. When he took Dai Zun to Happiness Gate, he indeed noticed many prying eyes lurking in the shadows, some of which he had glared back at. Could it be that their owners were not ordinary vagrants, but they may not have been able to break in? But it is highly likely that numerous infection entities have already infiltrated. Uncle Dong continued speaking, assembling the gun barrel with unwavering focus. You understand the principle of darkness under the light. While others may lack your expertise in external inspections, we old-timers, who fear death, comprehend the subtle movements within the buffer zone better than anyone, and we are well aware of the potential consequences. Although many in the buffer zone may envy the inspector status, everyone knows that inspectors are the barometer of the buffer zone. Once casualties begin to occur among your ranks, chaos is sure to follow swiftly. Click. The rifle was assembled, and Uncle Dong aimed it into the corner by the entrance. There are 6 boxes. Take as many as you need. It's on me as a treat. The top box contains a key. It belongs to my humble establishment. Keep it. If things go awry, you can seek refuge here. I have reinforced the basement. It should hold out long enough for you and the checkpoint to call for help. Additionally, beneath the 4th tile in the basement, there are 6 high-explosive grenades, specially made. They could take out the adjacent meat canteen without issue, but do not throw them around recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Are you planning to hide outside? Cheng Ye hesitated, glancing towards the entrance where a long-handled key lay atop the boxes. Not to hide, but to fulfill a small wish. Setting down the rifle, Uncle Dong sighed. I have grown old. I feared death in ordinary times, yet when faced with such a situation, I find myself unafraid. Perhaps I shall be closing shop for a long while. Returning to his room with 3 boxes of nutrient paste, Cheng Ye locked the door behind him. The flimsy bullhead lock rattled against the door frame, offering no sense of security, rather invoking a sense of dread. Damn, how did the Wasteland become so chaotic after I crossed over? It's only the first day at the rapid inspection station. Yet why does it feel like the buffer zone is about to collapse? Cheng Ye muttered under his breath, although deep down, he understood that this turmoil had nothing to do with him. The signs of disorder had begun long before his arrival, tracing back to the last major chaos 13 years ago when a station master sacrificed himself. The wisdom of our ancestors remains true. Calamities inevitably bring about great disorder. The migratory pattern in Happiness City can indeed attract most infection entities' attention during summer and autumn, utilizing the factory district, leaving only a small fraction to be brought in by vagrants that impact the buffer zone. However, once a disaster strikes, this system fails immediately, and due to many people lowering their guard, chaos erupts suddenly. A gust of wind swept through, rattling the windows and producing a creaking sound. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Ye would not have paid any mind, but at this moment, he felt an inexplicable chill and instinctively tightened his grip on the short knife at his waist, recalling those greedy gazes lurking near the city gates. This damn buffer zone is indeed not safe at all. It's no wonder everyone wishes to break into the inner city. In peaceful times, it may suffice, but when danger looms, every shadow becomes a threat. This cannot continue. I must purchase materials to reinforce the doors and windows tomorrow. Sheng Long is a workaholic, spending all his time at the inspection station, leaving no property behind. This single room was assigned to him by the inspection station, and the previous occupant made no modifications. Previously, Cheng Ye was too busy preparing for assessments to consider reinforcing the house. Now, it must be prioritized, with 3 action points in hand. While it may not be sufficient to modify other items, it should be adequate for reinforcing the doors and windows. He moved the table to barricade the door, and then called Luo Xiaoxue to explain the situation. Would you like to move in with me? My home has been reinforced numerous times by your brother, and it is absolutely safe. No need. If chaos breaks out, we must go on duty for inspections. Coming and going would only draw infection entities closer to you and Luo Xiaoxue did not press further. She clearly understood that Cheng Ye spoke the truth. If she were alone, it would be fine, but with the at home, constant comings and goings would indeed pose a danger. After hanging up, Cheng Ye pondered and decided to move the bed against the door as well. This way, if infection entities attempted to break in during the night, he would be immediately awakened. Iron body, you must hold strong, Cheng Ye thought to himself as the collection panel automatically expanded, shifting to his personal interface. First, he checked the bottom section. The evaluation remained unchanged from before. Only behind the skill bar did a small purple box glowing faintly appear. Equipment, iron body. The moment his thoughts settled, the purple box burst forth with a soft glow, leaping from the selection bar to the skill bar. No reaction from the level 2 talent, either. Unlike skills, equipping it forced a memory into his mind, creating fleeting illusions. The talent's effect was as subtle as a predator's instinct, nurturing without notice, with no apparent change. Yet, this did not bring any enhancement, did it? Cheng Ye fell into a daze, his gaze suddenly colliding with the reflection in the window. The The youthful face in the reflection was now flushed crimson, as if magma coursed beneath his skin. Veins bulged grotesquely from his neck to his scalp. He appeared less like a normal person and more like an infection entity. A grotesque, red-skinned monster. What is happening to me? There was no time to ponder, no time to feel the changes in his body. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted within him, as if millions of tons of explosives detonated simultaneously. It was far from a tranquil sensation of equipping a skill. Cheng Ye felt the world spin around him, the surrounding scenery dissolving into a blur of light and shadow. It was as though he had been thrown into the eye of a storm, his insides violently churning, being torn apart and reassembled. Yet did it hurt? Not all. Was it exhilarating? Absolutely. Waves of indescribable sensations crashed over him, akin to a kayak tumbling amidst the waves. Amidst this profound shock, a cascade of extraordinary illusions surged forth. He beheld a parched and cracked pond, from which a sudden spring of clear water erupted, nourishing every inch of the desiccated earth. He witnessed the ground tremble violently, the soil rolling and heaving, as a small hill slowly emerged from the surface like a slumbering giant. Deeper still, he discerned a tender sprout bravely pushing through the rubble, inching upward, audaciously breaking through the hard ground. Everything had transformed. Within his very genes, it seemed as though a part of him had been awakened. The insurmountable chasm between the gifted and the mundane at this moment could be traversed effortlessly with a mere lift of his foot. The transformation wrought by the iron form was indeed more exaggerated than he had anticipated. Moments later, Cheng Ye steadied himself against the bedpost and rose, his complexion slightly pale as all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, leaving only waves of heat rising from his body. At this instant, his sensation of pain had been compressed to a mere tenth, and his sensitivity to discomfort had nearly vanished. He had expected to feel disoriented, yet, in stark contrast, the nerves originally tasked with processing pain seemed to have been reconfigured, now adept at capturing and processing other information, rendering his senses extraordinarily acute. For instance, as he extended his hand to grasp the training short knife beside him, an exquisite sensation of unity surged from his mind the moment his fingertips brushed against the hilt. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the short knife traced a gleaming arc, and with a swift flick, the cold light shot forth along the path of the slash. As sharp as frost, the blade moved entirely at his command, as if an extension of his own will. An unprecedented exhilaration surged through Cheng Ye's mind. As though he had wielded this knife for over a decade, every angle of his strikes and every trajectory of force imprinted in his very genes, as natural as breathing. Was this the realm of the prodigies? Chapter 46, Second Evolution, Reinforcing the Abode. The augmentation provided by the iron form exceeded all expectations. Cheng Ye's eyes flickered with astonishment as he carefully attuned to the changes within his body. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have comprehended the vast difference. No wonder the text spoke of the S3 virus as capable of overturning civilization. This mere genetic ancestral mutation had already propelled him far beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. What of extraordinary abilities? They must surely be terrifying enough to bifurcate humanity into entirely distinct forms. Yet, was it not the case that Dai Zun's iron form did not possess such strength? The loss of pain sensation, coupled with an enhanced spatial awareness of his body, was an utterly outrageous transformation. Cheng Ye decided to disengage the iron form and re-equip it for further experimentation. After several rounds of validation and comparison, he discovered an unexpected nuance. This talent appeared to diminish in effectiveness over time. Moreover, it had a built-in cooldown period. Upon initial equipping of the iron form, the surge was most potent. Liberated nerves propelled his bodily control by 50%, resulting in a qualitative transformation. However, this enhancement could only last for a minute, after which it would gradually wane. Within a maximum of 5 minutes, the enhancement would completely dissipate, necessitating the removal of the talent to reactivate it. Furthermore, re-equipping it immediately after removal would not trigger the enhancement anew. Cheng Ye's testing revealed that he must await a 5-minute duration to return to the peak augmentation state. The released pain receptors, perhaps, were the liberated neurons unable to sustain prolonged high-pressure information processing? Cheng Ye speculated quietly. Although his major was civil engineering, this knowledge had indeed been covered in high school biology. Pain signal transmission relies on specific neurons. When pain perception diminishes, the discharge frequency of these neurons decreases, theoretically reducing the demand for neural resources in the spinal cord and thalamic pain centers. Moreover, the transmission of information by neurons depends on the opening and closing of ion channels, which requires substantial energy supplied by mitochondria. When the burden of information processing escalates, mitochondria rapidly exceed their energy supply and metabolic capacity under high intensity, manifesting as the gradual disappearance of the enhancement. Theory is merely theoretical. Had my high school knowledge sufficed to unravel this, genetic ancestral mutation would not be so wondrous. In the future, I might delve into some research skills for meticulous study. Cheng Ye shook his head, resolving not to dwell on this intricate web of neurological principles. If you're to lose the augmentation of control, this talent would indeed be a double-edged sword. However, to be able to surpass Dai Zun's original capabilities was an astonishing stroke of fortune. Regardless, he had no intention of relying on diminished pain input for extended periods. At most, he would utilize it during rigorous training to push his body to its limits. As for combat, the outcome would be evident within half a minute of melee. There was no way it would extend to 5 minutes after the enhancement had faded. That sufficed. At that moment, a familiar pang of hunger surged forth like a tide. Cheng Ye's expression shifted, and without a second thought, he seized the nutritional paste and began to gulp it down. Indeed, whether through skills or talents, once they reached a certain level, they would invariably lead to adaptive transformations at the foundational level of the body. The previous basic exertion had caused his body to generate new muscle mass in response. What about this time with the iron form? 1 bag, 5 bags, 10 bags, 20 bags, the container soon lay empty, scattered across the ground. Based on his past experience, such an amount of nutritional paste should have alleviated his hunger by now. Yet, the ravenous sensation in his stomach persisted, as if it sought to hollow out his very insides. Excellent, excellent. This sensation felt perfectly right. Bring on more. I can endure even more. The conflict among factions had only just begun to unfold, yet the threat of the infected loomed ominously. A flicker of luck was utterly extinguished within him. Here, in the Wasteland, death offered no respite. Today it was the station master who fell. Tomorrow, it might be the inspector's turn. Cheng Ye's yearning for strength had never been so urgent, and in response, all he found were bags of empty nutritional paste. Ripping open a package, he entered a frenzy, consuming a bag nearly every 5 seconds. The viscous paste, intended to stave off hunger, vanished as though consumed by a black hole, leaving no trace of satiety. Soon, all the nutritional paste he had purchased from Uncle Dong in the morning had been consumed. A flicker of delight surged within him as he hastily dragged over a box, violently tearing it open to continue his voracious consumption. 10 bags, 30 bags, 50 bags, until the ground was piled high with wrappers. The nutritional paste finally settled in his stomach rather than disappearing upon swallowing. Having learned from his previous experience, he downed another 10 bags, and indeed, a sensation of fullness began to emerge. Throughout the basic exertion, he had consumed 28 bags, this time with the iron form. He had devoured a total of 107 bags. His gaze swept over the scattered wrappers, and as Cheng Ye rose, he immediately felt the changes in his body. Was this an enhancement of bodily resilience? His skin seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. Cheng Ye lifted his right hand, his fingertips gliding across his left forearm. The sensation was no longer that of ordinary soft flesh, but rather akin to taut, resilient leather. Furthermore, with the slightest rotation of his neck or flexing of his joints, he could feel the underlying fascia being pulled like a bowstring, emitting a subtle, sizzling sound, as if every inch of his skin had become an elastic armor encasing his muscles. So extraordinary, his eyelids fluttered, and with the experience of basic exertion behind him, he understood that this enhancement was not merely manifested during the equipping of skills. It was a long-term fortification inscribed within his very being. Regardless of any other skills he might equip in the future, this enhancement would remain. The iron form diminished pain sensation while significantly amplifying bodily control. Had he still possessed his previous physique, he would have easily strained his fascia during extensive movements. But now, after this reinforcement, Cheng Ye pinched his arm, and the muscles beneath his skin swelled like an inflated tire. It was difficult to quantify just how much stronger he had become. Yet Cheng Ye sensed that if he were to face 5 opponents, it would likely pose no challenge, provided it was a battle of attrition rather than one-on-one combat. In the inner city, there exists a method to gauge one's vitality. Alas, is exclusively accessible to the 3 major legions. This method is utilized for the purpose of ranking warriors, and the inspectors are indeed professionals in their field. The higher authorities never prioritize combat prowess during assessments, and thus, my permissions do not allow me to borrow the necessary equipment. However, I can find time to visit the training hall. Although Brother B is absent, there are paid trainers available, and I shall soon ascertain the extent of my strength enhancement. Placing the short blade on the bedside, Cheng Ye laid down fully clothed. That night, he slept fitfully. For indeed, just as Uncle Dong had predicted, the night was intermittently pierced by the sound of gunfire akin to popping beans. It seemed that a considerable number of infected entities had infiltrated, yet fortunately, the inspectors were not responsible for internal searches. Such duties typically fall to the Happiness Legion, the most formidable among the 3. Even if the inspectors were to partake in patrols, their role would be limited to concluding tasks, posing a low risk. Collector, Cheng Ye, current rank, LV1 trainee, 32100, vitality level, 0 skills, basic force application, beast instinct, iron body, talent, not yet unlocked. Evaluation, your strength has experienced a rapid enhancement in a short period, and you are but a step away from meeting the minimum standards for a civilized collector. Concentrating on the development of fundamental life aspects will yield additional rewards. The panel had transformed once more. With great effort, Cheng Ye endured until the morning light spilled through the window, and he rolled out of bed. While brushing his teeth and washing up, he habitually opened the panel, immediately noticing the changes. The iron body skill now offered an impressive information degree of 25, exceeding the previously calculated figure of 0.3 by more than 8-fold. If the collection efficiency continues at this pace, it implies that only 40 instances are required to fulfill the information degree demands for a rank elevation. It seems that seizing opportunities from the strong was indeed the wisest choice. Spitting out the foam, Cheng Ye continued to reflect. It had been nearly 5 days since he had mastered basic force application. With muscle memory deepening, even if he were to uninstall this skill now, his body would still struggle to detect any significant anomaly in force application. Perhaps during some peculiar offensive maneuvers, the force lines might still feel somewhat disjointed. Yet, he sensed that within 2 or 3 days at most, these disconnections would vanish. This indicated that before acquiring the next skill, he could free up one of the precious 3 skill slots. Regrettably, the beast instinct also seemed to be a talent, but its low level of LV1 rendered it invisible. These talent skills are fundamental. Once uninstalled, they would instantly lose their efficacy. Cheng Ye kept this in mind as he returned to his room, preparing his backpack before heading out. Although he was not required to work today and only needed to attend a study meeting in the afternoon, there was no need to rise so early. However, the dilapidated door of the tube building was indeed disconcerting. A gust of wind would cause it to tremble, leaving him on edge throughout the night. I need a large iron plate. Yes, 3 sheets, please. Can a lock from the dismantled anti-theft doors in the ruins still be used? Very well, let me have them installed. Do you have a complete set of nails for reinforcing the door? Oh, there are many buyers? Then give me 2 packs. What about these spikes? What do I need them for? To thwart the infected entity's ambush? Then I shall take a set. In the flea market of the pedestrian street, typically quiet, it was bustling with people from early morning today. Listening to the sound of bargaining around him, Cheng Ye couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. It seemed he was not the only one frightened by the events of last night. The frenzy for supplies was even more intense than the previous day's scramble for nutrient paste. Ultimately, while famine may not cause immediate death, the threat of infected entities is indeed lethal. Cheng Ye wandered through the district. Prior to his arrival, he had been troubled about what materials to purchase. Yet the vendors had already prepared comprehensive solutions. From residential buildings, tube buildings, to roadside tents and dilapidated homes, the Wasteland denizens had devised a complete set of methods for reinforcing defenses, providing everything one could possibly need. Moreover, with bulk purchases, there was even a free home delivery service. 580 coins for the service. I shall arrange for delivery immediately. As Cheng Ye handed over the happiness coins, the vendor grinned broadly, turning promptly to organize the manpower. Before long, 2 frail young men emerged, pushing a cart filled to the brim with the materials Cheng Ye had purchased. Sir, please lead the way. We will follow closely behind. In the buffer zone, Cheng Ye had no concerns about anyone daring to abscond with the inspector's money. He promptly returned to the two building and seized a wrench, setting to work on the feeble iron door. However, dismantling it merely required a couple of strikes at the joints, and the door disconnected of its own accord. The rusty hinges shattered into fragments, and the door frame rattled ominously. Goodness, this door wouldn't even deter a human intruder, let alone an infected entity. Cheng Ye cast a wary glance at the rusted break, reflecting on his fortune. Had an infected entity slipped through right after his arrival, this door would have offered no protection, leaving him with no inkling of his demise. Soon, the materials were carried one by one into the hallway. Just lifting the heavy anti-theft door to the 5th floor had left the two young men panting. Here, essay a little something for your trouble. Pulling out 2 happiness coins of a 5-coin denomination, Cheng Ye handed them over, and the two immediately broke into wide smiles, overflowing with gratitude, eager to express their appreciation. Once they departed, Cheng Ye surveyed the small mountain of materials before him, finally feeling relieved after a night of anxiety. With these supplies, it should no longer be easy for infected entities to breach the premises, right? Chapter 47. The Exodus of Power Border Inspectors. Although the residents were largely unaware of each other's identities, those who resided in the two building within the buffer zone were either affluent or privileged. Upon seeing Cheng Ye return with so many materials, the other residents on the 5th floor peered out, their expressions turning anxious. Where did you acquire all this? One inquired as Cheng Ye gestured towards the direction of the pedestrian street outside. The flea market. Hurry and grab some before it's all gone. Grab? Another queried. What else can we do? The infected entities have infiltrated. Do you think this iron door can hold them back? Cheng Ye kicked the cracked hinge on the floor, causing the questioning elder's face to blanch, and several middle-aged men who had gathered were equally taken aback. In less than 5 minutes, the hallway was filled with a cacophony of hurried footsteps. One by one, residents were seen dashing out with bags in hand, and soon, footsteps echoed from the floors below. Cheng Ye peeked outside, astonished to see the entire electronics factory community stirred into a frenzy, despite many having already reinforced their doors and windows. How could they resist the urge to procure supplies given such a scene? In a certain sense, Captain He Fei's actions had indeed spurred consumption. What a ridiculous thought. Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the reasoning. After stepping out in the morning, he had come to understand that while inspectors could eliminate 99 of the threats posed by infected entities, there were always some that slipped through the cracks in the buffer zone. Typically, it was not humans who were infected, but rather sources of infection that had been brought in, leading to internal contagion. This was especially frequent during the spring and winter seasons, with outbreaks occurring approximately every 1 to 2 weeks. The summer and autumn seasons were more unpredictable, sometimes experiencing several incidents within a year, while other times remaining stable for an entire year. However, the current uproar was fueled by the recent sacrifice of Captain He Fei. The last time an on-duty captain had perished was 13 years ago. The constant influx of infected entities had incited chaos, lasting over 3 months, with a cumulative death toll exceeding 10,000. If one were to account for the chaos that ensued during the mass exodus of the populace, the buffer zone's population had plummeted by nearly 40, significantly weakening it. Now that He Fei had sacrificed himself, it was inevitable that old memories would resurface, linking these two events. Furthermore, with the frequent anomalies among infected entities since the beginning of the year and the natural disasters that had also been plaguing the area, the amalgamation of such omens stirred anxiety within everyone. Once the commotion subsided, Cheng Ye conducted a brief inspection of the hallway before returning to his door, beginning to recite silently, reinforcing the door, still allowing the collector's thoughts to disperse, retrieving materials from the ground to propose a course of action. A blue light flashed across. A panel automatically emerged, displaying delightful words. Dilapidated residence, LV0, description, a residence with only basic living functions, possessing 0 protective capability. Course of action, 1. Basic reinforcement, strengthening door and window frames, filling wall cracks to provide basic protection. Expected action point consumption, 1. Sufficient materials and tools acquired. Point consumption reduced. 2. Advanced reinforcement, perfectly utilizing all materials, reconstructing the door frame with alloy support structures, installing interlaced grills at window positions to significantly enhance protection. capable of withstanding ordinary infected attacks. Expected action point consumption. 2. Sufficient materials, tools, and skill assessment passed. Point consumption reduced. 3. Perfect reinforcement, modifying structure, implanting isolation alloy frames. Adding pressure-sensitive sealed doors to endow it with basic shelter attributes, capable of withstanding common infected attacks. Expected action point consumption. Locked. Prerequisites. Materials. Engineering machinery. Please select a course of action. The successful skill assessment indicated that my knowledge of engineering was sufficient. Cheng Ye was greatly delighted. Although civil engineering has become a lesser field in modern times, its significance in the Wasteland is remarkably evident. For instance, even the most challenging perfect transformation now meets the requirements. It merely requires the provision of materials and engineering machinery. However, the modification framework remains excessively formidable. The foundation of the building is rooted in this, and with this capability, I could construct one outside, likely consuming an immense amount of action points. Without hesitation, Cheng Ye determined to pursue the second course of action. Just one action point short, yet it maximally utilizes the materials and directly indicates the ability to withstand ordinary infected attacks. It was too valuable. With a mere thought, the magical time-stopping space reappeared. The moment control over his body vanished, Cheng Ye's perspective abruptly elevated. In this wondrous third-person view, as if accelerated 100-fold, the dilapidated door frame was swiftly cleared, and the cracks and hollow gaps in the walls were filled with a special adhesive. Subsequently, expansion bolts were embedded around the brick walls at intervals, serving as fixed points for the alloy pipes. 4 high-strength alloy pipes were installed around the opening, with each joint infused with a specialized adhesive. Igniting it with a lighter, a plume of smoke rose, and with the aid of corner braces, the alloy pipes were fused into a seamless door frame. The once precarious rusty door frame was rejuvenated in the reconstruction, while the hefty security door, which required 2 individuals to lift, was effortlessly affixed by Cheng Ye in a mere flicker. After completing the entrance, his body swiftly moved to the window, where steel bars of varying lengths crossed at 45-degree angles, weaving a diamond grid, somewhat akin to modern security grills. Each end of the steel bars was embedded in the wall and connected to the building S structure with expansion bolts. Action completed. The enigmatic sensation dissipated. Cheng Ye felt a flicker in front of his eyes, and the materials on the ground vanished, replaced by a sturdy security door standing before him. This was truly astonishing. Retrieving the accompanying key from his pocket, Cheng Ye's hand trembled slightly, inexplicably. It was only when the key was inserted into the lock and turned gently, producing a crisp click of mechanical engagement, that he dared to confirm the reality of it all. That broken metal door had indeed become a relic of the past, and what now greeted him was a security door that significantly enhanced his sense of safety. Slowly pushing it open, the inherent weight of the door brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Closing the door, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. This was what it truly meant to be alive. Overwhelmed with excitement, Cheng Ye couldn't help but utter a curse, suppressing the joy surging within him. The fear he felt last night was now replaced by exhilarating relief. The deadbolt clicked into place. The specially designed small window on the security door was perfectly sized to accommodate the barrel of a gun, allowing for external shooting without opening the door. Cheng Ye stared at that small window, already plotting in his mind. Once the rewards from the Vine task arrived, he must acquire a shotgun. At that point, anyone daring to scratch at the door would meet their end without hesitation. As for the possibility of misfire, he thought, let them take it up with the checkpoint. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's sleep. Cheng Ye sat on the bed, releasing a long breath, as if expelling all the accumulated anxiety with that sigh. Your luck is quite favorable. The person you saved last night was indeed not an infected. In the transformed venue of the cinema, as soon as Cheng Ye sat down, Li Mat-Tai squeezed over with a grin, plopping down beside him. This old scoundrel. Why is he so familiar? Cheng Ye glanced around, and indeed, many inspectors cast curious looks. An Eastern person and a Western person. In this environment, it seemed unlikely they would be together. Ignoring them, Li Mat-Tai shot a sideways glance at those individuals and turned back to Cheng Ye with a smile, saying that this group spends all day scheming to climb the ranks, unwilling to earn contributions honestly. We are of the same ilk, diligent and responsible. The backbone of the inspection station. Cheng Ye paused, amused by Li Mat-Tai's audacity. The backbone? Do you know what happened last night? I heard there was a problem with handling the body of Station Chief Yi Fei, and the unknown source of infection caused some spread. It should be manageable, as there are extraordinary individuals involved. Extraordinary. Cheng Ye mulled over these words, a fierce yearning flickering in his eyes. It was no longer about the basic need for survival, but a fervent desire for higher levels of power that surged from his very marrow. Merely possessing a gene ancestral talent had transformed his abilities dramatically. What then would extraordinary entail? What kind of world would that be? It seems you two are someone who seeks the limits of individual power. Li Mat-Tai, noticing Cheng Ye's longing, shook his head with a smile. Given your background, abilities, and means, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the inspection station will undoubtedly gain another 5th-tier inspector in the future. If luck favors you further, perhaps I might witness Cheng Zhanshan ascend before my demise, unifying East and West. Are you buttering me up ahead of time? Not at all. The contribution system of our inspection station dictates that individuals like you hold the greatest advantage. Li Mat-Tai paused, his gaze fixating on Cheng Ye. I know you grew up in the inner city, where identity verification is unnecessary, but after spending these past 2 months outside, you must grasp the weight of this badge. Right? Cheng Ye pondered for a moment, refraining from response. It seemed he had yet to encounter a scenario where the inspector identity badge was ineffective. Even when forging weapons at the supermaterial shop, upon hearing the term inspector, they were willing to grant him a 50-point contribution discount. Noticing his hesitation, Li Mat-Tai presset surprise. Oh, this system does not restrict trainees from knowing. Didn't T. Liu Bai mention it to you? No. Cheng Ye gently shook his head. Not because Liu Bai intentionally withheld information, but given his previously exhibited abilities, he had no confidence for his first field assignment. Knowing such details would only add to his troubles. However, to his surprise, Li Mat-Tai was particularly eager to share today. Before Cheng Ye could inquire, Li Mat-Tai began to speak at length. Trainee, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 5th tier, with each promotion in rank, your badge level will also change. It is not merely a shift in title. The privileges you receive will likewise evolve. 1st-tier inspectors can freely access any facilities under the jurisdiction of Happy City, such as the Crusaders you encountered last night. They guard factories you can enter at will, with no one to obstruct you, including water and power stations. The 2nd-phase inspectors, armed with their badges, venture into the surrounding shelters and gathering places. As long as there is trade with Xing Fu Cheng, any requests you make must be unconditionally fulfilled. Naturally, it is prudent to refrain from making absurd demands. One must possess a sense of propriety. As for the rewards afterward, you need not concern yourself. All expenses will be covered by the station. The 3rd-phase inspectors are a different matter altogether. Li Mat-Tai suddenly lowered his voice, for the 3rd-phase inspectors represent a genuine transformation. The infection tide arrives once or twice each winter, yet possessing a 3rd-phase badge grants direct access to the inner city, sparing one the torment of lingering in the buffer zone. Cheng Ye abruptly raised his head. Was it not said that becoming an inspector meant being entirely severed from the inner city? Do not be so astonished, as if we are guilty, Li Mat-Tai retorted. The public declaration that inspectors cannot enter the inner city is merely a means of placating the masses. It is essential for ordinary people to perceive us as aligned with them, ready to withstand the infection tied together, thereby alleviating our work-related pressures. Li Mat-Tai wore a knowing smile, cautioning against underestimating this mechanism. Do not think that retreating into the inner city is a simple task. Those who endure to the 3rd phase possess either cunning or intellect. Even in the Wasteland, they thrive. Our station has fewer than 40 3rd-phase inspectors. If we lose a few each winter, how can we sustain our operations? Are we to rely solely on selecting new recruits each year to guard the gates? This buffer zone is of utmost importance. With a constant influx of newcomers, how can the higher-ups ensure their loyalty? How can they guarantee that inspectors are willing to risk their lives to halt the infected? Cheng Ye took some time to gather his thoughts, as long-standing internal conflicts were finally elucidated. Yet, new questions arose. If safety is paramount, why do the higher-ups insist that inspectors undertake perilous fieldwork? Cheng Ye, I must clarify that external assignments are not mandated by the higher-ups, Li Mat-Tai interjected, tapping the table. These are the 1st and 2nd generations of inspectors, who toiled mightily to wrest power from the upper echelons of Xing Fu Cheng. It is through this power that we inspectors can carry the banner of Xing Fu Cheng beyond this minuscule buffer zone and into the broader world. You think venturing outside is perilous? You are mistaken. Once you step beyond the buffer zone, you will understand. Whether it be gangs entrenched in the ruins or perilous scavengers who prey on the living, they must heed our commands. With a mere word from us, we can sever their lifelines for resources. Without ammunition, tools, and energy, their survival is but a matter of time. Upon reaching various small gathering places, one will discover that the lords there will treat you like a deity upon first meeting, eager to kneel and kiss your boots. Why? Because they require you to mark their gathering place as part of the trade network on your checklist. Even in smaller shelters, the lords will carve out time to entertain you, striving to meet your satisfaction in hopes of obtaining greater trade quotas. He paused, his tone laced with irony. But if one remains confined to this buffer zone, while it may sound pleasant to be called an inspector of Xingfu-Cheng, in truth, it is akin to being a mere security guard. Should the higher-ups frown, we must run to appease them. Only by stepping beyond this place can and we truly become the inspectors of the Wasteland's borders, possessing the authority to delineate the boundaries of human civilization. Chapter 48. The extraordinary opportunity is within reach. Limatai, unusually earnest, seemed to radiate light as he spoke his final words, perfectly encapsulating the notion that true loyalty arises only when interests are mutually aligned and deeply intertwined. Cheng Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. But on the external task board at the central station, there are only deliveries, reconnaissance, patrols, and cooperation with inner-city operations, right? What do you think the station is for? Limatai Skufa. The external assignments for your Easterners are arranged by Captain Ding, while those for us Westerners are managed by Captain Harlan. If you intend to eschew allegiance, you must gradually complete these laborious external tasks to earn contributions. However, if you align yourself with a faction, those lucrative tasks will be plentiful, providing ample opportunity for contributions. So, this is the advantage of factional allegiance? Cheng Ye suddenly grasped the overarching logic of the inspection station. Your grandfather, Cheng Wu, was one of the founders of Xingfu-Cheng. In his time, he was indeed a prominent figure within its upper echelons, yet he ultimately could not awaken his extraordinary powers. He, along with a group of elders, voluntarily moved to the outer districts, which is now our buffer zone. Cheng Wu again? In the inherited memories, Cheng Ye could not find this name, even having scant recollections of Cheng Long. After the original's 10th year, their meetings were infrequent, often separated by 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, the venues were not within the inner city. They would hastily exchange a few words at the entrance of Xingfu-Cheng, after which Cheng Long would make an excuse to leave. This inspection station was constructed by their cohort. Strictly speaking, had not the first generation of inspectors risked their lives, there would be no present-day Xingfu-Cheng. The inner city flourished rapidly amid the chaos of the new era, absorbing vast numbers of people and propelling industrial advancement. With every swift step, it became the dominant force in Xi province and its neighboring regions. Now, many shelters and gathering places seek to emulate our inspection stations. Yet they consistently fail to grasp the nuances that differentiate them. Their inspectors serve merely as lapdogs for the inner city, vassals of power rather than partners in development. They lack the audacity to fiercely vie for authority or the strength to command respect, resulting in a system that is perpetually on the brink of collapse due to various issues. The distinction between vassal and partner is vast. Cheng Ye regarded Li Matai with curiosity. What is the current situation? Indeed, inspectors are becoming progressively less capable, yet as long as the elder stalwarts at the station remain, we are not yet vassals. However, the distance to becoming partners is widening, as you can see many here engaged in power struggles. Yes, the upper echelons of the inner city are also declining, with fierce contention over 2 factions, one advocating for a renewed embrace of the extraordinary, cultivating elite combat forces to eradicate the infected, and the other promoting technological advancement, gradually expanding the borders to establish a secure collaborative survival zone, preventing the infected from breaching our defenses. As Matai spoke, he suddenly chuckled softly. Of course, there are also neutral parties like myself, idealists who merely wish to bring happiness and security to the residents, such as reducing utility costs, controlling prices, and implementing various welfare policies, all of which are the initiatives of a neutral faction, and they are the staunchest supporters of our inspection station. This time, Cheng Ye refrained from sarcasm. The idealists of Xingfu-Cheng had indeed rendered him considerable assistance, Otherwise, he would have been unable to activate the collector for a year and a half, let alone achieve rapid charging. Li Matai's notion of just muddling through was certainly preferable to those mindlessly climbing the ranks through factional allegiance, such as Garcia. How many of those old-timers remain? About one-third. Most are engaged in field work and will return gradually in the autumn. That amounts to approximately 50 individuals? Cheng Ye nodded slightly. With 3 inspection stations, each staffed by 8 individuals, only 24 inspectors are required to rotate in a single cycle. If veteran inspectors occupy their positions for extended periods, newcomers will lack opportunities to gain experience. Moreover, the number of infected is relatively low during the summer and autumn, providing a perfect window for learning. This is also why he could report to the northern station and immediately begin duty. Senior inspectors would implicitly yield their positions to newcomers. And my father? What kind of person is he? Your father. Li Matai swallowed hard, quickly shaking his head and reverting to his nonchalant demeanor. I cannot comment on that. He is an extraordinarily capable individual. Were it not for certain special circumstances, he would undoubtedly become the future station chief. There is no other possibility. If you wish to know, you should consult Liu Bai. He belongs to the 4th cohort, while I am from the 3rd. There are certain matters he can freely discuss, but I find myself unable to comment. It appears that Cheng Long harbors a significant secret, particularly regarding the legacy of the civilization collector. By the way, are family members allowed to enter the inner city? Cheng Ye suddenly posed a new question. Of course not, Li Matai replied firmly. The upper echelons of Xingfu City permit inspectors to seek refuge based on personal contributions, but as your family has not labored for the city, what grounds do they have for entry? Is it the same for the 4th and 5th cohorts? Not only the 5th cohort, but even Station Chief Ding cannot bring his family along. This is a rigid rule established by the original inspectors, a matter of principle. If it is a rigid rule, then where are your family members? Naturally, they reside in the inner city, Li Matai said with a look of surprise. The rule states that family members cannot be brought in, but it does not prohibit them from being residents of the inner city. My wife and children are all inside. Wait, weren't you raised in the inner city? How could you ask such a question? Cheng Ye suddenly realized that the reason the previous incarnation could grow up in the inner city was due to this very circumstance. He had thought that Cheng Long had found a way to send the previous incarnation into the inner city, but he had never considered that Cheng Long had established a family there. I am not privy to these matters. No one has ever informed me. Cheng Ye shook his head. The previous incarnation's mother died in childbirth, leaving only a few blurry photographs in his memory, compounded by his father, Cheng Long, abandoning his only son in the inner city without a second thought. This led to the overwhelming shock he experienced upon stepping into the outside world for the first time. Oh, Li Matai smacked his forehead, apologizing as he fanned his face with his hand. My apologies, I misspoke. What about the privileges of the 4th cohort? After a moment of hesitation, Li Matai reluctantly squeezed out 4 words, seemingly filled with resentment. Extraordinary opportunity. Suddenly, the ringing of a class bell echoed through the venue, silencing the noise. The attendees of the study session included not only rotating inspectors, but also dozens of observers wearing blue armbands seated in the back, along with staff in key positions. The projection equipment scraped unpleasantly across the concrete floor. Yet, Cheng Ye remained oblivious, still immersed in the weighty news that Li Matai had just revealed. Compared to the extraordinary opportunity and the purpose of the inspector's fieldwork, the ability of the 3rd cohort to enter the inner city pales in significance. Xingfu City actually raises special infected entities? Cheng Ye felt a surge of shock. According to Li Matai, this does not entail humans becoming infected with the S-series virus to awaken extraordinary abilities, but rather that Xingfu City secretly cultivates and raises these special infected entities. The extraordinary plants that cling to these entities grow at an exceedingly slow pace, with a harvest occurring only once every 58 years. Following each harvest, the quantity distributed is determined based on the yield. For instance, during the last round, each 4th cohort inspector received nearly 5 grams. Although this dosage may sound minimal, it still carries the potential to activate latent extraordinary genes within humans. Moreover, it seems that each individual's activated extraordinary gene differs from the others. The last successful activation of extraordinary abilities at the inspection station dates back 11 years, when the then station chief Liu Kuan awakened his abilities and directly ascended to the position of director of the Inner City Defense Department. His rise to the upper echelons of Xingfu City significantly elevated the status of the inspection station. The Public Security Bureau, which once held the power to restrain the inspection station, has been repeatedly stripped of its authority and was ultimately disbanded 8 years ago, leaving the inspection station as the sole dominant force. Looking further back, 13 years ago, Ding Yishan's predecessor served as the chief of the station when the last on-duty station chief perished. Reagan Carl. No one knows how he activated his extraordinary abilities. However, since then, he has rapidly resigned as chief and taken on the role of executive director of the industrial zone. Today, he wields immense power and stands as one of the core representatives of the technological faction in the inner city. The swift ascension of these two, both endowed with extraordinary powers and holding positions of significant authority, inevitably fuels the inspector's ambition to climb higher. Therefore, the contention between the Eastern and Western factions revolves around extraordinary powers and the authority that follows, does it not? With ample information at hand, Cheng Ye suddenly comprehended the root cause of the conflict. The 4th and 5th cohorts, station chiefs, and deputy chiefs. Each advancement in rank does not yield a qualitative change in power, yet grants access to more extraordinary plants for activating extraordinary abilities. The last extraordinary opportunity occurred 5 years ago, and Ding Yishan has held his position for nearly a decade. Logically, he should have received an extraordinary opportunity but failed to seize it. Now that the Eastern faction is weakened, Harlan will undoubtedly not let this chance slip by. Furthermore, the extraordinary is closer than I imagined, realizing that as long as one diligently ascends the ranks, the day will come when extraordinary powers can be attained. Cheng Ye felt a fire ignite within him, yet he did not contemplate waiting patiently to achieve the station chief position and receive the inner city's blessings. Instead, he aimed to directly seize the solidified extraordinary abilities through his own merit. Previously, he was uncertain of who possessed extraordinary powers, but through Li Mitai, he has finally identified 2 crucial targets, Lu Kuan and Reagan Carl, one from the east and one from the west. May they never cross paths with this inspector. Repeating these 2 names, Cheng Ye etched them firmly in his mind, then forcibly stifled all distractions, suppressing the surging restlessness within. Even the weakest extraordinary ability surpasses the genetic endowment of the iron body by a considerable margin, at least at level 3 or level 4. The current collector is utterly inadequate. The immediate priority remains to focus on elevating his rank and swiftly surpassing the probationary period. Cheng Ye. Noticing that Cheng Ye was still lost in thought, Li Mitai lowered his voice and gently nudged him under the table. The foreman is here, do not slack off. If you're singled out as an example, you will find yourself in trouble. The foreman? Cheng Ye raised his head and followed Li Mitai's gesture toward the entrance of the venue, where 2 individuals entered. On the left was the Eastern faction's 5th cohort inspector, Xiao Yuan, and on the right was the Western faction's 5th cohort inspector, Dario Haven. Notijin Cheng Ye Sengaze. Xiao Yuan offered a slight nod and returned a somewhat friendly glance, yet his expression retained the customary aloofness of leaders as he scanned the venue. Dario Haven's reaction, however, left Cheng Ye momentarily stunned. Upon noticing his gaze, this Western 5th cohort inspector unexpectedly smiled at him, his eyes warm, as if regarding a promising junior. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Cheng Ye quickly averted his gaze, feeling an inkling that if he maintained eye contact, this individual would certainly approach him to strike up a conversation. Do not stare aimlessly. Pay attention. Even if it seems dull, at least pretend to be earnest. Li Mitai had mastered the art of blending in. His lips did not visibly move, yet his voice came through clearly. I heard yesterday that someone was dragged out for sleeping during class, forced to answer questions in front of everyone. It would be one thing if it were only our people, but with so many observers and staff watching, that would be utterly humiliating. Just as he spoke, a round of applause erupted from the area where the Eastern faction's inspectors were gathered. Cheng Ye's attention sharpened, and he promptly joined in the applause. To his surprise, the first speaker of the day turned out to be Luo Xiaoxue. Although Lu Bai is considered a reckless maverick within the Eastern faction, the members of the Eastern faction still showed respect for their own, clapping alongside the observers and staff. In contrast, the Western faction appeared indifferent to Luo Xiaoxue's entrance, with some even sneering in disdain. Do not be surprised. This is merely the beginning. There remains over a year until the next extraordinary opportunity, After winter passes and spring arrives next year, that will be when the real turmoil begins. Li Matai, who typically refrains from engaging in faction disputes, joined Cheng Ye in applause, attracting several hostile glares from Western faction members. Yet, he seemed to relish the moment, as if he had found a sense of belonging. Each lecturer is allocated a mere 5 minutes. In Luo Xiaoxue selectively chose a hydrophilic infection entity she had previously confronted directly, succinctly elucidating her countermeasures. As she stepped down from the stage, the curtain at the back entrance was drawn aside, revealing the next lecturer who approached. He appeared to be a seasoned veteran, yet regardless of the Eastern or Western faction, the atmosphere surrounding him exuded a palpable indifference. No applause welcomed him, and until he concluded his address, no feedback was offered. From Cheng Ye's perspective, although the veteran's methods were not without merit, the reality of the situation was stark. Cheng Ye sighed inwardly, his gaze suddenly fixating on the entrance of the curtain, where several lecturers were preparing to take the stage. Could it be that Uncle Dong, who had mentioned yesterday his intention to fulfill a personal wish, was also invited here? Chapter 49. Uncle Dong's Story. The World Focuses on You. The dilapidated 4-story theater on the outskirts had been commandeered as a temporary venue for the learning conference, with the displaced residents relocated elsewhere. As the announcement for the theater station sounded, Uncle Dong exhaled deeply, stepping off the bus and pausing momentarily at the platform. Lost in thought, since receiving the invitation to speak at the conference yesterday, he had not closed his eyes for 18 consecutive hours. It was difficult to discern whether his feelings were rooted in excitement or anxiety. Yet, upon arriving, all thoughts seemed to evaporate, leaving only a haze of confusion swirling in his mind. After a brief moment of daze, Uncle Dong regained his composure and followed a narrow path through the weeds toward the theater. After walking 200 or 300 steps, he encountered a sign indicating attendees to enter through the front left door to the stage, lecturers to proceed through the right back door to the backstage. He turned and walked toward the back door, soon spotting 4 guards stationed at the entrance, along with a line of lecturers waiting to enter. When it was Uncle Dong's turn, he produced a metal badge from his pocket. The guard accepted it and lightly brushed it across a security scanner, prompting an electronic voice to announce, "Verification successful. Blood Dragon Legion, Level 0, 2 Green Dragon Team, Cold Winter Squad, Captain Xia Dong." Upon hearing the announcement, the guards' expressions shifted, and they immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Since its inception, the Blood Dragon Legion had advanced a level each year and had now grown to level 29. The man before them, at level 02, represented the old guard from the Legion's second year of establishment. The Green Dragon team is classified as the 3rd tier within the Legion, which includes tiers such as Hatchling, Thorn Dragon, Green Dragon, Winged Dragon, Stone Dragon, and Blood Dragon. And even today, there are only a little over 100 Green Dragon teams in the entire Legion. Surviving to this day is undeniable evidence that he is indeed one of the living relics of the buffer zone. "Captain Xia, please enter." "Thank you." Accepting the badge back into his pocket, Uncle Dong took a tentative step forward, entering through the back door. The transition from light to shadow brought a gentle breeze cascading down from above. Although repurposed for the conference, the theater had undergone significant renovations overnight. As Haling stated, given the recent surge in infection activity, such learning sessions must be conducted frequently and on a grand scale to maintain the combat effectiveness of the inspectors. Consequently, hundreds of workers labored tirelessly throughout the night. By today, the debris and filth on the 1st and 2nd floors had been thoroughly cleaned, and broken light fixtures and outdated facilities were replaced with brand new ones, creating a stark contrast against the theater's dilapidated exterior. As Uncle Dong proceeded cautiously down the corridor, his heart, long subdued, began to race, and the pain in his arm seemed to dissipate. However, as he turned around 2 corners, he abruptly halted. An indescribable expression flickered across his face, ultimately settling on a group of individuals in a distant corner. 4 men and 2 women, all bearing injuries and disabilities. Yet, Uncle Dong's gaze remained fixated on a scarred middle-aged woman, unable to move. If Cheng Ye were present, he could easily deduce, merely by observing the changes in Uncle Dong's expression, that a melodramatic saga unfolded between them, worthy of multiple television episodes. Indeed, Uncle Dong shared a lengthy history with this woman. However, the melodrama is best left unspoken. The past is the past. One cannot dwell perpetually in the fabricated beauty of recollections. Over the years, he had come to terms with it, albeit reluctantly. Now that the goods had been thoroughly soaked, and with an influx of unknown infections into the buffer zone, what was there to fear? The unease he felt outside transformed into a sense of openness as he entered. A whirlwind of fragmented memories surged through his mind, yet he cleared them all away, relegating them to the recesses of his consciousness. He paused, donning a warm smile that Cheng Ye was quite familiar with, and approached the group. "Everyone, you all seem quite spirited." In the chaotic backstage, Uncle Dong's voice, though not loud, startled the 6 individuals seated around. Upon recognizing him, expressions of joy erupted on each face. "Old Xia has arrived. Ha! The captain is finally here." The captain looks as youthful as ever. "It's clear you've been living well. Old Xia, I thought this learning conference wouldn't be able to entice you." The 6 individuals quickly gathered around him, encircling Uncle Dong like moths drawn to a flame. As a veteran of the Blood Dragon Legion, while there were many survivors, only a select few could maintain a full team after retirement, especially in the Happiness City. Uncle Dong nodded in acknowledgement to each, his gaze landing on the scarred woman's face, eliciting a soft chuckle. "Yun Wei, it's been a long time." The woman, momentarily stunned, shook her head with a smile. "It has indeed been a long time." Those 4 simple words seemed to encapsulate an entire saga, folding the past into their exchange. The remaining 5, aware of the unspoken understanding, discreetly created space for the 2. "How have you been lately?" "Oh, the same as always. I can't sit still. So I've been driving big trucks, delivering goods across several neighboring provinces. Not much profit, but at least it's not tiring. With the recent surge of infections, it's quite perilous out there. Aren't you taking a break?" "How could it be that easy? I'm tied to a 10-year contract, and I still have 3 years left." Before she could finish, her gaze abruptly shifted to Uncle Dong's arm. "Aren't you busy as well? That old injury has been bothering you for years. Why haven't you sought treatment?" "It's inoperable. I've undergone several surgeries, but the root issue is difficult to resolve." Uncle Dong sighed, revealing several ghastly old scars beneath his sleeve in the light. The conversation seemed to reach an impasse, both struggling to find a new topic to discuss. Fortunately, an unexpected round of applause from the front abruptly shattered the somber atmosphere. "How curious. The inspectors sitting down there are actually applauding for us?" Yun Wei stood on her toes, peering toward the stage with an unusual expression. "This group of mud-legged folks claims to be here to impart wisdom. Yet who would dare to lecture the inspectors? As the highest-ranking individuals in the buffer zone, it was already miraculous that they would listen to them. Applause and welcome are unattainable. That's not applause for you. The speaker was an instructor from the Public Security Bureau, and his spouse is an inspector holding considerable authority as a level 4 inspector." A familiar voice interjected from the side, causing both to instinctively turn and discover members of the Lei Yu team. They were former colleagues, though only one remained from the Lei Yu team now. "Miao Yang, with that statement, do you genuinely desire applause from the inspectors?" Someone teased. "Hey, I was just saying, aren't we all here for those 8 contribution points?" Miao Yang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "However, I've prepared a set of solid material. The Blood Dragon Legion has invited me to speak about things I haven't shared before. Perhaps the audience will enjoy it and be willing to applaud." "Solid material? Are you planning to recount the time the Lei Yu team almost got annihilated?" "Get lost." Miao Yang laughed, playfully shoving his companion. "Aren't you from the Qi Shui team, who is also the last one left?" "That's not the same. When we retired, there were still 5 of us." Listening to Miao Yang banter with others, Uncle Dong and Yun Wei exchanged a knowing smile, retreating to a quieter corner. "How about I lend you some money so that you can undergo the surgery?" "There's no need for that. If I truly intended to resolve this issue, the relationships I've nurtured over the years would suffice. There's no necessity." Uncle Dong shook his head. "After all these years, why haven't you considered finding a companion?" "I have been waiting for you," Yun Wei replied, her eyelashes fluttering as she looked up, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Is that what you wanted to hear? I heard that old romance dramas were always like this. Xia Dong, you're allowed to fear death, but I am not? It's not that I fear death." Uncle Dong's throat tightened, yearning to retort, but ultimately, it only manifested as a sigh. The two had once been close enough to discuss wedding dates. Unfortunately, an unexpected incident occurred during a mission, and their team was besieged by infected entities. Though they survived against all odds without any casualties, Everyone was left with varying degrees of injuries. As the captain, Uncle Dong sensed the unusual movements of the infected and, despite the team being on the verge of promotion to the pterosaur level, resolutely chose to retire, leaving the others of the Han Dong team behind. Without their steadfast leader, the remaining members gradually lost heart and opted for retirement as well. All of them resented Xia Dong, believing his cowardice had ruined their prospects. Naturally, their relationship came to an end. Yet fate played a cruel trick. That very winter, when everyone retired, Happiness City was struck by a terrifying wave of epidemic infection. Nearly all the teams that had served alongside the Han Dong team were annihilated, with only a handful of survivors left. This devastating turn of events made the Han Dong team suddenly realize the wisdom in Xia Dong's earlier decisions, as well as the folly of their reckless pursuit of promotion, disregarding all dangers. Regrettably, while others eventually forgave and understood him, Xia Dong himself could never overcome that hurdle. To put it plainly, his heart was shattered. A valiant soldier, at the peak of his prowess, chose to retire and evade reality. This decision haunted him for over 20 years. You used to argue with me. How come you have finally resigned yourself to fate? I have accepted it. What else can I do? I am but a useless coward. You have no idea how terrified I was when I heard about the sacrifice of the duty station leader and the infiltration of infected entities. Thankfully, I didn't embarrass myself in front of the younger ones, and even pretended to be a big shot. Uncle Dong grinned, patting the badge hanging from his chest. To have reached this point, it's well-deserved. You can curse. Yunwei gave a thumbs up. Shall I join in and curse a bit too? That is not permissible. You all said you had forgiven me. Uncle Dong's playful arrogance elicited laughter from Yunwei. The other 5 members of the Han Dong team, who had been eavesdropping, also relaxed their expressions. Over the years, they had often tried to bring the two together, but Uncle Dong always evaded. Could it be that this time there was indeed hope? Damn it, I lectured for ages on stage, and these inspectors looked down on me. That was one thing, but what about those observers and staff? Who do they think they are? Was I that poor in my presentation? Did I not eliminate as many infected as they did? Just then, Miao Yang returned to the backstage, grumbling. He was oblivious to how many had listened to him or how many were distracted. It was not just the inspectors. Even the ordinary people in the back were too lazy to lift their eyelids. This was truly a case of looking down on others. All right. Weren't you just here to contribute? Don't shout too loudly, or you'll face consequences. Someone quickly advised. A staff member responsible for announcements approached with a blank expression. Kesting apanatrating glante et Miao Yang. The Han Dong team is ready. It's your turn next. Discuss among yourselves who will go first. Who should go first? I'll take it, Uncle Dong said, brushing off non-existent dust. He had been the first to escape last time. This time, he certainly wouldn't be the last. He did not believe he was significantly better than Miao Yang. But after all these years of embarrassment, one more time wouldn't make a difference. Our captain is magnificent. The captain hasn't lost his former charm. How impressive. Haha, Captain, go ahead. If no one applauds, we'll cheer for you. Amidst the raucous cheers, Uncle Dong took a deep breath and glanced at Yunwei. She blinked, seemingly encouraging him, or perhaps questioning whether he had truly regained his spirit. Had he? Uncle Dong shook his head in self-deprecation. What spirit could an old relic of a grocery store possess? He was merely surviving. Next, we invite the captain of the Blood Dragon Court 2 level Green Dragon team, Xia Dong, to deliver a lecture. As the announcement sounded, Uncle Dong took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. The lighting was far from the dazzling spectacle he had imagined. It did not evoke the sense of being in the spotlight, as described in the old magazines he had scavenged from flea markets. Looking down, the inspectors in the front row were all bowed, utterly indifferent. The inspectors in the center were whispering to each other, seemingly engrossed in a discussion of some significant topic. As for the back, Uncle Dong wished he could spot Cheng Ye, but the crowd was too dense, leaving him no time to search carefully. Hello everyone. I am Xia Dong, a soldier who survived the battlefield by luck. Today, I will present on the strategies for dealing with hydrophilic infected entities that utilize area attacks. With just 5 minutes, he could not delve too deeply. Uncle Dong recounted a battle scenario faced by the Han Dong team, clearly outlining the response strategies and practical outcomes. The logical structure was captivating. The team members standing backstage could not help but applaud, and even Yunwei's eyes sparkled, as if she were witnessing the return of the Xia Dong of yesteryears. However, the audience's reaction was tepid, and Miao Yang, watching from the side, could only shake his head in disappointment. That concludes the complete response strategy. Does anyone have any questions? No one in the audience raised a question. Uncle Dong was not surprised. He slightly bowed. Then, "Thank you all for your attention." After speaking, he turned to step off the stage. Just then, amidst the silent auditorium, unexpected applause suddenly erupted. The applause was not loud, but in the stillness, it rang out distinctly. It was Cheng Ye, softly clapping. To others, Uncle Dong was merely an inconsequential figure, but for him, he was one of the few individuals with whom he could converse in this desolate world. Cheng Ye slightly stood, nodding to those around him as he entirely disregarded the astonished gazes and generously offered his applause. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing this, Limata also stood to applaud, completely unfazed by the strange looks from others. For him, such moments, which carried no real risk yet allowed him to assert his presence, were most gratifying. However, almost as he stood up to clap, synchronized applause erupted from behind him. Huh? Cheng Ye has such influence that others are clapping too? Limata turned curiously to see who else dared to break away from the conflict of factions to gain attention. Could it be some fearless minor character? The gaze from the back met Limata's, as Dario Huan clapped while displaying a hint of confusion. He seemed to inquire, "Are you trying to upstage me, Dario Huan?" Limata's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The fifth phase inspector from the west, the top supporter of Harlan, likely to inherit the position of the duty station leader. He is actually clapping? Was he attempting to curry favor and draw Cheng Ye to the western camp? No, this man is insane. Someone so devoted to his faction is applauding an Eastern warrior? The bewildered Western inspectors turned their heads, all wearing expressions of shock. Yet, it was not long before some sycophants followed Dario Huan's lead and began to clap along. What began as sparse applause quickly grew louder, and the observers and staff from the Western camp swiftly joined in. It truly felt as if the world had gone mad. A rat was serving as a bridesmaid to a cat. The Western camp was actually applauding an Eastern warrior. The Eastern inspector in the front row hesitated for a moment, secretly thinking that he could not lose momentum. The Westerners were applauding along with Cheng Ye, so what were they afraid of? One by one, they joined in the applause. The clapping surged in waves, growing increasingly thunderous, with more and more people rising to their feet. The applause in the entire venue reached an unprecedented fervor. What had transpired? From a moment the first clap echoed to the raucous applause of the crowd, only 3 or 4 seconds had passed. Dong Shu found his feet suddenly frozen in place, a look of incredulity flashing across his face. He abruptly turned his head, as if his memories were disordered at that moment. In a daze, he realized he truly stood on the stage depicted in that old magazine. The lights dazzled like scattered diamonds, and the voices surged like rolling thunder. The wave-like applause surged from all directions, enveloping and drowning him, almost rendering him breathless. Although all gazes at that moment were not focused on him, but rather on a young inspector in the center of the back row, that inspector looked at him with an expression of gentle astonishment, conveying a message. Xia Dong, you are not an inconsequential nobody. Chapter 50. The beauty of standing in lines, the tug of war. A farce. This was undoubtedly a ridiculous farce. The applause below seemed to have entered a contest, with the Eastern and Western factions refusing to yield, neither willing to cease first. Dong Shu on stage was completely dumbfounded, while the members of the Han Dong team in the back and all the retired soldiers who had come to teach wore blank expressions, frozen in place. What had happened? No one knew what had transpired. Even the instigator Cheng Ye was somewhat astonished, though he suppressed it without revealing any signs of abnormality. After a while, as Dong Shu repeatedly bowed and then hurriedly retreated backstage in a fluster, the applause gradually subsided, bringing the farce to a close. Cheng Ye, do you have some special connection with the Westerners? Lima Tai's face darkened, gesturing with his eyes for him to look at Dario Han. He could not believe that Dario Han was there to support an obscure Eastern warrior merely to create an atmosphere for this study meeting. No, don't be ridiculous. Cheng Ye shook his head immediately after sitting down. He did not want to be misunderstood as having joined the Western faction after serving at the North Station. Moreover, Dario Han's demeanor upon entering felt somewhat off. His gaze was exceptionally fervent. That's good. I don't want to deal with factionalists. Lima Tai shrank back saying this, yet his body instinctively shifted away. His mixed knowledge told him to keep a distance from Cheng Ye to avoid being caught in an unknown AoE. Reality quickly confirmed his apprehension. Just as the study meeting concluded, before it was officially dismissed, a staff member approached directly. Inspector Cheng. Inspector Han wishes to discuss strategies against hydrophilic infections with you. Do you have time now? Take me there. Cheng Ye replied, deciding to confront whatever came his way. Though he still did not understand why the Westerner's attitude had shifted, he instinctively felt it was not a bad thing and did not contradict his initial plan. To survive in the conflict between the Eastern and Western factions, one must first possess the strength to stand firm. And he actually possessed that strength now. Though he might not be exceptional, he was certainly capable of self-preservation, no longer merely an inexperienced apprentice inspector. With this strength, he could implement the subsequent plans. Choosing sides. Li Matai's mixed knowledge might apply to others at the inspection station, but it was certainly not applicable to him. Before understanding what the two factions were fighting over, Cheng Ye had considered remaining aloof. However, upon realizing that the conflict was over extraordinary opportunities, he understood there was no turning back. The Eastern and Western factions were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. Unless Harlan was willing to forego this once every 6 years extraordinary baptism and wait for the next 6 years, risking the possibility of Ding Yishan awakening again in a new round of conflict, there was no way to avoid a decisive outcome between the two factions this time. Choosing to side with the Easterners was the best choice and aligned with my initial intentions. Aligning with the Westerners posed too great a risk. Yet meeting with them could allow Ding Yishan to see my transformation. It was a risky move. Cheng Ye might have hesitated before, but now he felt a surge of eagerness. After all, with his growing strength came greater boldness. Even before heading to the South Station, he found himself impatient, wanting to press Ding's station master for a response. However, merely having strength was not enough. He lacked a significant achievement. Only with a letter of allegiance could he gain the protection of a faction. As Cheng Ye pondered this, his steps did not falter. Following the staff member to the adjacent venue, he was surprised to find that this floor had been completely renovated overnight. A room originally designated for actors' rest had been repurposed as a meeting room. Upon entering, he saw that a silver-gray desktop air conditioner stood where costumes had once been piled, its white vents silently releasing a cool breeze, keeping the summer heat at bay. 2 deep gray fabric sofas were arranged in an L shape, with a walnut coffee table in between, its corners smoothly rounded. On the table, 3 white porcelain cups were lined up, beside which a purple clay teapot emitted wisps of steam. "Inspector Cheng, please take a seat." Dario Han gestured with a perfectly timed smile. From a normal person's perspective, ignoring the factional struggles, this demeanor easily elicited goodwill. Cheng Ye settled onto the opposite sofa, and before he could speak, Dario began pouring tea. "I have a great fondness for Eastern culture, particularly the tea culture. You should know that all plants in our Sher province gradually lose their characteristics. These tea cakes are traded from other provinces and can be considered luxury items. Indeed, they are luxurious. The delicate fragrance of tea may not be apparent in modern times, but after 2 months of consuming bland nutritional paste, the crisp aroma now enveloped his senses, providing an unexpectedly soothing sensation. For a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a verdant tea field, greedily inhaling the fresh essence of nature. Truly remarkable. However, in the next second, Cheng Ye suddenly came to his senses. These could not be ordinary tea leaves, could they? You guessed correctly. These tea leaves are infused with extraordinary essence. Dario revealed an appreciative look, slowly explaining. Our Sher province has extraordinary curses, and other provinces are naturally no exception. Yet, some curses, if utilized wisely, can transform waste into treasure, akin to a stone falling ill. Here, try the specialty of Sha province, Yunwu tea. Thank you. Cheng Ye nodded, unreservedly lifting the white porcelain cup to take a sip. Ah, how refreshing. Is this the lifestyle of the upper class? An indescribable sensation of coolness erupted on his palate, spreading through his taste buds. It was as if he had consumed a tenfold effect of a throat lozenge. The coolness surged down his throat, while another part radiated outwards, permeating through his senses. Delightful. The refreshing sensation penetrated his lungs. Cheng Ye exhaled a breath of white mist, creating a phenomenon of cold fog typically seen only in winter. This was the origin of a Yunwu. Since you enjoy it, I have a piece of unbrewed tea cake here. Please take it with you, Inspector Cheng. Dario pulled out a palm-sized package wrapped in aluminum foil from under the table, opening a corner to reveal a green tea cake. The primary reason for inviting you today is to become acquainted. Station Master Harlan has great admiration for promising young talents like you. hoping you can contribute more at the North Station and also assist in the development of Happiness City. Dario lightly tapped the edge of the teacup with his fingertip. A hint of depth in his smile. My defense identification code is 2217. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I'm always willing to extend a helping hand to someone of your caliber. Thank you. The other party hinted at wanting to see him off. Cheng Ye expressed his gratitude once more, picked up the tea bag, nodded, and departed. Alas, it seems he is a master at winning hearts. His level not inferior to Ding Yishan's. Once outside, Cheng Ye felt a surge of apprehension. If Dario had directly stated his intentions and pressed him to take a side, he could have easily made an excuse to ponder his decision. Yet, Dario's leisurely demeanor made it difficult to refuse, leaving no opportunity to decline. However, that suited him just fine. Cheng Ye traced the folds on the aluminum foil with his fingertips, since he was not in a hurry. He would wait to see who would crack first. He could not believe that the commotion at the venue, coupled with his meeting with Dario, would go unnoticed by Ding Yishan. As the door closed, Dario gulped down the foggy tea in his cup and quickly filled it again. He savored it as if indulging in a rare delicacy, and once the pot was empty, he released a long sigh, fragrant with the essence of tea, lounging back into the sofa. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a trace of discomfort etched on his face. The foggy tea was not an ordinary commodity. The portion Cheng Ye had taken was worth at least 50 contribution points. Moreover, the distance between Sha Province and Shur Province was vast, and caravans might not venture there even once a year. Each packet was a precious drop, a loss not to be taken lightly. He picked up his communication device and dialed. Have you made contact? If so, maintain your composure. The previous information was likely fabricated by someone foolish and does not align with the facts. A soft chuckle from Harlan echoed through the receiver. Cheng Wu and Cheng Long lack extraordinary genes and will never awaken abilities in this lifetime. Yet they are cunning enough to make enemies who would circle around Happy City. If it weren't for the shortcomings of his son, he would have been eliminated long ago. How could he still be in line to inherit the position of inspector? Is it possible he too may never awaken extraordinary abilities? Harlan pondered. Is it feasible to win him over? Dario responded rapidly, recounting the conversation they had shared. After a prolonged silence on the other end, a voice finally emerged. Keep an eye on him. Cheng Wu and Cheng Long still harbor some affection. We cannot afford complications. Do not let him perish at the North Station. We will address matters once he is at the South Station. The inner city presents challenges, unless Ding Yishan is willing to ensure his safety. Understood. The call ended. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a Western inspector entered, taking the seat previously occupied by Cheng Ye. Sir, the Easterners are already aware of our meeting with Cheng Ye, and Station Chief Ding will learn of it soon enough. Dario nodded lightly. What connection does Li Matai have with him? He seems to be aligning with the Easterners, perhaps sensing the imminent need to choose a side. Yet, his nature prevents him from overstepping, fearing our potential reaction. Thus, he resorts to seeking the company of a mere trainee inspector. Does he truly pose a threat? Dario scoffed dismissively. If that is the case, let us disregard him. For the next 5 days, I will arrange for you to work alongside Cheng Ye. Keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow the Easterners to act rashly and force us into a corner. Rest assured, sir. The Western inspector nodded in agreement, yet hesitated before speaking again. But is a trainee inspector worth our concern? Of course, he is, Dario interjected sharply. Cheng Long left behind many favors. It matters not where he perishes, but he cannot die at our northern station. We cannot allow the Yunbao Changyuan to unite against me and seize my station chief. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Indeed, Lu Bai remarked, the situation is becoming clearer. Cheng Long is indeed in hiding, and he has done so effectively, keeping everyone in the dark. Cheng Ye's information starkly contrasts with what we possess. He exhibits a ruthless approach, a steadiness of character, and a pursuit of individual excellence, showing little interest in the factional disputes of the past, especially the entanglements of Cheng Wu's generation. Are you certain? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would the inner city delegate him to us? Good. Have you conveyed the advantages of choosing a side to him? I have. He shows no aversion to aligning himself. I believe we can explore this, perhaps allowing him to carry the banner for the younger generation of inspectors, just as Cheng Long once did. Despite the pressure from the inner city, I understand. You need not concern yourself with the ensuing matters. What about the previous favors? Consider them settled. I am gratified that within our ranks, we still have someone with your original ideals. You jest, sir. I am merely an old rogue. I harbor no lofty ideals. Just a sense of duty to not squander the efforts of my predecessors in the pursuit of the extraordinary. On the third floor of the theater, which had yet to be cleared, Li Matai ended the call, his gaze casually penetrating the hole in the wall, landing on the departing Cheng Ye. A glint of excitement flickered in his eyes, akin to discovering a rare treasure. However, it quickly faded, returning to its usual languid and dull demeanor. In Chapter 51, Blood Dragon Alliance, Director Miao Yang. Each piece on the chessboard possesses its limitations, yet also conceals unique advantages. For instance, at this moment, Cheng Ye could simply walk away, leaving the dilemma for Ding Yishan and Harlan to tackle. Who could have anticipated that in less than a week, his strength would undergo such a dramatic transformation? The thought of Ding Yishan's astonishment upon hearing the news brought Cheng Ye immense satisfaction. The thrill of confronting challenges and breaking through truly captivated him. It was no wonder that so many historical figures relished the thrill of dancing between two factions, enjoying the exhilaration of balancing on the edge of a blade. Of course, he had no intention of jumping between factions. He would find an opportunity to sit down and ensure no one could make him leave. On his way back, Cheng Ye decided to divert into a small bar by the roadside, spending 4 happiness coins to purchase 2 bags of industrial beer to celebrate his remarkable turnaround in circumstances. In the lower levels of the buffer zone, the inexpensive brown liquid offered the most affordable pleasure. Priced the same as the bland nutritional paste, it provided a distinctly different flavor experience. With each sip, the cold liquid combined with bubbles to dissolve the dryness in his throat. It must be said that the creators of this wasteland world truly understood the needs of the lower class. Although this beer was artificially flavored and might be harmful, in terms of taste, the roasted malt blended with a subtle bitterness from the hops far surpassed the offerings of some modern microbreweries. The legendary complexity was almost palpable. As he finished one bag and prepared to tackle the next, his peripheral vision caught sight of Uncle Dong approaching from the street corner, laughing and walking with the group. His steps light and a rare smile gracing his face. Particularly when he glanced at the middle-aged lady beside him, his gaze held an unexpected tenderness. Was Uncle Dong experiencing a second spring? How delightful! Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, amused at the unexpected turn of events. Was this what he had referred to as his wish? Before he could applaud, Cheng Ye had intended to simply bolster Uncle Dong's presence, unaware that it would incite a frenzy among the crowd. Fortunately, it seemed to have caused no adverse effects. Let it serve as a memorable moment for Uncle Dong. After all, among the lecturers these past 2 days, he was the only one who could prompt such unified applause from the inspectors. As the group passed by, Cheng Ye finished his remaining bag of beer. With only 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun still shining, he decided to head directly to the training ground, located 4 stations away from the Grand Theater. To ascertain the extent of his newfound strength granted by the iron body talent, only practical combat could provide the answer. If Liu Bai were present, he would be the ideal sparring partner, easily revealing the limits of his abilities. However, in his absence, the training ground had personnel available for practice, requiring merely a few happiness coins as compensation. Sir, the bus requires 5 passengers. Never mind, Cheng Ye thought. It's only 4 stations away. I cannot afford to splurge 10 coins on a private vehicle. Upon careful consideration, his expenses over the past few days had indeed accumulated significantly. The reinforcement of the door cost 600, while the nutritional paste exceeded 300. Coupled with my change in physique, I purchased 3 pieces of replacement clothing on my way out noon, each costing 40 coins. Fortunately, the inspectors earned swiftly. Otherwise, I would indeed face financial ruin. Not to mention the monthly salary of the apprentice inspector. A quick inspection station can yield a few hundred coins daily with just a slight adjustment to the fuel gauge. I jogged along, considering it a warm-up. After 10 minutes, Cheng Ye gradually slowed his pace, his gaze falling upon the large training facility resembling a greenhouse in the distance. Architecturally speaking, it appeared quite ordinary, yet it was in fact the largest building in the buffer zone, encompassing a total area of 500 acres. Its full name is Blood Dragon United Training Ground. The term Blood Dragon derives from the Blood Dragon Legion, while United refers to the United Armory in the inner city. When Liu Bai first brought me here, he mentioned that this place not only selects outstanding candidates from among ordinary people for the Blood Dragon Legion, but also serves as a testing ground for certain weapons by the Armory. In my previous visits, I would directly access the back area, which is not open to the public, reserved solely for personnel on the roster. However, today, needing to find a sparring partner, I deliberately took a detour, entering the front area through the main gate, which is accessible to everyone for the first time. At this time of year, it was indeed rather desolate. Recruitment mainly occurs in the first half of the year, specifically from late February to mid-April during the spring. After the recruitment season, the next bustling period is when the factory area ceases operations and personnel return. At that time, the Blood Dragon Legion will initiate a new round of recruitment, convening tests to select exceptional candidates, and commencing training in advance to prepare for potential infection waves in winter. Aside from that, the training ground sees little traffic at other times. This is partly due to the relatively high fees. A single session costs 10 coins, with additional charges for specialized equipment. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of training is quite low, as it demands considerable energy without immediate returns, making it more practical to invest in a firearm that ensures equality among all beings. At an intersection, as I stepped onto one side, another individual approached from the opposite end. Upon a glance, both recognized each other, and a moment later, their identities came to mind. Captain Miao. Cheng Ye greeted him with a smile. Miao Yang paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by Cheng Ye's initiative to speak, and could only muster a faint smile. Inspector. If anyone's feelings were most complicated when the entire audience applauded Uncle Dong, it was undoubtedly him. Although the lecturers who followed received no applause upon their entrance, the stark contrast between their appearances and Uncle Dong's would leave anyone feeling unsettled. As the instigator of it all, Cheng Ye's leading gesture of support did not escape Miao Yang's notice. Are you here to train? Yes, Miao Yang replied tersely, not due to a solitary disposition, but rather a lack of conversational topics with Cheng Ye. As a retired veteran, he found himself in the presence of an esteemed inspector from the buffer zone. There was no need for flattery, and he truly could not find a suitable excuse to foster a connection. Furthermore, he was not inclined to demean himself with sycophancy. The two walked towards the main entrance, and Cheng Ye felt no sense of class disparity, casually inquiring. I recall you discussing how hydrophilic infection sources can evoke emotions within humans, particularly fear, which amplifies with the duration of parasitism. Is this an isolated case or a common phenomenon? Miao Yang halt abruptly, instinctively responding. You listened? Of course, you spoke quite well, Cheng Ye replied, momentarily taken aback. Then awkwardly added, it was just that while I was contemplating your remarks, you left the stage, and I didn't have the chance to applaud. Miao Yang initially assumed Cheng Ye was jesting until he confirmed the seriousness of his expression. He sighed inwardly. I thought no one would be interested in those old tales. The amplification of emotions is neither an isolated case nor a common phenomenon. For what I understand, and the cases I've encountered, they predominantly center around animal infection sources. To elaborate, hydrophilic infection sources can be primarily categorized into three types. The first being contaminated aquatic plants, often eccentric in nature, such as the whispering tentacles, which are a mutated form of spring grass capable of resurrecting the deceased. The second type involves fusion monsters, thriving in rain-soaked environments. Take the thousand-leaf plague grass, for instance, which requires a water source to sustain its growth. The third type pertains to the animal infection sources I referenced earlier, like nightmare goldfish, fear shrimp, and rampaging fish. These infection sources influence human consciousness, amplifying specific emotions, with the most susceptible emotions being fear, bloodlust, and greed. As Miao Yang began his introduction, he initially focused on key points. After a few sentences, he noticed Cheng Ye listening intently, occasionally nodding in affirmation. Thus, he unconsciously delved into greater detail, even sharing a personal experience. The Blood Dragon Legion, of which I am a member, is primarily responsible for cleansing the areas surrounding Happiness City. In the 17th year of the new era, a severe flood erupted in the Linshui region, causing breaches in several embankments, which led to a surge in tidal infections, most of which were hydrophilic. At that time, my team, the Thunder Moon Squad, received a clearance mission, but that operation nearly resulted in the annihilation of our entire squad. Fearing that Cheng Ye might grow impatient with a lengthy narrative, Miao Yang spoke rapidly, selectively highlighting key points. In the 17th year of the new era, humanity's understanding of infection sources was still in its infancy. Most hydrophilic infection sources were encountered for the first time, and their peculiar abilities were not yet fully understood. The creature my squad encountered was the fear shrimp I mentioned earlier. Once this infection source parasitizes a human, it ignites their inner fears, gradually inducing hallucinations that lead them to misidentify their comrades as infected. The more troublesome aspect is that once fear spreads, it becomes a breeding ground for the fear shrimp's parasitism. Within half a day, 3 members of our squad were infected. 8 individuals, and 3 were infected? Captain Miao, how did you manage to return alive? Cheng Ye was astonished. According to the inspector manual, if 2 members of an 8-person squad were infected, it typically meant total annihilation. If more than 2 were infected, survival was almost impossible. It was sheer luck that I discovered the creature's weakness. Miao Yang relished Cheng Ye's astonishment, unable to suppress a grin. Amplifying emotions has its pros and cons. Since it magnifies their inner fears, it also amplifies other emotions. I noticed those 3 were too frightened to approach, so I ordered them to the riverbank to take a look, and they were so terrified that they cried, which inadvertently revealed the parasitic fear shrimp. So, to deal with hydrophilic infection sources, if one senses that their own or their teammates' emotions are amiss, one should promptly utilize such extreme methods for induced testing. You grasped the key point quite swiftly, Miao Yang nodded. However, there are exceptions. Some infected individuals remain dormant during the parasitism period and only exhibit effects in special environments. For example, with the rampaging fish, the emotional influence only begins once the host exceeds 20,000 steps in a day. Conversely, if an infected person remains completely still for over 7 days, the parasitism will fail. Or there's an even simpler method. If one breaks the infected individual's legs, the parasitism will also fail. Really? It can work that way? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how the knowledge of infection sources in the inspector manual was indeed overly one-sided. It merely taught how to discern infections without addressing how to manage or treat humans once parasitized. And please, don't call me sir, it feels odd. Gaining a vital piece of information, Cheng Ye felt elated. My surname is Cheng, and my name is Ye. You may address me as Inspector Cheng, or simply Cheng. Elated by the good news, he felt exceptionally fortunate today. Everything had been going smoothly since he woke up. It was infinitely easier than the previous 2 months of navigating through obstacles. Inspector Cheng, please, Miao Yang dare not call him by name. Stepping forward to open the training ground's plastic steel main door, gesturing for him to enter. 2 individuals entered the premises, one following closely behind the other. In terms of internal style, there was little distinction between the front and rear areas. Both consisted of a vast expanse divided into 4 distinct sections: the equipment zone, training area, combat zone, and shooting zone. At the entrance stood a robust figure, who upon seeing Miao Yang accompany someone, could not help but inquire with curiosity. This is Inspector Cheng. Remember his name well, and do not misaddress him. Inspector Cheng. The burly man felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Cheng Ye waved his hand casually and, unable to suppress his curiosity, headed toward the front desk, asking, Captain Miao, he calls you the curator. Could it be that this training ground is yours? Not at all. Miao Yang quickly shook his head. This is the property of the Shuilong Army Corps. I am merely here to make a living after retiring. Do not let him call me curator. I am simply in charge of the equipment. There are dozens of curators here, much like myself. I see. Cheng Ye nodded slightly. Having clarified the internal structure of the training ground, the Shuilong Army Corps established this training facility not only to scout talent, but also to accommodate retired soldiers with merits. May I inquire what brings you, Inspector Cheng, today? As the staff donned their headsets, Miao Yang introduced Cheng Ye's identity. I am looking for a sparring partner. I have been training in the back area and recently achieved some breakthroughs, so I wish to test whether my combat abilities have improved. A sparring partner? Before the staff could respond, Miao Yang, standing behind Cheng Ye, pondered for a moment and suddenly asked with a hint of uncertainty, Inspector Cheng, do you think I am capable? The training ground offered considerable benefits. Curators like Miao Yang, besides having their meals and lodging covered, typically earned over 300 happiness coins each month. However, many were reluctant to come here, such as Uncle Dong. Serving at the training ground did not equate to full retirement. It merely meant a temporary leave from the army, as in case of infection wave. Curators must immediately step in, either to lead a team or to engage directly. Yet Uncle Dong had sustained injuries, greatly diminishing his combat effectiveness, making a return to the battlefield akin to courting death. Consequently, only veterans like Miao Yang, who were uninjured but disheartened by the heavy losses of their comrades, would choose to serve as curators here. The work was generally relaxed. The facility was well-equipped, spacious enough for frequent combat engagements, and occasionally he could mentor promising recruits, hoping to cultivate relationships. Typically, the training ground would only become busy during recruitment seasons. In spring, they were responsible for selecting troops, while in winter, they organized training exercises for new recruits. However, for someone to actively request to serve as a sparring partner, as was the case today, was an unprecedented occurrence in the staff's recollection. Is that convenient? Cheng Ye was unaware of the intricacies involved, merely feeling that enlisting someone at random would yield inferior results compared to a seasoned veteran like Miao Yang. Of course, it's convenient. The number of people training here is far less than that of us curators. There should be no issues. Miao Yang smiled, adding, however, if Inspector Cheng feels that my abilities are insufficient, you may choose someone else. No, Curator Miao is a veteran. I am but a fledgling. Cheng Ye quickly waved his hand, turning to the front desk staff and stating, I am not familiar with the pricing for sparring partners. Please charge me the highest rate set by Curator Miao and put on my account. What constitutes social finesse? Merely through a brief interaction, Cheng Ye sensed that Curator Miao seemed particularly attentive to certain matters. This was not surprising. Many veterans who retired from the battlefield often grappled with similar psychological issues. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Miao Yang's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The staff momentarily paused, their gaze instinctively drifting towards Miao Yang. The highest rate for a standard sparring partner was set at 15 coins per hour, but that was a price designated for outsiders seeking to earn extra income. A person of Miao Yang's stature would not typically charge for sparring, nor would there be a rate applicable. Inspector Cheng is not short of funds. Let us proceed with the highest rate. Miao Yang chuckled, his tone growing increasingly gentle as he casually instructed the staff, thereafter leading Cheng Ye further into the facility. Passing through the corridor connecting the inner and outer areas, they unexpectedly arrived at the area where he had previously sparred with Brother B. Had he been here before? I frequented this place 2 months ago, but only accompanied the inspector who introduced me to the field. Cheng Ye nodded. He is a brother-in-arms of my father, named Lu Bai. I wonder if Curator Miao is familiar with him? Lombi. Miao Yang halted, astonished. How could he not know? Inspector Liu was the sole disciple of Master Xia Tsang and one of the few warriors capable of achieving a state of unity with nature. I cannot hold a candle to him. Wait, is Cheng Long your father? Cheng Ye nodded. Miao Yang's demeanor shifted, revealing a clear respect as his tone became serious. I am remiss. It turns out Inspector Cheng comes from such a distinguished lineage. No wonder you have forged your martial body at such a young age. Forged my martial body? Cheng Ye expressed interest, for Liu Bai had never mentioned such matters. This refers to the classification of new martial arts realms. Has Inspector Liu not shared this with you? No, I have never inquired, and he has not spoken of it. He merely urged me to practice. Of course, that is impossible. Before mastering the fundamental techniques of force application, he would be out of breath even when chopping wooden posts. So how could he discuss realms? It seems Inspector Liu wishes for you to solidify your foundation and not aim too high too quickly. Miao Yang nodded slightly, but did not choose to remain cryptic due to Liu Bai's silence. Each instructor has a unique teaching style. His philosophy was to inspire students to envision greater heights and broader horizons, thereby igniting aspirations and pursuits. Ancient martial arts trace back to bygone eras, originating over 1,000 years ago. At that time, humanity had yet to develop firearms and relied solely on close combat for survival, leading to an evolution of genes favoring enhanced melee capabilities. This gradually gave rise to countless schools and techniques, alongside a corresponding system of realms. With the advent of firearms, close-quarter combat was gradually phased out by the times, and human genes lost some of their combative traits during evolution, resulting in the swift decline of ancient martial arts. Many past masters of martial arts, if placed in the present, would struggle to contend with recruits who had trained for less than 3 months. It wasn't until the emergence of the S-series virus that humanity's genes shifted once more. After several generations of evolution in this new era, our genes have far surpassed those of individuals from 1,000 years ago, and thanks to scientific advancements and theoretical evolution, our combat prowess and the speed of reaching realms are significantly stronger and faster than those of ancient warriors. Miao Yang spoke calmly, inunji ating clearly. Each martial art has its distinct schools. The successors draw from the strengths of various styles, establishing new martial arts. Your father inherited the school of Master Wu Ji, which seeks to push the limits of the physical body. It is said that reaching its pinnacle can slightly increase the probability of humans becoming extraordinary. Inspector Liu follows the teachings of Master Xia Song, focusing on elevating realms, making it most suitable for those with simple minds to practice, achieving rapid progress. At this point, he shifted his gaze to Cheng Ye. However, before we delve into this discussion, I must first ask you, what do you believe is the purpose of practicing martial arts? The purpose of martial arts? Cheng Ye did not hesitate, having formed a clear answer since his initial encounter with martial arts. First, in scenarios where firearms are impractical, one must not be inferior to others, as combat effectiveness would significantly diminish. Second, when faced with danger, one should create distance to secure space for a counterattack. Third, enhanced physical quality and muscle memory can aid in executing tactical movements, ensuring one remains in a safe shooting position. Well said. Miao Yang nodded in agreement. I have trained numerous recruits and posed this question to many, yet some remain stubborn, insisting on engaging in close combat with infected entities, which utterly undermines the efforts of the pioneers who established new martial arts. Could it be that the realms of new martial arts were also established to enhance the application of these scenarios? Indeed, Miao Yang had no intention of keeping Cheng Ye in suspense as he straightforwardly introduced the new martial arts system, which was entirely distinct from the old one. It was divided into 5 stages: the construction of the martial body, the refinement of the physique akin to forging a sword, and the solidification of one's fundamental constitution. One would cultivate the forces of the tiger, dragon, snake, and eagle, seeking to embody 4 powers: utmost rigidity, utmost ferocity, utmost subtlety, and utmost swiftness. The process involved burning the tendons, refining the 12 major sinews, transcending the mundane flesh. In the embrace of the Daokai, the 6 senses would connect with the divine, aligning with the natural principles, significantly enhancing bodily control and enabling one to evade the calamities of water, fire, and weaponry. Ultimately, one would achieve the unity of heaven and humanity, where one's energy would flow like a rainbow in motion and sink like a mountain in stillness. Mastering the art of energy manipulation with ease. Is a new martial realm limited to 5 stages? Cheng Ye pondered quietly before inquiring, Director Miao, what is my current state? If you don't mind, I would like to test it. Miao Yang stepped forward, gently pressing his fingers on Cheng Ye's chest, arms, lower back, and thighs. A peculiar sensation coursed through Cheng Ye. With each touch, he instinctively tightened his body in resistance. After a series of repetitions, Miao Yang withdrew his hand with a smile, stating, Your martial body has a solid foundation, although it has yet to reach the depth of an ancient tree's roots in fertile soil. You have already taken your first glimpse into the new martial path. Moreover, has Inspector Liu already taught you about energy release? Are you referring to this? Cheng Ye slightly shifted his stance and delivered punch. This is the utmost rigid dragon force, practicing the kingly way and training the dragon force. Inspector Liu has already laid the groundwork for you. The next steps involve honing, concealing energy, and integrating it into the sinews. As Miao Yang finished speaking, Cheng Ye's expression suddenly shifted. What is it? Miao Yang asked. It's nothing. I believe Brother B mentioned something similar. Cheng Ye replied ambiguously, though a storm of thoughts brewed within him. Just as Miao Yang completed his introduction to Dragon Force, a panel unexpectedly appeared, with text swiftly scrolling across it. Detected inheritable civilization information entry. Information degree increased by 15. Collector has recorded the civilization information. Updating data. Information update successful. Foundational energy release has been updated to the embryonic form of Dragon Force. 3 lines of prompts flashed before vanishing. The description of foundational energy release had indeed changed. Cheng Ye realized that the inheritable information did not pertain to knowledge-based skills or historical accounts, but rather to information that had persisted through millennia, surviving numerous shifts in eras and retaining a strong presence within human civilization. I found 3 skills that only increased by 32, and this single piece of information increased nearly half. Recognizing this, Cheng Ye felt a wave of excitement. If this method were viable, it would mean a significant acceleration in his progression towards higher ranks, far exceeding his previous expectations. Director Miao, please continue. The 4 forces vary in difficulty. with the Tiger Force being the easiest to grasp. Awakening one's ferocity and shedding rationality can lead to the embryonic form in as little as 2 to 3 weeks, while the Dragon Force is the most challenging. It requires not only unwavering courage, but also the perseverance to maintain fighting spirit in the face of adversity. Any lapse in diligence may result in regression. Can the realm truly regress? Cheng Ye queried. Of course. In the old era, it was quite the opposite. The Dragon Force was the simplest, while the Tiger Force was the most difficult. In stable environments, it was hard to harbor ferocity. Without ferocity, the Tiger Force naturally loses its potency. Was the Tiger Force truly the most difficult before? Cheng Ye couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that it was a reflection of his own situation. For those from the Wasteland, shedding rationality was simple. Yet, as a modern individual, he found it nearly impossible. Only when he harnessed the instincts of a wild beast could he attack purely on instinct, but he was still far from abandoning rational thought and becoming a frenzied beast. What about the snake and eagle forces? The snake embodies utmost subtlety. One must employ strategy and cannot rely solely on brute strength. Only by adapting flexibly in combat and avoiding rigid patterns can one grasp the essence of snake force. The eagle embodies utmost swiftness. Diligent practice is essential. Only when the techniques become ingrained as muscle memory can one truly unlock the door to eagle force. At this point, Miao Yang solemnly cautioned, mastering the 4 forces is the true entry into the new martial arts. Before that, do not delve too deeply, or you may disrupt your foundational mindset for cultivating energy, making it difficult to integrate into the sinews. Once you have mastered the 4 forces, you will naturally understand why it is essential to burn the tendons and embrace the Daoke. If the information degree could continue to rise, Cheng Ye was not overly concerned about the foundational mindset. After all, he could rely on his energy reserves, as long as they were sufficient. He would eventually gather the 4 forces. However, it appeared that this information would not continue to increase without matching skills. It seemed he needed to acquire the 4 forces to further enhance his progress. You wish to spar? Likely to test the Dragon Force? Yes, Cheng Ye nodded, not mentioning that he was actually eager to experience the enhancements of the iron physique. He wanted to feel the absence of pain while significantly improving his bodily control and the benefits it would bring. Come, you attack, and I will defend. Do not worry. Although I have not achieved the unity of heaven and humanity, I have long embraced the Daoke. Miao Yang's confidence was evident as he spoke. You won't be able to hurt me. Feel free to exert yourself. In close combat, injuries were inevitable, especially when one defended while the other attacked, increasing the likelihood of the defender being wounded. However, since Miao Yang had said so, Cheng Ye felt no need to hold back and immediately assumed his starting stance. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders observe the subtleties. In comparison to the energy release techniques, Cheng Ye's clumsy stance resembled that of an amateur, prompting Miao Yang to shake his head. Come, use all your strength, do not hold back. Cheng Ye did not respond. Before Miao Yang's voice had faded, his thigh muscles tensed abruptly, and with a powerful thrust of his left leg against the ground, the soles of his shoes screeched against the floor. He lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain, his right fist aiming directly at Miao Yang's face. Yet, in the instant of the punch's release, Miao Yang moved. Cheng Ye felt as if a shadow flickered before him. The target he had locked onto had suddenly shifted to his left. What speed? Previously, during practice with Liu Bai, Cheng Ye had at least been able to discern the movements, but now, it was as if Miao Yang had simply vanished. No, this was preemptive judgment. Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly retracted his fist and transformed it into a sweeping kick. However, just as his knee rose halfway, Miao Yang sidestepped and gently pushed his lower back, causing Cheng Ye to kick at nothing but air. With the distance widening, Cheng Ye had no choice but to follow through, delivering a powerful straight punch. To his surprise, Miao Yang did not evade. He raised both hands to block, his body retreating like a martial arts master, absorbing the force and elegantly dissipating all the energy. Continue, do not stop, Miao Yang urged with a low voice. Cheng Ye adjusted his breathing and pressed the attack. This was indeed his first battle since his body had been enhanced, and he felt a remarkable improvement compared to merely understanding energy release before. Just like the previous transition from punch to kick, he was now able to execute techniques with fluidity, his thoughts igniting a responsive surge of muscle power. Once again, he advanced, Sensing Miao Yang's left shoulder dip momentarily, Cheng Ye slid to the side, employing the same strategy. A left jab punctured through as Miao Yang attempted to evade, while his right fist aimed at Miao Yang's ribs, intent on delivering a devastating blow. The collision echoed like thunder. Just as Miao Yang crossed his arms to block, Cheng Ye's knee shot upward, targeting his abdomen, followed by a feint with his left fist. Suddenly, his right leg pivoted and struck at Miao Yang's supporting knee. This rapid series of techniques was as swift as lightning, with all lethal moves concealed within that single kick. If it landed, Miao Yang would need at least 10 days to recover. Good. Finally, Miao Yang lost some of his earlier composure, rolling away to evade the kick. Yet before he could regain his footing, Cheng Ye had already turned and pursued, his fists raining down like a storm, an unrelenting onslaught akin to a lion unleashed. With each strike, Miao Yang continuously raised his hands to block, appearing increasingly beleaguered. However, the disparity in their inherent strengths was too vast. Even though Cheng Ye had gained the upper hand, he still struggled to secure victory. Each punch either saw Miao Yang predictably evade or be blocked by a double-handed guard. Striking at the vital points proved futile against the impenetrable defense. A jab surged forward, prompting Cheng Ye to withdraw his offensive stance, standing in place, panting heavily. Simultaneously, he opened his mental interface, his gaze fixating on the disengaged iron physique. "Are you fatigued?" Miao Yang rubbed his tingling arms, chuckling softly. "Your technique is rather rudimentary. I surmise Officer Liu has yet to instruct you. If you aspire to elevate your skills swiftly, I possess a standardized technique from the Xue Lone Legion. While not particularly exquisite, it serves as a solid foundation for beginners. Prepare yourself." His roar tore through the air. Another assault? Observing Cheng Ye charge once more, Miao Yang shook his head slightly, yet could not suppress a sigh of admiration. Truly, he is a practitioner of Dragon Force. His indomitable spirit surpasses that of many seasoned martial artists. With proper guidance, he could become a formidable force. As Miao Yang pondered, he instinctively raised his arms to guard, attempting to block Cheng Ye's jab. Yet this time, the punch aimed at his ribs inexplicably altered its trajectory, slipping through the gap in his guard and striking solidly at his abdomen. This is not right. A piercing pain surged through Miao Yang, his expression shifting dramatically as he bent down, attempting to evade. However, Cheng Ye's sweeping kick followed suit, the rhythm of the attack starkly contrasting with the previous exchanges, with his waist twisting at an almost impeccable timing. "I cannot withstand this." Miao Yang felt a weight in his heart. Previously, he could anticipate Cheng Ye's attacks through his footwork, yet these two strikes felt as though he were sparring with a master of the same realm. Impossible to predict and difficult to block in advance, leaving him to react in haste. In desperation, Miao Yang transformed his hand into a fist, striking at Cheng Ye's thigh. Yet, despite the force sufficient to topple Cheng Ye, he remained unaffected, his strength and momentum unwavering. Boom! The kick crashed against Miao Yang's hastily raised right arm, unleashing a torrent of power. Like a feather-light cardboard box, Miao Yang, who had moments ago appeared so composed, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ropes of the ring, the metallic framework below reverberating with a dull thud. What the hell? Though aware that activating the iron physique granted him remarkable control over his body for a brief period, was it truly to such an extent? Fearing that the anomaly of this strike might be discovered, Cheng Ye hastily deactivated the skill, rushing over to assist Miao Yang. To his surprise, upon the deactivation of the iron physique, a tingling pain surged from his thigh, causing him to stumble and fall. "Damn, did it hurt this much?" Cheng Ye grimaced, visibly noticing swelling in his leg. Force and force are reciprocal. Miao Yang's strike, colliding with a kick, was something an ordinary person could scarcely endure. Yet, while equipped with the iron physique, he felt no pain, merely a fleeting itch. What has happened? Miao Yang, clutching the ropes, managed to rise, grimacing as he pressed his ribs, appearing disheveled, yet thankfully not injured. The iron physique? Glancing at Cheng Ye, seated on the ground, Miao Yang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. It is said that in the ancient martial era, those with clear hearts could enter the realm of Bao Tai with mere novice bodies, significantly enhancing their bodily control. Yet, experiencing this realm firsthand, no one would believe it, for this state of transcending self and object required one to first conceal their strength within the sinews. Only by harboring power within the 12 sinews could one liberate their nerves, greatly enhancing their bodily control precision. Damn it, this isn't merely a rumor. It has unfolded before my very eyes. That evening, Miao Yang carried Cheng Ye home. There was no alternative, unless he wished to reveal the significant reduction in pain perception attributed to the iron physique. There was no logical reason for him to stand and walk back as if nothing had transpired. Your door. Miao Yang glanced around to the neighboring houses. Though all had reinforced their doors, Cheng Ye's appeared notably sturdier, seeming to merge seamlessly with the wall, unlike any patched-up doorway. A poor door leads to restless nights. Cheng Ye retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, revealing a simple setup of a bed and a table, which startled Miao Yang. Officer Cheng, your living conditions are exceedingly Spartan. The external possessions are sufficient. Why would I need so much furniture for just myself? Cheng Ye sat on the bed, patting the brown mattress acquired from a flea market, a smile creeping onto his lips. The cushions sold by the official outlet are all soft and squishy. Finding a firm mattress akin to those from before the transition is indeed a challenge. However, this smile, seen through Miao Yang's eyes, made him gulp. He finally understood why Cheng Ye could enter the realm of Baotai without having unlocked the four forces. Such a mindset, unencumbered by external possessions, far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I brought some ointment for bruises. Let me apply it for you. Thank you. Lying on the bed, he removed his trousers, revealing the bruised and swollen skin on his legs. Miao Yang shook his head, beginning to apply the medication and massage. Cheng Ye winced, his lips twitching. This aligned closely with his earlier conjectures. The iron physique bestowed immense resilience to injuries while simultaneously dulling his pain sensitivity. Had he not activated the iron physique at that moment, Miao Yang's punch would have disrupted his flow. He might have sustained an injury or felt a brief numbness, but it would never have been severe enough to necessitate being carried home. However, did that sudden enhancement in bodily control signify entry into the realm of Baotai? Cheng Ye contemplated, recalling Miao Yang's explanation. Burning the sinews, as described in ancient martial texts, is not merely a concept. From a modern martial perspective, it essentially involves honing the sensitivity and resilience of the body's primary nerve pathways. Achieving mastery would connect muscle groups that require fine neural control with the main nerve pathways, thereby releasing some of the subtle neural control pressure. Once the 12 major sinews are cultivated, one essentially meets the criteria for the Baotai realm, indicating that sufficient nerves have been liberated to support a qualitative leap in bodily control. Does this mean I am cheating? Achieving similar effects by releasing pain perception without burning the sinews. Cheng Ye was momentarily startled. As the saying goes, a small opening is not a breach. The iron physique is dangerously potent in ordinary use, yet in critical moments, it becomes a decisive trump card. The thought that even a master like Miao Yang could be sent flying with a light strike, sustaining minor injuries, was exhilarating. If armed with a weapon and employing a whirlwind stab, the experience would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Furthermore, he opened the mental interface, adjusting it to his personal profile, his expression growing solemn. Collector, Cheng Ye, current rank, level 1 apprentice for 7100, life level, 0 skills, Dragon Force prototype, Beast Instinct. Iron physique, talent. Not yet unlocked. Evaluation. Your strength. Although the evaluation remained unchanged, the basic power display in the skill section had vanished, replaced by the Dragon Force prototype as Miao Yang had described. Previously referred to as basic power due to my inability to accurately classify this method of exertion within my knowledge framework. It was vaguely categorized as a form of power application. Now, having gathered information related to ancient martial arts, my understanding has evolved. Could it be that the skill name has changed as well? It is not merely a matter of changing names. The Dragon Force prototype was sourced from Chu Yunfeng. However, Cheng Ye could not discern any other basic powers, suggesting two possibilities. Either Chu Yunfeng has only cultivated the Dragon Force, or the remaining 3 forces do not belong to level 1 skills. Could he have only developed the Dragon Force? Cheng Ye shook his head, dismissing this hypothesis. Chu Yunfeng is a formidable individual with level 4 skills. It would be unreasonable for him not to have cultivated the 4 forces. Yet, why is his Dragon Force only at level 1? Contemplating Miao Yang's mention of regression in realms, Cheng Ye began to sense that the story behind Chu Yunfeng might be more intricate than he had imagined. Moreover, with my current mindset, It is quite challenging to cultivate the power of the tiger. However, should I manage to acquire this particular skill, I am certain it would resolve the issue instantaneously. I am not foolish enough to genuinely force myself into a life-or-death struggle in search of a breakthrough in my mentality. All right, the medicine is applied. Miao Yang withdrew his hand, placing the 1/3 empty vial aside, then produced a new bottle of medicine to set down nearby. If you need anything, just call for me. I'm always at your service. Thank you, Director Miao. Cheng Ye nodded, about to inquire about the cost of the medicine. But Miao Yang had already turned and walked out the door, not granting him the opportunity to speak. Director Miao is truly as kind-hearted as Brother B, Cheng Ye thought, momentarily taken aback, and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, at that moment, the defense communicator on the bedside began to ring, displaying a string of unfamiliar, unsaved numbers. Who is it? Cheng Ye answered the communicator with a low hum, but his expression shifted dramatically the next second. A hurried and deep voice emerged from the receiver. Cheng Ye, a serious problem is imminent. He-Fei's body has not been properly handled, and the source of infection has spread extensively. Chapter 54. The Stand-in Starfish. A terrifying mode of transmission. The defense communicator is a specialized communication tool developed by Xingfu City. It resembles a large mobile phone, made from stable and exceptionally durable materials. It possesses certain functions of modern smartphones while also serving as protective gear in critical moments, capable of withstanding 3 impacts of around 400 joules consecutively. Most importantly, the defense communicator is free. Any resident of Xingfu City, having lived there for over 60 days, can register and receive one at designated locations. Of course, the reason for such generosity is that once the communicator leaves the boundaries of Xingfu City, it instantly becomes inoperable. Not only can calls not be made, but all internal functions will be locked. Even within the buffer zone, inner city, and industrial area, special permissions must be obtained for communication. And such permissions are extremely limited, mostly allocated for public account communications. Even if Liu Bai is a Phase 4 inspector, he must still apply for permission at the inspection station. Even for special circumstances, the infection that afflicted He-Fei originated from a unique maternal source, which had already spread and parasitized the surrounding guards at the time of his death. What? Cheng Ye felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, instinctively reaching for the handgun placed on the bedside. However, upon turning, he noticed the newly installed security door, and his tension eased somewhat. Brother B, aren't you over in the industrial area? How do you know this? It is precisely because of this that the problem is exacerbated. Liu Bai's voice was raspy like sandpaper, explaining that the unknown source of infection that afflicted He-Fei had been designated by the Research Institute with the code name Stand-in Starfish. It is an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying hydrophilic animal-type source of infection that has been determined to transmit through bodily fluids as well as by contact. Contact? Cheng Ye's heart trembled violently. In the inspector manual, contact-type sources of infection are considered among the most terrifying, if not promptly identified and managed. The virus can spread like wildfire. Countless refuge cities have collapsed overnight as a result of the rampant spread of such infections. Indeed, Liu Bai spoke with urgency. An identical source of infection appeared in the industrial area this afternoon, and upon investigation, it was found that the infected individual in the industrial zone had merely had brief contact with the infected individual in the buffer zone. The Crusaders immediately quarantined the workers who had come into contact with the infected individual. Induction tests revealed that although only 3 out of 19 were infected, those 3 had also identified new sources of infection. The industrial area is now on lockdown, undergoing a comprehensive investigation, but since the infection has already spread to this side, you should understand the current situation in the buffer zone. Of course I understand. The exponential mode of transmission makes it unsurprising that the entire city could be filled with infected individuals. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, his gaze falling upon his injured leg and the unopened nutritional fluid container at the foot of the bed. Can we still hold our ground? Yes. Surprisingly, Liu Bai provided a resolute answer. The more transmissible the source of infection, the more stringent the conditions for outbreak, and it can often be attempted to be eradicated before it erupts. Currently, it has been determined that if humidity exceeds 98 around the infected individual, the stand-in starfish will activate and remain in that state for more than 30 minutes before entering the second phase of outbreak. If humidity falls below the threshold, it will continue to harbor and transmit silently. Theoretically, if the host resides in a dry area, the infection may remain dormant throughout its entire life cycle. Fortunately, the vicinity of Chuan City is not expected to see rain for the next 3 days, which is crucial for survival. The Infection Source Research Institute is working tirelessly to devise a method to eliminate the stand-in starfish. Based on past efficiency, results should emerge by tomorrow evening or the morning after, at which point citywide control measures will be implemented. At this point, Liu Bai's tone grew grave. However, you must remember, many refuge cities have achieved the utmost in prevention and control, with preparation times exceeding 30 days. Yet not a single refuge city has successfully eradicated an infection source. Do not harbor any illusions. An outbreak is inevitable, and the timing will coincide with the next rainfall. Rainfall? Cheng Ye swiftly switched to the weather module on the defense communicator, and, as expected, it had been shut down. Is it impossible to predict the next rainfall? We cannot do that. We lack meteorological satellites, and cloud data is entirely reliant on transmissions from the Xinhua Refuge City. This year's atmospheric conditions are erratic, and we can only confirm there will be no rain for 3 days at most, after which it could rain at any moment. Rain at any moment? Cheng Ye was left with only 2 choices. Either gather his belongings and flee into the wilderness immediately, or remain and resist the impending threat alongside Xingfu City. However, without prior preparation, where could he run to? He might unwittingly plunge into the heart of the infected S-layer. Damn it, after this, I must establish a refuge point outside the city. If an outbreak occurs, how do we respond? Cheng Ye did not hesitate to inquire. As soon as he finished speaking, he distinctly heard a sigh from the other side of the receiver, filled with weariness and reflection. Brother B, communication between the industrial area and the buffer zone is restricted, especially during such extraordinary times. But do you know why I was able to reach you on this call? Ding Yishan contacted me. He wants me to return and protect you. On both ends of the call, an eerie silence fell. Ding Yishan. In an instant, Cheng Ye envisioned several possibilities. Yet he never anticipated the answer would be those 3 words. Why, you ask me? Liu Bai replied, as if it were self-evident. The voice emanating from the receiver conjured a classic animated image in Cheng Ye's mind. Go eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. Asking Brother B, who is far away at the hydropower station, such a thing seems indeed a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Can you return? Well, let me check the situation. On the other side of the receiver, in the highest communication room of the hydropower station, Liu Bai first glanced at the 8 soldiers stationed outside the door before peering downward. Below, in the industrial area B, no less than 100 heavy armored infantry fighting vehicles were patrolling, their bright headlights crisscrossing to create an impenetrable network of light. In the distance, over 20 yellow-painted tanks were stationed at key intersections, their cannons aimed squarely at the access points, vigilantly preventing any infected individuals from attempting to breach the hydropower station. Looking up, a swarm of drones flitted about in the sky, their bodies flashing red lights and equipped with powerful tranquilizer weapons capable of incapacitating a full-grown black bear within 5 seconds. Even further away, it appeared that a dozen helicopters were traversing back and forth, their searchlights illuminating the ground with moving beams of light. Cheng Ye, Brother B, you say, it seems I might have a bit of trouble getting out. Liu Bai lowered his voice, noting the heightened security at the hydropower station. Perhaps I should inquire whether they can arrange for you to be brought here? Damn, Brother B is truly a genius. How did I not think of that? However, before Cheng Ye could inquire about the possibilities, a strange voice unexpectedly emerged from the microphone. Inspector Liu, although we would prefer to feign ignorance, your voice is discernibly loud, and we are certainly not deaf. The man emphasized the word loud. I apologize, but we have received orders from the inner city. The hydroelectric station has entered a level S alert status. Now, whether it is you or the individual you're conversing with, anyone who appears in the restricted area of the hydroelectric station will be dealt with instantaneously. What about having a checkpoint pass? Liu Bai asked, unwilling to concede. Even if Station Chief Ding were to come, he would see the 28 Rhino tanks stationed at the passage. And I've heard that a single shot 1 TB too painful. Oh, by the way, the 18 Shadow helicopters currently on patrol are all equipped with a 3-type 30mm chain guns. It seems they are also formidable weapons. A peculiar silence enveloped both ends of the conversation. After a long pause, Biga, Cheng Ye swallowed hard. What do you mean by 28 Rhino tanks? 18 Shadow helicopters? Is it what I think it is? Liu Bai hesitated for a moment before seemingly forgetting and shifting the topic. Let us not dwell on that. The hydroelectric station is the most crucial facility in our happy city. The pressing issue now is what you plan to do. What about Sister Luo? She's safe at home, located in the suburbs where there aren't many people. As long as she doesn't go out the C-star infection. As Lu Bai spoke, he suddenly remembered, wait, I forgot to inform you about the characteristics of the substitute C-star. The following information is vital. I have summarized the key points from the industrial district and will read them to you. Please press the recording button. All right. Cheng Ye's spirit lifted as he hurriedly pressed the side function button of the defense communicator. The infected substitute C-stars are also divided into 3 stages. Stage 1 is parasitic, Stage 2 is outbreak, and Stage 3 is fusion. I have already mentioned Stage 1, which shows no obvious symptoms. Only an increase in surrounding humidity can be detected, and a faint C-star mark will form on the forehead. In Stage 2, the mark rapidly deteriorates into a tumor-like form. Human consciousness is sealed within the tumor, and the body is controlled by the source of infection, exhibiting extreme cravings for food. Increased aggression and bloodlust. Cravings for food? The C-star is a carnivorous creature. If it breaks out, what can be considered as meat? Cheng Ye couldn't help but glance in the direction of the large meat cafeteria, but regrettably, the breeding scale of the double-tailed ponytails likely wouldn't suffice to feed tens of thousands of C-star infected beings. Due to the transmission through bodily fluids and contact infection, cravings for meat, and heightened aggression, the behavior patterns during the outbreak phase resemble that of S1 series zombies. In the fusion phase, the substitute C-star provides the host with formidable defensive capabilities and digestive recovery abilities. Current defense testing results indicate that it can completely withstand kinetic impacts below 300 joules. The digestive recovery testing results show that if the host has fewer than 7 fatal injuries, consuming about 50 grams of meat can restore them completely. If the fatal injuries exceed 7, the host is doomed. 300 joules? The kinetic energy of a standard police handgun using 9mm ammunition is approximately between 300 and 400 joules. The kinetic energy of a wild bull combat handgun is around 570 joules. It appears that this contact-sensitive infected being is indeed not very strong. Previously, Barrett, merely in the outbreak phase, withstood an entire magazine without any issues, and now, the strength of the fused substitute C-star is even inferior to that of the corrupted vine in its outbreak phase. Cheng Ye let out a quiet sigh of relief, then secretly lamented the undeniable strength of Happy City's system. In an ordinary gathering place, or shelter city, facing such an unknown infected being, who would have the capability to discern so many critical data points in less than a day. You borrowed 100 contribution points earlier. You should still have some left, right? Cheng Ye was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and whispered, I haven't had the chance to use them yet. I've been busy reinforcing the door and replacing it with a security door over the past couple of days. That's good. I was just about to remind you to change the door. Lu Bai's tone was urgent. To avoid panic, news will be sealed for the next 3 days. And the station will not provide defensive equipment. All supplies must be purchased independently. But of course, reimbursement can be submitted afterward. The limit for below Stage 3 is 150 contribution points, so don't hesitate to spend. It's late now. First thing tomorrow morning. You must go to the Jubai Tuan Lu equipment store to order supplies. Use the code word, Dong Shan Zai Chi. This is our Eastern People S Inspector's urgent code. Remember these items. First, a suit of protective clothing that fits you, capable of blocking contact transmission from the substitute C-stars. Second, a specialized backpack-style isolation box to contain the source of infection and prevent secondary infection. Third, a long gun. A rifle or shotgun will do, whichever you prefer. Lu Bai paused, lowering his voice to a whisper. Even with Cheng Ye on speakerphone, he had to lean in to hear. The military armored vehicle left by your father, which runs on fuel, is hidden in the abandoned underground garage of the chemical plant staff community. It is equipped with 2 heavy machine guns with automatic fire control and enough supplies to last half a year. Remember, it can only be activated if the situation in the buffer zone becomes dire. Otherwise, it will be considered defection, and you will never be allowed back in a happy city. After you leave the city, your sister Luo knows where it is safe, and she will take you to find my hiding spot arranged in the ruins. To hide until this disaster ends. Chapter 55. Death in Secrecy, the calm before the storm. Ding! The call ended, and Cheng Ye remained in a daze for a while, trying to process the overwhelming information. A military armored vehicle? How could such a thing exist after Cheng Long's unexpected death? No. The chaotic threads of clues rapidly intertwined in Cheng Ye's mind, gradually leading him to a realization. Cheng Long's death was likely not just an ordinary accident, as Liu Bai had previously suggested. Otherwise, there would have been no need to wait until the end of the first field operation to reveal part of the truth. Field operations signify having established a foothold at the checkpoint. However, Ding Yishan's approach was to send him on a death mission before the field operation, yet suddenly changed tactics, wanting Liu Bai to return to protect him. The memory of Liu Bai's reaction flashed through Cheng Ye's mind, and he began to harbor suspicions. Cheng Long's death was likely connected to the checkpoint, but it was certainly not Ding Yishan who was instigating it behind the scenes. Otherwise, given Liu Bai's fiery temperament, he would have rebelled long ago, rather than continue to follow Ding Yishan's orders. Bigo wants me to stabilize my position as an inspector, yet Ding Yishan seems intent on doing the opposite. Initially, Bigo instructed me to seek his favor to remain, rather than directly defy orders. This indicates that Bigo must have understood the reason why Ding Yishan sent me, which was undoubtedly not merely because of my unstable position, but rather due to the weakness of the younger generation among the Eastern people. Cheng Ye jursit inyardli. Realizing he had failed to grasp this point earlier, was there a miscommunication between Bigo and me, and he assumed I already understood the reasons behind the assignment to the South-North Station? In terms of value, Cheng Ye believed that the abilities he had displayed thus far, even if not overwhelming, had reached the average level of the younger generation among the Eastern people. Otherwise, Harkin would not have sought to engage him in advance. Yet, even at this stage, Ding Yishan had not made any significant moves. Cheng Ye raised his head and couldn't help but look towards the inner city, suddenly realizing the crux of the matter. The previous body left the city and died that same day. Was it truly due to an inability to accept the harsh realities outside that led to their demise? When Bigo returns, I must clarify everything. I cannot remain in such confusion any longer, unable to identify the true enemy. Cheng Ye took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse to directly question Ding Yishan. Since Ding Yishan wanted Liu Bai to return to protect him, and even specifically instructed Liu Bai to inform him, it indicated that he was indeed on the right path. Having just crossed over, I could not have anticipated any of this. Now, having witnessed the darkness of the Wasteland and grasped the internal workings of the shelter city, I finally have some awareness and am no longer living in ignorance. 3 months in the Wasteland have changed me profoundly. I've traversed the lives of many individuals. Now, at least I possess the means to protect myself. Even though the shelter city is on the brink of an infection outbreak, I have gained the confidence and strength to survive. However, the pressing priority now is to generate income and acquire equipment. The borrowing limit for a probationary inspector is merely 100 points, and even the recent communication with Liu Bai proved futile. The only option left is to procure through intermediaries, but that would forfeit the reimbursement from the inspection station. With a debt of 107 points already and an additional 150 points looming, Cheng Ye finds himself in quite a predicament. Fortunately, he is not devoid of means to generate revenue. It all depends on the decisiveness of his methods. The previous days of rain left a district devoid of vehicles, yet with the rain having ceased, an increase in traffic is anticipated. The 30-point city entry tax could yield approximately 30 points in income. The source of the corrupted vine infection previously assigned to Qin Feng, when compared to the substitute C-star, should be valued around 60 points, possibly even more. Summing it up, 90 points should suffice, if not. He might inquire at the store about credit options. After all, the deficit is only 60 points. And perhaps a stroke of luck in the quarantine warehouse could bridge the gap. With his calculations complete, Cheng Ye immediately set a goal. As for this side of matters, he must not fall behind. Acquiring a shooting skill would be ideal. Indeed, the Blood Dragon military standard technique that Miao Yang mentioned is also a commendable choice. As the moon wanes and the sun rises, at 6:30 in the morning, Cheng Ye awakens in pain. Before the alarm even sounds, he turns and inadvertently presses down on his injured leg, nearly succumbing to the agony. Thankfully, the iron body can numb the pain, otherwise, he would be unable to reach the inspection station today. Strictly speaking, this marks only the second day of work at the rapid station. After 2 nights, his energy value has restored to 39. The thought of spending 8 hours on duty today, replenishing his energy once more, fills Cheng Ye with renewed vigor. Equipment, iron body. The skill bar flickers, and the excruciating pain dissipates in an instant. He has never experienced such a wondrous sensation. Cheng Ye stretches a bit, reflecting that even the most potent anesthetic would pale in comparison to this immediate relief. Pain is a protective mechanism of the human body. An excessive reliance on it is detrimental. However, if he could combine it with a restorative talent skill in the future, he could use the iron body with confidence. While pondering, he heads to the 5th floor water room. Turning on the faucet yields no water. It has been shut off. Clearly a measure to prevent humidity levels from exceeding 99, disallowing any potential outbreak of latent infections before the impending storm. Peering out from the water room window, he notices an increase in water barricades on the streets, effectively slicing the main urban area into several sections. Fully armed patrol officers traverse the streets, their loudspeakers blaring since dawn. Comrade He Fei, the station chief of the Central Inspection Station, has fallen. The epidemic prevention level in Happiness City has been raised to level A. We ask all residents to cooperate with the routine large-scale inspection. Thank you. Indeed, the news of He Fei's sacrifice had begun to circulate within a limited circle yesterday afternoon. Rather than continue to conceal the truth, it would be prudent to take advantage of this opportunity to deploy comprehensive control measures in advance. However, these measures cannot be excessively stringent. Forcibly confining everyone to their homes would only backfire. After all, the denizens of the Wasteland are not as psychologically stable as modern individuals, and most are armed. If they were to discover the presence of a contact-transmissible infection, the buffer zone would face one of two extreme outcomes. Either everyone would live in fear, assuming themselves infected and resorting to extreme behaviors they would normally shun, or they would break open the inspection station and disperse the residents of Happiness City, leading to a resurgence of the substitute C-star infection tide. Unfortunately, the inner city is currently overwhelmed, with all forces of the Happiness Corps dedicated to the large-scale inspection, leaving no capacity to address the buffer zone. The threat posed by contact-transmissible infections is undeniably comparable to a plague-level infection tide, in a sense. The larger the scale of the shelter city, the more perilous it becomes. A city like Happiness City has likely reached the destructive power of a disaster-level infection tide. Standing by the window for a lengthy moment, Cheng Ye finally exhales deeply, expelling his tumultuous thoughts. He suddenly comprehends why humanity has perpetually failed to reconstruct civilization, relying instead on shelter cities to survive in the wasteland. As long as such bizarre threats of infection exist, the higher the population density, the more terrifying the latent crises become. These shelter cities, rising from the wasteland, appear to be islands of civilization, yet in reality, they resemble powder kegs enclosed by high walls. Once an infection source with contact transmission characteristics, like the substitute C-star, is introduced, the very density of the population becomes the most lethal fuse. When hundreds of thousands are compressed within high walls, any minor lapse in control could trigger a chain collapse, far more destructive than the threats posed by the wilderness or the ruins of cities. Simultaneously, this also answers another question lingering in Cheng Ye's mind. Why are there so many unrestricted, well-endowed shelter cities amidst the vast wasteland, while numerous small enclaves still persist outside? Perhaps those individuals are survivors who escaped from the doomed shelter cities. Remaining in the wilderness, due to low population mobility, they encounter only direct confrontations with infections at worst. However, residing in a shelter city, which seems vibrant, can sometimes lead to unexpected demise. Why is there still no water supply? As the workday approaches, other residents from the 5th floor gradually come to fetch water and wash up, only to erupt in curses upon discovering the outage. Why has the Public Works Department not resolved this? They must lodge a complaint, otherwise, these officials truly disregard public welfare. Thankfully, I have stored some water. If anyone needs to wash their face, feel free to share. Is there enough for washing hair? Never mind, I'll settle for just washing my face. As someone approaches with a water bucket, Cheng Ye stands by the window, feigning to send a message on his defense device while discreetly observing the individuals. A sudden weight drops in his heart as he notices that among the 7 people who came to the water room exhibit almost imperceptible star-shaped marks on their foreheads after washing their faces. The marks appear as faint gray lines, flashing briefly like an illusion. Had he not been closely watching, they would have gone unnoticed. "Hey, do you want to wash your face? There's still some water left in this bucket," says a middle-aged man who just had the mark flash across his forehead. Cheng Ye, startled, instinctively steps back and collides with the window glass with a thud. No. Thank you. I've already washed, he replies. What are you afraid of? Are you worried we're unclean? The middle-aged man, misinterpreting Cheng Ye's retreat as disdain for the used water, shakes his head in resignation and leaves with his bucket, muttering, today's youth really can't endure hardship. Back in my day, we filtered water from the sewer for washing. This infection source exhibits no external symptoms and resembles normal individuals. It's merely that Happiness City has strong tracing capabilities. How would other places manage prevention and treatment? Once the middle-aged man departs, Cheng Ye hastily returns to his room and splashes water on his forehead from the kettle. Thankfully, the reflection in the window reveals no marks. Moreover, rather than relying on such rudimentary methods, he possesses a more reliable means of verification. With a slight mental command, the panel flickers to life. Upon switching to the collector page, no parasitic prompts appear, and the skill bar remains unchanged. It serves as a real-time detector, enabling him to monitor his infection status at all times. In the future, if he ventures into the wilderness alone, this function might prove invaluable. Cheng Ye contemplates as he opens his wardrobe, cutting up previously ill-fitting clothes and wrapping the areas that might come into contact with others in scraps of fabric. He then dons the rubber gloves designated for inspections and a black mask along with a brown head covering. Glancing at the window, he suddenly feels a sense of disorientation, as the familiar attire evokes memories of a peculiar time. Now is the calm before the storm. He hopes for a swift development of a removal method, and I must begin racing against time. Sanjiang's reflections as I pen this moment. Suddenly, I realize that there are now very few authors writing on Qidian. Once upon a time, it required writing 2 to 3 million words and spending 2 years to knock on the door of Sanjiang, earning the highest honor of the new book period. Hence, every time I reflect on this, I am filled with emotion. However, nowadays, with the frequency of new works increasing, many authors with swift hands and abundant inspiration can often enter Sanjiang multiple times within a year, leading to a natural desensitization towards it. I still vividly remember my last visit to the realm of Sanjiang was 4 years ago. Time has flown by so quickly, and reaching this point again truly evokes profound sentiments. This journey cannot be separated from the support of all the esteemed readers and the guidance from the editors at YY. My reflections on Sanjiang differ from mere sentiments. Adhering to Qidian traditions, I will primarily address frequently raised questions in the review section. 1. Why does the title imply a wasteland, yet the free content mainly revolve around power struggles? The answer is straightforward. The author has grown weary of the conventional wasteland narratives, which typically depict a world where humans battle against infected beings, creating a simplistic dichotomy. The protagonist's singular goal is to eradicate the infected and rebuild civilization, with a relentless cycle of killing and leveling up, ultimately becoming a one-man army. Supporting characters merely serve to highlight the protagonist's prowess, resulting in a cast of formulaic figures that glorify individual strength. Initially, I found joy in such narratives, feeling invincible in the post-apocalyptic landscape. However, as I matured and experienced the well-known tribulations of recent years, my perspective has shifted. Why can't there be highly centralized powers in a wasteland? In times of peace, we depend on large collectives to navigate crises. In a harsher wasteland, why should humanity fragment into disunity, allowing the infected to dominate? Thus, the concept of the shelter city emerged. This world can have lone wolves as well as those who believe in collective strength. In fact, the number of individuals who trust in collective power will likely grow due to the harsh environment. A group of people has begun to construct the framework of the shelter city. Under a highly centralized authority, the shelter city can develop rapidly, far outpacing the lone wolves wandering through the wilderness and ruins. I refer to this group as the Chushin faction. However, human thoughts are inherently changeable. As the development of the shelter city slows or encounters disasters, differing voices will inevitably arise. These voices will fragment power, causing the collective strength to dissipate. Therefore, returning to the question, why the struggle for power? Because only by obtaining power can unity be ensured. It is only by tightly grasping the reins of power that we can anchor a common goal, allowing everyone to board the collective ship and sail towards the future. This process is destined to be fraught with setbacks and conflicts, not only between humans and the infected, but also among individuals. I write this section up front, as other authors might say, to filter readers who have grown weary of conventional Wasteland narratives. However, I believe the term filter is somewhat severe. I firmly believe that reading experiences should be diverse. I will not diminish the fervent segments of killing and leveling up, but beyond that, I will enhance new elements and infuse new spirit. I anticipate the growth of the protagonist Cheng Ye, not only to become powerful enough to dominate a city, but also to evolve into a leader with charismatic personality. When the ropes of different factions intertwine, those grand ideals will not devolve into empty rhetoric. Instead, they will coalesce into a stronger force, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Ordinary people will not simply become tragic materials highlighted against a grim backdrop. When we stand shoulder to shoulder, to use a trendy phrase, the unified fist of ordinary people will also be quite impressive. 2. Why does the earlier section suddenly contain so many settings without addressing the infected? This is a question I have pondered repeatedly. Author friends around me have suggested that I place these discussions later. Yet, I have always felt that settings should not come at a price. Readers are paying for the story. Therefore, I chose to release some of these settings during the free period, although this may have made the early pacing somewhat sluggish. The tolerance of the esteemed readers has been remarkably high. There have been few complaints, and I am grateful for your understanding. I love you all. Please be gentle in your criticism. 3. The factions seem rather complex, as if there are purely villainous characters. I can assure you, when information is lacking, everyone may appear villainous because they all strive to use power to achieve their goals. When conflicts intensify, they may seem frantic. However, returning to the core, since everyone has chosen to join the collective, the differences lie merely in ideology. There is no intention to see the collective perish. Everyone is striving to improve the wasteland and expand the borders of civilization. Some may progress slowly, while others advance quickly, and some may wish to take a break. This is all quite normal. 4. Some sections appear dull or uninteresting. This is indeed a personal issue of the author. My writing skills are still lacking. Initially, I believed 600,000 words of Wasteland experience would suffice, but I soon discovered the difficulty is immense. However, I can assure you in advance that even though the previous book's quality declined midway, I still persevered in completing the outline of the entire story. The same applies to this book. I will not simply lay out the groundwork and abandon it. Your support means I will not squander it. If you enjoy this story, I will strive to perfect it to the best of my abilities. I will not let you down. I will never allow this world to rise and fall abruptly. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have reached this point. Thank you for your support during this period. It is a tremendous honor for me to bring this book to Sanjiang. Thank you. June 29th, 2025, Chapter 56, Master Tion's Potent Medicine. A major change at the North Station. Cheng Ye grabbed his backpack and pushed the door open. Initially, he thought that his outfit, which revealed only his eyes, was peculiar enough to stand out. However, upon stepping onto the street, he was astonished to find that nearly a third of the passers-by were dressed similarly. Had everyone learned about the news of the substitute sea stars? That was undoubtedly impossible. According to Liu Bai's words last night, even frontline military police wouldn't be aware of the details surrounding the spread of the infected until just before the outbreak. Information would be gradually released until it became evident that there was no turning back, at which point it would be made public. Currently, the notice issued only indicated that this was an emergency drill in response to the death of a duty station chief. Nevertheless, everyone had their own scale of judgment. Whether the infected had infiltrated, whether a minor infection wave would arise, all these remained uncertainties. One could trust the released information, but not entirely. That was precisely why some chose to arm themselves fully, adopting a mindset of better safe than sorry. Sir, under A-level epidemic prevention status, we need to record your movements. May I ask if you are heading out? 2 Western military police officers stopped him in front of the community gate. To work, Cheng Ye replied, pulling out his identification badge. The military police took it, scanned it through the defense system, and promptly returned it with respect. Thank you for your contributions to Happy City. May God bless you. Cheng Ye nodded as he accepted it, silently sighing in his heart. Since Happy City had no intention of suppressing violently, but rather aimed to maintain a facade of peace, it indicated some confidence in resolving the infection wave. If a method to eliminate the source of infection could be developed within 3 days, this crisis could be significantly alleviated. Conversely, The buffer zone could easily devolve into a paradise for the infected, leading to a complete collapse. On the way to Beijing, Cheng Ye endeavored to keep close to the wall to circumvent the crowd, avoiding even the slightest brush of his clothing against others. Upon arriving at the bus stop, he spotted a gaunt figure diligently wiping a vehicle. It was none other than Master Tian. Even without water, he continued his task, accustomed to the circumstance. Master Tian smiled, suddenly catching a whiff of something unusual. "Sir, are you injured?" "Yes, I engaged in a sparring session, and one cannot avoid a few bruises. I have a special ointment for contusions. Would you care to try it? It may prove more effective than what you currently use." "Sure, thank you." Cheng Ye nodded and accepted the small bottle from Master Tian as he boarded the bus. Noticing that Master Tian wore rubber gloves and that his arms were bound with ragged cloth, Cheng Ye observed a brief moment of surprise on Master Tian's face, though it quickly faded back to normalcy. Seated in the middle of the bus, he opened the bottle cap to reveal a thick, deep green paste reminiscent of the common herbal balms of modern times. Due to the necessity of rebooking the vehicle, Cheng Ye was unreserved. He removed his trousers and applied the ointment directly to his thigh. Master Tian glanced in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. "Sir, is your body made of iron? To sustain an injury in this area, yet still possess the strength to walk? Please, refrain from calling me sir or using formalities. Address me as Cheng Ye or Inspector Cheng will suffice." "Understood." Master Tian accepted Cheng Ye's request without hesitation. "Inspector Cheng, applying this should restore you in approximately 5 days, provided you refrain from further altercations." 5 days? Cheng Ye was taken aback, recalling that Miao Yang had mentioned his injury would require at least 10 to 15 days to heal. Roughly so, the over-the-counter remedies you utilize are far less potent. My ointment includes several specialized crystallized powders, yielding a stronger effect. Do you not feel it? Feel what? Cheng Ye was momentarily puzzled before the sensation washed over him. Suddenly, a penetrating chill emanated from the bruised area, alternating between pain and itchiness, akin to the discomfort of treating athlete's foot, yet paradoxically comforting, almost provoking a sound of relief from him. Good heavens, how potent is this? Cheng Ye musit. In the Wasteland, particularly when venturing into desolate areas, such medicine is indispensable. Injuries can be troublesome otherwise. How much? Given the added crystallized powders, is not inexpensive. 80 happiness coins. You truly dare to ask for that? Cheng Ye thought to himself, swiftly retrieving coins from his pocket. Is there more? I shall purchase them all. Before the impending battle, replenishment was essential. Weapons and equipment are one aspect, yet consumables must not be overlooked. I have another bottle at home. This ointment has a shelf life of 6 months. If you require it, I can prepare it and deliver it to you. Please bring me 2 or 3 bottles. Deal. I will be here daily this month. You can come collect it. Master Tian smiled in agreement, adding, "You know, third-rate assassins possess nothing more than the means to survive." Cheng Ye remained silent, instead casting a glance at his interface. Master Tian, 21, searchable range. Intelligence, the compatibility rating is alarmingly low. Something is amiss. He contemplated, resolving that after this infection wave, he must afford Master Tian another opportunity. Miao Yang only had access to common remedies. How could a mere bus driver possess such potent medicine? Such claims of being a third-rate assassin seemed suspicious. Cheng Ye did not take it to heart. One must never underestimate any passerby in a wasteland. This individual might very well be a hidden legend. Inspector Cheng. Can you still run? Master Tian inquired without context, his gaze fixed ahead on the road. Cheng Ye was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent, gently shaking his head. The central rearview mirror reflected his motion, prompting a faint, rueful smile from Master Tian, who chose not to comment further. After applying the ointment, Cheng Ye leaned against the bus window and closed his eyes for a moment. Although the charter fare had been established, no one had boarded the bus with a fare of 2 coins. Inspector Cheng, we have arrived. Thank you. Cheng Ye donned his iron frame, and, amidst Master Tian's admiring yet complex gaze, alighted from the vehicle as if nothing were amiss. Due to the early morning shift, he avoided the hassle of transferring duties with the Western inspectors. From a distance, the guards noticed his approach and preemptively pressed the button to open the isolation gate. Inspector Cheng. A tall guard greeted him respectfully. Cheng Ye nodded in response, his gaze sweeping over the city wall guards. This time, no one deliberately averted their gaze. Yet many exhibited an air of unease, maintaining a conscious distance. Crossing through the isolation gate into Area E, Cheng Ye slowed his pace, sidling along the wall toward the reporting room window. A glance inside confirmed his suspicions. Jamie had indeed left the inspection station. Seated within was a young man with red hair, idly picking at the defense system and playing the built-in Tetris game. Suddenly sensing a shadow cast before him, the young man jerked his head up, ready to curse, only to be startled into silence by Cheng Ye's smiling face as he unveiled his mask. "Inspector Cheng, where is Jamie?" The red-haired young man stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his tongue twisted in confusion. Jamie was unwell. I arranged for him to go home. Raoul emerged from the adjacent archive room, smiling as he reassured, "Inspector Cheng, rest assured, during your tenure at Beijing, you shall never again encounter Jamie." "Is that so?" Cheng Ye murmured, casting another glance at the red-haired young man, who recoiled in alarm, nearly tripping over his chair and falling to the floor. Jamie may have divulged something he shouldn't have, which startled him. "I came to assist you in clocking in." Raoul stepped into the reporting room, lightly swiping Cheng Ye's badge, marking the commencement of his shift. "Thank you, Cheng Ye Simirkit," pondering how just one day on the job had already earned him a notorious reputation. However, a glance at the surrounding workstations revealed that, based on his excellent memory, fewer than 20% of the individuals he had seen 2 days prior remained. The rest had been replaced. "My father has restructured area. Those who did not meet the standards have been sent back." Raoul explained, "It has nothing to do with you, so do not worry." "Oh," Cheng Ye nodded, accepting the badge and promptly dismissing the matter from his thoughts. A group of pampered second-generation individuals loitering at the inspection station posed no issue. However, harassing an inspector crossed the line. Even as a mere trainee inspector, he was not someone they could easily manipulate. It was better for them to be sent back, preventing any further complications. Towards Quarantine Area A, the skies cleared, though the air retained a lingering dampness. The crowd waiting to exit the city surged suddenly, with nearly 20 large vehicles lined up in the waiting area, resembling a silver-gray, gluttonous serpent, the rear doors wide open, revealing an array of small industrial goods beneath waterproof covers. The buffer zone erupted into a frenzy of demand, with the gathering outside not faring much better. A sudden downpour had intensified the survival crisis, with everyone urgently needing basic supplies to sustain themselves. At this juncture, presenting goods for trade not only allowed for price hikes, but often yielded items that scavengers would typically hesitate to part with. As for the dangers faced by those willing to risk their necks in pursuit of profit, such threats were precisely what they feared the least compared to the potential profit and urgent demand for goods. "Inspector Cheng, do you wish to conduct an inspection?" A group of anxious young men, tallying their shipment lists, queried as he approached. Meanwhile, the Western drivers exchanged glances, bewildered as to when these audacious second-generation individuals had become so intimidated by an Eastern inspector. "No need. You may proceed with the inspection." Cheng Ye thought silently, hoping these individuals would not transport any troublesome stowaways to the neighboring gathering area. Yet a few steps further, as he reached the isolation passage, a figure obstructed his path. A burly man, a head of golden hair, dazzling in the sunlight, is adorned with a heavy silver chain that clinks rhythmically with movement. The exposed forearm is etched with twisted patterns of demons and angels, reminiscent of the flamboyant style of the Beatles from Cheng Ye's memory. "Greetings, Inspector Cheng. I am Arthur Amir." The man introduces himself, having already received a briefing from Inspector Liu. "However, I was on duty the day before yesterday, and couldn't take a moment to greet you." The familiar name triggers a realization in Cheng Ye. "You are the machine gunner, Arthur?" "Indeed," Arthur replied with a grin. "The machine gun post operates on a rotating schedule, and I happen to be on duty with you this week. Rest assured, as long as I am here, not even the heavens of the checkpoint will fall. Before my demise, I will not allow any infected entity or any person to breach your safety. Is that so?" Arthur's earnest demeanor presents a stark contrast to his Beatles-esque appearance. Cheng Ye chuckled, yet his smile did not reach his eyes. He remained unconvinced by Arthur's assurances. In this wasteland, trust in human hearts is the most perilous gamble. Had he just traversed here, he might have believed Arthur's words, genuinely thinking there was no time for a meeting. Yet, after 2 days without a call from the defense communication, was he a fool? "This fellow is clever. It seems the news of my meeting with Dario has already spread, yet Arthur's knowledge of it is unexpected. But perhaps not. One must possess cunning and skill to ascend to the position of a guard machine gunner, second only to an inspector. As his thoughts swirled, Cheng Ye's expression remained unchanged. Arthur, the favors of our predecessors belong to them. I shall not let you take unnecessary risks. Rest assured, if I seek you out, it will be for your advancement, not for perilous endeavors. Upon hearing this, Arthur instinctively offered polite reassurances. Despite this being their first encounter, they conversed as if they were old acquaintances. All right, you may resume your duties. Time is of the essence. Yes, Arthur respectfully withdrew. Yet, upon reaching the corner, his expression subtly shifted, a glimmer of inscrutable seriousness flashing in his eyes. How intriguing. No wonder Inspector Cheng was able to reverse his fortunes in just 2 days as a trainee. Not only was he not targeted by the Westerners, but he also extended an olive branch. With such tactics and profound thoughts, could it be that I might one day be granted the role of inspector? Watching Cheng Ye's retreating figure, Arthur licked his lips and decisively turned towards the watchtower. He could not deny that he had felt a moment of temptation. Chapter 57. Opening the warehouse to release people. The bustling quarantine area A. The Raven and the Owl stood at the isolation gate 20 minutes early to greet him. Upon seeing Cheng Ye's silhouette round the corner, they swiftly approached, their fingers deftly tapping on the identity verifier. With a beep, the electromagnetic lock slid open, and the alloy doors of the isolation passage slowly retreated. Sir, you have arrived. Cheng Ye mumbled a vague acknowledgement, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Arthur. As he walked forward, he casually inquired, "Nothing major happened yesterday, right?" "No. Only 3 vehicles passed through quarantine area A yesterday. The rest were detained without incident." "If not, then what about the others?" Cheng Ye abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How many people are currently in the isolation warehouse?" 319 individuals, the Raven reported, the precise number indicating a surge of 48 from the previous day. With a total of 75 isolation rooms in quarantine area A, each accommodating 4 individuals. The maximum capacity is merely 300. This implies that several isolation rooms have exceeded their limits, housing more than 4 individuals. According to the manual, inspectors must immediately conduct a personnel reassessment to reduce the numbers below the threshold. 13 vehicles were inspected, although no data anomalies were found. Inspector Polke insisted on detaining a majority. He hesitated. Cheng Ye frowned it. What else? Well, the Owl took over, his voice heavy, due to the overcrowding in the isolation rooms. Inspector Polke emulated your method from the day before yesterday to conduct a thorough inspection, leading us inside for a massive sweep. They indeed found an infected entity, but unfortunately, 13 individuals were mistakenly harmed, 3 of whom died on the spot, while the remaining 10 are still receiving treatment at the medical facility. Cheng Ye was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeper. Emulating my method? No, I never intended to conduct a massive sweep. I merely aimed for a simple skill check. No, Polke is not imitating me. He is clearly executing a task to fulfill the inspection requirements. Cheng Ye's mind raced. His actions the day before had hardly constituted a thorough inspection. He was merely familiarizing himself with the environment. Even if he had inadvertently eliminated Barrett, it could only be considered coincidence. Yet Polke claimed to emulate his methods, which clearly attempted to shift blame for the civilian casualties onto him. Damn it, making a mistake and then trying to pin it on me. You can count on me to remember this. Cheng Ye could not help but curse inwardly, adding Polke's name to his list alongside Garcia. He does not initiate conflict, but if someone seeks to shift blame onto him, he will seize the opportunity to make things abundantly clear. Where is he now? Inspector Harlan has suspended him for a week to reflect. A suspension. Previously a mere conjecture, it now stood confirmed. Cheng Ye si gazedakinet. With the passage of a night, it appeared the inspectors should have received word of the dispersal of the substitute starfish. Polke is clever, using the guise of punishment to prepare himself. With the isolation rooms exceeding 300 individuals, he must reduce the numbers below that threshold by the end of his shift, or it will leave a record in his file. Should he have already been confirmed, it would merely result in a deduction of some happiness coins from his salary. However, Cheng Ye remains a trainee, and this record could significantly impact his chances for future confirmation. Well, today, I intended to search for infected entities to earn contribution points. Now that the numbers are overflowing, it provides me with a perfect excuse to open the warehouse and release people. A glint of sharpness flashed in Cheng Ye's eyes. The day before yesterday, when he entered the isolation warehouse, he noticed that many individuals had been detained for over 7 days. With a little scrutiny, it would not be difficult to clear out 30 individuals. If he could capture any infected entities in the process, that would be an additional gain, the more the better. Raven, gather the information of all individuals who have been detained for over 7 days. I wish to review them one by one. Owl, please instruct the guards to prepare the isolation area. I will open the warehouse to release people, and no one is permitted to approach during the inspection. Swift and decisive. Without hesitation, as Cheng Ye's words fell, a wave of relief surged within the Raven and the Owl. Though only a single day had passed, following Cheng Ye felt entirely different from trailing behind Polki, this second-phase inspector. The former acted with decisiveness, while the latter dawdled like a trainee. The guards bore no responsibility. It mattered not whom they followed. Yet, as observers, they did not come to waste time. Sticking with Polki was a gamble to avoid punishment. Yes, sir. Taking advantage of the busy moment, Cheng Ye first made his way to the garage, effortlessly swiping his access permissions and inserting the pendant into the charging slot. He then proceeded to the isolation inspection area, intending to consult with Limatai for insights. Each quarantine area serves distinct functions, yet their architectural structures are largely similar. It makes little sense that the isolation room in Area B could accommodate significantly more individuals than that in Area A. Moreover, Limatai manages to detain over 100 individuals in a day. Even with swift follow-up, the isolation rooms should be bustling with people. Upon entering the isolation inspection area, he indeed found Limatai reclining in a chair, sipping nutrient paste. His hands also donned rubber gloves, and the skin exposed appeared to be covered with a layer of translucent gel-like protection, reflecting faint light, effectively isolating all physical contact. You have arrived? Through the iron mesh. Observing Cheng Ye's shabby attire, Limatai finished his nutrient paste in one gulp and rose to his feet. Has Liobi not transferred any funds to you? Would you like me to lend you 100? No need. Cheng Ye shook his head, refraining from mentioning that his borrowing limit for the month had already been reached. My isolation facility is overcrowded, and according to regulations, it must be cleared immediately. With so many people confined each day, how do you manage the aftermath? Well, Limatai shrugged. What can I do? I just cram 5 people into each cell, and once I cycle through, I start again. Currently, every isolation room in Zone B houses 8 individuals, yet I have not seen any complaints. Keeping them confined here is, at present, a beneficial measure. Each isolation room is merely 5 square meters. To stuff 8 individuals inside, it must be quite a challenge to even turn around. Furthermore, my isolation facility has more rooms, a total of 90, and as of now, we have nearly 740 people. Casually discussing what seemed to be mundane matters, Limatai continued, Surely, you do not intend to release anyone? While we inspectors do have a quota for isolation rates, it bears little relevance to you as an intern inspector. Just pretend you are unaware. It's easy for you to say, but I am hoping to obtain an evaluation for my confirmation, Cheng Ye replied, exasperated. If I do not meet the standards daily, then I will have 5 failures to account for over the next 5 days. Confirmation? Limatai clicked his tongue and then realized that Cheng Ye was still an intern. You must indeed tread carefully. How many people are you overcrowded with? 319, exceeding the limit by 19. What? Only 19? I thought it was over 100. Upon hearing the number, Limatai suddenly became animated, beckoning Cheng Ye with a finger and lowering his voice. All right then, let me teach you a couple tricks. No exageración. It is easy to clear out 40 to 50 people. Do elaboraci. Cheng Ye nodded eagerly. He had guessed correctly. Someone like Limatai, a seasoned inspector with over a decade of experience, surely possessed certain methods. Actually, it is quite simple. The first trick is called, whether rich or poor, go home for the new year. When it comes to professional knowledge, Limatai spoke animatedly, oblivious to the astonishment reflected in Cheng Ye's narrowed pupils. The so-called mixed learning is not merely about being a timid turtle, but rather about adeptly navigating the gaps in regulations, ensuring personal safety while walking the thin line of performance. The second trick, while slightly more complex, I believe you will grasp. I refer to it as harnessing the wisdom of the masses. The eagle captures the chickens. Cheng Ye inhaled sharply. Is that truly feasible? Do you think I am idly passing time at the inspection station? Limatai snickered, a hint of solitude appearing in his expression. Anyone who has been at the inspection station for over a decade has their own set of tricks, though others may deem my methods beneath them. They have never failed me when the time comes. Unless, of course, one day the infected suddenly gains intelligence and becomes a pseudo-human. But if that day arrives, not just my methods, but the entire inspection station from top to bottom would likely not be able to depart upright. All right, should this prove effective, I will thank you personally, Cheng Ye nodded. While these two tricks sounded outrageous, their efficacy remained to be seen. After all, as a newcomer, even if he occasionally engaged in some seemingly ludicrous activities, others should be able to understand, right? Sir, the requested documents have been brought over. The voice of Du Ya called out, placing 4 thick stacks of materials on the alloy table. How many people have been detained for over 7 days? A total of 199. Good, go assist the owl. I will summon you if needed. Cheng Ye settled at the table, casually extracting a file and quickly scanning its contents. While it may seem that the inspectors casually detained individuals, the remaining procedures were astonishingly meticulous. Each person confined to an isolation room had their complete residential information retrieved and compiled, including basic data and a record of statements. If they belonged to the same squad, they would be isolated separately for inquiries regarding the same incident, forming a record. In cases of conflict, Du Ya would mark and circle the contradictions in red pen, making the points of contention clear. Moreover, there were records of their conduct within the isolation rooms. If any violations occurred, they would also be documented. Ali Kiwook has an insatiable appetite, demanding 3 extra bags of nutrient paste daily while wailing, severely disrupting others' rest. Ma Linluo GC exhibits self-harm tendencies, frequently provoking others with foul language, inciting physical altercations. Andre Mason suffers from moderate mania, enjoys mimicking the outbreak of infected individuals at night to frighten his roommates. Tom Hardy has refused to eat during his isolation, claiming it is a punishment from God, disregarding epidemic prevention regulations. Out of the 199, 14 did not comply with regulations. Each a peculiar case that Cheng Ye found difficult to comprehend. Come on, everyone has been confined. Can't you at least pretend? This portion he set aside, choosing not to examine, planning to address it when they behave themselves. Among the remaining 185, 77 individuals had conflicting testimonies. While some of these discrepancies were minor, Cheng Ye decided to temporarily set them aside. 108 individuals could be divided into 4 groups of 27. He shuffled and arranged the materials into 4 stacks. Summoning Du Ya, he began to implement the first trick taught by Li Matai. Each stack of materials represented a group of individuals. You will locate them according to the documents and inform these individuals that there is now an opportunity for release, but they must pay a sufficient deposit to prove their innocence. Note, it is a deposit, not a bribe. This deposit will ultimately be refunded to them, with the inspection station only retaining a 5% handling fee. Additionally, make it clear, there are currently 319 individuals in the isolation facility. Only 108 have the chance for a deposit, divided into 4 groups of 27, but only the 10 highest bidders in each group will be released. One more point. If 2 individuals from the same group are in one isolation room, they must be assigned to different groups. Have them write their deposit bids on slips of paper, then compile the results for me. Reflections. Just yesterday, I shared my thoughts on Sanjiang, and today I am met with a crucial turning point. This pace is indeed quite brisk. In total, this book has taken merely 27 days from inception, shorter than the creative periods of many contemporaneous works. Fortunately, during the free period, I maintained an average of 7,000 words daily, culminating in exactly 200,000 words. At midnight, there may be a slight delay of a few minutes. The first day will feature a burst of updates, 10 chapters. I estimate the word count to be around 40,000, equivalent to 2 chapters of 20 chapters. That ancestor is lamenting poverty, briefly omitted. In truth, I have already addressed the pertinent issues during my Sanjiang reflections. I will not reiterate them here. I extend my gratitude to each reader for their support. And now I will focus on the forthcoming update schedule. This book is entirely distinct from the previous one. The last work benefited from the global trend, and I wrote it rather aimlessly, enjoying smooth sailing toward Sanjiang, nearly achieving every accolade available from the platform. At that time, writing was purely based on intuition. On good days, I could produce 20,000 words, while on bad days, I struggled to muster even 1,000. With this current work, I anticipated that my improved writing prowess would lead to a quicker and more stable update pace. However, the reality has proven quite the opposite. Due to the stricter requirements for plot development, I often find myself writing thousands of words only to delete and rewrite them, having rewritten nearly 30,000 words in total. I am particularly grateful to editor YY for their continuous guidance, especially during the initial phases when the results were subpar and my morale faltered. It was they who reminded me that the flow of the science fiction genre is not what it once was, and that I must rely on accumulating word count to gain traction. Having reached this point, I have indeed learned a great deal. Thus, I will strive to maintain stable updates, similar to the free period, guaranteeing a minimum of 6,000 to 9,000 words. If my condition permits, I will surely exceed that. And then, rewarding, the leader adds 1 chapter. Silver adds 15 chapters, gold. Well, let's not dwell on that. If the results are good, I will go wild. Dear readers, please support me. Chapter 58, The Opulence of the Caravan, a Small Profit. The human psyche is indeed fragile, especially when imprisoned and stripped of rights. Although Boerk merely followed the isolation protocol, testing whether the 3 individuals in the same quarantine unit as the infected were contaminated, the so-called collateral damage was defined as an accident. Nevertheless, the entire quarantine zone remained engulfed in panic. Everyone was on edge, fearing they might be the next target of the gun. This fear is far more suffocating than the system of collective punishment, as one is completely unaware of whether the next assigned roommate is human or specter. To put it bluntly, it's a gamble of fate. The reason for the absence of riots is primarily twofold. First, no one dares to take the lead. The checkpoint is not an independent entity. It is backed by Happiness City, which can deploy over 2,000 guards, an undeniable force of violence. Even if someone were to miraculously escape the quarantine zone, where could they flee? Back to the perilous ruins of the city? Second, many individuals are on the verge of completing their quarantine period. Even if those detained for only a day or 2 attempt to incite rebellion, they are more inclined to think about their imminent release than to take risks. The combination of these 2 factors has divided the quarantined individuals into different groups. This is why, despite the pervasive anxiety, the reactions of the crowd varied when the crow entered. There was hope, fear, anger, and resentment. Enough. Stop staring at me with those eyes. Whether you want to leave or not is not for me to decide. The crow cleared its throat, and the voice echoed from the loudspeaker. Inspector Cheng, the one who dealt with the infected 2 days ago, is now on duty. He will soon open the gates to release people. Do you understand? Suddenly, the previously silent crowd resembled a marketplace, with hundreds of figures standing up in unison. Sir, I have been detained for 11 days. Please, I beg you, tell Inspector Cheng. Sir, I will absolutely comply with arrangements. I will answer whatever you ask. If it were Boerk, no one would have shown such fervor. But upon hearing that it was Cheng Ye who had decisively dealt with Barrett, the crowd instantly recognized their opportunity to leave. The crow coughed twice, trying to suppress the cacophony. Inspector Cheng has limited energy. Releasing people will be done in batches, so please refrain from shouting. The names being read are from the first batch, all of whom have been quarantined for over 7 days. After reciting 108 names in succession, those called were naturally ecstatic. The remaining individuals, who had also exceeded the 7-day quarantine yet heard nothing, could only shake their heads in resigned amusement. While disappointment lingered, few questioned why their names were not called. After all, everyone was wary of a repeat of yesterday's incident. Some in the group decided to test Inspector Cheng's character and temperament, and it turned out to be quite favorable. Those whose names were called, although their records posed no issues, could not completely eliminate risks. Inspector Cheng's willingness to open the gates was also a risk. Hence, they were required to voluntarily pay a security deposit. Rest assured, regardless of the amount, the checkpoint only collects 5 as a handling fee, and any excess will be refunded in full after 7 days. Did you hear that clearly? The quarantine area fell silent. No one responded or contradicted. The crow nodded in satisfaction, signaling to the staff, and soon, slips of paper were distributed. The sun was bright. The morning was not yet stifling. Sunlight warmed the skin and dispelled the impending anxiety of the infection wave. With the surge of the substitute starfish imminent, the highly confidential information had not affected the operations of Happiness City in the slightest. The vehicles entering and exiting had noticeably increased. Cheng had only been at the quarantine inspection area for half an hour, yet 3 vehicles had arrived at the checkpoint, waiting for the gates to open. 2 were common large vans, while one was a rare small pickup truck. Judging by the arrow symbols on the doors, the three vehicles belonged to the same team. The small window on the quarantine gate slid open, and a scruffy man exited the passenger seat of the pickup, handing in 2 envelopes. "Sir, we are the Flying Bird Caravan. My name is Kason Bowen, the leader of this team. Here is our exit permit, and here is the entry declaration. Please verify." Cheng Ye returned to his desk and opened the envelopes. The exit permit was unremarkable. Even if it concealed a large quantity of contraband, it would not be explicitly stated. The entry declaration, however, was one of the privileges of the caravan. The checkpoint had established a special credit scoring system. If the credit score was below 60, all items on the vehicle must be unloaded for a comprehensive inspection upon entry. Scores between 60 and 80 allowed for a waiver of unloading, but required cooperation with staff for box inspections. A score above 80 only necessitated the completion of the entry declaration, accurately recording the vehicle's contents. Naturally, as an inspector, Cheng Ye still retained the authority to direct staff to conduct box inspections. Even disassembling the vehicle or puncturing the tires one by one fell within the permissible scope of the rules. If any unregistered items were discovered on the declaration, the caravan's credit score would be immediately reset to 0, and a hefty fine would be imposed. Thus, this system served as both a privilege and a constraint. Although this was Cheng Ye's first encounter with such a scenario, it did not feel unfamiliar. He focused intently and began reviewing the records of the entry goods. Mutated beast, anomalous crystals, quality, ordinary, quantity, 17. The first line of goods immediately invigorated him. Anomalous crystals are the most valuable part of mutated beasts, akin to stones, and have a very small probability of forming in the brain of the mutated beast. Their effects are similar to those of extraordinary plants influenced by S3, possessing numerous miraculous properties. For instance, Master Tion's concocted ointment for injuries explicitly states it includes some powdered crystals. Furthermore, the special lubricants for crucial machinery in the buffer zone also contain powdered crystals, significantly extending the machine's lifespan. However, ordinary people find it challenging to utilize anomalous crystals, as their effects cannot be discerned from their appearance. Even a super shelter city, like Happiness City, cannot accurately identify the function of each crystal. It can only conduct basic categorization using specialized equipment. Yet this has allowed Happiness City to be among the first to achieve large-scale utilization of anomalous crystals. Ordinary quality anomalous crystals are priced at 2 contribution points each. With 17, Cheng Ye quickly calculated that at a 30-point entry tax, this single item would yield a profit of 10 contribution points. It was indeed a substantial sum, completing 1/3 of his target set the previous night. It seems the heavy rains of the past 2 days had indeed delayed a batch of goods, unexpectedly benefiting him. Cheng Ye felt a surge of excitement. He continued to look further. In addition to anomalous crystals, the Flying Bird Caravan also brought back numerous derivative materials from mutated beasts and precious metals. Mutated beast fur. Quality. Ordinary excellent. Quantity. 25. Mutated beast bone powder. Quality. Poor quantity. 750 g. Crimson beehive honey. Quality. Ordinary quantity. 12 jars. 250 g each. Corrupted bone flower seeds. Quality. Ordinary. Quantity. 3 bags. 25 g each. Old era amber. Quality. Poor quantity. 71 pieces, gold bars. Quality. 24 quantity. 380 g. Silver jewelry. Quality. 800 silver. Quantity. 71 g. The fur and bone powder require no elaboration. The former is the best material for winter clothing, while the latter is used in construction. When mixed with clay, bone powder is made into bone mud bricks, which are significantly harder than ordinary red bricks, making it one of the most in-demand materials for the large-scale construction in autumn. Crimson beehive honey is a byproduct of mutated beasts, highly toxic, and of little value, yet it is highly sought after by scavengers, as it is extremely effective when applied to arrowheads for hunting mutated beasts. The fugahua is often paired with the vibrant crimson honeycomb, and when the flowers are sun-dried and ground into a fine powder, they attract certain carrion-mutated beasts, thereby creating optimal conditions for hunting. As for the ancient phua, its properties bear a resemblance to gambling stones. Many individuals firmly believe that within lies the potential to yield extraordinary plants or unique mutated seeds, offering a chance to attain greatness. Thus, despite the relatively modest scale of the associated market, the demand for purchases has never waned. However, the prevalence of counterfeiting is rampant, particularly in smaller enclaves where such practices often serve as a pillar of their economy. 15 grams of gold, if brought into the modern era, would fetch over 300,000. Regrettably, in Xing Fucheng, the industrial value of gold has long been supplanted by synthetic metals. Currently, 100 grams only equates to a mere 20 contribution points. Mastery of the material acquisition prices is a requisite examination for aspiring inspectors. Initially, Cheng Ye was perplexed, but in this moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. This is the very foundation upon which inspectors establish their foothold. Relying solely on the common circulation of Xingfu Bi, one could scarcely afford superior weaponry or enhance their strength. It is only through the collection of city taxes that funds can be amassed incrementally. After a thorough calculation, the goods that the Fein Yao Songduri could acquire with contribution points amounted to an impressive 133 points. The tax revenue reached a staggering 34 points. This auspicious beginning had already met my anticipated goals, prompting Xie to shake his head in reflection. It was not that he felt his goals were set too low. Rather, since arriving at the Boijun, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Situations akin to this seldom arise, perhaps only once every 10 days or so, necessitating the fulfillment of multiple conditions: a natural disaster delay, duty in area, an encounter with the Songdoi, and the Shangdoi returning fully laden. Each of these 4 conditions is indispensable. Moreover, within the envelope containing the cargo manifest, there are also 2 Xingfu Bi of 100 denomination. This was indeed an extraordinary windfall. Were there any injuries? None. Observing the smile on his face, Kassen knew this endeavor was secure. In truth, those 200 Xingfu Bi were discreetly inserted as he entered the passage, fearing potential complications. Fortunately, the recent haul was substantial, exceeding typical returns by several multiples, and regardless of which inspector had come, their attitude would surely be amicable. I called the numbers and proceeded through the established process for inspection. Excellent. A Songdoi with 3 vehicles is considered a medium-sized operation in the buffer zone. 13 individuals disembarked from the vehicles, swiftly removing their garments, revealing no visible wounds. Upon recounting, all data appeared normal. This is the standard. If every individual departing sustained injuries, meticulous inspections would be necessary, and it is likely that no Songdoi would dare to venture out. As the vehicles entered, I initiated the cargo inspection. Is that acceptable? Of course. It is. Whatever the esteemed inspector commands, we shall comply fully. Kassen donned a facade of an honest individual, his initial anxiety dissipating entirely. In contrast to traversing the remnants of a city or the desolate wasteland, no one would deny the allure of the safety offered by the Biyong, even if exploitation exists. Is that not to be expected? The Biyong requires development, and inspectors must grow stronger. If a group of feeble individuals were to guard here, how could they ensure the safety of the hundreds of thousands residing in the buffer zone? This payment he was more than willing to make. The 3 vehicles gradually entered the inspection area, and Che summoned 2 staff members to verify the cargo against the manifest. In just a short while, the inspection was concluded. The inventory matched the physical goods, with only a slight overstatement of approximately 15 in weight. Everything was in order. You understand the rules, correct? Certainly. I will arrange for the vehicles to wait at the inspection station for the esteemed transfer of duty. Compared to Kasset's adeptness, Ungyer felt rather like a novice. Yet, as he considered the effortless acquisition of 34 points, a smile emerged as he watched the convoy depart. The 30-point city tax was undoubtedly justified and essential. In that fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. If all goods were seized, he could immediately accumulate enough funds to purchase a set of equipment. Fortunately, regulations tempered this greedy impulse. Without such restrictions, equipment like generators, batteries, water purifiers, ventilation systems, heating devices, surveillance, central computers, and various household appliances could only be procured through contribution points. While he may not need them at present, if he intends to construct a refuge outside the city in the future, these items are indispensable essentials. Contribution points, indeed, the more the better. My lord, the collateral has been tallied, organized into these bags by group. A voice, reminiscent of a raven, called from behind. Cheng Ye turned to see 4 bags filled with slips of paper in hand. So quick? He arched an eyebrow. Let us begin categorizing. Please assist me in selecting the top 5 individuals with the highest collateral and the bottom 5 with the least. Chapter 59. Infection Review, Eagles Catching Chicks. The efficacy of Limatai's secretive strategies remains uncertain to Cheng Ye for the time being. However, it costs little to experiment, and should these methods prove effective, they could become invaluable to him. Although he harbors no expectations of passing down his legacy to his son to continue serving as an inspector in the City of Happiness. Having a reliable countermeasure for future instances of releasing individuals from confinement would certainly be advantageous. Very well, please wait a moment, my lord. Though the Raven was somewhat perplexed, it promptly complied with Cheng Ye's request and swiftly retrieved the relevant slips of paper. Initially, a set of them. Cheng Ye picked up the 5 slips with the highest bids and scanned them, his astonishment evident. 1,700, 1,450, 1,300, 1,300, 1,250. It is worth noting that the total amount of happiness coins left to him by Cheng Long, a seasoned inspector, barely exceeded 5,000. Yet these individuals could afford to present over 1,000 as a deposit, demonstrating considerable wealth. Naturally, this was also due to the fact that the deposits would eventually be refunded, resulting in an actual expenditure of around 80 coins. If a full 100 were to be collected, these individuals would likely struggle to part with even a few hundred coins. As for the 5 lowest bids, 140, 70, 50, 50, 30. The highest among them fell short by tenfold, while the lowest was nearly 50 times less. The second and third sets revealed similar discrepancies, with the highest group averaging 1,500 and the lowest group fluctuating between 50 and 200. The fourth group, however, surprised Cheng Ye. The highest bid had soared to 2,200. Had a deity of wealth been confined within? My lord, they are terrified of Inspector Bulk, which is why their bids are so inflated. The Raven discerned Cheng Ye's confusion and promptly elucidated. The individual who placed the 2,200 bid had requested my assistance in modifying it 3 times, initially offering only 1,200. After 2 increments of 500, he even attempted to bribe me to ascertain whether his offer placed him among the top 10. Incredible. Setting aside the effectiveness of Limatai's tactic, the current deposits alone, based on the release of 20 individuals, could potentially yield nearly 800 coins in revenue for him. Such money is indeed tantalizing. No wonder Limatai ultimately suggested that he should not hold on to it, but rather report it directly to the station. Otherwise, if everyone were to engage in this practice, accumulating tens of thousands of coins within a month would pose no challenge. Is the venue properly arranged? The main combat area has been set up, my lord, and the isolation observation area you requested is still being arranged, but it should be completed shortly. Good. Let us interrogate the first and second groups. The third and fourth groups will wait. With a decisive wave of his hand, Cheng Ye matched the highest bidder from the first group with the lowest bidder from the second group in the main combat area, while the remainder were directed to the isolation observation area. By the way, they are permitted to discuss their bids and may even be guided. Do you understand my intention? My lords, meaning the Raven, paused momentarily, ultimately scratching its head and inquiring, could you provide me with a hint? Certainly. Cheng Ye responded with a smile. Are the 5 individuals with the highest bids the ones most eager to leave? Indeed. The Raven nodded, affirming their willingness to offer such high prices out of a strong desire to return home. And what about the 5 with the lowest bids? Do they truly believe they can leave? Absolutely. The Raven nodded again. I have observed these individuals, and they genuinely lack the means, so they could only submit the largest number possible, devoid of any hope. If I were to assign the highest bidder and the lowest bidder to form a group and scrutinize each other's statements for inconsistencies, ultimately allowing only one to leave, what do you believe their reaction would be? Huh? The Raven was momentarily taken aback, then widened its eyes in realization. What if they find no inconsistencies? Then they both depart, for there are still 18 individuals observing, and I shall inform them that if they can identify the inconsistencies in the statements of these 2 individuals, they may become the next to take the stage. Ultimately, from the 20, only 10 shall leave, and once that is completed, we shall cease. The Raven was once again stunned, this time contemplating for 2 to 3 minutes. Will only 10 truly leave in the end? Indeed, however, I specified that only groups 1 and 2 could leave 10. I did not state that the remaining individuals would be eliminated. It merely means that the remaining 10 will match with group 3, Cheng Ye replied with a smile. The Raven instinctively shuddered, a glimmer of astonishment in its eyes. The task of having inspectors interrogate individuals one by one is indeed cumbersome, particularly when attempting to filter out dozens at once. It would be far more efficient to first categorize individuals based on their financial capacity and desire to return home, thereby identifying those most eager to reunite with their families. Subsequently, by employing cunning tactics akin to eagles catching chicks, two individuals can confront each other on stage, while the other eagles observe from below, seeking out inconsistencies. This method would allow 38 individuals yearning to return home to undergo hearings simultaneously. If they managed to deceive the system, the intelligence of the infected would be virtually unbeatable. Even if they were to remain confined in isolation, it would be impossible for them to trigger an outbreak before the isolation period concludes. Do you understand now? Understood. The raven gritted its teeth in response, casting a gaze laden with complexity towards Cheng Ye. Do not regard me so. This was taught by the neighboring inspector. Let's first test its efficacy. Cheng Ye deflected, unwilling to leave an impression of being overly calculating. Such an image would be detrimental to a career as an inspector, as those who wield excessive influence are eventually ostracized in the workplace, and no one wishes to collaborate with someone who manipulates others. Cheng Ye was acutely aware that Li Matai was willing to impart such techniques partly because his notorious reputation had long been established, rendering him indifferent to any labels others might affix to him. Additionally, he likely sought to enhance his own visibility. Certain actions were beyond Li Matai's capacity due to his position, yet Cheng Ye, as a trainee inspector, was ideally suited to execute them. Especially at this pivotal moment of aligning allegiances, failure to showcase genuine skills could lead to being underestimated. My lord, is the venue prepared? Shall we commence the interrogations now? The owl emerged promptly. Let's begin. The area behind the isolation chamber was already equipped with a basic interrogation zone, featuring a simple structure. Furthermore, it provided a modular design, allowing users to add additional interrogation chambers as needed. At this moment, 4 large iron cages crafted from isolation alloy were positioned at the 4 corners, serving as observation areas. The 2 individuals responsible for the review entered the chamber to engage in debate. 20 armed guards stood outside the interrogation area, able to monitor both the debaters and the individuals within the observation zones in real time. Should any signs of infection manifest, immediate physical intervention would ensue. Please, Mr. Kalinick and Mr. Darren Lewisai, enter. The raven called out loudly, as the 2 escorted by the guards stepped into the interrogation area under the watchful eyes of firearms. Inside, 2 chairs and a table had been thoughtfully provided, in accordance with Cheng Ye's directives. 2 additional sets of paper and pens were also placed for the 2 to record any inconsistencies in each other's statements. Let me out, and I will give you 300 coins. As soon as they took their seats, Lewisai lowered his voice and addressed Kalinick. This 300 coins would significantly improve your life. The price is merely a few extra days of confinement. Very well, if you have no issues, I shall concede. Kalinick replied, yet could not suppress a cold laugh. For even the most abundant wealth requires life to spend it. Recently, incessant heavy rains have led to an influx of individuals being confined. The isolation chambers have begun to exceed capacity, and who knows whether the new arrivals might be infected. Should he end up with an infected roommate, it would be a most unjust demise. Silence, Cheng Ye announced, brandishing the documentation as he stood behind the guards. Mr. Darren Lewisai has bid 1,700 coins and secured priority. Please explain the reasons for your confinement. 1,700? The 38 individuals confined within the observation area gasped in astonishment, particularly the 19 with the lowest bids, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Inspectors do not need to address me directly. Your reasoning and explanations must persuade those around you. Lewis felt cold sweat visibly rolling down his forehead. Instinctively, he turned to survey his surroundings. His voice strained as he spoke. I was locked up because there was an item in the vehicle contaminated by an infected entity. But I swear, that item has absolutely nothing to do with us. The traces of contamination detected are because it was already tainted when we purchased it from the gathering place. What item was contaminated? Before anyone else could respond, Nick pressed on. A bag of alien crystals. Where did you acquire it? Qingxi gathering place. Sir, he is lying. Suddenly, someone in the iron cage could no longer contain themselves. The alien crystals from Qingxi gathering place have already signed a contract with the Oasis trade caravan. They can only be purchased by them, and it is impossible for them to flow into the hands of individuals. Being discovered would result in a 10-fold fine. Is that so? Cheng Ye looked towards the iron cage, surprised that the first fortunate soul had been caught. Lewis's face turned an ashen white. In just a few breaths, his eyes were filled with crimson, and fine black hairs began to sprout from beneath his bare skin, glossy like rodent fur, rapidly covering his neck and arms. Quickly enveloping his entire body into an eerie mutated form, Lewis slowly raised his hands, freezing as his fingertips brushed against the hard bristles that had just emerged from his palms. Immediately, forcibly sealed memories burst forth in his mind like a dam breaking. The desolate wilderness by the dilapidated provincial road. The sky was darkening, dusk closing in. His perspective warped in madness, transforming into a peculiar third-person view. He saw himself lying in a heap of decaying grass with 3 other team members, their eyes greedily fixed on the distance. A 6-member scavenging team was approaching. The scavengers, laden with their packs, stealthily traversed the edge of the provincial road, each face adorned with an unmistakable smile, evidently having had a bountiful harvest. Unlike the residents of the shelter city who could work in factories to earn a living, only a small portion of the residents in the gathering place had formal jobs, while most had to venture out intermittently, relying on hunting mutated beasts to supplement their household income. Some even dared to search the ruins of the city for a stroke of luck, either looking for undiscovered supplies or hunting infected entities, trading the sources of infection for money in the shelter city. However, diligent scavengers sometimes became prey in the eyes of others, especially when returning with a full load, making them easier targets. Move. When the scavengers drew within 30 meters, Lewis hissed softly. 4 guns simultaneously spat fire. The scavengers, who had just escaped the ruins of the city, didn't even have time to beg for mercy before being riddled with bullets, their supplies spilling from their packs like a waterfall. With maniacal laughter, the 4 sprang from the grass pile. This team, about to return to the Cheng Ye gathering place, did not disappoint them. Aside from the powdered bones of mutated beasts, furs, and some special herbs, a large bag containing 20 alien crystals shimmered with a ghostly blue glow under the flashlight. Additionally, several bloody chunks of mutated beast meat lay scattered beside the corpses, 3 large pieces in total. This was an unexpected fortune, having not tasted meat in a long time. The 4 swallowed hard, hastily cleaning up the battlefield before lighting a fire. The fat sizzled on the grill, the raw meat still oozing blood, and the enticing aroma made it impossible for the 4 to restrain themselves as they tore into the roasted meat with their bare hands. Why am I so hungry? Lewis was stunned. He had never seen such a ferocious expression on his face while eating meat, nor had he witnessed his 3 companions wrestling over a bloody piece of beast meat as if they were sworn enemies. The sounds of frenzied chewing echoed through the wilderness, mingling with the cracking of bones. At some point, fine black hairs had quietly crawled up their skin, thickening like countless greedy rats climbing and proliferating. Am I infected? A tremendous force surged from his limbs, and Lewis's reason receded like a tide, replaced by a surging bloodlust. He glanced around in confusion and saw Nick huddled in a corner, trembling, while the other humans in the iron cage wore expressions of terror. Squeak, squeak. He grinned menacingly, his face covered in black fur, contorting into a bizarre arc, emitting the sounds of a rat. A mere iron cage thought it could contain the great rat lord. He reached out, claws bursting forth from between his fingers, striking fiercely against the isolation wire behind him with a sound that sliced through the air. The crisp sound of impact rang out, and the smile on Lewis's fur-covered face suddenly froze. The iron net, which should have been easily torn apart in his memory, was now impossibly hard. He clawed and scratched in a frenzy, and yet he left not a single white mark behind. Why? The sharp whistling of bullets answered his question. In mere seconds, his massive body could no longer bear the burden and collapsed, the bloodlust quickly receding, miraculously restoring a sliver of reason. With great difficulty, Lewis turned his head to gaze at the inspector standing behind the guard. To his surprise, the inspector couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance, directly turning towards the isolation chamber, evidently intending to deal with his 3 comrades who had also consumed the meat. Ha ha ha. We all die together. No one can escape. The sinister laughter abruptly ceased, and the body beneath the black fur finally stopped moving. Codename, Bloodthirsty Rat. Infection progress. Stage 2, shot dead by trainee, Inspector Cheng Ye. Chapter 60, Sudden Wealth, Debts Unfamiliar. Although the bloodthirsty rat had already become a scourge in surrounding provinces and cities, due to climatic and geographical constraints, it rarely ventured into the territory of Arsha province. Even if some did, they could not survive the cold winter. This creature possesses extremely weak individual combat capabilities, unable to even contend with an ant wolf in one-on-one combat. The true threat lies in the bloodthirsty pathogens it carries, a special, extraordinary curse. Under normal circumstances, the infection sources known should not require Qin Feng to take action. The cleanup team at the inspection station should suffice. However, upon hearing of 4 bloodthirsty rat infection sources, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback and made a special trip to assess the situation. Extraordinary curse. Does that mean one would become infected upon being attacked? Cheng Ye was startled and quickly inquired. Information about the bloodthirsty rat was only mentioned in the inspector's manual, with no detailed descriptions of the infection channels. If one were ambushed, they would turn into a rat monster, posing a threat not less than that of the substitute starfish. That is not quite the case. Not all extraordinary curses possess such power. Qin Feng shook his head, chuckling. Although the bloodthirsty rat spreads the bloodthirsty plague through bites, humans, as long as they're not in a weakened or ill state, possess immunity capable of defeating the curse that enters their bodies. Only one condition would lead to infection. He paused, his tone serious. After mutated beasts kill each other, if a scavenger mistakenly picks up and consumes their flesh and blood, the human immune system will fail, thus contracting the curse. I see. Cheng Ye sighed in relief. This condition for infection was too stringent. Generally, no one will be foolish enough to dare consume the flesh and blood of dead, mutated beasts. I will take the infection sources with me. This common type does not require additional verification. I will grant you the contribution points on site. How much does each one count for? Not much, 5 points each. However, since you discovered them during your duty, you could get a subsidy of 30 points from the inspection station. I will redeem them at 7 points each. Hearing that the bloodthirsty rats were only worth 5 points, Cheng Ye couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The total was still less than the contribution point reward for a single Deathwhisper Tentacle. However, he had forgotten that there was a subsidy during his post. As long as he identified infection entities during his duty, he would receive an additional 30 reward. 5 points plus 30 means 15 points, but Qin Feng was willing to count it as 2 points. Thank you. Cheng Ye nodded in gratitude. He was in dire need of money at this moment. Qin Feng waved his hand, glancing at the torn cloth revealed at Cheng Ye's calf. This is all from the public funds of your inspection station. There is no need for thanks. This is what you deserve. I have been on duty for 3 years, and you are the first trainee inspector I have seen who can identify infection entities so frequently. Those with wealth should hastily procure some equipment, should an unforeseen event arise. One can only rely on their own fortune. This naturally refers to the substitute C-Star. The inspectors are already aware, and the Research Institute, which is currently tackling the removal methods, has evidently informed all researchers of this matter. Consequently, the quarantine facility is overflowing, and I am left with no choice but to conduct inspections. There is no need to explain. I am merely a member of the cleanup team, and during my duty, I must address you as Sir. Qin Feng appears to possess considerable authority. Upon receiving Cheng Ye's badge, he was able to disburse salaries without going through the happiness bank. A total of 28 contribution points were credited, instantly inflating Cheng Ye's previously deflated wallet. Splendid. Today is indeed a day of fortune. After watching Qin Feng depart, Cheng Ye returned to the interrogation scene with a sense of satisfaction. The Feinyao merchant group garnered 34 points, while the bloodthirsty rat acquired 28 points, summing to 62 points. Including the 60 points from the corrupt vine settlement, they are nearing the maximum reimbursement standard of 150 points. Since Lewis is an infected entity, the others need not worry, as he does not count towards the exit quota. Let us proceed. Nick was understandably frightened, yet after a brief delay, he gradually regained his composure. The person questioning him was the very individual who had previously exposed Lewis's flaws. The two pointed fingers at one another, yet neither could seize the other's weaknesses. The surrounding 37 individuals listened intently, eager to uncover any discrepancies, but alas, nothing could be found, and they were compelled to abandon their efforts. Very well, you two have passed. Quickly gather your belongings and prepare to return home. Cheng Ye smiled as he led the applause, and the owl and the raven exchanged glances, promptly joining in the rhythm. The surrounding guards also displayed smiles, their applause growing louder, making the two feel as though they were returning as heroes. Quite impressive indeed. Upon exiting the quarantine cage, the warm sunlight enveloped them. and any lingering resentment inexplicably dissipated. They simultaneously turned to Cheng Ye and bowed deeply. "You are a great inspector. May God bless you." With their words spoken, the two departed the scene under the guidance of the staff, their backs radiating a sense of relief. Instantly, the other 37 individuals shot envious glances, wishing to take their place immediately. Let's continue. The first member of Group 1 has perished. The last of Group 2 has fallen, and the third of Group 3 has also succumbed. The next pairing consists of the second from Group 1 and the penultimate from Group 2, who entered the quarantine cage to engage in debate. With a precedent set, the individuals in the surrounding cages became increasingly focused, frantically scrutinizing for flaws. Unfortunately, as long as the individuals were not contaminated, even if their words occasionally contradicted, no aberrant phenomena would arise. After a heated debate, the second from Group 1 was unable to defend his position and was thus defeated. The victorious penultimate walked out of the quarantine cage like a triumphant general, chest held high. Cheng Ye applauded, and the crowd followed suit. Even the others in the quarantine cage joined in with a wave of applause. The 200 individuals still waiting for the gunshot in the quarantine facility expressed their disappointment with a chorus of angry shouts. After a while, however, many felt a twinge of regret, fearing that their complaints might be overheard and reported. They secretly hoped that their names would appear on Cheng Ye's next list of released individuals. This inspector, Cheng, truly possesses remarkable professional skills. He is indeed worthy of being our inspector in Happiness City. A murmur from the crowd elicited silent agreement. After all, upon entering the quarantine facility, Cheng Ye promptly led a team to accurately identify 3 infected entities. From discovery to resolution, it all unfolded seamlessly, with 0 collateral damage. The contrast with the previous day's half-hearted efforts was starkly evident. A wave of screenings continued unabated. By noon, as the number of available exits dwindled, yet another infected entity was uncovered by the keen eyes of the crowd. The sound of gunfire pierced the silence, prompting a resounding cheer from those accustomed to applause within the quarantine facility. Many clung to the railings, their faces glowing with a euphoric expression. After all, compared to the dreaded applause, the sound of gunfire made their confinement seem meaningful. However, what astonished Cheng Ye was not just the cheers from within the quarantine facility. The individuals who were in the same cage as the infected entity also leapt and danced in extreme joy. Even the individuals in the other 4 cages exhibited excitement, wearing expressions of relief. Someone had died, and a spot had opened up. Did that not signify an opportunity for their escape? The cleanup team arrived in haste. This time, it was not Sheen Feng, but the cleanup team from the Northern Inspection Station. True to their customary straightforward style, they approached, wielding shovels and hooks. Upon seeing Cheng Ye,